My name is Su Qing. It was midnight in my small convenience store in the old part of Beijing City when the doorbell rang. I lazily told the customer to look around, but there was no answer. When I glanced up, I froze. Standing there was a tall woman in bright red armor, with a sword at her waist and the face of a warrior goddess. She looked powerful yet pale and exhausted. At first, I thought it was cosplay or a movie shoot, but she seemed puzzled by everything in my store: the colorful snack packages, the names like Heojiajia and Weilong spicy strips. She told me she had been patrolling in Lingxiao City, found a strange alley, and somehow ended up here. When she asked for food, she named things like bean cakes, wheat bran, and rice bran, all animal feed in my world. I pointed her to an open bag of rice, and she was stunned by its quality. She wanted all I had, paying with a heavy honeycomb-shaped silver bar before walking straight through the blocked back door and vanishing. Shaken, I examined the silver bar and decided to take it to the antique street. In the last shop, the owner told me it was a Southern Song silver ingot, damaged but worth 8,000 yuan. I sold it on the spot. The math hit me fast. 2 bags of rice cost about 200 yuan, but I'd just made over 7,000 in profit. She had promised to come back, so I figured I should stock up. I called the grain and oil market and ordered 50 bags of rice for next morning, paying in cash. Lighting a cigarette, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. If she returned, this could turn into something huge, from bicycle to motorcycle, from motorcycle to Land Rover. Whether she was human or ghost didn't matter much. A poor ghost was still scarier than a rich one. It still felt like a dream to me, and clearly Zhao Xiaoning felt the same. After leaving my shop, she went back to her residence with the 2 bags of rice. She ordered her soldiers to cook porridge for everyone. In Lingxiao City, rice was a treasure. The city had been under siege for 9 years, stripped of grass, bark, and even driven to cannibalism. When the porridge was ready, the soldiers ate slowly, savoring every bite, though it wasn't enough to fill them. Zhao Xiaoning gave each soldier a small bag of rice to take to their families, but they refused, wanting to keep it for the army. She insisted, telling them they could buy more later. Her plan shocked Pang Chong and the others. No one had ever seen a shop selling such rice inside the city. She ignored their doubts and ordered everyone to gather silver so they could buy more grain. On the way, she and her men saw starving villagers, swollen from eating dirt, parents selling children, and even an old woman cutting flesh from her leg to feed her grandchild. These sights only strengthened her resolve to get more supplies. They reached the alley where she had found my shop. But now it was just a wall. No matter how many times she tried to walk through, she only hurt herself. The soldiers pleaded with her to stop, but she sent them away and kept trying alone, desperate not to lose this one chance to save her people. Meanwhile, I was nowhere near the shop. I had been up all night at an esports hotel playing Black Myth, Yukong. At dawn, the grain and oil wholesaler called to say they were delivering my rice order. I rushed back, telling Lao Liang I was donating food for flood victims to cover the truth about my unusual customer. We unloaded all the bags into the store. The moment I stepped inside, a red blur suddenly flew toward me and crashed into my arms. I was shocked when Zhao Xiaoning suddenly appeared, looking worn out and bloodshot from spending the night ramming into walls. She put a torn cloth bag on my counter. Inside were broken silver, copper coins, and 2 silver ingots, even better than last time. She wanted all 50 bags of rice I had, and even asked if I could prepare 1,000 more for tomorrow. I agreed right away. When she went to carry the rice herself, she couldn't step through the sunny entrance, like an invisible wall was blocking her. I realized she couldn't move freely in sunlight, so I carried bags from the front, and she took them from the back door. Outside, her soldiers tried to break through the wall to reach her, thinking she was in danger. She came out with rice, telling them only she could enter the place. She ordered them to set up porridge stalls across the city to feed the starving people. I gave her 2 boxes of canned luncheon meat, which she decided to add to the porridge. Soon, soldiers were distributing rice and meat porridge in different locations. The smell filled the streets, and people lined up with tokens to get their share. It wasn't enough to fill everyone completely, but it kept them from starving. While she was busy, I collected the silver and coins she'd brought. At the antique shop, Fong Siyuan examined them, The silver ingots were nearly perfect Southern Song pieces worth 40,000 yuan each. 3 of the copper coins were valuable too, especially one possibly rare Jiaoding Fengbao coin. He offered me 80,000 for the ingots, 70,000 for the coins, and 17,000 for the broken silver. I did the math. A bag of rice cost me 125 yuan, so 1,000 bags would be 125,000. With what I just earned, even after buying all that rice, I'd still clear a profit of 45,000. Money like this made me fearless. Ghost or not, Zhao Xiaoning was the best customer I'd ever had. I left the shop and called Lao Liang at the wholesale market, ordering 1,000 bags of rice for delivery before dark, paying in cash. After ordering 1,000 bags of rice from Lao Liang, I shut the shop tight. Zhao Xiaoning was my biggest customer now, and she always came through the back. At midnight, she appeared, thrilled by the sight of the rice. She asked how much I could deliver in a day, then ordered 2,000 more bags of rice, 1,000 bags of flour, and 200 boxes of luncheon meat. She tossed me a bag holding 100 taels of gold as a deposit, promising the same amount tomorrow. I joked about her being a ghost. She shot back asking if I was a fairy. We decided to be honest. She told me she was Princess Chongning of the Southern Song, fighting the Mongols in Lingxiao City. I looked up her city's history online and found that in just over a month it would fall, with no survivors. That hit me hard. She left, and I went straight to the antique shop. Fang Xiyuan's grandfather, a top appraiser, confirmed that one of her coins could be worth 1 million, and each of her gold ingots was just as valuable. With 4 ingots and the coin, I had items worth around 5 million. The next day, I started spending big. 2,000 bags of rice, 1,000 bags of flour, 200 boxes of luncheon meat, plus 200,000 steamed buns, 500 boxes of eggs, noodles, pickled vegetables, oil, and salt. I even bought 300 carts to move everything. At the wholesale market, I bought every truckload of vegetables. Then at the meat factory, 100 pigs. I discovered I could push goods through the back wall into her world. I worked all night moving everything through, spending over 1.6 million yuan. Meanwhile, in Lingxiao City, Zhao Xiaoning ordered the alley sealed and guarded. Pang Chong, watching the wall, saw a bottle of mineral water pop out, followed by bags of snacks he couldn't identify. Then carts of vegetables appeared, cabbage, potatoes, eggplants, and the soldiers cheered. When pigs, eggs, and steamed buns came through, they knelt, laughing and crying. For the first time in years, Lingxiao City had hope. There was rice, flour, pork, oil, and vegetables. The bags of fluffy steamed buns seemed to still be steaming hot. Pang Chong couldn't hold back and tore open a bag. The soldiers' eyes widened, all forgetting to breathe. They rubbed their hands together nervously. Pang Chong grabbed a bun, but his fingers left dark smudges. But who cared about that? He bit into a big piece, and it was sweet, soft, and sticky. No grains of sand, no bran or husks, and it didn't even make him cough. One soldier swallowed his saliva and asked, "General Pang, how is it? Is it tasty?" Pang Chong's mouth was full of buns, so he couldn't speak. He simply threw the whole bag of buns to the soldiers, and everyone shared them. There was no time to hesitate. The soldiers couldn't wait. They started eating eagerly, one after another, taking big bites. Are these the kind of buns that gods eat? They're so delicious. I never thought we'd taste something like this. Yeah, I've never had such tasty buns in my life. Delicious. They ate eagerly, unable to stop, in a non-stop rhythm. Pang Chong and a few others finished eating the steamed buns quickly, some of which fell on a soldier nearby. He asked, "Third brother, why aren't you eating?" Third brother looked thin and small, seeming not yet grown up. He carefully held his bun with both hands, but only licked his lips, without taking a bite. He asked, "General Pang, may I ask for a leave?" "What's wrong? My family has never tasted such delicious buns. I want to take some home for them." This simple request made all the soldiers freeze in place. Pang Chong walked over, gently ruffled third brother's head, and scolded, "I order you to eat the buns. Not just third brother. All of you. Later, each of you take an extra bun to give to your family." Third brother said, "General, that's not proper." "What's improper about it? I am the law." "Yes, sir." Finally, the soldiers relaxed and started eating again, though each had only a limited amount of water. and their lips were still a bit chapped. Ding ding ding. Zhao Xiaoning rode a white horse, accompanied by two female generals, Shui Paifeng and Song Yanmei, as they arrived. Princess, Pang Chong, and the soldiers all knelt on the ground. Get up and speak. Zhao Xiaoning dismounted quickly, and the scene before her shocked everyone. Shui Paifeng and Song Yanmei stared wide-eyed, even more stunned. On both sides of the alley walls, bags, cartons, and vegetables were piled high like mountains, dazzling to look at. Zhao Xiaoning took a deep breath and asked, Pang Chong, how come we have all these things? Those are sent by the immortals. We checked earlier. There's rice, flour, luncheon meat, vegetables, eggs, and more I don't recognize. This. Zhao Xiaoning was very touched. She had only ordered 2,000 bags of rice, 1,000 bags of flour, and 200 boxes of luncheon meat. She never expected Su Qing to send so much, even including 100 pigs. It was almost unbelievable. How much would all this cost? It must be a huge amount, probably beyond imagination. Su Qing must have lost a lot. Zhao Xiaoning loudly said, Pang Chong, immediately load all these supplies onto the carts and take them to the military camp. No need for carts, look. Pang Chong pushed a flat cart over to Zhao Xiaoning. The cart had 4 wheels underneath, made of some soft, elastic material. It moved quietly and easily, perfect for transporting supplies or stones. Zhao Xiaoning nodded and said, Okay, all supplies should be covered with tarps. No one should find out anything. Yes. Shui Paifeng and Song Yanning, you two count the supplies here. Yes. Everything was arranged properly. Zhao Xiaoning suddenly disappeared into the wall. It was the first time seeing this. Although Shui Paifeng and Song Yanning were mentally prepared, they were still shocked and stared in disbelief. They even touched the wall, but saw no signs. Where is he? The small shop was empty. Zhao Xiaoning looked around and went into a small room. Su Qing was lying on the bed, snoring loudly. That guy? He was shirtless, only wearing underwear, and Zhao Xiaoning's face turned red up to her ears. She turned to leave, but saw a piece of paper on the bedside table. Rice, 2,000 bags. Flour, 1,000 bags. Lunch meat, 200 boxes. Eggs, 500 boxes. She looked at it. Suddenly, her phone rang with the tune of the great Ming battle song, startling her. Clang. A sword was drawn, shining coldly. Su Qing was startled awake, trembling, and asked, What? What are you trying to do? No, I just heard that sound. It's the phone. Lu Yuanyuan. She was his girlfriend. Su Qing glanced at his phone, made a shushing gesture to Zhao Xiaoning, and answered the call with a smile. Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan said, I'm returning to Beijiang City from the provincial capital tonight to talk about getting married. Okay. I'll pick you up at the train station. No need. I'll take a taxi to find you. That's fine too. Su Qing and Lu Yuanyuan had already made a marriage agreement. But Su Qing's parents had died in a car accident. When Su Qing returned from the provincial capital, his grandmother and uncle's family only left him a small shop. Lu Yuanyuan hadn't come back from the provincial capital all this time. Since then, they had been in a long-distance relationship. Now they finally could meet. Su Qing was very happy. He hung up and asked, Xiaoning, how is it? Did you receive the rice, flour, lunch meat, and vegetables I sent? Xiaoning. This was the first time a man called her that. Zhao Xiaoning's face turned slightly red. She threw a leather bag to Su Qing and said, I received everything. That's the final payment. Thank you. Thank what? Su Qing asked, How long will this rice, flour, pork, and vegetables last for you? Cooking 2 porridge meals every day with vegetables and pork is enough for 2 months. No, it isn't. Su Qing's attitude was very firm. Eating like that won't fill our stomachs. How can we fight? Starting today, every meal must include rice, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and soup. Zhao Xiaoning didn't need to worry about food, vegetables, or meat. Su Qing would keep supplying them continuously, ensuring that Chongning army has no worries. This man, Zhao Xiaoning, didn't know what to say. Before being besieged by the Mongol army, Southern Song soldiers ate coarse grains, sometimes mixed with bran or rice husks. Occasionally, they could have a bowl of meat soup, which was already very good. 3 meals a day, with meat, vegetables, and soup. It was like living in heaven. Zhao Xiaoning said bitterly, Su Qing, thank you very much, but we have no silver left. They had been besieged for 9 years. The Chongning army had long run out of supplies. Otherwise, Zhao Xiaoning wouldn't have sent Pang Chong to gather silver. Su Qing said seriously, money doesn't matter. People are so obsessed with money nowadays. Who knows what's wrong with them? Talking about money all the time. Serving the people, saving lives. Who are they saying this for? Without money, do we just watch the people in Lingxiao City starve to death? Without money, do we just watch the Chongning army be slaughtered? His words were shocking and powerful. Zhao Xiaoning took a deep breath. Su Qing, thank you, but if you keep sending us supplies like this, it must cost a lot of money. That's true. Without silver or gold, you must have copper coins, right? Go back and gather copper coins from Lingxiao City. Any copper coin can be exchanged for 1 jin of rice. In the Song dynasty, Li Zhou used iron coins to exchange for 10 jin. The Jiaoding Bao, Jiaoding Longbao, Jiaoding Quanxiao, and Jiaoding Daba can be exchanged for a bag of rice. A single Song copper coin was worth at least hundreds of dollars. 1 jin of rice only cost $2 or $3. This was a huge profit. It was even faster to make money than with silver or gold ingots. But Zhao Xiaoning found this hard to understand and asked, 1 copper coin for 1 jin of rice. Isn't that too much of a loss? Loss it may be, but right now, it's a matter of saving lives. I represent all the people of Lingxiao City. Thank you. Zhao Xiaoning stepped back 2 steps and clasped his fists to Su Qing. Su Qing waved his hand and said, forget it. Why are we still talking about this? By the way, is there anything else you need? Just tell me. Zhao Xiaoning asked, do you have water here? Our 2 wells in Lingxiao City are almost dry. Mineral water? I can immediately bring you 10,000 boxes. No, mineral water is too expensive. What we need now is drinking water. That's simple. Su Qing smiled. Since rice, flour, instant noodles, luncheon meat, and other supplies can be thrown into the wall, what about water pipes? He could connect the pipes from both sides. Water would flow into this side's faucet, and on the opposite side, water would flow out continuously. A little extra water bill doesn't matter. Money is not a problem. Su Qing looked at the time. It's noon at 12 o'clock. I'll wait here to see if I can send water over to you. At 12 noon? That's 3/4 past noon, right? Their time zones are different. Su Qing simply took off his watch and put it on Zhao Xiaoning's wrist. 1 full turn of the big hand equals 1 hour. The small hand points to the hour, so when it shows 12, it's exactly noon. Their hands accidentally touched. Zhao Xiaoning had never been so close to a man before. Her face turned red, and she felt nervous and shy. How is Lingxiao City doing? And the Mongolian army? Su Qing asked Zhao Xiaoning to draw a map. As for the military camp, it should be built in the dead-end alley, where Zhao Xiaoning's residence is located. On one hand, it's convenient for receiving supplies. On the other hand, it allows the 2 of them to contact each other at any time in case of emergencies. All right, I'll go back now. Let's meet at exactly 12. Zhao Xiaoning turned and disappeared into the wall. Su Qing looked through the leather bag. There were exactly 4 gold ingots, each weighing 25 taels, marked 25 taels, xiang wulong, 10 fen gold, and a pair of gold earrings. The earrings were made from a single piece of gold, with one end forming a delicate, curved earring hook, and the other end a graceful crescent shape. They were finely crafted and of high quality, rare and valuable. These were Zhao Xiaoning's last few gold ingots and could not be sold. How much are these earrings worth? Su Qing immediately went to an antique shop. This time, not only Fong Xiyuan but even Fong Daqian treated him politely. These are a pair of gold earrings with chrysanthemum patterns. No oxidation, no damage. The chrysanthemum flowers are vivid and lively, a rare treasure. It has been at least 1,000 years, and very few items have been well preserved and passed down, making them highly valuable for collection. Fong Daqian's eyes widened as he asked, this pair of earrings could be worth 300,000 yuan. I can offer you 500,000 yuan. What do you think? All right, I'll go back and think about it. This is definitely the highest offer. I'll come back with better items when I find them. For Su Qing, not to mention 50,000 yuan, even 500,000 yuan is not enough to make him sell. Tonight, his girlfriend Lu Yuan is coming back. He plans to give her this pair of gold earrings with a flower pattern as a gift. He believes she will like it. After leaving the antique shop, Su Qing immediately went to the building materials market to buy water pipes, hoses, elbows, faucets, and even water tanks and cups. Only then did he head home. At the Happiness intersection, many farm vehicles are parked, all bringing vegetables. These vegetables are neatly stacked on flatbed carts. But there are too many people, and the scene is chaotic and noisy, attracting the attention of many passers-by. This situation definitely won't do. Su Qing asked the farmers to push all the carts into the small shop and then went to Beijiang Trade City to negotiate with the big boss, Huang Rentai. They discussed supplies ranging from rice, flour, cooking oil, to noodles, vegetables, pork, and even salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and other daily necessities and seasonings, all exclusively for Xinguang's small shop. They promised same-day delivery and payment. However, each item must be packed on a flatbed cart and then pushed to the small shop. This is the work of the god of wealth. As long as the money is paid, these things are no problem. Huang Rentai agreed, saying the first batch of supplies could be delivered by 4 p.m. that afternoon. Su Qing finally had some free time and was there to receive the water faucet. Zhao Xiaoning was also busy. She asked Pang Chong to transport the supplies on carts to the military camp and instructed Song Yining to lead 1,000 soldiers to establish a camp near the alley entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching. Soon, all the supplies were stacked in the kitchen. Seeing the bags of rice, flour, luncheon meat, noodles, and other supplies piled up high, the soldiers were stunned. Cabbage, eggplants, and pork, they were moved to tears. During the Mongol siege, the kitchen initially had no food, so they ate bean cakes, wheat bran, rice husks. Later, even grass roots and bark were gone. To save a bite of food, the cooks drank water and ate mud, even swelling themselves to death. The soldiers touched the cabbage and pork, crying and laughing, finally no longer hungry. Pang Chong shouted, "The princess said we will have 3 meals a day, with meat, vegetables, and soup. You don't need to worry about food shortages. The princess will keep sending supplies." General Pang, are we making plain rice? Yes. Just focus on cooking each meal well. You don't need to worry about anything else. Understood. All the soldiers knelt on the ground. Suddenly, a few soldiers staggered back, covered in blood and looking disheveled, shouting, "General Pang, we finally fetched water, but a group of unruly villagers stole it." On Lingxiao Peak, there are 2 wells dug by the Chongning army. One is muddy, the other clear. The muddy well's water is murky and used for irrigation and animals. The clear well's water is fresh and sweet, meant for drinking and best for making tea. Unfortunately, due to years of drought, both wells are nearly dry. The villagers all come to fight over water, often causing fights. Zhao Xiaoning has soldiers stationed here, giving water to each person at set times and amounts. Gradually, the water supply shrinks. This cannot go on. The villagers gather at the top of Lingxiao Peak, their lips cracked and their throats dry and burning. When they see the Chongning army's water carts, they can't hold back anymore and rush forward. Either they leave the water behind or step over the dead bodies. There's no other choice. Zhang Tingji personally leads the soldiers to guard the water, drawing his sword and shouting loudly, "This water is military supplies. Anyone who tries to steal it will be cut down. Back off. Retreat. Back away." The soldiers also draw their swords, shining with cold light, ready to fight. "Commander." The villagers turn pale with fear, but do not step back. The Chongning army is terrifying, but dying of thirst is even scarier. Someone in the crowd shouts, "Fight. If we don't get water today, no one will survive. My family is going to die of thirst if we don't get water today. Forget it, they only have a few soldiers. We'll fight them." An old man with white hair and a thin, frail body shakily rushes forward. Once one person starts, others follow, second, third. The villagers' eyes turn red with anger. They forget everything and charge toward the water carts. Zhang Tingji and the soldiers hold their swords, feeling torn inside. These common people include some of their own relatives and acquaintances. To be safe, even if they don't know each other, they are all residents of Lingxiao City, having lived together for many years. A sword is meant to fight enemies, not to harm one's own people. But, with orders from the army, no one dares to disobey. Zhang Tingji, tears in her eyes, struck down a civilian and shouted angrily, "No one is allowed to steal." Blood splattered everywhere. However, these villagers did not retreat. They still charged forward. The scene became chaotic. Unarmed, these villagers had no chance against the Chongning army. But because they were many, they pushed together and suddenly overturned the water wheel. Water gushed out, spilling all over the ground. Water. Everyone went crazy. Some people threw themselves on the water bags, drinking desperately. Some knelt on the ground, licking the water on the floor. Zhang Tingji and the soldiers kept swinging their swords, knocking down one person after another. Blood mixed with water, creating a tragic and hopeless scene. Suddenly, horses' hooves sounded from the hillside, and a group of cavalry rushed over. Leading the charge was a female general on a white horse, dressed in red armor, shouting loudly, "Stop! Everyone stop!" The princess? Seeing hundreds of soldiers surrounding them, the villagers froze in shock. It's over. They had no water left. They felt hopeless, but they didn't regret it. At least they died with full stomachs. Thud! An old villager knelt on the ground, crying painfully, "Princess, I stole the water. It has nothing to do with my family. If you're going to kill someone, kill me. Princess, just kill me. Princess." All these villagers knelt down, their expressions touching and moving. Zhang Tingji angrily said, "What's the use of crying? All water thieves will be executed publicly. Without water, the Chongning army can't defend the city. If the city falls, Lingxiao City will be slaughtered, and no one will survive." Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "Now, at the marketplace, the bell tower, the horse strolling platform, and the training ground, we've set up soup kitchens. Our water wheels are used to make porridge for everyone. I ask you, have you ever received porridge? Now that there's no water, how can we make porridge? Do you want everyone to starve to death?" The sound was like thunder. The common people finally understood how big their mistake had been. The restless crowd suddenly became quiet. One by one, they lowered their heads, feeling very regretful and guilty. But now, the water wheel was overturned, and everything was lost. Everyone knelt on the ground and said, "Princess, we were wrong. We are willing to accept any punishment." "Being wrong is not a reason to punish," she replied. "All the young men involved in stealing water will be taken to the military camp to serve as soldiers. They will have 3 meals a day, with white rice, meat, vegetables, and soup. The other common people will participate in city defense construction, and they will also be given food, with vegetables and soup." What? People doubted if they heard correctly. They knelt, crying and laughing, then laughing and crying. They could eat? There was meat, vegetables, and soup? How could that be? A young man asked, "Princess, is what you said true?" Zhao Xiaoning answered loudly, "Absolutely true." "Then, will our families have a meal? Later, we will set up shops at the West City Gate. 1 copper coin can exchange for 1 liter of rice or 1 liter of white flour. Each person can exchange up to 5 liters per day. As for water, we will supply it daily." She was the princess. Of course, she kept her promise. Everyone knelt and bowed, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Princess, for your mercy. We will do our best to protect Lingxiao City." Rice? Flour? Water? How could that be? In the crowd, a burly man with a full beard looked at her with disbelief. Next to him, a sharp-faced man asked, "Brother Lu, do you believe what Zhao Xiaoning said?" Lu Haitan shook his head. "I don't think it's possible. 1 copper coin for a liter of rice or flour. If that's true, the grain we worked so hard to get will be gone. No. Ho Lu, let's go and see for ourselves." Okay. Lu Haitan and Ho Lu mingled with the crowd and followed toward the West City Gate. Many people had already gathered there, all stretching their necks, looking around. What were they looking at? The two pushed to the front of the crowd and saw a group of Longning soldiers busy working. They dug a deep trench along the wall, buried a series of white pipes underground, then covered them with bricks and stones. After working for a while, a pipe was installed at the West City Gate, with a full copper water tap on the front, looking very strange. Pang Chong shouted, "Princess, we are ready. Princess, we have finished the arrangements. Princess, we have finished the arrangements." One person passed the message to the next, until it reached the wall of the dead-end alley. Now, a temporary residence had been built here, guarded by Xue Paifeng and Song Yenying, who forbade anyone from approaching. Zhao Xiaoning strode out confidently. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she reached for the faucet switch, and suddenly a cold sensation spread through her hand. Can water now flow out? Zhao Xiaoning took a deep breath and gently turned the switch. It wouldn't turn. It simply wouldn't budge. Impossible? At the small shop earlier, she had seen Su Qing turn the faucet handle and switch it on with her own eyes. She closed her eyes, recalled the scene, and turned the switch to the left again. Splash. Cold, clear water started flowing. Water? Is there water? We have water now. All the soldiers of Chongning and the common people knelt down together, cheering loudly. Thank the gods for giving us divine water. Gods. Some things can't be hidden just by wishing. Having been besieged and attacked by the Mongol army for 9 years, suddenly having rice, flour, and water might cause chaos. But now, things were different. Zhao Xiaoning blamed everything on the gods, her voice echoing across the land. The Mongol army is ruthless and merciless, slaughtering indiscriminately. We, the brave young men, vow to defend to the death and never retreat. Because of this, we are moved by the gods, and they send us rain. We will never give up and will fight the Mongols to the end. Fight the Mongols to the end. Fight the Mongols to the end. Everyone waved their fists and shouted loudly, their voices rising to the sky. Zhao Xiaoning sternly commanded, "Someone come." Pang Chong and some soldiers pushed carts over, placing bags of rice on the ground and opening them wide. Under the sunlight, the rice grains shone brightly, looking full and tempting, top-quality rice. 1 copper coin could exchange for 1 liter of rice or flour, with a maximum of 5 liters per person per day. Based on modern weight conversions, 1 liter of rice in the Song dynasty was about 0.84 jing. Wow! Everyone present was stunned. Pang Chong shouted, "Line up. Anyone cutting in line or causing trouble will be beaten with a stick." The crowd quickly formed dozens of lines. The water kept flowing, filling buckets which were immediately carried away and poured into large basins. The barrel is full, so exchange it. The tank is full, so replace it. Everyone can line up to get water. Unfortunately, there is only one faucet. If there were dozens or hundreds, then water could truly be free. Lu Haitan and Ho Luquan were both stunned. They had finally managed to bring some grain from outside the city, but it was rough rice, costing 20 coins per liter. Now, good rice costs only a copper coin per liter, and there is also white flour. So their rough rice might all be wasted. Ho Luquan said angrily, "Brother Lu, we're going to lose everything like this. Why not go all out?" Lu Haitan asked, "What do you want to do? Tonight, let's call some brothers and set fire to the grain. Stop talking nonsense." Lu Haitan grabbed Ho Luquan by the collar and shouted, "This grain is life-saving. Even if it means risking trouble, we can't waste it." Ho Luquan agreed, but he wasn't fully convinced. 5 coins. 5 coins. Everyone was allowed to buy up to the maximum limit. In no time, they collected dozens of jin of coins. No money? You could join the army, learn blacksmithing, work in construction, sew clothes, or transport goods. There are many ways to earn money daily. More money? That's even easier. Next to the West City Street entrance, there was a shop selling vegetables like cabbage, cucumbers, and eggplants. The shelves also had all kinds of strange and wonderful items, like lollipops, potato chips, spicy strips, canned food. Anything you could imagine, new and unheard of. Lu Haitan saw a bag of Weilong spicy strips and asked, "How much is this?" 10 coins. I'll take one to try. Lu Haitan tore open the package. An tempting aroma immediately filled the air, slightly spicy, with a hint of sweetness, like a feast for the taste buds, or a fire igniting in the mouth, making it irresistible and memorable. What a divine delicacy. Lu Haitan ate a couple of bites, licked his fingers, and still felt a bit unsatisfied. He called out, "Another bag. Brother Lu, what are you eating?" Ho Luquan looked envious, and the people around also stared longingly. Weilong spicy strips. And there's a saying, "Let me eat a bag of spicy strips and calm down. I want one too." Me too. Such scenes were rare. Gradually, more and more people gathered at the shop in trance, each with a bag of spicy strips. The more they ate, the more addictive it became, completely unstoppable. Business was booming. The situation has been fully revitalized. Everywhere in Lingxiao City, life is bustling. The faces of these people are still a bit pale, but they look more energetic, and they can walk with strength. Thud, thud. Zhao Xiaoning threw 2 big bags of copper coins in front of Su Qing and asked, "What do you think of these?" "I've asked someone to sort each type of coin into separate small bags." "So many?" "It probably weighs over 100 pounds." Su Qing was both surprised and happy, smiling. "Our shop has opened?" "Yes, it's very busy. By the way, you should think of a name for the shop. Let's call it Qingming Supermarket." Qingming, Su Qing, and Zhao Xiaoning. They came up with the idea of opening the shop together. Since Chongming Army has no money, they decided to raise funds from civilians. Su Qing supplies goods continuously, Zhao Xiaoning sells them, and the money earned goes to Su Qing. Su Qing then provides various supplies to Chongming Army. This creates a win-win situation. As for Lingxiao City, it will enter a healthy cycle of growth. Zhao Xiaoning nodded. "When we go back, I'll ask someone to make a sign." "No need, I'll handle it. I'll order the signboard and the lightbox." "Signboard? Lightbox? What are those?" Now Zhao Xiaoning is used to it and asked, "Right now, one water tap still isn't enough. Can you get us more water taps? Also, we should stock more spicy strips in the supermarket. Some wealthy people like to eat spicy strips." Su Qing smiled. "Sure, I'll think of a way. Tonight, don't cook in the kitchen. I'll improve your meals." "No need, we're doing fine now. Trust me on this. Spicy strips are not a problem. But what about the water taps? Even if water is supplied non-stop 24 hours a day, it still wouldn't be enough for over 40,000 people." Su Qing didn't hesitate and immediately went out to order the signboard and lightbox. Lingxiao City has no electricity. Su Qing bought 2 solar panels, specifically to power the lightboxes. On the way back, he made another trip to Changlong Hotel and booked 90 tables for banquets. Each table has 16 dishes, all packed into large 304 stainless steel tubs. By 4 p.m., everything was delivered to Xinguang convenience store. The second batch of supplies from Beijiang Trade City also arrived. Rice, flour, pork, vegetables were loaded onto flat carts, which Su Qing pushed directly into the walls. Of course, there were also 100 boxes of spicy strips. Pang Chong and the soldiers had just finished organizing supplies. Buckets of food appeared in front of them, filling the air with delicious smells. There were tiger skin pork elbows, for happiness meatballs, preserved vegetable pork belly, braised carp. Each dish was served in large buckets, totaling 108 buckets, along with many buckets of hot rice that made mouths water. This was not just a simple meal improvement. It was like living like a fairy. Not only Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, and Xue Paifeng, but even Zhao Xiaoning was shocked. Pang Chong swallowed and asked, "Princess, can we eat this? Let's keep one portion for ourselves. Give one to each of your families, and send the rest to the kitchen." "Yes, that guy?" Zhao Xiaoning looked at the wall of the dead-end alley, originally wanting to thank Su Qing, but then decided against it. His girlfriend was here, so he was probably busy now. Has Lu Yuanyuan come back? It had been more than half a year since they last saw each other, and Su Qing felt both excited and happy. Actually, their marriage was arranged by their parents. At that time, Su Qing's parents owned a company in Beijiang City with assets worth at least 10 million. But after his parents died in a car accident, all those assets went to his grandmother and eldest uncle. He was left with only a small shop. Su Qing had fought back, but he was alone and powerless, no match for the Su family. But now, things were different. He was considered wealthy now. Forget about the 4 gold ingots. Just the copper coins alone were a huge fortune. Su Qing roughly looked at 2 big bags of copper coins, which were divided into smaller bags. There were dozens of types, like Jianyan Tongbao, Qianao Yuanbao, Daming Tongbao, Chunyu Tongbao, and even some rare treasures like Tian Sheng Yuanbao, Guang Bei Guang Chuan Taimu, Jingwo Yuanbao, Jiyin Yuanbao, weighing over 100 jin. Ding ding. His phone rang. It was Lu Yuanyuan calling. He smiled and said, "Yuanyuan, come to Changlong Grand Hotel. I'm waiting for you in room 302. "Okay, I'll come right away." Changlong Grand Hotel was a very famous hotel in Beijiang City, not something just anyone could enter. It was known for its high-end, luxurious atmosphere. Not to mention, Su Qing had booked 90 tables for the banquet today, even the cheapest one costing at least 1,588 yuan per table. Su Qing also signed a long-term vegetable supply contract with the hotel and prepaid a deposit of 1 million yuan, becoming a VIP customer of the hotel. For Su Qing, this was familiar territory, and he quickly rode over on his electric bike. As soon as he got off, he heard someone shout, "Su Qing?" It was a woman in a dress, with her hair styled in big, rose-colored waves. She wore large gold earrings and a pearl necklace, with a pendant deep in her low-cut V-neck. Her outfit was flashy, making her look like a wealthy young lady. "Is this Lu Yuan?" Su Qing looked at her carefully and almost didn't recognize her. He asked, "Yuan, is that really you?" "Obviously." Lu Yuan looked him up and down with disdain. "Are you riding an electric bike here?" "Yes, it's economical and eco-friendly." Haha, claiming to be economical and eco-friendly when you have no money? Just an excuse. Lu's parents, Lu Zhankue and He Guizhi, also got out of the car. They looked at Su Qing as if he were a wild dog and showed clear disdain. "All right, let's go upstairs." Humph. The Lu family didn't bother to look at Su Qing and strode upstairs. Why has Lu Yuan changed so much? Su Qing frowned slightly, but followed along. As soon as they entered the lobby on the first floor, several women in kipayos greeted them politely and led everyone to room 302. They served tea and water, smiling, and said, "Today's expenses are all on us, free of charge." Lu Yuan was stunned and asked, "Why is that?" "Because you are our super VIP guests at Changlong Hotel, and you get one free meal each year." "Super VIP? Haha, that's a huge honor. No wonder they're so polite." Lu Zhankue, He Guizhi, and Lu Yuan didn't bother to think much and directly ordered a top-tier set meal, costing 18,888 yuan. Soon, dishes were brought out: Lucky Piglet, Australian lobster sashimi boat, chicken and bird's nest soup, braised large abalone, pigeon egg with sea cucumber. A total of 8 cold dishes and 10 hot dishes. The food was exquisite and expensive. The Lu family had never seen such luxury before and started eating eagerly. And Su Qing? He was also eating there. He'd never seen such shamelessness from a man. Lu Yuan sneered. "Su Qing, have you ever eaten these dishes?" "No, I haven't." "Then you should eat more. Any dish here is more than you can afford." "Humph." He Guizhi asked, "Su Qing, I want to ask if you want to marry our Yuan?" "Want?" That was before. But now, Su Qing only felt disgust. He was curious to see what tricks they might play. He laughed and said, "Of course I want to." This marriage was arranged by both families. "Now that your parents have passed away in a car accident, don't say we're bullying you. So, you should prepare a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house for Yuan, at least 150 square meters, nicely decorated with an elevator." "Okay. We also want a Mercedes E300. "Okay. And a bride price of 1 million yuan. "Okay." He agreed to everything without hesitation. Haha. The Lu family members looked at each other and couldn't keep a straight face. They burst out laughing. After all these years, everyone knew each other well. If this had happened before, when Su Qing's parents were alive, this little money wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket. But now, Su family's assets had been taken by his grandmother and eldest uncle. Su Qing only had a small shop, no savings, and was just boasting here. He Guizhi scoffed. "Su Qing, let's be honest. When you and Lu Yuan got engaged, it was because your Su family was rich. But now, don't dream of a frog eating a swan. You're not worthy. Let's break up." Lu Yuan was even more impatient. She sneered, "I already have a boyfriend. He's the son of the boss of Beijiang Trading City, 100 times better than you. Don't bother me anymore." "So, our engagement is no longer valid?" Su Qing asked. "Yes, it's invalid." "And what about this?" Su Qing saw through the Lu family completely. He directly placed a marriage contract on the table. "Marriage contract?" Lu Yuan snatched the contract, tore it into pieces with then waved her hand and threw it into the air. It fluttered down like snowflakes. Everything was gone now. From now on, they would go their separate ways, with no more ties. He Guizhi pointed at the door and cursed, "Get out. Don't stay here and be an eyesore." "Do you really want it this way?" Su Qing said coldly. "Yes, get out now?" "Fine, I will leave. But you won't regret this." Su Qing felt more at ease. Just as he was about to open the door, it opened by itself. Boss Zhang from Changlong Hotel walked in with a glass of wine, smiling. "Mr. Su, you're very welcome to visit Changlong Hotel. Let me toast you." Su Qing shook his head and said, "No more drinking." Did something happen? No. The bill for this meal is your business. I have nothing to do with it. Su Qing left. Boss Zhang glanced at Lu Zhankui, Higuaiji, and Lu Yuan and immediately understood what was going on. His face turned cold as he said sharply, "The bill is 18,888 yuan. Will you pay in cash or by card?" Boom. Just these simple words felt like a thunderbolt hitting the heads of the Lu family. They were completely stunned. One was a small shop owner. The other was the boss of a big hotel. They were worlds apart. So why was Boss Zhang so polite to Su Qing? They paused for a few seconds. Lu Yuan asked, "Aren't you saying it's free?" "Who said it's free? I am the owner here." "Did I say that? Trying to eat here without paying? Not a chance." Boss Zhang shouted twice. Then several security guards rushed in, all looking fierce. The Lu family members' faces changed dramatically. They looked like they were being cut, and they hurriedly paid the money. All of this trouble was caused by Su Qing. They really hated him. Women changed their minds faster than flipping a book. Now, Su Qing was not short of money at all. A nicely decorated 3-bedroom apartment with an elevator, a Mercedes E300, and even 100,000 yuan bride price. None of these mattered. But who would have thought Lu Yuan would turn into such a different woman? When the Lu family had money, she was willing to get engaged to Su Qing. When they lost their money, she broke off the engagement. Haha. Su Qing even wanted to give her a pair of gold earrings with a floral pattern, almost feeding her to the dogs. But this was better. Since she broke the engagement herself, they had no more connection. That evening, with nothing else to do, Su Qing went back to the esports hotel to play Black Myth. Yukong all night. Puli Gulang, Guang Mao, White Clothes Hero, Golden Pool Elder, Black Wind King. By the time the Black Bear spirit couldn't fight anymore, Su Qing took a bite of bread, and his phone rang. It was the community calling, asking, "Xiao Su, aren't you at the small shop?" "No, I'm not." "What's up?" "I'm telling you, does your house have a leak? It rained over 30 tons of water yesterday." "Huh, I'll go check." This matter caused quite a fuss. It was only the first day, and the community already called. If this kept happening long-term, it would definitely be a problem. Zhao Shoning also said that one faucet was not enough. Su Qing was not afraid to spend money, but the water flow simply couldn't keep up. Now, Su Qing had no interest in playing games. He walked back while thinking about how to fix the problem. Suddenly, a splashing sound of water hit him, soaking him completely. Haha. It was Zhao, the boss of the car wash next door, washing cars at the entrance. He smiled and said, "Su Qing, what's wrong? Are you distracted? Are you missing your wife?" Huh. Su Qing looked at Zhao and suddenly brightened up. They had been neighbors for some years. The backyard of Zhao's car wash had an old water well that connected to an underground river. They used water from this well for washing cars. If they used tap water, they definitely wouldn't waste it so freely. Hee. Su Qing stepped over and took out a cigarette, offering it to Zhao. He grinned and said, "Brother Zhao, are you willing to sell this car wash?" "What? You want to buy it?" "Yeah, name your price." "Stop joking. I'm not selling." Zhao refused immediately. Right now, this car wash was his livelihood. If he sold it, he would have nothing left. Su Qing didn't hesitate. 1 million in cash. 1 million? Zhao was startled and shook his head. "That's not about money. This is our family's ancestral home." Su Qing said, 1.5 million. "No, Su Qing, I told you. 2 million. Fine. Deal." With that money, he could do anything. But Zhao didn't really believe Su Qing had that much cash. Su Qing smiled and looked around the car wash. It was indeed Zhao's ancestral home. The street-facing part had been turned into a car wash. He walked through the car wash to the backyard, which was at least a few hundred square meters. There was a pavilion and a few big trees. The well was beside the pavilion, with a water pump for easy access. Just pull the switch, and water was ready. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately went to the Beijiang City Real Estate Transaction Center to transfer ownership and paid 2 million on the spot. Su Qing brought in movers, housekeepers, and renovation workers, at least dozens of people. Some moved, some cleaned, some did simple renovations. Over 3 days, everything was completed. The small shop, the car wash, and the wall between the yard and the street were all torn down. The ground was leveled with cement. Everything was prepared to push the cart toward the back wall. Su Qing even made a special trip to the building materials market to buy 50 mm aluminum plastic composite pipes. These are new types of water pipes for greenery irrigation, with advantages like rust resistance, corrosion resistance, high temperature tolerance, and high pressure strength. They are suitable for high-pressure irrigation and water supply. He also bought a large amount of PVC pipes, T-joints, faucets, elbows, and several toolboxes, along with bags of sand and cement. Come on, now everything is ready, just waiting to supply water. But Zhao Xiaoning is gone. For 3 whole days, she never came over, which made Su Qing feel very nervous and worried. Could something have happened? Did the Mongolian army attack the city? Did Lingxiao City fall? Did Zhao Xiaoning, Chongning army, and all the common people of Lingxiao City sacrifice themselves? The key problem was that cursed wall. Only Zhao Xiaoning could come over, but Su Qing couldn't get past it. The only comfort for Su Qing was that he pushed 2 more batches of supplies into the wall, and they went through. This probably meant Zhao Xiaoning was safe, right? Otherwise, the wall would have been sealed long ago. Thud, thud. Suddenly, in the empty room, 2 muffled sounds came. Zhao Xiaoning finally arrived, staggering and dropping 2 big bags of copper coins on the ground. This. Su Qing quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Cough, cough, I'm fine. Zhao Xiaoning's voice was hoarse, her face flushed red. She hugged her arms and kept coughing, looking very uncomfortable. Su Qing went over and tried to touch her forehead. Zhao Xiaoning instinctively slapped his hand away, but she had no strength at all and collapsed into Su Qing's arms. It was like holding a ball of fire, hot and burning. Could she have a fever? At that moment, Su Qing suddenly understood everything. No wonder she hadn't appeared for 3 days. She was sick, and it was a serious illness. Zhao Xiaoning pushed Su Qing away forcefully and angrily said, I've brought the copper coins to you. Now I have to go back. Go back. You have a cold and a fever." Ignoring her struggle and resistance, Su Qing carried her to the bed and covered her with a blanket. She curled up, shivering from the cold. Right now, Lingxiao City was in December, but in Beijiang City, where Su Qing was, it was still summer and scorching hot. Just a wall apart, yet it felt like a different world. Suddenly, Su Qing remembered something and asked, "Is it very cold in Lingxiao City now?" Zhao Xiaoning shivered and said, "It's very cold. The temperature dropped sharply in the past 2 days. Our blankets are thin, and many people don't even have clothes to wear, so they all caught colds and fevers." "What? Why didn't you tell me about this?" "Wait for me. I'll buy a large amount of medicine, clothes, and blankets right away. I'm too sick to get out of bed." All right, wait for me." Su Qing immediately ran to the pharmacy and cleared out all the medicines related to colds, fevers, and virus prevention, such as ibuprofen tablets, Manhwa Qingwen capsules, cough suppressants, acetaminophen tablets, and azithromycin tablets. He bought boxes of these from each pharmacy and brought them home. He took the medicine. He plugged in the electric blanket. Su Qing felt a bit shy about giving Zhao Xiaoning an injection. Otherwise, he would have gone to her house to give her a shot. But now wasn't the time for that. He quickly called Huang Rentai, the owner of Beijiang Trading City, and asked, "Boss Huang, do you have stoves and honeycomb coal?" "Yes. Send me 10,000 stoves and 10,000 boxes of honeycomb coal as soon as possible. Oh, and also 10,000 pots and kettles that can be used on stoves." "That many? No problem." Huang Rentai agreed happily. Su Qing asked, "Do you have military blankets?" Huang Rentai shook his head. "No, I don't. But I have a fellow from my hometown named Lao Wei. He's a bit of a rogue and runs a military supplies shop. He should have what you need." "Military supplies shop?" Su Qing immediately perked up. "Military blankets, heavy coats, military boots. If all these are supplied, Chongning army wouldn't have to suffer from the cold. But that would cost a lot of money." Su Qing didn't think much more and carried 2 bags of coins to the antique shop. Right now, some elders in the shop were carefully examining a copper coin. The coin was placed in a protective case with transparent sides, so they wouldn't touch it directly and cause oxidation or rust. This is a Song Dynasty Lizhou coin with an iron mother. "Old Fong, where did you get this?" Iron mother coins are rare, and they are treasures among Southern Song currency. The elders were all impressive. One was Vice Director Lin from the Beijiang City Museum. Another was Han Lao, a collector from Liaodong Province, and the third was Du Wei, owner of Hongxin Auction House. Haha. Old Fong Dakian smiled and said, "Look at you guys, so inexperienced. It's just a Song Dynasty Lizho coin with an Iron Mother. Why are you all so excited?" The Iron Mother from the Song Dynasty's Lizho is truly rare, especially in such good condition. Really, I haven't seen one before. Me neither, this is my first time seeing it. All three of them kept praising, knowing this was definitely a valuable item. Snap! Fong Dakian slapped a copper coin protection box onto the table. Look at this. Is this Jiating Fengbao Ba Quan Wu? Oh my goodness. Vice Director Lin, Old Han, and Du Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Du Wei took a deep breath, excited. Before, the Port City auction sold a Jiating Fengbao Ba Quan Wu, but it was in worse condition and only sold for 880,000 yuan. This one, at least 1 million. Old Han asked, "Old Fong, are you willing to sell? I can go up to 1.2 million. I'll offer 1.5 million. None of you should compete with me. I'll pay 2 million. The price was definitely higher than it's worth. But just look at the patina on this Jiating Fengbao Ba Quan Wu. It has no earthy smell, looks like it's been handled often, and even has no rust or corrosion. It's truly rare and perfect." Fong Dakian stroked his beard and smiled. "I tell you, this Jiating Fengbao Ba Quan Wu is extremely rare." Thud! Thud! Su Qing came in, threw 2 big bags onto the ground, and shouted, "Old Fong, I have 2 bags of copper coins here. Do you want to buy them?" 2 bags. That must be about 100 Jin. Vice Director Lin's mind moved, and he asked, "What kind of copper coins are these?" "Let me see." Su Qing opened the bags, which contained smaller bags, each labeled with a name. "This bag is Jiating Yuanbao. This one is Jianyuan Yuanbao, and this one is Qiandao Tongbao." He spoke as he threw each small bag onto the counter. How is this possible? Seeing Su Qing dressed plainly, everyone was even more doubtful. Du Wei snorted, "Qiandao Tongbao is extremely rare. The last time it appeared was at the 2010 Jiada Autumn auction of ancient coins, selling for 500,000 yuan. Do you have a bag of it?" Su Qing said, "Just look and you'll know. Then I'll expose you." Suddenly, Du Wei, who had seen a lot, was stunned when he opened one of the bags, as if turned to stone. Seriously. Old Han moved closer to take a look, and he froze in place, stammering, "Are these all Qiandao Tongbao?" Du Wei took a few deep breaths, quickly put on gloves, picked up a coin and sniffed it under his nose, then looked at it again. No earthy smell, not waterway travel. This is definitely a rare collectible. Suddenly, everyone was surprised. Vice Director Lin and Fong Dakian also moved closer, touching and examining the items, their eyes almost unable to focus. "Isn't this a distraction?" Su Qing tapped the table twice and asked, "Old Fong, I came to sell these coins. Are you interested?" Fong Dakian quickly replied, yes, I'll buy them. But can you handle so many alone? I want to sell some too." Yes, I want to sell some as well. This must also count as my share. Such an opportunity is rare." Vice Director Lin, Old Han, Du Wei, and even Fong Siyuan all gathered around, worried about missing out. Su Qing smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll sell to whoever offers the best price. Just discuss and agree on a price, and I'll sell everything." Vice Director Lin said, "I have a catalog of coins here. Take a look. I promise you won't lose out." Su Qing didn't care much. "If you want to make a quick deal, go ahead and try to cheat me." It was truly rare. At first, everyone wanted to make a small profit, but after hearing Su Qing, they didn't dare to be greedy anymore. Jianyan Tong Bao at 40% discount, 4,000 yuan. Jianyan Heavy Treasure in Seal Script at 30% discount, 10,000 yuan. Bao Qing Yuan Bao with Han Moon Iron Mother, 50 million yuan. Shaoxing Tong Bao in regular script at 10 rotations, 60,000 yuan. Each item, with the number of coins listed. Vice Director Lin, Old Han, Du Wei, Fong Dakian, and Fong Siyuan all joined in, busy counting and calculating together. The total was exactly 52.2 million yuan. So much money. Even Su Qing gasped in shock, completely stunned. But he kept his face calm and asked, "Who will pay? As for how you split it, that's your own business. I'll pay." Du Wei, the auction house owner, immediately transferred the money to Su Qing and smiled. "Little brother, I don't even know your name yet. Su Qing said, "My name is Su Qing. Xiao Su, look. Are you willing to sell this bag? I'll offer 100,000 yuan. The bag? That old guy." Vice Director Lin, Old Han, and Fong Daqian finally came back to their senses, staring at the bag again and again. This is a simple woven bag, but it has a picture embroidered on it. Two vendors carrying baskets, wearing headscarves that reveal their hair buns. They are dressed in short shirts that reach just above the knees and wear simple straw shoes. With just a few strokes, the scene looks very lively and realistic. Huh. Suddenly, Deputy Director Lin exclaimed, "This is a typical Southern Song painting. I saw this style in the Along the River during the Qingming Festival painting. Yes, this is definitely from the Southern Song period." Wow. Old Han and Fong Daqian also exclaimed in surprise. What about the copper coins? Compared to this woven bag, they are not worth mentioning. Humph. Thinking of buying Southern Song textiles for 100,000 yuan? Old Han directly held up and said loudly, "I'll pay 2 million. Deputy Director Lin said, "I'll pay 5 million. I'll pay 8 million. I'll pay 10 million. Dewey was really anxious. He thought he could get a good deal, but they exposed him. It was just an old, worn-out woven bag. Su Qing didn't expect it to be so valuable. Why bother with copper coins? They weigh hundreds of jin, which would tire him out. He quickly said, "Stop fighting. Isn't there also these small bags? Each one has tiny patterns like bamboo, plum blossoms, orchids, chrysanthemums, and so on. Maybe they're worth something too. 1 million each." Deal sold. Dozens of small bags and one large bag. They sold for over 40 million yuan, almost as valuable as those copper coins. Old Han, Du Wei, and Deputy Director Lin all handed their business cards to Su Qing. They said, "Any good items, call us anytime. Prices are fair, no tricks." Fong Daqian and Fong Siyuan didn't think much. These many items were far beyond what they could handle. A total of 92 million yuan. This was a big deal worth over 1 billion. Su Qing left the antique shop feeling very happy, but he also felt the weight on his shoulders had grown heavier. There was a moment of silence on the phone. Old Wei said, "I don't have that much right now. I'll send you 3,000 pieces first. You can check the goods, and more will arrive gradually." "Okay, looks aren't important. It must be sturdy, durable, and warm. I want the delivery as soon as possible." "Definitely. Let's meet and discuss when we see the goods. Is this person reliable?" Now, Su Qing no longer cared about that. He had just visited a few more pharmacies and finally returned home. He took medicine, plugged in a heated blanket, and covered himself with a quilt. Zhao Xiaoning finally started sweating and looked much better. Her spirits restored quite a bit, appearing as usual. Su Qing frowned and said, "We need to have a way to contact each other, or I won't know what's happening on your side." "How? You can't come over. Like this." Su Qing handed Zhao Xiaoning a Huawei Mate 60 Pro phone, explaining how to use it, make calls, and listen to music. They could talk across thousands of miles. That's what the legendary Ear of Wind does. Zhao Xiaoning walked to the opposite side of the wall. Su Qing immediately tried to call, but unfortunately, a female customer service voice came from the phone. "The number you dialed is turned off or out of service. Please try again later." Oh no. It seemed Su Qing and Zhao Xiaoning existed in two different spaces, and even a satellite phone wouldn't work. But since water pipes could pass through, what about a speaking tube? That's simple. 2 horns on each end, a steel pipe in the middle, with a bell tied inside. In theory, it should work. However, when Su Qing inserted one end of the speaking tube into the wall on the opposite side, the steel pipe seemed to twist and deform, making it impossible to speak. But the bell still worked. When he pulled on one side, the bell rang loudly on the other, so at least they had some contact. Why was this happening? Only heaven knows. While the medicines, military supplies, stove, and coal hadn't yet arrived, Su Qing pushed all the pipes. A 50mm aluminum plastic composite pipe, PVC pipes, T-joints, water taps, elbows, toolbox, sand, cement, and more, into the wall using a flat cart. As for how to install, bury the pipes deeply, or mix the cement, Su Qing had downloaded videos onto his tablet and explained to Zhao Xiaoning how to do it. Was there no water? With this pipe, they wouldn't even need the 2 wells at Lingxiao Peak. They could connect the pipe directly to the inland river of Lingxiao City. When the circuit breaker was switched on here, water started flowing out there. Soon, the people of Chongming Army and Lingxiao City, even the chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats, would have water to drink. This is truly a great achievement that benefits humanity and the country. I believe that history will record this as well. Some will say it was like building the Grand Canal, others will mention the Dujianjian irrigation system, and some will talk about releasing water. Whether others believe it or not, Zhao Xiaoning believes it, because she had no choice. Zhao Xiaoning returned to Lingxiao City and gathered Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, Song Yinying, and other soldiers for an urgent meeting. What kind of meeting? Could it be that the Mongol army is about to attack the city? Everyone became nervous and looked at Zhao Xiaoning. She took a deep breath and said seriously, I have a few things to tell you. First, look at this video. Video? What is a video? As everyone stared in shock, Zhao Xiaoning took out a tablet, placed it on the table, turned it on, and the screen lit up. She tapped it gently, and a video started playing, showing how to lay pipes, mix cement, and other scenes. Wow! Everyone gasped in surprise. Pang Chong stammered, Princess, how did that person get inside that thing? And why is his clothing so strange? What are these machines? This is called a tablet. The images show life over there, in the land of the gods. What? Indeed, life among the immortals was so amazing. The videos showed detailed steps, how to take medicine, how to use stoves, coal, pots, and kettles. Everything was very clear. Everyone watched in amazement. Zhao Xiaoning asked, Do you understand everything now? Yes, we understand. Zhang Tingji immediately summoned a large number of bricklayers to lay pipes. The main pipe must connect directly to the river, and it must be finished within 3 days. Ensure each bricklayer has 3 meals a day and 5 copper coins daily, and that the pipes are completed step by step. Yes, ma'am. Zhang Tingji responded loudly. As for medicines like ibuprofen tablets, Lianhua Qingwen capsules, cough suppressants, acetaminophen tablets, and azithromycin, all were handed over to Dr. Song. He and the pharmacy staff carried the boxes of medicine back personally, without help from anyone. Right now, many people had fevers and colds, so they quickly set out with their medicine boxes. However, they didn't really know which medicine to take. For a fever, take acetaminophen tablets. For a cough, take cough syrup. These are medicines used by immortals. Just a small piece can cure illnesses. Dr. Song was a bit skeptical, but still watched as the patient took the medicine. One family after another. One person after another. There was no pause. They kept busy until 4 p.m. finally. One by one, military blankets, quilts, cotton hats, military coats, and camouflage boots were delivered. Each item was in batches of 3,000. Pang Chong put on a military coat, stepped into camouflage boots, wore a cotton hat, and grinned, saying, Warm, very warm. Zhao Xiaoning loudly said, Pang Chong, this task is yours. Distribute these supplies and inform Chongming Army. Everyone will go through some hardship, but they will arrive one after another. Yes, Pang Chong agreed and immediately pushed the supplies out. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the bell rang. Zhao Xiaoning came over and asked, Su Qing, have you received all the supplies? Do you have any other matters? Su Qing asked, How many female generals and female soldiers do you have? Huh, what's wrong? Xue Paifeng, Song Yanwei, and 200 personal guards. I have a batch of underwear, wool sweaters, fleece pants, down jackets, and deerskin boots. You all go back and wear them. I will keep sending more gradually. Wool sweaters? Down jackets? These clothes are so good, light, warm, and almost weightless. The deerskin boots are soft and very comfortable. But when touching the underwear, Zhao Xiaoning was surprised and asked, What is this for? How to explain this? Su Qing simply downloaded a video onto the tablet and let Zhao Xiaoning watch it herself. A flirt. Zhao Xiaoning's face turned slightly red. She glared fiercely at Su Qing, as if sparks were flying from her eyes. Su Qing was startled and quickly said, All the women here were like this. If you don't want it, forget it. Humph. Zhao Xiaoning pushed the clothes and deerskin boots and returned to Lingxiao City. Which woman doesn't love beauty? She says she doesn't want it, but her body is honest. Su Qing grinned and dialed Huang Rentai's phone, asking, Boss Huang, when will the stoves, coal briquettes, pots, and kettles I ordered be delivered? Huang Rentai smiled and said soon. I've already asked my son Huang Wei to deliver the goods. Please take good care of him. Circles are important. Some live in tall buildings, some in deep valleys. Some shine brightly, some are rusty. The kind of person you want to be depends on the circle you join. A large amount of rice, flour, and tons of vegetables. Who could handle all that? This is definitely a big client. Since they are all young people, Huang Rintai had his son, Huang Wei, personally deliver the goods, partly to help him build connections. Huang Wei nodded repeatedly. Dad, don't worry, I can definitely get along well with Boss Su. All right, let's go. Yes. Huang Wei drove a Mercedes and led the way, followed by several trucks. In the front passenger seat was a beautiful, fair-skinned girl. She wore a very tight-fitting dress that hugged her curves, with a low-cut neckline revealing most of her full chest. She had on patterned stockings and high heels, looking very feminine. She was Lu Yuan, Su Qing's ex-girlfriend. The reason they broke up. On one hand, Su Qing's parents died in a car accident, and the family assets were taken by his grandmother and eldest uncle. Su Qing was left with only a small shop, making him poor and without prospects. On the other hand, Lu Yuan had connected with Huang Wei, who was the son of a major boss in Beijiang Trade City, with assets worth at least tens of millions. Now, Beijiang Trade City had a new big client, purchasing large quantities of rice, flour, vegetables, cooking oil, and other supplies daily, each transaction worth millions, making a huge profit. Huang Wei glanced at Lu Yuan and asked, Yuan, have you heard my dad talk about Boss Su? He's young, handsome, and wealthy. If you can make him fall for you, you'll be flying high. Stop talking. He's your girlfriend. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes, but felt a bit restless inside. Come on, if you're not planning to flirt with Boss Su, why are you dressed like that? Lu Yuan was tall and beautiful, with a fair complexion, long legs, and a figure with full, rounded hips and chest. Truly a top beauty. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a woman? Since it was their first meeting, Huang Wei had already planned this as a gift for Boss Su. Lu Yuan didn't say anything further, but she took out a mirror to check herself and reapplied makeup, determined to win Boss Su's favor. How shameless. Having money makes you the boss. She had no bottom line. Playing with women like this was fine, but taking it seriously would be a mistake. Huang Wei sneered inwardly and drove to Xinguang's small shop on Xingfu Road. Now, the sign for the car wash was taken down, the door was closed, and the rolling shutter of Xinguang's small shop was pulled down. Huang Rintai had long advised that every time he came, he should just call first, open the rolling door, and deliver the carts inside. Huang Wei immediately made a call. Click. The rolling door was pulled down. Delivery. Each truck carried 3 people, 2 unloading from the truck, and 1 pulling the cart into the small shop. Everything was orderly. There were 10,000 items of stoves, honeycomb coal, pots, and kettles. The carts lined up neatly inside the small shop, creating a very impressive sight. Huang Wei and Lu Yuan exchanged a glance and entered the shop together. It was more like a huge warehouse than a small shop, completely empty. Su Qing was bending over, adjusting the sign and plaque of Qingning Supermarket, with 2 solar panels beside him. He planned to give them to Zhao Xiaoning later, and today's event would mark the official opening of Qingning Supermarket. Boss Su. Huang Wei approached and smiled. I'm from Beijiang Trading City. My dad is Huang Rintai. He asked me to deliver the goods. Su Qing was busy and didn't look up. Okay, sit for a while. We can chat later. Huang Wei gave Lu Yuan a signal. Lu Yuan cleared her throat and walked over to Su Qing, swaying slightly, sweetly saying, Boss Su, I'm a bit thirsty. Would you like to invite us for a glass of water? There's mineral water in the corner. Help yourself. Lu Yuan. Su Qing? Su Qing stood up suddenly, surprised. Lu Yuan screamed, You. How are you here? Are you stalking me all along? Stalking you? Don't be so self-important. You. Lu Yuan seemed to have caught Su Qing's weakness, shouting, Wei Gu, don't fall for it. He's not Boss Su. He's my ex-boyfriend, just a poor guy. What? Ex-boyfriend? Huang Wei was stunned and asked, What's his name? Lu Yuan hatedly said, Su Qing. That's Boss Su, isn't it? He's Su Qing. Huh. Su Qing, the man with assets worth over $1 billion, was Boss Su? Su Qing, the one Lu Yuan wanted to throw herself at? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Yuan screamed, Su Qing, you're just a stray dog. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Su Qing frowned. Huang Wei, your people are really noisy. Smack. Huang Wei reacted very quickly and gave a harsh slap directly across Lu Yuanyuan's face. It was very forceful, very loud. Lu Yuanyuan covered her swollen face, stunned by the hit. Huang Wei scolded angrily. You shameless person, who told you to shout and scream? Did you also falsely accuse Boss Su? Get out. Huang Wei was so scared he didn't know what to do. Huang Rintai kept staring at him, trying to remind him to maintain good relations with Su Qing. But now, he had brought Su Qing's ex-girlfriend here. Wasn't that just making trouble for her? Huang Wei pointed at Lu Yuanyuan, his eyes full of anger. Lu Yuanyuan also felt a bit scared. If she just left, it wouldn't be a big deal. But once she stepped outside the Shenhuang small shop, she immediately hid and secretly used her phone to record everything. Several carts were pushing in stoves, coal, and other supplies into the shop. Soon, Huang Wei nodded and bowed, then left in a car. Su Qing looked around, then pulled down the rolling door. She was full of regret and anger. She had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a rich lady, but now she realized she had missed her chance because of her mistakes. No, she couldn't just let this go. Lu Yuanyuan quickly ran home and told Lu Zhankue and He Guizhi, crying, sniff. Su Qing has assets worth over 100 million, and we were all tricked by him. What? How is that possible? Really, I've already checked everything. Regarding what happened at Changlong Grand Hotel earlier, it was because Su Qing had prepaid 1 million at the hotel, which gave him a special VIP card. Now, Beijiang Trading City almost daily delivers supplies to Shenhuang small shop, worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands each time. Lu Yuanyuan showed them a video of the deliveries, complaining, "It's all your fault. If I hadn't torn up that marriage contract, I would already be married to Su Qing. Where does he get so much money? It must be from his parents. It's okay, just wait. As soon as you two get involved, or if you get pregnant with his child, all that money will be ours." He Guizhi, Lu Zhankue, and Lu Yuanyuan exchanged looks and all smirked together. Lu Yuanyuan? In Su Qing's eyes, she was already a thing of the past. Now, Su Qing's mind was entirely on Zhao Xiaoning, Chongning Army, and the people of Lingxiao City. He was determined not to let them be slaughtered by the Mongol army. The rolling door was pulled shut. Su Qing pushed cart after cart of stoves, honeycomb coal, pots, and water boilers into the wall. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanqing, and others had already been waiting here and immediately distributed the stoves and honeycomb coal. As for the pots and water boilers, Zhao Xiaoning had stored them in the supermarket. Giving out supplies this way might make people lazy. You work for me. I pay you. You buy things from my supermarket with money, and I supply more goods. This is a true positive cycle. However, these 10,000 sets of stoves and honeycomb coal proved very useful. In the cold weather, many people went to the porridge factory to get porridge. At night, wrapped in blankets and warmed by the stove, they finally felt a bit of winter warmth. All thanks to the gods. The people of Lingxiao City spontaneously came out of their homes and rushed toward Qingming Supermarket. What's going on? Although it was a dark night, the sign of Qingming Supermarket was visible from afar. It had a white rectangular background with green and blue borders on the top and bottom. In the middle were 4 large, bold characters, Qingming Supermarket, written in a strong, round style, with a majestic and solemn aura. It was a bright, shiny, and eye-catching sign. How can it glow? It's so bright. Wow, it's much brighter than an oil lamp. More and more people gathered. Soon, the open space in front of Qingming Supermarket was filled with thousands of people, and others kept arriving. They were just doing one thing, stretching their necks to look at the sign, as if they were looking at a divine being, with expressions of awe and wonder. Lu Haida and Ho Lu were also mixed among the crowd, both stunned. Could there really be a divine being? From rice and flour to pork. Tonight, they also received stoves, honeycomb coal, and blankets. It all felt like a dream. A team of Ning army soldiers stood around solemnly, eyes straight ahead, as if they wouldn't flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed before them. Zhao Xiaoning slowly walked to a platform. She wore a fitted white down jacket, deer-hide boots, with red lips, white teeth, a face like a peach blossom, and delicate skin like snow. Under the light, she looked like a celestial being, stunningly beautiful. The scene was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes slowly scanned everyone's faces. He spoke in a serious voice. People of Chongning Army and Lingxiao City, you may all know that in 1235, Kublai Khan ordered the attack on the Song dynasty. Tens of thousands of Mongol troops advanced from the east along the Huai River and from the west through Bashu, launching a full-scale attack on the southern Song. This continued until 1287. Under the Mongol invasion, our Song capital Linen was captured. The Battle of Yashan even forced Lu Xiufu to jump into the sea with Emperor Xiaobing to die. Many loyal officials followed him, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians jumped into the sea to sacrifice their lives. Cities like Fancheng, Shushi, Changzhou, Jingjiang, and Xinhua were all slaughtered, leaving no one alive. No chickens, no dogs. Now, only Lingxiao City remains, struggling to hold on. We have been besieged and attacked for 9 years. We ran out of food, ate grass roots and bark, and even the 2 wells on Lingxiao Peak are nearly dry. Just think about it. How desperate we were back then. How many families were killed by the Mongols? How many starved to death? How many were buried alive by Guanyin soil? All of this was caused by the Mongol army. We must avenge our families. Zhao Xiaoning raised his fist high. Vengeance for our families. The soldiers of the Chongning army shouted together. Vengeance for our families. The common people were overwhelmed with emotion, tears in their eyes, and they shouted along with him. Defend Lingxiao City with our lives. Defend Lingxiao City with our lives. Over and over, sentence after sentence. Their voices shook the heavens. Even Lu Haida waved his fist and shouted. Zhao Xiaoning pressed his hands down to quiet everyone, then spoke loudly. I want to say something. We are no longer the same as before. We have divine protection, food, clothes, and a stove. Look, Zhao Xiaoning pointed with his finger. At the entrance of the alley, Song Yining whispered softly. At the wall, Shui Paifeng tugged at a bell. Near the electric switch, Su Qing turned off the power. Suddenly, a powerful jet of water shot out from the roof of Qingning Supermarket, pouring down and forming a curtain of rain that seemed to cover the entire Lingxiao City. 1 drop of rain, 10 drops of rain. Countless raindrops fell on everyone's heads, and everyone cheered. The gods have answered our prayers. The gods have answered our prayers. The gods have answered our prayers. Splash. 1 person knelt on the ground. Then 2, then 3. In an instant, the open space was filled with kneeling figures. Even the soldiers of the Chongning army knelt down, bowing their heads in worship. Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, starting tomorrow, everyone must work together on city defenses. Some will forge iron, some will repair the walls, and others will transport supplies. Everyone will be busy, and wages will be paid daily. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, divine spirits. Everyone cheered in unison, then gradually dispersed. Who dares to come? Even now, facing the Mongol army, these people have no fear. Lu Haida, Ho Lu, and a few others arrived at a courtyard, where bags of coarse rice were piled up, as if they had been seized. They closed the door. Lu Haida said in a deep voice, I called you here to tell you something. We should sell this coarse rice quickly, see if we can buy more from Qingning Supermarket, and sell it elsewhere. How much profit can we make? Ho Lu sneered. Brother Lu, now the southern king of Mongol town, Tuahuan, has led an army of 300,000 and has reached the foot of Lingxiao City. He could attack at any time. I've already contacted Zhang Wenhu from the Song dynasty. It's up to you now. Lu Haida asked, what do you want me to do? Zhang Wenhu said, if you hand over the secret passage to Lingxiao City, you'll get a reward of 100 taels, a noble title, and even a deputy captain position. What does that mean? Lu Haida's face suddenly darkened, and he angrily said, Ho Lu, are you trying to make me a traitor? Ho Lu chuckled, it's not like that. The Song dynasty is finished. Just Lingxiao City alone. How long can they hold out? I've already contacted Zhu Suanxi, the military governor of Jinghu. When the time comes, no one in Lingxiao City will survive, neither man nor beast. Who? Zhu Suanxi. He was the former commander of the Song army responsible for building Lingxiao City, but he had already defected to the Mongols. Lu Haida's heart skipped a beat. He cursed, I've killed people, eaten human flesh, drunk human blood, committed all kinds of evil deeds, but I hate traitors the most. What do you want to do? Ho Lu backed away in fear. What do I want? You've brought this on yourself. Lu Haida drew his long sword, his eyes fierce. Clang. The others around him also drew their swords and asked, Brother Lu, should we kill him? Yes. The man agreed and stabbed Lu Haida fiercely. He then kicked him to the ground, blood splattering instantly. Ho Lu sneered. Lu Haizi, didn't think you'd end up like this, huh? Now I will give you two options. Either hand over the secret passage or we will send you on your way right now. The others gathered around, and the blades shimmered coldly in the oil lamp's light. Hee. Lu Haiten grinned fiercely and suddenly lunged at the group like a wild beast. Divine spirits? Zhao Xiaoning pointed and called down a gentle rain, as if aided by divine power. Actually, it was because Pang Chong was hiding on the roof, holding a water pipe, so no one saw him. This move was actually thought up by Su Qing, much more than just good. It was really good. Especially good. Very good. The mansion now had 2 fires burning in the stoves. The coal inside was glowing red, with a kettle on top, and no one felt cold at all. Zhao Xiaoning entered and took off her down jacket, revealing a tight sweater underneath that outlined her curves. Her slim waist, flat belly, and full chest were clearly visible, making the maid nearby glance sideways. Shui Paifeng and Song Yining also couldn't help but ask, Princess, your figure is perfect. What are you wearing? You all have it. A few women entered the inner room. Zhao Xiaoning took out a and showed it to the 2, placing it on her chest. It was easier and more flattering than a strapless, highlighting her figure even more. Wow. Shui Paifeng and Song Yining couldn't hold back and quickly put on similar bras. They felt comfortable, close-fitting, and breathable. This is really good stuff. Shui Paifeng exclaimed. But if we wear like this, won't other men be tempted? Song Yining asked nervously, a bit worried. What's there to worry about? If anyone dares to look at me, I'll just cut them with a knife, Shui Paifeng said with a smile, not caring at all. Zhao Xiaoning tapped her tablet and played a video. Look, in the video, a beautiful woman explained how to wear and walk gracefully, with confidence radiating from her. On the street, many women in low-cut short skirts with long legs, wearing high heels, looked very eye-catching. Is this really okay? Song Yining's face turned red to her ears. The scene changed. Now it was on a beach, where many women in bikinis sunbathed, surfed in the sea, or played beach volleyball, fully enjoying life. Not only Song Yining and Shui Paifeng, but even Zhao Xiaoning felt shy and embarrassed. Shameless. Disgusting. Absolutely shameless. Zhao Xiaoning quickly turned off the tablet, her face blushing and her heart pounding. Shui Paifeng asked, Princess, you've been to the world of the gods. Tell us what it's like. How should I describe it? Zhao Xiaoning had been there, but she only stayed in a small, thriving shop. It seemed like an invisible wall blocked her from going anywhere else. She simply couldn't leave. I don't think talking about it helps. Later, I'll have Su Qing download some videos for you to watch. Shui Paifeng asked, Who is Su Qing? Is he a god? Him? Normally, a man wouldn't think about things like bras or underwear. He's just a flirt. Zhao Xiaoning snorted, and when she thought about Su Qing lifting her onto the bed, a cold look appeared in her eyes. Report. Suddenly, a female soldier ran over and knelt on one knee. Report, Princess. A civilian has come with urgent news. Zhao Xiaoning's face grew serious. Let's go see. After tidying up, they came out of the inner room and saw a man covered in blood kneeling at the door. The ground was stained red. Pang Chong stood beside him, holding a knife to his neck. Several guards also drew their swords, glaring fiercely. Zhao Xiaoning asked, What happened? This civilian is Lu Haiten, reporting to the princess. Speak. Earlier, I was a worker under the rebel Zhu Shisuan, overseeing the construction of Lingxiao City. I just received urgent news. Prince Jinan, Duhuan, is leading 300,000 Mongolian troops to Lingxiao City. They haven't attacked yet. They're waiting for Zhu Shisuan. Why are they waiting for Zhu Shisuan? Zhao Xiaoning's heart sank sharply, as if she already sensed something. Lu Haiten knelt and gritted his teeth. Because, when Zhu Shisuan was building Lingxiao City, he left a secret passage from the foot of the mountain straight to Lingxiao Palace. Boom. This news hit like a thunderclap, shocking Zhao Xiaoning, Shui Paifeng, Pang Chong, and everyone else. Song Yinwei's face turned pale as paper. He muttered, How could this be? How could this be? spreading rumors to deceive the people. Pang Chong pressed his sword down and shouted angrily, "I'll cut you apart right now." Lu Haitan, knowing he was doomed, stood straight without even frowning. "Stop." Zhao Xiaoning remained calm because she had already heard from Su Qing that at most, in a month, the Mongolian army would break through Lingxiao City. The Chongning army and the citizens of Lingxiao City would all sacrifice themselves for their country. It turned out the problem was with Zhu Zixin. Probably no one knew Lingxiao City better than him. Zhao Xiaoning looked at Lu Haida and asked, "Why are you covered in blood?" "Well, it's like this." Lu Haida didn't hide anything. He told everything about Ho Lu, Tu Huan, and Zhu Zixin honestly. He's not a good person, but he wouldn't do something so treacherous and shameful for personal gain. Even though he was stabbed, he was fierce and still managed to kill Ho Lu and his men. Lu Haida said, "Your Highness, I know the secret tunnel." Zhao Xiaoning shouted, "Come, bandage his wounds. In half an hour, we will go through the secret tunnel." "I'm fine." Lu Haida was indeed brave. He struggled to stand up and limped out. Pang Chong and Zhang Tingji looked at Zhao Xiaoning. "Princess." Zhao Xiaoning waved her hand. The group, along with Lu Haida, mounted their horses and quickly arrived at Lingxiao Palace on the top of Lingxiao Peak, not far from the two water wells. Lingxiao Palace was a Taoist temple, but it was old and neglected. Praying for rain, warding off disasters, and protecting the house had all become useless. The statue of Zhenwu Emperor inside was broken and dilapidated, looking quite deserted. In the corner of the courtyard, there was also a water well, but it had long dried up, and a sealed stone covered the opening. Lu Haida stood by the well and said in a deep voice, "This is the place." "Are you saying the bottom of the well leads to Lingxiao City?" "Yes." Lu Haida used both hands to move the sealed stone away. He took out a rope from his waist, tying one end to a big tree and lowering the other into the well. Who knew if it was dangerous? Pang Chong pushed Lu Haida aside and grabbed the rope himself. In a few moments, he reached the bottom of the well. There, he found a deep, dark secret passage that felt cold and eerie. He lit a fire, walked a little further, and went down deeper. Finally, he returned and said seriously, "Princess, there really is a secret tunnel here. Should we seal it immediately?" "No rush. You guys stay here and guard. I'll go back and think of a plan." "Yes." Zhao Xiaoning didn't hesitate. She immediately went back to find Su Qing. The situation in Lingxiao City was even more serious than expected. However, Su Qing had already used the water release trick to make the people of Lingxiao City believe in the existence of gods. Zhao Xiaoning pointed, and rain fell from the sky, like something out of a myth. In the eyes of the soldiers from Chongning Army and the common people of Lingxiao City, Zhao Xiaoning was even more respected. Otherwise, Lu Haitan wouldn't have been seriously injured and come to report the situation. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Su Qing lay on the bed, talking with Old Wei about the second batch of soldiers' clothing, coats, and woolen boots. Cash transactions. No bargaining. No fussing. The only problem was that the delivery was a bit tight, but for the merchants, that was not a big deal. Old Wei promised on the spot that they were working hard to get the supplies and hoped everything would arrive within 2 days. As for Huang Rentai, the owner of Beijiang Trading City, there was no need to say. More stoves and honeycomb coal would be arriving soon. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in. Zhao Xiaoning entered, startling Su Qing so much he shivered. Su Qing smiled wryly and said, "My young lady, could you ring the bell before coming in? It would give me a little warning. You never know, you might scare someone to death." "Something has happened," Zhao Xiaoning said seriously, ignoring other matters. "What's wrong?" Su Qing turned over and sat up. He still had confidence in Lingxiao City. The city is surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides, with only one winding mountain road for entry and exit. The narrow parts are just over a foot wide. What use are iron cavalry? What use are armies? None at all. It's impossible to attack easily. Otherwise, the Mongol armies wouldn't have fought for 9 years without breaking through. But now, there's a secret passage directly leading to the palace of Lingxiao City, leaving no room for resistance or struggle. Zhao Xiaoning also felt a bit nervous, but she was a high-standing figure, the spiritual support for the Chongning army and the people. If she lost her composure, Lingxiao City might fall into chaos. So, she had to stay calm. Su Qing frowned and asked, How did the Mongol armies usually attack you? They typically use stone cannons, but our city gates are made of natural giant stones. Small stone cannons are useless. Even if the walls are damaged, it's not easy for the Mongol army to attack. So, this secret passage is like a deadly weakness for Lingxiao City. Help me think of a way to completely destroy the secret passage. Destroy it? That shouldn't be a problem. But once the secret passage is destroyed, Lingxiao City will truly become a dead city with no chance for further growth. Zhao Xiaoning asked, "So what do you suggest we do?" Su Qing shifted his feet back and forth and said in a serious tone, "Our top priority is to strengthen the city walls and upgrade our equipment. As for the secret passage, I'll find a way to deal with the enemy soldiers, whether they come in large numbers or suffer losses. City walls. By the way, can you help me get some glutinous rice and lime? Our supplies are very low. We don't even have weeds left. Using only mud to build the walls won't stand up to the cannon fire. That definitely won't work." Su Qing looked around his house and smiled. "Look at my walls. Want to try chopping them with a sword?" Clang. He swung his sword at the cement wall. The wall only left a faint mark, with no real damage. How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoning swung her sword several more times, creating cracks in the wall, but it still didn't break. She was so surprised her mouth nearly dropped open. Su Qing smiled and said, "This kind of wall is made of reinforced concrete, very strong. I will buy a large amount of cement, bricks, steel pipes, and rebar. I'll show you how to do it through a video." "That's great. All right, tomorrow, record videos of Lingxiao City and Chongning Army for me. I want to understand both sides well." "Okay." Zhao Xiaoning then threw 2 big bags of copper coins onto the ground. "Recently, I spent a lot on buying quilts, clothes, and boots. Do you think this is enough?" "Copper coins?" By now, Su Qing had completely lost interest. These things weren't necessary. Aren't there those knitted embroidery items? Pouches, sachets, paintings, calligraphy. Those are more valuable than copper coins. Are these things also valuable? For Zhao Xiaoning, that was an easy question. Young ladies from wealthy families often embroider mandarin ducks playing in water or dragons and phoenixes for good luck. With a little guidance, they could master the craft. But these wealthy families have their own guards and don't lack money or grain, so they don't care much. Su Qing smiled and said, "If you're not short of money, then exchange for shampoo, body wash, and soap. 1 pouch or sachet can exchange for a bar of soap. A painting or calligraphy, depending on size, can exchange for a bottle of shampoo or body wash." "What are shampoo, body wash, and soap?" Zhao Xiaoning was also confused, not knowing what they were. Actually, these items are available in the Lime supermarket, but no one knows what they are for or how to use them. Su Qing asked her to wait for a moment, then went to the supermarket himself and bought shampoo, body wash, and soap. Unfortunately, the cosmetic store was closed. If he had bought some lipstick, eyebrow pencils, eyeshadow, powder puffs, and other items, he would have easily overwhelmed those young ladies. Su Qing said, "Just now, you should untie your hair and wash it here." "What? There's nothing to worry about. You are now the symbol of Lingxiao City, the spiritual leader, the representative of the gods. You need to let those young ladies know how good shampoo is." "All right then." Zhao Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, but finally let her hair down. The water in Lingxiao City was so precious that she couldn't remember the last time she washed her hair. It was already tangled. The water flowed loudly, and surprisingly, it was hot water. Zhao Xiaoning bent over the sink, leaning forward. Su Qing held the shower head and rinsed her hair, the hot water feeling incredibly comfortable. He poured shampoo, washed her hair, and used conditioner. After some busy work, she finished washing. Her hair was smooth, shiny, and fragrant. This was the first time Zhao Xiaoning experienced such treatment, and she was delighted. This shampoo is so good. The young ladies will definitely like it." "That's nothing." Su Qing filled the bathtub with hot water again, handed her body wash, soap, a scrubbing cloth, and pajamas, and told her to enjoy a relaxing bath. Zhao Xiaoning raised her eyebrows coldly and said, "You want me to bathe here? What's wrong with that? You're now the brand ambassador. No one cares to watch anyway." Su Qing turned and left the bathroom. Now, only Zhao Xiaoning was left in the bathroom. She looked at the bathtub, then at the door. After struggling for a while, she finally took off her clothes but kept her long sword by the bathtub. If Su Qing dared to come in, she would stab him with her sword. Zhao Xiaoning was taking a bath. Su Qing was not idle either. He immediately contacted Lao Wei to ask if he knew anyone from the steel factory. He now needed several hundred tons of steel and rebar, over 100 tons of cement, and at least 20 trucks of bricks. It was just a small shop, so why did he need so much building material? But Lao Wei was in business and didn't bother to ask too many questions. He promised to help find a way and try to deliver everything as soon as possible. Everything was set. Su Qing smiled and said, "Old Wei, I have a big deal coming up. How about we meet and talk?" Old Wei was surprised and asked, "Meet? Whatever you need, I can just deliver the goods." "No, this must be discussed face to face." "All right then, let's meet tomorrow at 7 a.m. at the entrance of Lao Wu Dumpling Shop." "Okay, what about the secret passage? How should we defend Lingxiao City?" "Old Wei owns a military supplies store, but I don't know if I can get guns, grenades, or rocket launchers. 3,000 Chongning soldiers. If everyone had an AK or a pistol or rifles, no matter how many Mongolian troops there are, they would all be shot down easily. The bolder the people, the richer the land. When hot weapons face cold weapons, it's like playing with toys. It's almost certain to dominate the world." Su Qing grinned happily. Zhao Xiaoning finally came out of the bathroom. She was still dressed in a white down jacket, wearing deer-hide boots, covering herself tightly. But her face was flushed, her skin smooth and delicate, emitting a faint fragrance, like an empress descending, beautiful and noble. This. Su Qing was instantly stunned, staring at Zhao Xiaoning in amazement. Zhao Xiaoning angrily said, "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll pluck out your eyeballs and step on them like fish bubbles." She was a woman quick to draw her sword. But Su Qing didn't mind. He smiled and asked, "How about it? Is this shampoo, body wash, and soap good to use?" "Not just good, they were incredibly effective. Very effective. Extremely effective." Her skin was smooth and tender, like that of a newborn baby, soft and flawless, radiating a refreshing feeling that made her seem completely renewed. Could such magical products really exist? But what about Lingxiao City? It was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Zhao Xiaoning's expression darkened, and she sighed softly. "They're good. I'm going back to Lingxiao City. What if you catch a cold again on the way back? I'll help you your hair. The sound might be a little loud, so don't react too strongly." Su Qing sat, Zhao Xiaoning down, and plugged in the hairdryer. Hoo-hoo. While blowing warm air, Su Qing kept gently tousling her hair. Her skin was very white, tender, and smooth, and her hair was as soft as silk. Su Qing tried to stay calm, but Zhao Xiaoning's heart was pounding fast. She was a princess, and both the Chongning army and the people of Lingxiao City respected and kept their distance from her. It can be said that Su Qing was the first man brave enough to touch her body. In the past, she would have mercilessly struck him down with a sword. But today, Su Qing was helping her hair, and she silently accepted it. Her face was even redder, flushed all the way to her ears. Time passed second by second, and finally, he finished. Su Qing secretly let out a breath of relief and smiled. "How do you look now? Wow. Is it done?" Her hair was full and flowing, shiny and black, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. It looked less noble and cold, and more charming and alluring. Zhao Xiaoning looked at herself in the mirror again and again, never getting tired of it. Everyone loves to look beautiful. Zhao Xiaoning was no exception. After living a wealthy life in Linen for a few years, she came to Lingxiao City. Every day, she was busy with city defense, training soldiers, maintaining order, and managing civil affairs. She had no time to worry about her appearance. Su Qing smiled and said, "Wait here for me." "What are you doing now?" "Just wait for me." Su Qing turned and ran out. When he came back, he carried a full-length mirror and handed it to Zhao Xiaoning, smiling. "All right, you can go now." Zhao Xiaoning was both surprised and happy. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." She hugged the dressing mirror and returned to Lingxiao City. It was now late at night. Herfeng and Song Yining had not slept and were sitting in their room, waiting for Zhao Xiaoning. Suddenly, a fresh, fragrant scent drifted in, making the two women brighten their eyes. "Your Highness, is that really you? You look so beautiful now, just like a fairy in a painting." Herfeng and Song Yining had been Zhao Xiaoning's personal guards since they came from Linen, so they were not as formal or respectful as others. Zhao Xiaoning placed the dressing mirror on the ground and smiled. Look. In the mirror, there were actually two women. They were startled and immediately drew their swords, stepping in front of Zhao Xiaoning to block her. Sternly warning, Princess, be careful. An assassin. FeedingHer Feng held two curved knives, took a step forward, and slashed at the mirror. Clang. Zhao Xiaoning swung her sword to block it and said with a smile, It's just you two, not an assassin. What? It's us? Yes, this is a dressing mirror, clearer than our bronze mirrors. Look at your eyebrows, mouth, eyes. See if it's really you. This. FeedingHer Feng and Song Yining moved closer, looking at the mirror again and again. They reached out, and the person in the mirror also reached out. They touched their noses, and the person in the mirror also touches their nose. FeedingHer Feng exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness, how is this even possible? This is a divine thing. No wonder, it's so amazing. This was the first time she looked at herself like this. She couldn't get enough of it. Zhao Xiaoning smiled and said, That's enough for now. You can look later. Now I have a task for you. Take all the female soldiers out and call over the young ladies from Lingxiao City, as well as the clever girls. Tell them that the divine has an order and there is something important for them. The divine has given an order. The divine has given an order. Usually, these young ladies who are waiting to marry are not allowed to show themselves. But now, these words seemed almost magical, making the wealthy families sincerely and respectfully bring their daughters out. Who wouldn't want to be protected by the divine? In just over an hour, at least 100 girls gathered in the hall. They looked at each other quietly, whispering, unsure of what the divine had summoned them for. Thud, thud. Finally, Su Qing pushed over several boxes of bath lotion, shampoo, and soap. Zhao Xiaoning came over and loudly ordered, Open the boxes. FeedingHer Feng and Song Yinwei went up, opened the cardboard boxes, and took out bottles of bath lotion, shampoo, and soap. A fragrant scent immediately filled the air. This is a gift from the divine. Some for washing hair, some for bathing, and some for washing hands and face. A basin of hot water. A basin of hot water was brought up. Zhao Xiaoning personally called a noble young lady to come forward and wash her hair on the spot. It was soft, smooth, fragrant, and comfortable. All the ladies present were stunned. Everyone tried the soap. Washing their hands and face was so fragrant. But that wasn't all. Zhao Xiaoning pointed, and FeedingHer Feng pushed out a mirror, which was truly a knockout. The lady's eyes widened, and my friends and I were all amazed. Zhao Xiaoning smiled and said, Do you like it? The divine has decreed that any purse or sachet can be exchanged for a bar of soap. A painting or calligraphy, depending on its size, can be exchanged for shampoo and bath lotion. The scene immediately became lively. What kind of person was Old Wei? Su Qing got up early and went to Old Five Dumpling Shop. In a short time, they saw a fat man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, looking very secretive and afraid of being recognized. King of the Mountain, Lao Wei whispered to Su Qing. Chicken stew with mushrooms, Su Qing replied. We're on the underground path, and we're brothers. Su Qing felt both amused and a bit helpless. These were secret codes they agreed on during a phone call, like secret agents meeting, finally finding a comrade. Lao Wei signaled, and the two sat down at a table in Lao Wu Dumpling House. Pork and pickled cabbage dumplings, beef and scallion dumplings, 3-flavor dumplings, chive and egg dumplings. Without saying much, Lao Wei ordered 4 plates of dumplings. Su Qing didn't eat many, letting Lao Wei finish them all. Now he felt even more full. Lao Wei lit a cigarette and asked, Tell me, what do you want from me? Since you run a military supplies shop, can you get weapons like AKs or rocket launchers? I need 1,000. Coughs. Lao Wei choked and started coughing, then stood up and left. Brother, what are you planning? Our country bans guns, and you want 1,000? Are you trying to arm a private army? That's a serious crime. Wait. Su Qing quickly grabbed Lao Wei, smiling awkwardly. You know, recently, the situation over at Camel's Place has been intense. The Slippers Army, Dog Boss, Persian Lions, and other countries are attacking Brother Ping. I took a deal to see if I can get some guns over there. Really? That's enough to scare anyone. Lao Wei finally sat down again, shaking his head. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. What about gasoline? Can you get me 200 barrels? Coughs. Another fit of coughing. Lao Wei looked at Su Qing carefully. Don't tell me you plan to send this oil to Camel's Place. They produce oil themselves. Su Qing hurriedly said, "No, I have an urgent personal need. Can you help me get it? I wouldn't suspect you if you weren't so smooth and shiny. Our country doesn't allow individuals or companies to buy and sell gasoline or diesel. That's illegal. Money isn't a problem. Just tell me the amount." Lao Wei looked around and whispered, "I have a friend who owns a gas station. I'll try to find a way. If I can get gasoline, it'll be easier." Su Qing thought about pouring gasoline into the secret passage, and he sent someone to watch there. Once they saw the enemy army enter the passage, he would set it on fire, ensuring they would be caught in the flames no matter how many there were. Is this cruel? War is naturally a cruel thing. If Lingxiao City falls, does that mean the enemy army isn't cruel? Su Qing directly placed a bank card on the table and smiled, saying, "Old Wei, thank you for your hard work. Here's $1 million. Use it to buy some cigarettes. Also, help me get some binoculars, listening devices, walkie-talkies, and similar equipment." Wow, that's real wealth. Old Wei's eyes narrowed into a line, and his tone changed. "Don't worry, your affairs are my affairs. I'll take care of everything. It's just as expected. Who says money can't make the world go round?" According to Su Qing, it's more like money can make even ghosts push the mill. Su Qing chuckled, "No guns or cannons. Do you have hunting rifles or explosives? I also need some armor that can protect against swords, arrows, and other weapons, strong, durable, warm. If it's lightweight, that's even better." Gasp. Luckily, Old Wei didn't choke on his dumplings, or he might have suffocated. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. Su Qing placed bank cards one after another in front of Old Wei. His breathing grew rapid. Old Wei looked at him as if he had just met Su Qing, staring for 2 full minutes before finally grabbing the bank card and whispering, "I won't ask questions or know anything. But you must promise me absolutely no trouble in the country. Otherwise, neither of us will survive. Rest assured, I really plan to get to Camel's side. I trust you, but I trust myself more, like Qin Shi Huang. Forget AKs, rocket launchers, hand grenades, tanks, and cannons. Don't even think about them. But hunting rifles are possible, up to 30, and about 200 kilograms of explosives. As for armor and swords, Old Wei needs to confirm first." In no time, Old Wei's video call came through. It was from a warehouse that sold antique weapons. The walls were hung with armor, swords, spears, halberds, axes, maces, hooks, and other weapons. There were whips, hammers, and various other arms, an overwhelming display that dazzled the eyes. Su Qing asked, "Which armor is the strongest?" "This kind of armor." The boss pointed to a set of armor, made with modern craftsmanship using high manganese steel and high carbon steel. It is flexible and hard, and paired with a warm bulletproof vest, providing double protection. Not to mention swords and knives, even bullets are no threat. This equipment is a bit expensive. One set costs 10,000 yuan. Su Qing asked, "Do you have the sharpest swords and knives? If you're not worried about the price, use special alloy steel. I have tang swords that cut through iron like butter. Just give me 4,000 yuan per sword. Let me see you cut the armor with a sword, okay? The sharpest tang sword. The strongest armor. Are you joking with me?" The boss smiled confidently. He put the armor on a wooden and swung his sword down. Clang. Sparks flew out, and the armor was actually split open. The blade also cracked. "Oh no, he messed up." The boss awkwardly said, "This armor and tang swords are rarely used. I forged them many years ago. Give me a better deal. 8,000 yuan for a set of armor, 2,000 for a sword. How many do you have in stock?" "I'll take them all. All of them. I only have about 800 sets of armor and over 1,000 swords." "All right, forge some better ones for me. I want another 3,000 sets." This is a big deal. The boss was so happy his mouth almost couldn't close. The current stock can be shipped immediately, and the others must be delivered within 7 days. Helmets, foldable crossbows, Zhuge crossbows, 8-ox crossbows, 100,000 arrows. Divine arm bows, 100,000 arrows. There are also spears, shields, and more. Su Qing spent over 40 million yuan, not counting hunting rifles, gasoline, and explosives. Money really isn't easy to come by. Fortunately, he still had 2 bags of copper coins, so he needed to find a way to exchange them for cash. Ding ding. The bell rang. Zhao Xiaoning happily walked over, and threw 2 large bags to Su Qing. Look at these. Are they up to standard? What are these? Just look and you'll see. Su Qing glanced at them and was immediately amazed, unable to close his mouth, then fell into great excitement. What's inside the big bags? There are handkerchiefs, sachets, pouches, and some embroidered items, fans, paintings, calligraphy. So many things. Su Qing looked through the items briefly and immediately cheered up. Good, very good. That reassured him. Every day, Su Qing delivered many supplies. Supporting over 40,000 people alone was not an easy task. Zhao Xiaoning opened her tablet, which contained recorded videos. On the streets, the people of Lingxiao City were busy. Some were forging iron, some repairing the city walls, some sewing clothes. Even some children held wooden swords and spears, patrolling the streets. From top to bottom, all 40,000 residents of Lingxiao City were working in a tense but orderly manner. As for the Chongning army, there was no need to mention. They gathered in the training ground, led by Generals Pang Chong and Zhang Tingji, each with a squad, practicing soldiers and weapons, with occasional shouts of battle. Standing on the top of Lingxiao Peak, the surrounding mountains rose and fell, shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland on earth. This is the current Lingxiao City. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, Zhao Xiaoning and the Chongning army were in despair, and the people of Lingxiao City were waiting to die? However, the villagers' clothes were tattered. Many had no shoes, trembling in the cold wind. The city walls were also incomplete. If the enemy's stone cannons had been brought over, they could have easily bombarded and captured Lingxiao City. Su Qing took a deep breath and asked, "How about the shampoo, body wash, soap? Do the girls like them? Love them? They think embroidery is a waste of time, and even took vases, fans, inkstones, flower baskets from home. I told them to exchange those." Good. Su Qing finally understood. In the future, he would buy more and more things, and the money needed would also increase. Anything could be exchanged. A bottle of shampoo cost only a few coins, a sachet, an inkstone. Those are antiques. Any of these could be worth thousands of boxes of shampoo, very cost-effective. Of course, it wasn't just shampoo, body wash, or soap. Every day, free snacks like potato chips, spicy strips, instant noodles, bread, and more were given to workers. Only when they truly experienced these would they be willing to exchange things. Su Qing said seriously, "Tell the Chongning army and the villagers that I am buying clothes in large quantities. Make sure everyone stays warm, eats well, and sleeps soundly." "Thank you. I will definitely pass on your words. I'm going to buy clothes right now." But just military coats were not enough. Su Qing went to the clothing wholesale market in Beishir City, saying he wanted to buy some cotton clothes, shoes, sweaters, and socks. The shop owners all gathered around excitedly. These were off-season goods, piled up in the warehouse and covered in dust. Nobody wanted them. As long as the price was cheap and delivery was available, regardless of size, style, or model, they all wanted to buy. This was so crazy. Su Qing not only saved a wholesale market, but also helped save the flatbed cart factory. He was just one person and couldn't transport all the goods alone. But if he loaded all these items onto carts and pushed them into the yard, he could just push each cart against the back wall. This would save time and make things easier. Huff, 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 huff. He kept working until around 2 p.m., and finally, all the clothes were moved inside. Attention, the people of Lingxiao City. Attention, the gods have shown mercy and sent us cotton clothes, shoes, and pants. Everyone, come to Qingning Supermarket to pick them up. Qingning Supermarket installed a loudspeaker, and the voice echoed throughout Lingxiao City. Was this a 1,000-mile voice transmission? Now, not only the common people, but also the wealthy families came out, forming long lines and filling the open space in front of Qingning Supermarket. What are these clothes? They feel soft and warm. Yeah, I don't want to take them off once I put them on. The fabric is lighter than silk and very finely made. This cotton pants are also beautiful. Look how thick and sturdy they are. Wah, I finally have shoes to wear. Everyone was very excited, especially women and children. When they wore these cotton clothes, pants, and shoes, they looked bright red like fire, pink like clouds, white like snow. All colors. They felt comfortable and looked good without any bulkiness. As for the poor people, it was even more amazing. Many had never worn cotton clothes in their lives, and shoes were just a distant dream. What about sweaters? And socks? Thank the gods for their blessings. We will do our best to build temples to honor the gods. Everyone knelt on the ground, very devout. Some local gentry and wealthy merchants gathered together to discuss donations and gifts, planning to rebuild Lingxiao Palace and rename it the Divine Temple. Regarding the previous divine emperor, he never protected them. He simply shattered everything and created statues of gods to be worshipped daily. Gods. Is Su Qing a god? Zhao Xiaoning couldn't smile at all. Now, the Tatars have gathered a force of 300,000 soldiers, ready to attack the city at any moment. When that happens, the 3,000 Chongning soldiers and 40,000 civilians will all face slaughter. Let them do whatever they want. They kept busy like this until sunset. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out. Zhao Xiaoning immediately went to the small shop and saw piles of wooden boxes filling the shop and courtyard. What is this? Su Qing patted a wooden box and said with a smile, "This is a gift for your Chongning army. Take a look." Zhao Xiaoning's heart moved. She went to open a box. Inside was a simple-looking piece of clothing, lined with fleece, feeling heavy to the touch. She wasn't sure what it was. Su Qing put the clothes on himself and smiled. "Come on, try stabbing me." "What? Are you crazy?" "Don't worry. Just stab. Think of it as me spying on you bathing that day." "You." Clang. Zhao Xiaoning drew her sword and stabbed towards Su Qing's side. Puff. It looked like she had hit him, but it was as if something was blocking the way, and the sword couldn't. How could this be? Zhao Xiaoning's face changed dramatically. She looked at the clothes again and again. She only pierced through them, yet Su Qing was completely fine. Su Qing smiled and said, "How about that? Pretty impressive, right? How is this possible? This outfit is called a bulletproof vest. Not to mention a sword. Even crossbows and bows can't pierce it. Look inside this box." "Okay." Zhao Xiaoning opened another box and saw a suit of armor lying quietly inside. It was dark green, looking solemn and majestic, radiating authority. Su Qing chuckled. "If your Chongning soldiers wear bulletproof vests, armor, and helmets, it will be very hard for the Mongol army to hurt you. Is there anything more valuable than this? This is a life-saving gift." In that moment, Zhao Xiaoning's eyes turned red. She gently touched the armor, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. "Why are you so good to me?" Princess Chongning, the only daughter of Emperor Zhao Yun of the 5th generation of the Southern Song dynasty. Emperor Song Lirong's title is incredibly honorable, but Zhao Xiaoning was only a few years old when Zhao Yun passed away. Emperor Song Duzong Zhaoqi ascended the throne. He was a foolish emperor with little intelligence, indulging in excess and depravity. The government was controlled by Jia Sadeo and Xie Taigua, and within a few years, they completely destroyed the Southern Song dynasty. Fortunately, loyal officials protected the ruler and escorted Zhao Xiaoning all the way to Lingxiao City. After many years of wandering and hardship, she rarely experienced good days, and no one treated her as well as Su Qing did. Those people were just officials. Only Su Qing regarded her as a friend, and their relationship was equal. How could she not be touched? True support in times of need is more important than superficial compliments. Zhao Xiaoning looked at Su Qing with complicated feelings. Su Qing shrugged and smiled, saying, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this just to be nice. I simply don't want Lingxiao City to fall. If it does, how can I make money?" "That's the best way to think," Zhao Xiaoning snorted coldly. No one knew what she was really thinking. They prepared 3,000 bulletproof vests, 800 sets of armor, helmets, and field boots, more durable, warmer, and slip-resistant than the previous cotton boots. They also gathered over 1,000 swords and knives, along with foldable crossbows, zhuge crossbows, 8-ox crossbows, divine arm bows, and other weapons, all pushed into the walls with Zhao Xiaoning's help. Just after finishing, hundreds of tons of steel, rebar, over 100 tons of cement, and at least 20 trucks of bricks were delivered. Push. Keep pushing. Luckily, Zhao Xiaoning came to help. If Su Qing had been alone, he would have been exhausted. Boxes and bags were stacked in the mansion and courtyard. Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanning, and others gathered around, their eyes full of surprise. Yesterday, Zhao Xiaoning gave each soldier a bar of soap, each general a bottle of body wash, shampoo, and a soap bar. When they returned home that night, their families washed with fragrant, smooth, and delicate soap, making their skin much whiter and softer. And today, this was the real feeling of opening a mystery box. Finally, Zhao Xiaoning returned sweaty and exhausted, and the soldiers hurried over. Princess, open the box. Yes, they had been waiting for this moment. Pang Chong and Zhang Tingji immediately pried open wooden boxes, revealing bulletproof vests, armor, swords, divine arm bows. These were all weapons, making their hearts race with excitement and their breathing grow heavy. These weapons could defend an entire city. Zhao Xiaoning did not explain to them, but grabbed a Tang sword and loudly said, Pang Chong, draw your sword. Clang. Pang Chong held his hand sword and swung it at the air. Zhao Xiaoning stepped forward and struck with his hand sword. A crisp cracking sound. The hand sword was actually cut in half at the waist, but the Tang sword showed no cracks or chips. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. The Song Dynasty hand sword had a short, wide blade with a thick back and a thin edge. And the Tang sword? Its blade was narrow with a large bevel angle, surprisingly sharp and tough. If it faced the enemy army again, cutting cavalry from above and hacking at horse legs, it would be a great weapon against cavalry. What is this? Zhao Xiaoning then put a bulletproof vest on the wooden and asked Zhang Tingji to shoot an arrow. Zhang Tingji, a master archer, stepped back 100 paces and shot an arrow at the chest. Unfortunately, the arrow fell to the ground and did not pierce the wood. The others ran over and saw that the bulletproof vest was only slightly torn, but the wooden was completely undamaged. Cut with a sword? Pierce with a spear? Stab with a gun? All useless. These are truly protective treasures. Your Highness the Princess, this. Zhang Tingji and Pang Chong were trembling with excitement, their hearts full of awe. All these are gifts from the gods. They belong to you now. Thank the gods. Thank you, Your Highness the Princess. Everyone knelt on the ground and shouted together, full of joy. At that moment, Zhang Tingji and the soldiers of Chongning army took these armors and weapons back to the camp. Pang Chong also led people to bring cement, steel pipes, rebar, and bricks to the city wall. How to mix cement, how to tie rebar, how to lay bricks. All the steps were downloaded onto tablets. They watched videos and operated accordingly, though without a mixer, progress was slower. Still, the people of Lingxiao City were fully engaged in the work. Some were masons, others laborers, creating a lively scene. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, and Song Yining also arrived at the camp. 800 soldiers of Chongning army wore bulletproof vests, dark armor, helmets, and field boots, holding Tang swords, standing in neat ranks. Under the sunset, their armor shone with a cold aura, like a group of death gods emerging from, solemn and intimidating. What is this Chongning army? They must be a fierce and ruthless force. Charge! Kill! They rushed forward together, fighting fiercely. Compared to the previous armor, this new armor was more form-fitting, warmer, lighter, and tougher, almost like wearing nothing at all. On the city wall, several 8-ox crossbows have been installed. These crossbows date back to the Song Dynasty and are also called 3-bow bed crossbows. They shoot arrows made of hard wood with iron feathers, with a range of up to 1,500 meters. They are almost unbeatable against cavalry. However, these crossbows have a problem. After firing the first batch of arrows, reloading the second batch is very difficult and takes a lot of time. But now, things are different. These modern-made 8-ox crossbows have a longer range, are more powerful, easier to operate, and can be controlled by just 3 people. They shoot sharp steel arrows, which are extremely terrifying. So, what is left for the Mongolian cavalry to fear? Report. Bang bang bang. A rider gallops over on a fast horse, kneels on one knee, and excitedly shouts, Your Highness, we have worked day and night and finally buried the pipeline into the inner river. Is it buried? Yes. Let's go and take a look. This is very important. The group follows Zhao Xiaoning to the inner river, which has long dried up, showing cracks all over. A 50 millimeters water pipe lies quietly above the riverbed, surrounded by large stones, with many villagers watching silently. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right wind. Zhao Xiaoning is excited and says, I will go now to ask the gods for water. Does this mean Lingxiao City will never lack water again? Zhao Xiaoning doesn't hesitate. He rides his white horse and rushes straight back to his residence, passing through the wall directly. Meanwhile, Su Qing is lying on the bed, blushing, while a woman in revealing clothes is taking off his clothes. Who is that? Who is this woman in revealing clothes? All the weapons, armor, cement, steel pipes, rebar, bricks, and other materials have finally been pushed forward. The situation is extremely serious. Zhao Xiaoning has returned to Lingxiao City. Su Qing dares not delay and immediately contacts Lao Wei to ask when the hunting guns, gasoline, explosives, telescopes, listening devices, and other supplies will arrive. These are illegal items, so it's not easy to get them. Lao Wei is trying to buy more time. What about other things? Su Qing suddenly remembers. If there is a war, they will need large quantities of alcohol, medicines, gauze, bandages, needles, iodine, and even medicines and ointments for stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and sterilization. Money. Money. He also needs to take those 2 big bags of copper coins, embroidered items, fragrant pouches, and other valuables to the antique market to sell and exchange for cash. Before he could leave, the sound of knocking on the rolling door came through. Who could it be? He hid the copper coins, embroidery, and other items before opening the door. Standing outside were Lu Zhankui, He Guizhi, and Lu Yuan. Once, Lu Yuan had access to assets worth over $1 billion, but she did not cherish them. When she lost everything, she deeply regretted it. The most painful thing in life is losing what you value. If heaven could give Lu Yuan a second chance, she would definitely say 3 words to Su Qing. Give me money. If she had to set a limit on that money, she would want 100 million yuan. Now, Lu family members look at Su Qing as if he is a treasure. They smile flatteringly and say, Su Qing, you're at home. What are you here for? We are all family. We came to see you. The Lu family members are holding packed meals, walking inside while glancing around. Is this a small shop? Is this worth over $1 billion? The whole shop is empty, with nothing inside except a bedroom and a bathroom at the back, and a large door connecting to the neighboring car wash, which is also closed. Lu Zhankui and He Guizhi are a bit confused. If Lu Yuan hadn't seen it herself, they wouldn't believe Su Qing is so rich. Dishes are placed on the table, steaming hot. He Guizhi smiles and says, Su Qing, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let's eat together. Su Qing straightforwardly replies, say what you need to say. I have things to do. You and our Yuan are engaged. Last time at Changlong Hotel was our mistake. We apologize. Yes, your marriage with Yuan was arranged by us and your parents. When will you go to get the marriage license and hold the wedding? We will listen to you. Brother Qing. Lu Yuan is wearing a tight dress, showing a lot of her white skin and long, beautiful legs. She steps forward, hugs Su Qing's arm, and presses her chest against his arm, rubbing it suggestively, extremely alluring. If this had happened before, Su Qing might have already been distracted. But now, his heart is filled with disgust. He sneers and says, don't do that. We have already canceled the engagement. Brother Qing, she made a mistake. Can you give her another chance? Lu Yuan twists her body, her voice sweet and soft. Go out. I don't welcome you here. This is classic face-saving behavior, but they don't care. Su Qing was too tired to argue with them and immediately issued an eviction order. He Guizhi sighed. Sigh, but you can stay and eat with us, right? Once we're done, we'll leave right away and won't bother you anymore. Brother Qing. Lu Yuan looked at Su Qing with pity. All right, it's just a meal. However, Su Qing underestimated human nature's evil. The Lu family had added an aphrodisiac to the drinks. After a few glasses, Su Qing felt a burning heat all over his body, and a strong desire arose deep inside him. His mind became a bit fuzzy. Su Qing? Su Qing? Lu Zhankui and He Guizhi softly called him. With a sneering smile, Yuan, I think Su Qing looks tired. Help him back to his room, okay? We're going out shopping. Okay. Lu Yuan immediately understood and helped Su Qing into the bedroom. Her body was soft and fragrant. Lying on the bed, Su Qing felt like he was about to explode. He bit his lips until they bled, trying to control himself, but it was useless. He shouted, Lu Yuan, you are so mean. What are you saying? Brother Qing, I can't understand you. I'm telling you, starting today, you are my Lu Yuan's man. Lu Yuan turned and sat on Su Qing, her fingers lightly tracing his face and neck. With a snap, she unbuttoned one of his buttons, deliberately swaying her body. How dare he push her away? She wanted to torment him severely, making him unable to bear it, and when he was about to break down, she would take him. Su Qing struggled, but his body had no strength. You wicked girl, let me go, you. Ha ha. Shout. I tell you, even if you scream your throat out, it won't help. No one can save you. Come on, call me Annie. Lu Yuan laughed recklessly. She saw herself as a queen, determined to make Su Qing kneel before her. Pa! Su Qing spat on Lu Yuan's face. She immediately got angry and slapped him hard, cursing, dog thing, I think you don't want to live. Bang! Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Lu Yuan's wrist. Her fingers were slender like jade but seemed to hold endless strength, almost crushing her wrist. Lu Yuan grimaced in pain, turned her head, and was immediately stunned. This is a woman dressed in black armor. Her hair is high with a red ribbon, and she has a cold, stunning face. Her eyes emit a fierce aura, making Lu Yuan feel like she is in a sea of corpses and blood, ready to be cut down at any moment. Who is she fooling? She has assets worth over 100 million. Lu Yuan definitely can't miss this opportunity. She scolds, who are you? How dare you disturb my good time? Get lost. Zhao Xiaoning suddenly slaps Lu Yuan across the face. Oh! Lu Yuan screams loudly, flying backward at least 5 or 6 meters. Her face immediately swells, her mouth fills with blood, and her teeth fall out. You! Lu Yuan can't even speak. Get out! Zhao Xiaoning's gaze is cold and stern, looking at Lu Yuan as if she were a dead person. She is someone who has crawled out of a pile of corpses many times, with hands stained with blood. Her fierce aura is enough to scare anyone away. Lu Yuan is so frightened she feels like her soul has left her body, and she scrambles to run away. What is happening? Lu Zhankui and He Guizhi are waiting at the door, expecting good news. When they see Lu Yuan's face covered in blood, they are immediately shocked. Sob. Lu Yuan is too hurt to speak clearly. She stammers, Someone is trying to kill me. We're watching here. Call the police quickly. Murder? This is serious. The Lu family is furious. Su Qing has assets worth over 1 billion. Giving them a little doesn't matter. Yes, there was a small misunderstanding at Changlong Hotel before, but the Lu family still paid 18,888 yuan for the meal out of their own pocket. Now, Lu Yuan is rushing to hug Su Qing, but he not only refuses, but also pushes her away. How is that fair? Sob. The person who hit me was a woman. She slapped me so hard I flew. Lu Yuan cries painfully, blood all over her mouth. What? No wonder. It turns out he's involved with another woman. We can't let him get away with this. Call the police. Lu Zhankui and He Guizhi immediately dial the emergency number. Soon, 2 police officers arrive. They listen to the story and ask, You've been watching here all along, and no one has come out, right? No. Let's go inside and check. The Lu family follows the officers into the Xinguang convenience store. It's empty, nothing inside. Where is everyone? They rush into the bedroom and see Su Qing sitting cross-legged on the bed, playing with his phone. He looks completely normal, not at all like someone under a spell. Su Qing asked, Police officer, do you have something to say? Yuan screamed. Where is that scoundrel? What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Search. Lu Zhankui, He Guizhi, and Lu Yuan immediately started searching around. Nothing. Zhao Xiaoning seemed to have vanished completely, with no sign of her. Not just in the small shop, they also went to the neighboring car wash to look, but found nothing. Yuan pointed at the bed and angrily said, Just now, I was on this bed when I slapped that scoundrel and knocked her flying. I fell at least a few meters away. Look at my face, it's swollen, and some of my teeth are loose. This was just nonsense. In this day and age, people still wear armor? And she was slapped so hard she flew away? The 2 police officers doubted whether Yuan was mentally okay. They decided to leave. There was no evidence. The Lu family members left feeling frustrated and unable to accept this. They couldn't understand why, after Su Qing's parents died in a car accident and the assets were taken by Grandma Su Qing still had assets worth over 100 million. Humph. This matter definitely couldn't be let go easily. Lu Zhankue and He Guizhi took Yuan Yuan to the hospital. Once her injuries healed, they planned to report to Grandma Su, convinced she would be jealous. That was over 100 million in assets. When the time came, they wouldn't ask for much, just half would be enough. If the water is too clear, there are no fish. If a person is too mean, they become invincible. Su Qing didn't expect the Lu family to be so shameless, even resorting to using sedatives. Luckily, Zhao Xiaoning arrived at a critical moment. Otherwise, Yuan Yuan's plan might have succeeded. Ding ding ding. He rang the bell a few times, but Zhao Xiaoning didn't respond. Forget it. Su Qing called Vice Director Lin of the Beijiang Museum, Han Lao, a renowned collector from Liaodong Province, and Du Laoban from Hongxin Auction House. He told them to gather at the antique shop at 10 a.m. tomorrow because he had some items to sell and wanted them to prepare money. There was nothing more to say. They had been waiting for his call and naturally agreed happily. While waiting, Su Qing went to Beijiang Pharmacy and bought a large amount of medicines. 75% alcohol, 100 boxes. Povidone iodine disinfectant, 100 boxes. Medical gauze and bandages, 10,000 rolls. Yunnan Baiyao hemostatic powder, 100 boxes. Red antibiotic ointment, 100 boxes. Tweezers, clips, surgical knives, scissors, needles, syringes, sutures, even 4 bottles and saline solution have all been purchased. Aerosol sprays, wound dressings that don't require stitching, safflower oil, Panax Nodo ginseng tablets, as well as antibiotics like amoxicillin capsules and levofloxacin tablets, have also been bought. There are also medicinal herbs such as Poria cocos, Andrographis, Huanglian, Danshin, peach kernel and safflower, white grass, and white calamus, which help reduce inflammation, stop pain, and control bleeding. Whatever comes to mind, I buy it. If I don't think of something, I look it up online or ask a doctor and then buy it. Like before, I paid in advance of 1 million, and the rest will be paid when the delivery arrives. I kept busy until late at night, and finally, the medicines were delivered in boxes. Everything was loaded onto carts by hand. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Su Qing kept ringing a bell, finally prompting Zhao Xiaoning to come over. Zhao Xiaoning is very busy now. After slapping Lu Yuanyuan earlier, she immediately realized that Su Qing had given someone a love potion. Luckily, she had an antidote. She gave Su Qing a pill, then quickly turned off the water supply and returned to Lingxiao City. Otherwise, the police would have found her. What is this? Medicines. Medicines? Zhao Xiaoning was instantly excited. The Chongning army has been lacking medicines for a long time. Earlier, many soldiers only suffered minor injuries, but because they couldn't get treatment, some developed tetanus, others had infected wounds that oozed pus, leading to disabilities or even death. What is Panax Nodo ginseng? Is safflower oil for cooking? This gauze is quite good. White, soft, breathable, and perfect for bandaging wounds. Su Qing smiled and explained while downloading information on a tablet. Topical. Apply. He detailed how to use each, with pictures and animations. Zhao Xiaoning was like a treasure discovering gold. All the boxes were pushed into the wall. Dr. Song and the military doctors saw these medicines and were overwhelmed with tears of joy. The Chongning army had been without supplies for over half a year. They had skilled doctors, but no medicines, only watching soldiers die helplessly. That was the most painful thing for a doctor. Now, they finally had medicines. They finally had hope. Dr. Song picked up alcohol swabs, gauze, sutures, surgical knives, tweezers, and other tools, examining each item excitedly. Your Highness, these are gifts from the gods. Look at this. Zhao Xiaoning handed the tablet back to Dr. Song. It contained not only methods for and topical treatments, but also simple surgical steps and procedures. There were also dozens of traditional Chinese medicine classics like the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, Compendium of Materia Medica, Shin Nong's Herbal, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, and even the Barefoot Doctor Manual. These were treasures. With these medical books, medicines, and medical tools, more soldiers' lives could be saved. Not to mention, medicines like ibuprofen capsules, acetaminophen tablets, azithromycin tablets, and others had immediate effects. Just overnight, those with colds and fevers felt better. Some stopped coughing, some reduced their fever. Dr. Song and the other military doctors trusted these miracle medicines completely. Everything was heading in a good direction. There was water, food, weapons, and medicine. Oh, suddenly, Zhao Xiaoning remembered something. The Lingxiao River was still releasing water. She didn't know how things were going there, so she hurried over immediately. Splashing. The water rushed out like arrows from the pipe, constantly hitting the Lingxiao River. Wow! This scene filled all the villagers with great joy. They jumped into the river, cupping water with their hands, drinking happily, cool and sweet. Gradually, more and more people gathered, and it was bound to cause trouble. Zhao Xiaoning ordered the Chongning army to block the river, forbidding anyone from entering. Those who disobeyed would be executed. But the villagers didn't leave. They just watched quietly, tears of excitement in their eyes. Now that there was water, next spring they could plant crops and have food. Having food at home meant no worries. They had already suffered through days when they ate roots and bark, resorted to cannibalism, and cut flesh to feed themselves. All through the night, almost all 40,000 people in Lingxiao City gathered along both sides of the river, with no one leaving. Zhao Xiaoning couldn't bear it anymore and returned to her residence to sleep. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a loud, urgent bell ringing woke her up. Su Qing? Zhao Xiaoning checked the time. It was only about 4 in the morning, still dark outside. But she quickly got up and went to the small shop. This time was different from usual. The room was filled with large barrels and only a few big boxes. Su Qing, exhausted and sweating, muttered, "Xiaoning, I've really gone all out for you." What is this? Zhao Xiaoning is used to being called by that name. If she were in Lingxiao City, even soldiers like Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Pairan, and Song Yining wouldn't dare to call her that, as it could mean death. Su Qing mysteriously opened a box and took out a 3-barrel hunting gun, loading 3 bullets into it. Let me tell you, this is called a hunting gun. It has great power and can shoot 3 bullets at close range, easily knocking down animals like black bears and wild boars. As for humans, it's even more effective. Unfortunately, its range is short, only 400 meters. How do you load bullets? How do you aim? How do you shoot? Su Qing explained, showing her a video tutorial. Unfortunately, there are only 30 hunting guns and 20,000 bullets, and even Su Qing has never fired one. Is it really that powerful? Zhao Xiaoning's hands itched to try. She grabbed the gun, ready to pull the trigger. Oh, Su Qing was startled and quickly grabbed her arm. No, you can't do that. These are illegal in our country. You must not shoot here, or I'll get into trouble. All right then, let me show you this. Su Qing explained about oil drums and explosives. These can catch fire easily, and the explosives can level a mountain. Very dangerous. Remember, they must be stored separately, kept dry and protected from sunlight, and away from fire or heat sources. Otherwise, no one will survive. Worried Zhao Xiaoning might not believe him. Su Qing showed her a video of directional blasting. A tall building. Boom. It instantly turned into rubble. Zhao Xiaoning watched in awe. I understand now. In our great song, we have a kind of explosive weapon called earth-shaking thunder. Its shell is made of cast iron, with a fuse. When it explodes, it shatters the cast iron shell into fragments, capable of piercing armor, very powerful. Gunpowder? Compared to explosives, it's not worth mentioning. However, the Chongning army could use the method of making earth-shaking thunder to create explosive versions, either launched by catapults or dropped from city walls, definitely comparable to grenades. Great. Excellent. Zhao Xiaoning smiled and kept praising. Su Qing smiled back. What's that? I'll show you a few more small gadgets. A telescope, like a 1,000-mile eye. A listening device, like a wind ear. A walkie-talkie, allowing 2 people far apart to talk. No need for cell towers or internet, so communication can happen anytime. With these tools, Zhao Xiaoning can monitor every move of the Mongolian army and prepare in advance. No need to be polite. Zhao Xiaoning and Su Qing pushed all these items into the wall and equipped each general with a walkie-talkie. Zhang Tingji is an expert archer, leading a team of highly skilled archers. All 30 hunting rifles were given to Zhang Tingji, who selected the best 30 among the elite to equip with guns. As for the explosives, Zhao Xiaoning ordered someone to deliver them to the back mountain armory, where they carefully studied the thunderclap bombs. They must be very cautious. If they explode, The entire armory will be destroyed, and no one will survive. Now, Dr. Song has bandaged Lu Haida's wounds, and he looks much better. He and a dozen soldiers from Chongning Army are guarding the tunnel entrance around the clock. Your Highness, when Zhao Xiaoning arrived, Lu Haida and the soldiers all knelt down. Zhao Xiaoning waved them to stand and asked, "How is it? Any new updates?" "No. Lu Haida, I appoint you as the commander of the Chongning Army. Do you accept?" "I am willing, Your Highness." "Commander? That means leading 100 soldiers." Lu Haida was so moved he knelt again, overwhelmed with emotion. Shui Paifeng brought over bulletproof vests, armor, helmets, combat boots, and tang swords. Lu Haida quickly put them on, smiling and saying, "Your Highness, I prefer the blade with a curved tip or a long-handled axe." "All right, I'll note that down and tell the gods later." "Thank you, Your Highness. I have a task for you." Zhao Xiaoning ordered several barrels of gasoline to be brought in. Lu Haida and the other soldiers poured gasoline into the secret tunnel and installed listening devices at the entrance and inside the tunnel. This way, they wouldn't need someone guarding the entrance constantly. If the enemy entered the tunnel, they could immediately notify Zhao Xiaoning via walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie? What walkie-talkie? Lu Haida was a bit confused. Zhao Xiaoning handed him a walkie-talkie and a telescope, speaking in a serious tone. "These are gifts from the gods, our eyes and ears over 1,000 miles. You can see far away and hear what's happening inside the tunnel. Is it really that amazing?" The walkie-talkie was tuned to the same channel. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Pang Chong. "Everyone, line up to fetch water. No one is allowed to go into the water. Anyone disobeying will be executed." Wow. Lu Hatan treated him with great respect, as if he were a deity, always obeying Zhao Xiaoning's commands. All night long, how was the water release going? Zhao Xiaoning, along with Shui Paifeng and Song Yining, rowed to Lingxiao River. The river flowed gently, about 20 centimeters deep. The water was clear and nourished the land of Lingxiao City freely. The common people held buckets and bowls, scooping water easily. Zhao Xiaoning approached the city wall, holding a telescope to look out. After a quick glance, he saw dust rising in the distance, an approaching army with iron horses and soldiers, giving off a powerful, overwhelming presence like black clouds pressing down on the city. His expression grew serious. He whispered, "The Tatars are coming." "The Tatars are coming?" Zhao Xiaoning's heart tightened suddenly. He quickly examined the scene with his telescope. At the front of the army were infantry soldiers, holding heavy shields and simple swords, their armor shining coldly. Behind them came cavalry, hooves pounding loudly, a formidable force like an unstoppable flood, exuding fierce and wild energy. Following the cavalry were stone chariot carts slowly moving forward, their heavy wheels leaving deep marks in the dust, creating a strong sense of pressure that almost made people suffocate. "They are here. Finally, they are here." Zhao Xiaoning held a walkie-talkie and loudly ordered, "The Tatars are here. All generals, gather on the city wall." "Yes." Pang Chong and Zhang Tingji immediately rode over, each holding a telescope, looking intently. There was no fear, no panic. The soldiers of Chongning Army showed excitement on their faces, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Pang Chong clenched his fists and grinned, saying, "Princess, just tell us what to do. We'll wipe them out completely." "Not yet. Let's see how things develop. If we can avoid fighting, we should. We need more time to prepare ourselves." "Understood. Send orders. All Chongning soldiers must stand ready." "Yes." Everyone dispersed. The common people also learned about the Tatars' attack and grew nervous. They all retreated into the inner city. Zhao Xiaoning, Shui Paifeng, and others held their telescopes, watching every move of the Tatars. They got closer and closer. Finally, the Tatars reached the foot of Lingxiao Peak, pouring in like a black cloud, over 10,000 strong, banners flying, iron horses neighing, with a fierce and unstoppable momentum that made people feel terrified. Blades drawn, bows knocked, spears primed. Even barrels of gasoline were brought over. The flames of war quickly spread, filling the entire Lingxiao Peak. However, the Mongol army did not come to attack. Instead, a few people stepped out from the crowd and boldly climbed up the mountain. What are they trying to do? Zhao Xiaoning immediately recognized the man leading the group, tall and thin, a middle-aged man who was the former commander of the Song army responsible for rebuilding Lingxiao City. Zhu Shisuan. He was accompanied by several armored Mongol guards, looking proud and arrogant, as if they were unbeatable. In a war between two countries, no envoys are spared. Zhao Xiaoning ordered all the scouts, both visible and hidden, to stay still. She wanted to see what tricks Zhu Shisuan would play. Soon, Zhu Shisuan reached Lingxiao City. Pang Chong and some Chongning soldiers rushed forward and surrounded him, shouting sternly, "Zhu Shisuan, how dare you come to Lingxiao City? It looks like you don't want to live anymore." Zhu Shisuan shouted back, "I came to see Princess Chongning. You should go and report this quickly." "Report what? Since you've come to us willingly, I'll send you on your way." "Rude. Tell Zhao Xiaoning to come here." The Mongol guards immediately drew their swords, and the scene became tense, ready to erupt at any moment. But Zhu Shisuan didn't care at all. After 9 months of siege and attack, Lingxiao City was already exhausted and out of supplies. It was just a show of strength. "Stop." Zhao Xiaoning stepped forward coldly and said, "Commander Zhu, do you have something to tell me?" "What is it?" Zhu Shisuan arrogantly said, "Princess, the vanguard under the command of Manhwa, the southern Mongol king's subordinate, has led 20,000 troops and is now at the foot of Lingxiao Peak, ready to attack at any moment. But heaven is merciful, and Manhwa asked me to tell you. Now, the southern Song has completely fallen. Only your 3,000 soldiers of Chongning army remain, but resisting the Mongol cavalry is a foolish dream. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Trying to block the mighty Mongol army is pointless and futile." Zhu Shisuan and his Mongol guards looked down on everyone, as if they were superior, watching Zhao Xiaoning and Pang Chong as if they were lambs about to be slaughtered, showing no respect at all. Zhao Xiaoning sneered and asked, "What if we refuse to surrender?" "Refuse? Then the Mongol army will march straight in, killing everything in Lingxiao City. Nothing will be left alive." "Oh, I see," Zhao Xiaoning replied calmly. Zhao Xiaoning took 2 steps back and shouted, "Only leave Zhu Xian's son alive. Kill everyone else." This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Pang Chong rushed forward quickly and swung his sword fiercely at a guard from the enemy tribe. He clearly didn't care about his life. The guard snorted coldly and swung his curved sword to meet the attack. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. The guard's curved sword suddenly broke, but the Tang's sword kept its momentum and struck the guard's body. Puff! Even armor couldn't stop the blood from splashing out. Pang Chong kicked him to the ground and shouted loudly, "Kill him." The soldiers from Chongning also charged forward, attacking the guards together. Swords flashed. The guards were caught off guard and were cut down like vegetables, blood splashing everywhere. It was so fast and fierce that Zhu Xian's son didn't even have time to react. The guards all died in pools of blood, with no one surviving. How could this happen? Zhu Xian's son's face turned pale with fear, unable to believe his eyes. Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "Zhu Xian's son, as a servant of the great Song, you colluded with the enemy and harmed your own people. You deserve to die 1,000 times. You can't kill me." Zhu Xian's son gritted his teeth and shouted weakly, "I am an envoy of the great Mongol Empire. If you dare to hurt me, the vanguard of the Manhwa and Commander Tuan will never let you go. Neither will the soldiers of Chongning nor the people of Lingxiao City. No one will survive. We in Lingxiao City are prepared to die with our city." Cut off his 10 fingers and cut out his tongue. At the command, Pang Chong and the soldiers charged forward together. The enemy was hateful, but even more hateful were the traitors. With a swing of the sword, blood splattered everywhere. Fingers were chopped off one by one, and amid screams, Zhu Xian's son's tongue was finally cut out. "Get lost. We give you 15 minutes. If we see you again, we will shoot you with an arrow." Zhang Tingji. Zhao Xiaoning's face was cold and resolute, without any emotion. Zhang Tingji immediately drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Zhu Xian's son, frightened out of his mind. Zhu Xian's son ignored the pain in his fingers and tongue and scrambled down the mountain, slipping and crawling away, comically desperate. But Zhao Xiaoning couldn't smile at all. His eyes shot with killing intent as he sternly said, "Everyone stay alert. The enemy army won't tolerate such humiliation. They will attack the city soon." "Yes, All the soldiers of Chongning army are standing on the city walls. A big battle is about to begin. We have fought the enemy for 9 years. During times of drought, food shortages, and lack of weapons at Lingxiao City, the enemy could not attack. Now, it's even less possible. All the Chongning soldiers are full of confidence, even eager and excited. The real key is the secret tunnel. Now, Zhu Xian's son has been humiliated so badly that he will not give up easily. Zhao Xiaoning immediately uses the radio to ask, Lu Haida, how are things on your side? Report to the princess. We have poured gasoline into the secret tunnel and placed several listening devices. Good. Keep a close watch on the tunnel. If any enemy soldiers enter, report to me immediately. Yes, this matter is very serious. Zhao Xiaoning also sends Pang Chong to go with Lu Haida and watch the tunnel closely. Since Lu Haida just arrived with the Chongning army, Zhao Xiaoning will not allow any accidents. It's like having double protection. Through the binoculars, Zhao Xiaoning sees Zhu Xian's son crawling and crying at the foot of the mountain, kneeling in front of the Yumal. However, he has no fingers, no tongue, and cannot speak or gesture. But all 4 of his guards are gone, and Zhu Xian's son is covered in blood, showing everything. Yumal is furious and shouts, attack the city. Stone cannons are pushed forward. Boom. Loud crashes echo as huge stones hit the city walls. Dust flies everywhere. Debris scatters wildly. The impact causes many dents on the walls, which are made of reinforced concrete and bricks, yet they remain undamaged. All the soldiers of Chongning army cheer loudly, their spirits high. Zhao Xiaoning shouts, now it's our turn. Let them taste the power of the 8-ox bow. The 8-ox bow has a range of 1,500 meters. From this height, its power is even more impressive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of sharp steel arrows shoots down rapidly. It doesn't matter if it's stone cannons or shields. Everything is destroyed, as if made of paper. And the enemy soldiers? They are even more helpless. Arrows pierce shields and armor, like strings of candied hawthorn sticks, sweeping across in rows. In just a short time, the enemy soldiers suffer many casualties, and screams of pain ring out continuously. There was a Mongol general whose arrows pierced both horses and soldiers, pinning them to the ground and making it impossible for them to move. Such brutal scenes were everywhere. How can we fight like this? Yumar was furious and shouted, everyone, charge forward. The 3 sides of Lingxiao Peak are steep cliffs, so the Mongol cavalry couldn't fully use their advantage. Now, only infantry were rushing up the mountain path. Stop! Zhao Xiaoning waved his hand, and everyone stopped, closely watching the soldiers' every move. They were getting closer. Fire arrows. The divine arm bow and Zhuge crossbow fired together, sending arrows raining down like a storm. Thud, thud, thud. The infantry held shields, but many still got hit and fell into the valley below. Why is this happening? Yumar was completely stunned. During the last attack on Lingxiao City, the Chongning army had no arrows left, and they were weak and exhausted. But now, these arrows seemed endless, shooting fiercely and unstoppable, and they hadn't even reached the city walls yet. This can't go on. If it does, these 20,000 frontline soldiers will all be slaughtered here. Retreat! Retreat! The soldiers were already terrified and began to fall back. They retreated 5 or 6 miles, and nearly 1,000 of the 20,000 soldiers were injured or killed. The ground was littered with armor and weapons, looking completely defeated. Yumar was about to go crazy with anger. He gathered the other generals and shouted, I promised Commander Tua Huan that we would take Lingxiao City in 3 days. Help me think of a way. They looked at each other in confusion. After 9 years of siege and attack, they still couldn't take Lingxiao City. Was there no solution? Now, Zhu Lin's son's hands were bandaged, and he staggered over, looking angry and distressed. He gestured as he spoke, crying out. Yumar snorted, what are you saying? Zhu Lin's son found a stick, bit it in his mouth, and awkwardly wrote on the ground. I was in charge of building Lingxiao City. I know there's a secret passage leading directly to Lingxiao Palace. What? Haha. Yumar stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Lin's son by the collar, asking, can you find this secret passage? Zhu Lin's son nodded fiercely, with a fierce look in his eyes. Then there was nothing more to say. Umater immediately gathered 2,000 elite soldiers. led by Zhu Xian's son and two generals, and entered the jungle. Everyone was hiding in a secret passage. Once they heard the sound of the Mongol army attacking the city, these soldiers would rush out from the Lingxiao Palace and attack the Chongning army from behind and front. The Chongning army had only 3,000 men, so how could they resist? While the two sides fought fiercely, Umarer could lead a large force to the city walls, break the gates, and take Lingxiao City in one go. Umarer also deliberately ordered some men to pretend attack to distract the Chongning army. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, Zhu Xian's son and the 2,000 soldiers reached the secret passage entrance, which was very hidden, surrounded by tall bushes, making it hard to see. Without hesitation, they rushed into the passage. There's a different smell here. The passage is rarely used, it should be damp. Let's move forward quickly. Charge. They held torches high and hurried upward, not noticing that the ground was covered with gasoline. Is there a problem? At the first sign of trouble, Pang Chong and Lu Ha-ta heard the noise and immediately reported to Zhao Xiaoning. They are coming. Sure enough, they arrived. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Zhao Xiaoning's lips curled into a cold smile. She kept Zhang Tingji and other soldiers watching the city gates and walls. She, along with Xue Paifeng and Song Yining, rode quickly to Lingxiao Palace. Zhao Xiaoning grabbed a listening device and listened to the sounds from the secret passage. Footsteps, breathing, and talking all revealed the enemy's position. They were getting closer. In just half an hour, the enemy reached the bottom of the well. No need for listening devices now. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Ha-ta, and others could clearly hear their voices. Zhao Xiaoning shouted, Zhu Xian's son, we've been waiting here for a long time. Zhao Xiaoning. Zhu Xian's son's heart skipped a beat. He angrily said, what's the use of knowing? If you dare, come down. This is your death trap. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Ha-ta, and others all held torches and threw them into the dry well. Whoosh! The flames shot up like a fire dragon, instantly engulfing the entire secret passage, trapping everyone in a sea of fire. Even underground, it seemed like screams could be heard. So fierce. This scene shocked everyone. The walkie-talkie crackled with Zhang Tingji's excited shout. Your Highness, the Tatars are retreating. The Tatars are retreating. Your Highness, we have won. We didn't lose a single soldier, and we killed thousands of Tatars. Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Hatan, and the soldiers of Chongning army were both surprised and happy, unable to believe it was real. This news spread quickly throughout Lingxiao City, like it had grown wings. The townspeople rushed out of the inner city, celebrating as if it was New Year's, jumping with joy. Zhao Xiaoning finally showed a rare smile and loudly said, everyone, strengthen the city defenses. We must not let our guard down. Yes, this time, the common people voluntarily joined the city's defense team. Even without pay, they were willing, especially since they were paid daily. What about Su Qing? Zhao Xiaoning wanted to run immediately to share this happiness with him. But the streets of Lingxiao City were crowded with people. Someone shouted, long live the princess! Long live the princess! Long live the princess! Everyone knelt on the ground. Some cheered loudly, others cried with joy. Zhao Xiaoning loudly said, we should thank the gods for providing us with food, water, and weapons. Long live the gods! Long live the gods! The voices grew louder and more lively. The wealthy families and big merchants couldn't hold back anymore. They immediately started repairing Lingxiao Palace, creating statues of the gods, and offering incense daily. This was a spiritual belief. Zhao Xiaoning naturally didn't oppose it. On their way back to the mansion, she immediately went to find Su Qing, but she kept hitting walls, unable to get in. Where was he? Right now, Su Qing was inside an antique shop, throwing 2 big bags of copper coins onto the floor. This was an agreement made long ago. Deputy Director Lin from the Beijiang Museum, Collector Han Lao from Liaodong Province, and Du Wei, owner of Hongxin Auction House, had come. They examined the coins and immediately offered to buy them all, totaling 54 million. Du Wei grinned and said, Brother Su, I see you mainly collect Song Dynasty copper coins, silver ingots, and gold bars. Do you have anything else? Of course. Well then. Su Qing placed a leather case in front of a few people and smiled. Take a look and see if you like anything. What is this? Fong Siyuan opened the case, and a fresh, fragrant aroma immediately spread out. Is this a sachet? Wow. This is a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. Is this an osmanthus butterfly picture? I saw a similar embroidery at the Palace Museum on Treasure Island. The design features osmanthus branches with spreading leaves, dancing shadows of flowers, and 2 butterflies as the finishing touch, making it lively and natural. However, compared to the original painting, this embroidery still lacks some of its spirit. Old Han has some skill in painting and said seriously, during the Song Dynasty, there was an embroidery academy with only about 300 people. If I am not mistaken, this person is very likely an embroidery worker from that academy. Everyone present was amazed. Even as a copy, such Southern Song embroidery is very rare. Su Qing asked, Old Han, do you think this osmanthus butterfly embroidery is worth anything? Worth something? I'd pay 10 million. No one else should try to take it from me. Hee hee. Du Wei and Deputy Director Lin didn't speak. They just grinned like wolves eyeing a fat sheep, determined not to let go. Only Fong Daqian remained silent, staring at a piece of calligraphy with excitement, his hands trembling. Old Han asked, Old Fong, what are you looking at? Nothing, nothing. Let me see. Oh, is this Zhang Jiji's Manhwa Jing? Old Han's eyes widened, and he was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Manhwa Jing? Du Wei, Deputy Director Lin, and Fong Siyuan also moved closer, but after just a glance, they couldn't look away. Is this an authentic piece? Impossible. The surviving fragment of Manhwa Jing has 203 characters, with no signature. But this one has over 300 characters, and at first glance, it feels ancient and majestic. The strokes are unique, with a delicate touch that hints at running script, making it lively and striking. Fong Daqian placed the calligraphy on the table. Several people even looked up images of the Manhwa Jing fragment online, comparing each character, and the more they looked, the more excited and shocked they became. Small regular script is precise and sharp. Large script is powerful and impressive. This is a real piece. Yes, it shows the style of Mi Fu, with the shape of Ouyang Sun and Chu Suiliang. It must be written by Zhang Jiji. I never thought I'd see a complete copy of Zhang Jiji's Manhwa Jing in my lifetime. I have no regrets now. They all expressed their amazement. Ahem. Su Qing asked, can we stop wasting time now? If you like it, name your price. If not, I will leave. Du Wei took a deep breath and said seriously, a few years ago, at an auction in Beijing, a damaged copy of the Manhwa Jing was sold for 63.25 million yuan. I am willing to pay 100 million yuan for the full version. 100 million? Old Han's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth. I am willing to pay 120 million. I'll offer 150 million. Fong Daqian looked somewhat earnest, hoping they could make a deal for just this one piece of the Manhwa Jing, ignoring the other items like pouches, paintings, fans, and inkstones. Such a thing simply doesn't exist. But 150 million is indeed a sky-high price. Most people wouldn't be willing to spend that much. Du Wei, Old Han, Vice Director Lin, and Fong Daqian exchanged glances. They decided to give Fong Daqian face and let the others take the remaining items. A purse worth 2 million. A fan worth 5 million. A Song Dynasty copy of the Okra Butterfly painting worth 10 million. The total is 380 million yuan, all paid in full. Su Qing was much calmer now, far less excited than when he first sold the Southern Song silver ingots. He smiled and said, so is that it? Looking forward to working together again. Yes, yes. Du Wei, Old Han, Vice Director Lin, and Fong Daqian agreed, but they all remained immersed in ancient art and calligraphy, not moving their feet. It wasn't that they didn't want to give gifts, they simply forgot everything. Fong Siyuan followed Su Qing out and asked, Young Master Su, I recently found a real estate project I like. Do you have any interest in investing? Real estate? Yes, there's a real estate company called Dashing Real Estate, quite famous in Beijing City. They recently found a riverside plot of land, but lack some funds. Let me explain. What? Dashing? Isn't that my family's company? Su Qing's father was named Su Dasheng, but now Dashing Real Estate had been taken over by Grandma Su and his uncle Su Dadian, so it had nothing to do with Su Qing. Interesting. Su Qing asked, how much does this real estate company need? This land is conveniently located, with a beautiful environment. It used to be a sanatorium. Now that the sanatorium has moved out, the land is vacant. Its market value is at least 150 million yuan, but Dashing Real Estate only has 30 million yuan in assets. I can put in 20 million, but they still need another 100 million. His words made even Fang Xiyuan feel a bit embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Su Qing agreed quickly and happily, saying, "All right, I will give 100 million. But we need to sign a contract, and all matters are to be fully handled by you. You cannot tell anyone who I am. Once the land approval is done, I will give you 10 million, and then you can step back and not worry about it anymore." "Oh, why are you doing this?" "I'm just taking back what belongs to me. I'm just taking back what belongs to me." "What does that mean?" Fang Xiyuan didn't understand, but he didn't have to take any risks and could earn 10 million for free. Why not? Both sides quickly agreed. They signed the contract. Su Qing was not short of money. He immediately transferred 100 million to Fang Xiyuan. "This matter is now in your hands. If you do a good job, I will give you an antique. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." Fang Xiyuan even saluted like a police officer, smiling so broadly his mouth almost couldn't close. "What kind of antique do you like?" "A Song Dynasty sword. I really like watching Water Margin. Many heroes from Liangshan prefer using swords, like Wu Song, Lu Tang, Yang Ji, and Lu Junyi. Can you get me a sword like that?" "Is that all?" "That's it." Su Qing pounded his chest and promised, then rode his electric scooter back to the small shop. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. As soon as he entered, he heard the urgent sound of a bell. Su Qing hurried over and tugged at the bell. Whoosh. Zhao Xiaoning immediately appeared in front of him, her face flushed with excitement. She said eagerly, "Su Qing, we won a great victory." "What?" Su Qing was caught off guard. "I'll tell you. In Lingxiao City, Zhao Xiaoning was someone who held a high status, and she couldn't tell anyone about certain things. But Su Qing was different. They were friends, with no sense of superiority or inferiority, especially since Lingxiao City was built by Su Qing himself. Right now, Zhao Xiaoning recounted everything. The attack by the Tatars, destroying the stone cannons with the 8 ox bows, Zhu Zisin's surrender, setting fire to the secret passage, and more, all with visible joy on her face. 9 whole years, Lingxiao City had been under the Tatars' control, humiliated and oppressed. They could only endure it. But today was different. They had shaken off the past despair, killing thousands of enemies without losing a single soldier. A true victory. Haha. Su Qing also couldn't hide his happiness and said with a smile, "This time, we did a great job. But, have you thought about expanding our success?" "Expanding our success? You guys killed so many of the enemy soldiers without any casualties. They definitely won't just accept this. Next time they attack the city, it will be even fiercer. But what if you sneak out of the city to attack them or burn their supplies?" "What?" Zhao Xiaoning suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with surprise. Is she about to draw her sword again? Su Qing was startled and quickly said, "I was about to tell you." "Su Qing." She burst out laughing, her voice clear and bright like silver bells, blooming like flowers, stunning everyone. It had been many years since she had laughed like this. Only in front of Su Qing could she be so free and lively, her face full of joy. She said, "Your plan is really excellent. I fully support it." For a long time, the enemy army had been proud and careless, never taking Lingxiao City seriously. For 9 years, they had besieged and attacked Lingxiao City, but the city had never fought back. But now, things are different. They quickly cleared the secret tunnels and sent a team to sneak attack the enemy army, sure to kill many. They would strike and then run. Once they entered the forest, the enemy's horses would be useless, and the Chongning army wouldn't be afraid of them. Su Qing smiled and said, "Let me tell you about Mao Grandpa's guerrilla tactics." "What guerrilla tactics?" "This is about fighting the small enemies." "Oh, it's a 16-character strategy. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When they stay, we disturb. When they are tired, we attack. When they retreat, we pursue." For example, when the enemy is tired, we attack. That means when the enemy gets exhausted or careless after some time, you should seize the opportunity to attack and take advantage of their weaknesses. One person explained, the other listened. This tactical idea was completely new to Zhao Xiaoning. She realized that fighting could be done this way. She understood. Zhao Xiaoning was eager to act and said, I'll go arrange the troops now. Just wait for my good news. Okay, I'll also urge others to deliver armor, helmets, and weapons as soon as possible. You can also help us get more ADOX crossbows. They are very powerful. You go back and connect the water pipes to the secret tunnels, run water through to clean them, and I'll order fireproof suits and some food and drinks for the soldiers to celebrate. These two clever little ones. After spending more time with Su Qing, even Zhao Xiaoning has become much more cheerful without realizing it. In the past, when did she ever smile? Without water, food, or weapons, facing death every day, it was a miracle if she didn't cry. But now, everything is improving, and things are moving in a good direction. Having Su Qing by her side gives her confidence. Zhao Xiaoning returned to Lingxiao City. Su Qing immediately called Lao Wei to send over 100 sets of firefighting uniforms, and also told the owner who sells antique-style weapons to deliver armor, helmets, tang swords, and other items as soon as possible, even if it means machines start smoking. Lao Wei promised loudly that he would handle it all. Su Qing then called Boss Zhang at Changlong Hotel. Just like last time, he booked 90 banquet tables, each with 16 dishes, served in large stainless steel buckets. Oh, in the dark secret tunnel, Lao Wei also sent 100 miners' lamps, 500 wolf-tooth flashlights, 100 solar panels, and LED lights. The sooner, the better. What about Zhao Xiaoning and the soldiers? Su Qing visited several barbecue shops, ordering over 1,000 skewers of lamb, scallops, squid, chicken wings, and more. He also bought boxes of beer, cola, Sprite, and erguo too. When he got home, it was already around 5 p.m. Ding ding ding. Su Qing rang the bell a few times. Soon, Zhao Xiaoning arrived. Wow! A delicious smell of meat filled the air, making Zhao Xiaoning's appetite grow. Even a large bucket of dishes was delivered. Su Qing kept one portion for himself, while the others were pushed into the wall. Su Qing smiled and said, We've known each other for so long. It's time for a get-together. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning happily agreed. She returned to Lingxiao City and asked Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Hatan, and others to distribute the food and drinks. But no one was allowed to get drunk. Anyone who disobeyed would be cut down. So much food and drink. Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, and the others immediately started a big celebration. When Zhao Xiaoning returned to the small shop, Su Qing had already arranged the barbecue and dishes on the table and opened 2 bottles of beer. He smiled and said, Come on, let's toast. I'm glad to know you. Me too. Zhao Xiaoning tilted her head back and finished her drink. It was cool, with a pure wheat flavor, rich and sweet. Su Qing took a bite of a lamb skewer, then handed her one and asked, You don't have this where you are? Come try it. It's delicious. It's tasty. Is this what a princess would enjoy? Soon, Zhao Xiaoning adapted to this rhythm, eating skewers and drinking 1 cup after another. The more she drank, the clearer her eyes became. After finishing less than 2 bottles of wine, Su Qing no longer needed to be urged. She grabbed the bottle and drank it all by herself. She finished 2 whole crates of beer. She drank everything alone, and Su Qing suddenly collapsed onto the table, actually overwhelmed by Zhao Xiaoning. Is that all her alcohol capacity? Zhao Xiaoning smiled. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside, accompanied by Lao Wei's shout. Su Qing, open the door quickly. I've brought firefighting suits, miners' lamps, and wolf-tooth flashlights. Someone's here? Zhao Xiaoning was startled. What should she do now? She called Su Qing twice, but he was too drunk to respond, lying on the table without any reaction. Earlier, Su Qing had told Zhao Xiaoning that the firefighting suits, miners' lamps, and wolf-tooth flashlights were rare supplies in Lingxiao City, and she needed to get them quickly. Forget it. Zhao Xiaoning took a few deep breaths and finally walked over to open the rolling door. She was immediately shocked by what she saw. The shop entrance was lit up, with several vehicles parked outside, like steel monsters, loaded with supplies. She was tall, dressed in dark armor, with a red tassel tied on her head, wearing combat boots, a long sword hanging at her waist, her face slender, eyes like stars, naturally exuding a sense of authority. Lao Wei was stunned instantly. How could there be such an amazing woman in the world? He didn't even notice his cigarette drop to the ground. Zhao Xiaoning was a little nervous and asked, "Are you here to deliver supplies?" Su Qing told me you could just push them in directly. Where's Su Qing? He's too drunk. All right, we'll push the supplies in now. Lao Wei waved his hand. A few workers pushed in crates of firefighting suits, miners' lamps, and other items. Lao Wei stepped inside and saw Su Qing lying on the table, unresponsive, with a row of empty bottles on the ground and on the table. He chuckled and asked, "May I ask, what's your relationship with Su Qing?" Zhao Xiaoning's face turned slightly red. "I'm his friend." "Friend? You two are eating well. Want to have a drink with me?" If you can also make me pass out, today's supplies are free." Lao Wei was a fat, small-eyed man, greedy and lustful, and he was someone who couldn't walk past food without stopping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Su Qing for the first time and already eaten 4 plates of dumplings. "Sure." Zhao Xiaoning sat across from Lao Wei and asked, "How do you want to drink?" With so much beer, even if Su Qing drank most of it, Zhao Xiaoning must have drunk quite a bit too. "I don't believe it." Lao Wei placed several bottles of white liquor on the table, all opened, and smiled. "Let's drink white wine together." Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "Okay, 1 cup for you, 1 cup for me." The two started drinking like this, quickly finishing 1 bottle, then opening another. Within minutes, they drank a total of 8 bottles of white liquor. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes grew brighter the more she drank, and she didn't show any signs of being drunk. She kept drinking happily, as if drinking water, feeling very joyful. But Lao Wei couldn't keep up. He always thought he was a big drinker, but compared to Zhao Xiaoning, he was nothing. His face was red and his neck thick, breathing heavily, but alcohol gave him courage. His eyes looked at Zhao Xiaoning differently, and he grinned. "Girl, what's your name? Are you done drinking? If you want to have fun, keep going. If not, you've lost. Hurry up and leave." "Do you talk like that?" Lao Wei struggled to stand up. Clang. A long sword was drawn, its tip pressed against Lao Wei's throat. Under the light, the sword's edge shone coldly, full of killing intent, almost smelling blood. "Oh." Lao Wei shivered in fear. Even the alcohol sobered him up. No, I was just joking." "Did you lose or not?" "Lost." "Get out." "Yes." Lao Wei didn't dare stay any longer, and he scrambled out of there. Click. Zhao Xiaoning pulled the sliding door shut. Lao Wei sat in his car, still feeling scared. This woman was too terrifying. He was absolutely sure she was willing to kill him with a sword just now. He couldn't afford to offend her. Really couldn't afford to offend her. Lao Wei urged the workers to leave quickly. He never wanted to see Zhao Xiaoning again in his life. Zhao Xiaoning pushed the boxes of firefighting suits, miner lamps, and other items into the wall. After hesitating for a moment, she still put a coat on Su Qing before returning to Lingxiao City. Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, and others had already been waiting here. They asked, "Princess, how do we use these things?" "These are just clothes. Just put them on." Every time, regardless of the situation, Su Qing would tell Zhao Xiaoning about it. But this time, Su Qing was drunk and couldn't inform anyone. Firefighter uniforms look difficult, but they are actually not that complicated. Putting on firefighter boots, pants, jacket, and securing the belt. After a while, everyone finally figured out how to wear them properly. What about the miner's lamp? One person held a lamp, and they studied together. Click. Suddenly, Xue Pairing pressed the switch, and the miner's lamp shone brightly, illuminating everything like daytime. "Is it so amazing?" Everyone looked over. Xue Pairing turned the lamp on and off a few times before finally placing it on his head, allowing him to see clearly everything in front. With both hands free, he could do other tasks. As for solar panels and daylight lamps, they were simple. Even the solar panels at Qingning Supermarket were installed by themselves. Zhao Xiaoning loudly said, "Pang Chong, Lu Hatan, go and clear the secret passage." Yes, 100 Longning soldiers, all wearing firefighter uniforms, boots, gloves, and miners' lamps on their heads, entered the secret passage one after another. Despite the water pipes and the rush of water, the smell of burning still filled the passage. Out of 2,000 totters, only a dozen escaped. The rest were either burned or suffocated inside the passage, with no one surviving. Serves them right. These Longning soldiers hated the totters deeply, considering them worse than pigs and dogs. Someone was digging a deep pit in a hidden spot outside the passage. Someone was carrying out the bodies. With the miners' lamps, they didn't have to worry about day or night. After 3 days, the passage was finally cleared. Zhao Xiaoning held a Wolf Fong flashlight, with Shui Pairing and Song Yanwei following behind, and they all entered the passage. It was a natural cave, very spacious, capable of holding over 10,000 people. According to previous plans, a few buckets of gasoline would do the trick, but they ended up using over 100 buckets, showing how fierce the scene was. But facing daily battles and death was just normal for them. After about 20 minutes, they finally emerged from the passage into dense bushes. Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "Let's go and see what's ahead." "Huh, princess, that's too dangerous. I've crawled in and out of dead bodies so many times. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Xiaoning told Peng Chong and Zhang Tingji to guard the passage, while she, Shui Pairing, Song Yanwei, and a dozen Longning soldiers moved forward cautiously. It was just over 5 miles away. Zhao Xiaoning climbed to a hill and looked through a telescope, instantly seeing the entire enemy camp. The tents were set up haphazardly. The enemy soldiers were quite relaxed, even without anyone on guard. A group of horses was kept in the stables, shiny and eye-catching. "We disturb the enemy, they tire, and we strike." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Xiaoning's mouth. She felt more determined than ever. This time, she was not only going to act, but also make a big move. Of course, she would act, but the key was how to do it. Zhao Xiaoning also took out her Huawei Mate 60 Pro phone. Although there was no signal, she could still record with the zoom lens. Within minutes, she captured the entire enemy front line. Tents, stables, grain supplies. She recorded everything, leaving nothing out. Shui Pairfeng and Song Yanqing lay beside her, looking both surprised and worried. After Zhao Xiaoning finished recording, Shui Pairfeng whispered, "Princess, are you sure this won't hypnotize those enemy soldiers? How is that possible? It's just a recording. Let's go quickly." Zhao Xiaoning retraced her steps back. Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Haida, and others were anxiously waiting, worried something might happen to Zhao Xiaoning. Lingxiao City was surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one mountain path for entry and exit. If the enemy blocked it, Lingxiao City would become a dead city. But now, things were different. They had a secret passage. Although there was a ahead, the road was wide and the view open, ready for a quick escape. If they moved along the cliff to the right, they could reach the Tua River, an important strategic location. Zhao Xiaoning said coldly, "From now on, everyone must work quickly to build a wall at the secret passage to defend against the enemy. Yes, I will pray to the gods for protection. We aim to launch a surprise attack within 3 days." Yes, Peng Chong, Lu Haida, Zhang Tingji, and others immediately began working hard. Ding ding ding. Zhao Xiaoning pulled the bell and entered a small shop. Women don't get drunk, and men don't get a chance. Originally, Su Qing planned to get Zhao Xiaoning drunk, but instead, he ended up vomiting all night, with a headache that felt like it was going to explode. The next day, he was stunned to see a row of empty wine bottles on the table. This woman was simply a powerhouse. If she goes to drink with the leaders, she will probably get everyone so drunk that they end up under the table. Right now, the antique weapon shop is working non-stop and has urgently restocked from other stores. The second batch of armor, helmets, tang swords, and 8-ox crossbows has finally arrived. Su Qing is counting the goods. Zhao Xiaoning walks in and asks, "Su Qing, we have figured out the enemy army's situation. Look, they start from a secret passage and go up to monitor the enemy soldiers. The enemy soldiers are very lazy, so lazy that it would be a shame not to use their equipment." Su Qing smiles and asks, "How many thunderclaps have you made so far?" "Only a few. That's enough. Have the gunpowder workshop make the thunderclaps about the size of a human head. Light them and throw them from high up." "Understood." Zhao Xiaoning nods repeatedly. "We will start our action in 3 days. Just wait for our good news." Su Qing takes out a long sword from a box and hands it to Zhao Xiaoning. "This sword is for you. I'll wait to hear about your safe return. Gifting a sword to a loved one is better than giving flowers. This sword is the treasure of the antique weapon shop. It's forged from a special alloy designed to cut through heat-resistant steel, stainless steel, manganese steel, and tool steel, truly capable of cutting through iron like mud." The scabbard looks plain, but when Zhao Xiaoning draws the sword, A cold gleam suddenly flashes. The sword is very narrow and thin. It feels like it's only slightly thicker than paper, even allowing a glimpse of a faint red glow inside through the tip. The handle is made of a special metal, with 2 small jade stones embedded on each side, looking very exquisite. Zhao Xiaoning swings the sword in the air a few times, growing more happy. She laughs. Su Qing, what a good sword. You're just as good at teasing. Su Qing glares at her, then grabs a Tang sword and chuckles. Come on, try chopping with it. Can I really do that? Just remove the really and go ahead. Okay. Left hand holds a sword, right hand holds a sword. They clash swords. It's like cutting a radish. One slash and the Tang sword is cut in half. Is it that powerful? Zhao Xiaoning is so shocked her mouth almost can't close, amazed and asking, does this sword have a name? Let's see. There are 2 characters engraved in seal script on the blade. Qingming. This is the Qingming sword. Because Tang swords are better than the plain swords of the Song dynasty, and the Qingming sword is better than Tang swords. Therefore, the Qingming sword is better than the plain swords. In summary, the Qingming sword was almost invincible in the Great Song dynasty, making all shields and armor seem fragile in comparison. Zhao Xiaoning became even more confident and, together with Su Qing, pushed all the weapons and armor into Lingxiao City. Now, all the soldiers of Chongning army could be equipped with armor and weapons. Are they going to fight? Is a battle about to begin? Su Qing paced back and forth in his room, feeling nervous, excited, and worried at the same time. This was his own army, built by his hands, with swords, armor, bows, crossbows, and even hunting guns. Could they defeat the enemy? He believed they could, but he hoped everything would go well, especially that Zhao Xiaoning wouldn't encounter any trouble. Su Qing took a few deep breaths and immediately called Huang Wei to send over 10,000 boxes of self-heating rice, hot pot containers, as well as sausages, beef jerky, and mineral water. Oh, and he also ordered 10,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, which were easy to carry. Even if someone had to hide outside alone, they wouldn't go hungry or freeze. While waiting for the delivery, Su Qing went to the market. He visited several bun shops. Each ordered 1,000 buns to be made and delivered immediately to Xinguang's small shop on Xingfu Road. This was a big order for the bun shops. Everyone got busy, making and steaming buns. When ready, each paper box held 6 buns, stacked together, and then delivered. Su Qing's plan was to push all these boxes into the walls, attaching a note. These buns were for the craftsmen and villagers building the city walls. As for the Chongning army, they would have pig slaughtering and vegetable dishes at night, with enough rice. Just focus on training. Are these buns hot, steaming large meat-filled buns? Xue Paifeng's eyes lit up. He grabbed one and took a big bite. The thin skin, generous filling, fresh and fragrant, delicious beyond words. Song Yining scolded with a smile. These are for the craftsmen and villagers. You're sneaking a bite? Hee hee. The 2 gathered the soldiers and pushed the buns toward the city wall. Along the way, children laying water pipes and patrolling the streets each received 4 buns and a bottle of mineral water. When they reached the wall, a group of villagers was working intensely, some mixing cement, some carrying bricks, some tying steel bars, and others building the wall. The wall was rising layer by layer at a visible speed. Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment. We're handing out buns, someone called out. Buns are here. A loud cheer. All the craftsmen and common people gathered around, forming long lines. Each person received 4 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. Some were squatting, others sitting on the ground, eating and drinking eagerly, their spirits high. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Xiaoning's mouth. This victory was not enough. There must be a great victory, an ultimate victory. Let all the enemies know the strength of Lingxiao City. The entire Lingxiao City was filled with a tense fighting atmosphere. Is there a battle? Su Qing was anxious, but there was little he could do. His only task was to do his best with the logistics behind the scenes. The buns were delivered. Huang Wei also brought hot rice, self-heating pots, red sausages, beef jerky, mineral water, and compressed biscuits. Hot rice, 10,000 boxes. Self-heating pots, 10,000 boxes. Red sausages, 2,000 pounds. Beef jerky, 2,000 pounds. Mineral water, 10,000 cases. Compressed biscuits, 10,000 cases. Total, over 110,000 items, all pushed into the wall. As for rice, flour, cooking oil, vegetables, pork, and other supplies, they were increased even more. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical. Just do it. At the training ground, 3,000 Chongning soldiers stood like a steel flood, swords and spears clashing, all movements synchronized. At the archery range, Zhang Tingji and 30 archers practiced their shooting. The most lively scene was at the secret passage exit, where Zhao Xiaoning personally supervised. Even the city walls were not being built there. All craftsmen and common people gathered. Sun-powered lamps lit up inside the secret passage, shining like daylight. Young people from the well bottom to the secret passage exit lined up every meter, passing cement, steel bars, bricks. One by one. At the exit, the city wall was being built layer by layer, as if blown by the wind. But what about the city gates? Su Qing asked the owner of the antique shop to help find 2 gates. Must be very thick and strong. This owner was resourceful, making calls among his contacts, and really found 2 massive bronze gates, each weighing thousands of pounds, 8 meters high and 5 meters wide, standing like 2 mountains, extremely sturdy. However, the price was high, costing over 1,000,000 yuan. Even the small shop's door couldn't fit, so Su Qing opened the garage door to push them in. People left. Su Qing called Zhao Xiaoning over. The 2 of them pushed hard against the wall, but couldn't move it at all. It seemed they could only use a powerful tool. Su Qing brought over a forklift, used it to lift a large bronze door, and then pushed it open with great effort. Wow, so strong? Zhao Xiaoning was stunned, feeling like it was as powerful as a giant monster. 1 door. 2 doors. Finally, both doors were pushed inside. Su Qing shrugged and said with a smile, "You people in Lingxiao City have so many. Now it's your turn to handle this." Su Qing, what is this? Zhao Xiaoning pointed at the forklift. A forklift? Can you get us one so we can use it too? Let's try. This idea was very bold. Su Qing parked the forklift by the road and pushed it with Zhao Xiaoning, but they couldn't move it either. They looked at each other and both smiled. Since they couldn't move the forklift, they decided to bring another one to help push the first. So, the second forklift easily pushed the first one inside, making it the coolest forklift ever. Haha. Su Qing felt like he had a divine perspective. Could he bring in mixers, bulldozers, shovels, cranes, and more? All of these modern machines could be used to turn Lingxiao City into a fortress. As for who would drive them, Su Qing would personally teach Zhao Xiaoning, who would then teach others. No rush. The most urgent task now was to repair the city walls and gates. For Zhao Xiaoning, this was both simple and complicated. The simple part was lining up flat carts to carry the city walls and pushing them forward little by little. The complicated part was how to get water from the well in Lingxiao Palace down into the secret passage and then to the exit. They decided to dismantle it. Fortunately, with many people working together, they took apart the well, creating a gentle. They could then build a road from the secret passage to the exit. The city gate led into the secret passage, with the front facing forward and the back facing behind. People lined both sides, carrying everything to the exit and stacking it up. It didn't take 3 days. Actually, it took 10 days to seal the secret passage exit. Usually, city walls are about 12 meters high, but this one was 20 meters, almost sealing the entire exit and blending perfectly with Lingxiao Peak. The bottom of the city wall was about 8 meters thick, made entirely of reinforced concrete, extremely strong. Walking up the stairs from the bottom, there are platforms and shooting holes at 12 meters and 16 meters. At 20 meters, there is nearly a 10-meter wide area with walls and watchtowers built for strong defense. During this time, Umar also led his soldiers to attack Lingxiao City, but they suffered heavy losses. They used 8 oxbow crossbows, pushing their stone cannons forward to destroy as much as possible. When their infantry tried to climb up, they were met with arrows. Even if they reached the foot of the city, without ladders, they couldn't climb up. This continued until sunset on the 10th day. Zhao Xiaoning, Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Hata, Xue Paifeng, Song Yining, and other soldiers all gathered at the exit of the secret tunnel. The space there was large enough to hold over 1,000 people. The Tatars are too cruel, killing our people and insulting our women. Today, You all must wipe out those totters to avenge our blood. Zhao Xiaoning stood on a high platform and shouted loudly, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" All the soldiers of Chongning army roared together. Zhao Xiaoning looked at the time and said loudly, "Now, everyone prepare your gear. Each person should carry a waste bag, 2 bottles of mineral water, a pound of beef jerky, a box of self-heating rice, and 4 packs of compressed biscuits. If we get separated from the main group, find a hiding spot and secretly return to Lingxiao City." The waste bags were bought for them by Su Qing, and they were very convenient to carry without hindering any movement. "Is that all right?" On the spot, Zhao Xiaoning opened a box of self-heating rice. No fire was needed. Just unscrew the water bottle and pour the water into the rice. As he explained the steps, the rice quickly started steaming with a fragrant aroma filling the air. There were over 1,000 people present, all staring intently. Finally, the rice stopped steaming. Zhao Xiaoning opened the self-heating rice, revealing plump, shiny grains covered with vegetables. Just looking at it made everyone's mouth water. This is incredible. Being able to heat food without fire. What magical skill is this? Pang Chong, come try some. Yes. Pang Chong couldn't wait and kept saying, "Delicious, delicious." There are many flavors of self-heating rice, such as Sichuan-style sausage, pickled vegetables with pork, twice-cooked pork, Taiwanese braised pork, and more, at least a dozen varieties. Everyone lined up to receive supplies. Zhao Xiaoning asked, "How is it? Is everyone ready?" "Ready. I tell you, the god said that any returning soldier will be rewarded with a bar of soap and a bag of rice, or 10 boxes of instant rice." Wow. The people at the scene became even more excited. Full of fighting spirit, Zhao Xiaoning threw a finely forged steel longsword to Lu Haiten and asked, "This is a gift from the gods for you." Lu Haiten was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, gods. I will surely defeat the enemies. Let's go." Creaking, the city gate opened, and the sky was darkening. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Haiten, Shuepair Wind, and Song Yining, along with a few hundred soldiers from the Longning army, quickly blended into the darkness. Hundreds versus tens of thousands. How can we fight? There's no chance of winning. But Zhao Xiaoning and Pang Chong are not there to fight directly. They are planning a sneak attack. No one should stay and fight. Just do the job and run away. If they can lure the enemy into the city gate area, then they will have a chance. Under the moonlight, the Longning army silently reached A, with the enemy tents below. The tents were set up messily. There were fires burning, and the enemy soldiers sat around roasting meat or warming themselves, chaotic and disorderly. Who can sneak attack? And who dares to? It's almost impossible. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, and others used binoculars to watch and whispered, "Pang Chong, take 200 men to steal the horses and try to drive them back to Lingxiao City." "Yes." Shuepair Wind, Song Yining, come with me to attack the camp. "Princess." Shuepair Wind and Song Yining, along with the soldiers, came over to persuade. Zhao Xiaoning must not have any accidents. If something happens to him, no one can contact the gods. What about the Longning army? What about the people of Lingxiao City? No one can afford to gamble. I went to the battlefield at 15, participated in countless battles, and have crawled in and out of piles of dead bodies many times. On the battlefield, I fight enemies. How can I hide in the back? Now, I have a bulletproof vest, armor, and the god's protection. I will be fine. Zhao Xiaoning looked determined. He had held this breath for too long. Shuepair Wind and Song Yining finally said nothing more, but in their hearts, they had already made a decision. Even if it meant losing their lives, they would protect Zhao Xiaoning at all costs. "Let's go." Everyone merged into the night. Pang Chong and 200 soldiers from Chongning army, bent over with little effort, reached the stables. However, there were about 30 stable hands feeding the horses, just bringing in the hay. If they finished feeding the horses, when would they be done? Pang Chong made a hand gesture. All 200 soldiers from Chongning army drew out their folding crossbows, which were like ancient pistols, dangerous at close range, easy to carry, and very powerful. They aimed all their arrows at the stable hands. 1, 2, 3. Pang Chong suddenly lowered his hand, and all the crossbow bolts shot out together. Thud, thud. The arrows pierced through the bodies. The stable hands fell into pools of blood. Pang Chong and the soldiers didn't hesitate. They immediately drew their swords and charged forward. They swung their swords swiftly. Only a few stable hands, who hadn't been hit, couldn't react in time and were immediately splashed with blood. There were at least 1,000 horses. Pang Chong opened a stable door, untied each horse's reins, and they all mounted their horses together, rushing out. Clatter, clatter. After riding some distance, the enemy soldiers finally realized something was wrong and shouted loudly. This was the moment they had been waiting for. A dozen soldiers from Chongning army, each guarding a stable, suddenly opened the doors. The horses, like crazy, rushed out in all directions, fleeing wildly. But most of the horses chased after Pang Chong's group. Shoot arrows. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, and Song Yining hit around, lighting their arrows with kerosene and shooting them out. Whoosh, whoosh. The flaming arrows shot like meteors across the sky, landing in the camp. The tents instantly caught fire. Thick smoke billowed, and screams filled the air. The frightened horses panicked and ran wildly everywhere, making the chaos worse. Some enemy soldiers were killed by the flying arrows. Others were slaughtered as Pang Chong and his soldiers pushed them out of the camp. Many more soldiers in the tents, still sleeping, didn't understand what was happening and were burned alive by the fire. Countless others were trampled or hit by the horses. The entire camp descended into chaos, filled with cries of despair. The black horses rushed out of the tents, and the sight before them shocked everyone. They angrily shouted, "What's going on?" 100 soldiers hurried over, shouting, "General Wu, the Chongning army is attacking us." What? Umaru grabbed the collar of the 1,000 household officer and angrily said, "The Chongning army is only a few thousand people. We have tens of thousands. How dare they attempt an ambush? Yes, kill them. Kill them all." In Umaru's view, their 30,000 troops, equipped with many stone cannons, should easily break through Lingxiao City. But unexpectedly, twice attacking the city failed to do any real damage, and instead, they suffered heavy losses. And now, the Chongning army dares to attack again? This is a huge shame. Umager mounted his horse and roared, "The horns! Chase them! Woo-woo!" The cow horn sounded, and the enemy soldiers quickly gathered, each mounting their horses. "Retreat!" Zhao Xiaoning shouted, regrouped with Pang Chong and others, and all of them mounted their horses, fleeing toward the secret passage. They didn't escape quickly, often turning back to shoot arrows, waiting for Umaru and his men to catch up. "They're coming." Finally, they arrived. Zhao Xiaoning yelled, "Hurry up and go." The horses' hooves clattered, and the yellow river water rushed loudly. Haha. They ran while laughing wildly, almost making Umaru furious. "Chase! Chase!" Umaru, along with the defeated General Zhang Wenhu and several thousand household officers, led at least 5,000 or 6,000 men, shooting arrows continuously, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Some arrows missed Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, and others hiding behind. Some hit their bodies, but no problem at all. Not even their armor was pierced. The city gate was wide open. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, and others didn't hesitate and rushed into the secret passage, followed by their horses. How many people were there? No one cared anymore. Soldiers on both sides immediately closed the city gates. Click, click. The gates finally shut tight. Umaru, Zhang Wenhu, and others ran to the bottom of the city gate, stunned by what they saw. When did a city gate appear? The thick city walls and the sturdy gates had completely merged with Lingxiao Peak. The first layer was archers. The second layer was bowmen. The third layer consisted of strong men holding large thunder bombs the size of helmets. Everything was ready. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanqing, and others reached the top of the city wall and sneered. "Umaru, you are just a bunch of rabble. How dare you attack Lingxiao City with such a small force? You are overestimating yourselves. Get lost. Get out of here now." Over 1,000 soldiers of the Chongning army shouted together. Who could withstand this? Originally, after 2 consecutive defeats under Zhao Xiaoning's command, today he even allowed Zhao Xiaoning to lead troops in stealing many horses and launching a surprise attack on the camp, which was extremely humiliating. The black horse glared at Zhao Xiaoning with fierce eyes. The land in front of the city wall was flat, and the stone cannons could be pushed forward freely. Tonight, they would not stop until they broke through the city gates. All the Tatars retreated. However, in the distance, Torches were lit one after another, and more people gathered, including stone cannons and siege engines being moved closer. They were preparing a big attack. Zhao Xiaoning used binoculars to see everything clearly and coldly ordered, Zhang Tingji. Reporting for duty. I am giving you an urgent mission. Led 2,000 Chongning soldiers out of Lingxiao City, just like this. Do you understand? Yes. Zhang Tingji responded loudly and took the order token to Lingxiao City. Everyone held their breath. What's the point of winning? Now, Zhao Xiaoning had a very bold idea, to destroy all 30,000 of the Black Horse's troops. 3,000 people against 30,000? This was not just bold, it was extremely daring. In the past, Zhao Xiaoning wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. But now, things were different. They had crossbows, arrows, hunting guns, even thunder bombs, and were not afraid of anyone. After a short wait, under the cover of siege carts and wooden screens, the Tatars finally launched an attack on the city gate. The siege carts carried huge beams, with metal on both ends, pulled with inertia and momentum to strike the gate. The carts were shaped like triangles, covered with thick iron plates and painted with yellow mud. Arrows and fire couldn't do any harm. The wooden screens were also made of large wooden boards, covered with raw cowhide to strengthen durability and sturdiness. A group of Tatars hid under the screens and slowly approached the city gate. They reached the gate easily without much effort. Bang! Bang bang! Repeated impacts sounded as the heavy bronze gate made dull noises, but it remained intact. Ha! Black horses, you dogs of Tatars, are you no good? Haven't you eaten today? Having more people is useless. You're just a bunch of useless trash. On the city wall, the Chongning soldiers mocked them recklessly. They had suffered repeated losses and were attacked again and again. The current soldiers are acting like they have gone mad, completely losing their reason. They shout loudly, everyone, charge together. Build the ladders and attack the city. Zhang Wenhu quickly says, General Wu, I feel something is wrong. We should think carefully before rushing in. What are you talking about? I've gathered over 10,000 men, and the enemy has only a few thousand. What are we afraid of? Charge. Go, go, go. It must be said that these soldiers from the enemy army are like fierce wolves, full of a strong and ruthless energy, rushing toward the city gate. But the Chongning army was already prepared. Fire arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot out from the battlements, instantly creating a cloud of blood and chaos, with many enemy soldiers falling immediately. However, more of the enemy soldiers continued to set up ladders and desperately climbed upward. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It was useless. It simply didn't work. The ladders were only about 15 meters long, but the city wall was over 20 meters high. If you include the sloped angles, you'd need at least a 25-meter ladder to climb up. Now, the front soldiers couldn't get up, and those behind kept pushing forward desperately. Over 10,000 people gathered under the city gate, waiting for this moment. Zhao Xiaoning's lips curled into a cold smile as he shouted sharply, spray oil. That was gasoline. On the city wall, each battlement had a barrel of gasoline placed on it. The soldiers of Chongning used ladles to scoop and spray it down continuously. This went on for about 10 minutes. Archers on the second and third floors lit fire arrows and shot them toward the crowd through their shooting holes. Whoosh flames instantly soared into the sky, spreading rapidly. The enemy soldiers looked like grasshoppers thrown into a fire, fleeing in all directions. But with over 10,000 people crowded in one place, they couldn't all escape at once. Thunder bombs. Whoosh whoosh. Large bombs the size of helmets were ignited and dropped from the sky like rain. Boom. Boom boom. The explosions echoed loudly across the sky. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, with smoke rising and blood and flesh flying everywhere. What siege equipment? What wooden screens? What shields? Even the armor was as fragile as paper. The thunder bombs contained powerful explosives, capable of causing destruction up to 10 meters. In an instant, limbs and body parts flew everywhere, fragments scattered wildly, and screams of pain filled the air. This was a massacre. The originally arrogant and domineering Tatars army was easily defeated by the explosives. Umadar watched with rage, trembling all over. He had thought they could take Lingxiao City in just 3 days, never expecting they would end up like this. What happened? Why did the Chongming army suddenly become so strong? And the thunder bombs were even more terrifying. Retreat! Retreat! Umar shouted loudly. But the Tatars were already stunned by the explosions, unable to hear his voice or tell directions. Zhang Wenhu was so scared he was trembling and said, "General Yu, let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Let's go?" Umar ignored the Tatars and led some trusted followers to escape desperately. Lingxiao City was a dangerous place, and he just wanted to run as far away as possible. All the thunder bombs had been used up. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Hata, and others stood on the city wall, looking at the scene in front of them, which was like on earth, with bodies piled up high. Blood seeped into the ground, horrifying to see. But war is cruel, and how did the Tatars slaughter the people of Song? After stopping for 2 minutes, Zhao Xiaoning drew his bow and shot an arrow, killing a struggling captain. He shouted sharply, "Shoot! Leave no one alive." Arrows flew out like swarms of locusts. Thud! Thud! The Tatars, stunned and wounded by the explosions, were shot down one after another. Finally, there was no more sound at the scene. Creak! The city gate opened, and Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Hata, Shui Paifeng, and others mounted their horses and chased out. Only a few soldiers, 300 Chongning soldiers, and some young and old civilians remained to clean up the scene. Run! Quickly run! Umar, Zhang Wenhu, and others rode their horses desperately, trying to escape further, aiming to reach the top of Lingxiao Peak. Suddenly, a muffled bang sounded ahead, and a captain's chest burst out a spray of blood mist, causing him to fall face up. Arrows and bullets shot from all directions. In an instant, those fleeing with Umar fell one after another. What happened? What exactly was going on? Umar was panicked and felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. An arrow had hit him directly, and he fell from his horse. Kill! A countless number of Chongning soldiers charged from all sides, holding tang swords and attacking Umar and Zhang Wenhu and others. This was the urgent mission Zhao Xiaoning had given to Zhang Tingji. Ambush and escape the Tatars on the way. They saw one enemy and killed him. They saw two enemies and killed them both. No matter who the opponent was, no one was spared. The blades flashed, and blood flowed freely. In just 15 minutes, the ground was filled with bodies lying in all directions. As for Umar and Zhang Wenhu, Zhang Tingji and the Chongning soldiers were cleaning up the scene. Whether injured or not, as long as they had breath, they were cut down with a single. Soon, Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Hata, Shui Paifeng, and others arrived. They asked, "Zhang Tingji, how is it? Did you kill Umar?" "Not sure yet. We're still clearing the scene," he replied. "Good. I'll leave 500 men with you. The rest, follow me to sweep the Tatars' camp," Zhao Xiaoning ordered. "Kill." They cheered in unison and galloped away. How is the battle going now? Su Qing felt nothing but emptiness. He paced back and forth in the room, his heart restless like wild grass, unable to sit still. What a pity. How frustrating. He couldn't go help. Of course, even if he went, he wouldn't be able to do much. He couldn't draw a bow, wield a sword, or ride a horse. But at least he could watch from the side. The only thing Su Qing could do was have Huang Wei bring 10 bottles of Feitian Mao Dai and 500 cans of beer. He also booked 90 tables of food, braised fish, braised pork, braised ham hock, braised ribs. All meat. Let's eat. But where were the people? Su Qing wanted to ring the bell so many times, but didn't dare. Because if Zhao Xiaoning returned, he would definitely come to find him first. Otherwise, even if he broke the bell string, it wouldn't matter. Zhao Xiaoning was probably not in Lingxiao City now. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. It went on until past 2 in the morning. Su Qing still felt no sleep coming. He was even too tired to play Black Myth. Yukong. Could something have gone wrong? After all, Lingxiao City had only 3,000 Chongning soldiers, while the Tatars' vanguard had 30,000, strong and well-equipped. There was simply no comparison. Su Qing grabbed a bottle of mineral water and threw it at the wall. Unexpectedly, the mineral water flew back. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue. Su Qing's face instantly turned pale. So, Zhao Xiaoning is in trouble? He had already armed her completely, from armor to helmet, from bulletproof vest to Qingming's sword. Ordinary people couldn't hurt her. He no longer cared about money. Now, he was used to Zhao Xiaoning's presence. Could it really be that he would never see her again? Su Qing's eyes stared fixedly at the wall. Suddenly, a dark figure crashed into him. He couldn't dodge in time. Too fast. Too fierce. Su Qing was knocked over. Zhao Xiaoning was not much better. She lost control of her body and fell onto him. But before Su Qing could react, Zhao Xiaoning had already jumped up, blushing and angry, saying, "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing so close to the wall?" This woman. No wonder the mineral water bottle came back again. He threw it, and she threw it back. Su Qing snorted, "The wall is so big, but you insist on crashing into me. I think you're doing it on purpose. I didn't know where you were standing. You can't see, but based on the direction the water bottle was thrown from, you should know." Hee. Of course, it was on purpose, to scare Su Qing. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with mischief as she asked, "Guess how our battle is going? Total victory?" "More than just a victory. Our 3,000 Chongning soldiers have defeated 30,000 enemy soldiers. After 2 city assaults, the enemy lost thousands of men. During the night raid on the camp, at least 5,000 or 6,000 were killed by fire or trampling horses. The heaviest casualties were under the city gate. Over 10,000 enemy soldiers gathered there, with nowhere to run or hide. Under gasoline, rockets, and bombs, only over 1,000, including Umar and Zhang Wenyu, managed to escape. Everyone else was killed. And that's not all. Zhang Tingji and 2,000 Chongning soldiers circled around Lingxiao City, ambushing Umar and Zhang Wenyu's remaining forces at the foot of Lingxiao Peak. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the bodies of Umar and Zhang Wenyu. Zhao Xiaoning and Zhang Tingji didn't have time to think. They mounted their horses one after another and launched an attack on the enemy camp. When they reached the camp, fires were burning everywhere, and the enemy soldiers were busy putting out the flames. Who would have thought that over 10,000 people like Umar and Zhang Wenyu would all be lost? Who would have thought that the Chongning army would attack again? The enemy soldiers had no weapons in their hands. Under the fierce charge of the Chongning army, one after another, they were knocked down. Charge! 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 From one side to the other, back and forth. They fought fiercely, causing chaos and bloodshed. The enemy bodies piled up, and blood flowed freely. Finally, there was no more pointless struggle or resistance. Fire blazed loudly, lighting up half the sky. Did we win? Did we really win? Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, and other soldiers sat quietly on their horses, looking around in disbelief. Tears blurred their vision. It was so hard to believe. After the defeat at Xiangyang and Fancheng, the enemy army advanced quickly and captured the capital city, Linan. At the Battle of Yashan, Lu Xiufu, carrying the young Emperor Zhao Bing, jumped into the sea to end his life. Many loyal officials followed him, and 100,000 soldiers and civilians also jumped into the sea to sacrifice themselves. What a tragic and heroic scene. Now, the Chongning army had finally avenged their shame. Only 3,000 soldiers fought against 30,000 enemies. And the casualties? Only a dozen soldiers were lightly injured, with no deaths. This achievement was truly shocking and worthy of being recorded in history. Zhao Xiaoning looked at the enemy supplies piled like mountains. Luckily, they had set fire earlier to avoid them. There were some scattered horses around, and everything was taken back. Even the enemy weapons and armor could be reused after being melted down. When they reached the secret tunnel entrance, the soldiers and villagers had already cleaned up most of the scene. All the bodies were piled in the valley, doused with gasoline, and burned. However, after the thunderous explosions and fires at the tunnel entrance, the ground looked as if it had been plowed. No grass, no stones, just a huge, empty space. From the tunnel entrance to the foot of Lingxiao Peak, thousands of people had trampled back and forth, forming a road. The princess has returned. The princess has returned. Everyone stopped and cheered together. Zhao Xiaoning loudly declared, "Longning is mighty. Longning is mighty. Longning is mighty." These shouts echoed through Lingxiao City. The people brought supplies into the secret tunnel. Zhao Xiaoning didn't stay long and immediately went to find Su Qing. "We won. We really won." Su Qing was like a child, happily jumping and shouting, "Today, the enemy army can't possibly attack the city. Go back and reward the troops. Eat lots of meat and drink plenty of wine. Let's move out now." Now Zhao Xiaoning was no longer polite with Su Qing. The two of them pushed in barrels of braised pork, braised fish, braised ham hock, and braised ribs, along with 500 boxes of canned beer. This is Feitian Maodai. One bottle is worth 15 bags of rice. What? That's so expensive? Of course. I tell you. Thank you. Fearing Su Qing might change his mind, Zhao Xiaoning immediately pushed in 10 bottles of Feitian Maodai and asked, "Shall we have a drink to celebrate?" What? Su Qing was so scared he kept nodding his head. He was genuinely worried because this woman never got drunk. Haha. Zhao Xiaoning was in a very good mood and happily returned to Lingxiao City. All the soldiers waited quietly. It seemed tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. Braised pork, braised ribs, braised fish, braised ham hock. Now, these dishes had all cooled down. The soldiers carried large stainless steel buckets into the kitchen to reheat them. For solar lamps hung high on the masts, illuminating the camp brightly and clearly. All 3,000 Chongning soldiers wore armor and helmets, with tang swords hanging at their waists and combat boots on their feet, standing tall like javelins, their eyes burning with determination as they looked at Zhao Xiaoning. We won. Under the protection of the gods, our 3,000 men defeated 30,000 of the enemy. Zhao Xiaoning held a large horn and announced this good news. Wow. Although everyone in the Chongning army already knew the answer, they still cheered loudly in an instant. Large cardboard boxes were pushed over and stacked in the open space of the camp. There was soap, pork, self-heating rice, bags of rice and flour, instant noodles, cola, and beer. Before setting out, wasn't it said that every returning soldier would receive a bar of soap and a bag of rice, or 10 boxes of self-heating rice? Now, everyone lined up to receive their share: 1 bag of flour, 2 gin of pork, 2 cans of cola, 2 cans of beer, and a box of instant noodles. All supplies were given out for free. It was not just about the items, but also a sincere promise and care. No pushing, no noise. Everyone had their share. There were many surprises and plenty of supplies. This is the sound recorded by Su Qing using a loudspeaker, played on repeat. All the soldiers from Chongning are holding their boxes, happily heading home. The streets are lively with voices. Everyone is caught up in a big celebration, and occasional firecrackers go off. 3,000 people killed 30,000? Without divine protection, how could it be possible? The local gentry and wealthy merchants couldn't wait even a quarter of an hour. They gathered many people and immediately went to rebuild Lingxiao Palace to create divine statues. As for the children, they are jumping and bouncing, even happier than during the New Year. Pang Chong's home has a wife, 2 concubines, and several children. Originally, there were over 20 servants, but since Lingxiao City faced water and food shortages, those servants were dismissed. Now, only a few remain. It's so late, yet no one is sleeping at home. When everyone saw Pang Chong return, they gathered around, tears of excitement and joy streaming down their faces. These are blessings from the divine. Pang Chong placed everything on the table. This is instant rice. No need to heat. Just add water, and soon the rice and dishes are ready to eat. This is instant noodles. Boil with hot water, add seasoning, and it's incredibly tasty. And this is cola. When they were at the camp, Pang Chong tried it once. He opened the pull tab and handed it to a child. The child tasted it, and bubbles burst in his mouth, bringing a delightful shock, so refreshing and delicious. Right then, Pang Chong personally ordered the rice to be heated and the noodles cooked. The steward happily took them to the kitchen. His wife, concubines, children, and servants all knelt on the ground, thanking the heavens and the divine. Such scenes are just a small part of thousands of families. Like Samling, like Zhang Tingji. As for Lu Haida, there's no need to say much. He was once just a trader with no status. Now, he has become the leader of the Chongning army, commanding 100 men, which greatly boosts Lu's family reputation. After explaining things to his family, the soldiers returned to the camp. Now large pots of steaming braised pork, fish, ham hocks, and ribs are brought out. There's no rice. Baskets of fluffy, fragrant steamed buns, soft and sweet. Using chopsticks, 1 thread of bun is pierced and threaded onto a stick, with the bun in the left hand and vegetables in the right. A jar of beer is placed on the ground. This is authentic beer brewed from malt, smooth in taste with a long aftertaste. During the Song dynasty, rice wine was not yet common. People mostly drank yellow wine and fruit wine. For example, Wusong drank 18 bowls of wine while crossing Jinyang Ridge, and he was drinking brewed wine, which was usually about 6 degrees alcohol. Fruit wine was too sweet and fragrant, suitable for women, but common folks mainly drank yellow wine. Yellow wine was spicy and bitter and couldn't compare to beer. One jar after another. The loaning army of 3,000 soldiers fully relaxed and enjoyed eating and drinking. Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Haida, Shui Pering, Song Yinying, and some soldiers gathered in a room. I tell you, the gods brought us a few bottles of good wine to celebrate our victory. This bottle of wine is worth 15 bags of rice. So expensive? Hiss. Everyone was shocked, gasping in surprise, with expressions of respect on their faces. Feitian Matai. Zhao Xiaoning opened the bottle cap, and a strong aroma of sauce fragrance filled the air. Good wine. Zhao Xiaoning sniffed it and hesitated to let others drink it. Each person had a cup. The wine was clear and bright, with a deep amber color, sparkling and transparent. Pang Chong took a sip gently. It was slightly sweet, then quickly developed into a rich and full flavor. The sauce aroma was thick but not dull, like an ancient tune blooming on the tongue, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Wow! After the first sip, everyone couldn't help but take a second. Soon, all 10 bottles of wine were finished, and everyone looked a bit reluctant to stop. Pang Chong grinned and said, "Your Highness, the gods gave us such powerful explosives that they made those traitors run in all directions." Exactly. 3,000 traitors, and the thunder bombs must have killed or injured at least half of them. Your Highness, can you ask the gods to give us more explosives? The gunpowder workshop supplies are running low. Zhao Xiaoning understood that their great victory today depended on the explosives. Otherwise, even if they defeated the vanguard of the enemy, such a victory with only a few minor injuries and no deaths would be impossible. The enemy army definitely wouldn't let Lingxiao City go. This time, there were 30,000 enemies. What about next time? It is said that the southern king of the enemy, Tuahuan, commands an army of 300,000. 3,000 soldiers against 300,000. Could a single loaning army kill 100 enemy soldiers each? The immediate priority now is to recruit new soldiers, and there is also a great need for explosives, armor, weapons, helmets, gasoline, cement, steel bars, bricks, and many other supplies. The demand is still very high. However, I can't think about all that right now, especially since we just won a battle. I believe the gods will find a way. The next day, Zhao Xiaoning came out of his room and saw that the stables in the camp had already been built. There were nearly 2,000 warhorses, each muscular. They might not look very pretty, but compared to the well-fed, strong horses of the Song dynasty, they are much better. One is for combat, the other for display. There's no comparison. Everyone started to get busy. Ding ding ding. Zhao Xiaoning tugged the bell and went to find Su Qing. He wasn't sure if Su Qing had woken up yet. Chongning army scored a big victory. Su Qing finally relaxed and then went to the esports hotel to play Black Myth. Yukong all night. The Black Bear Spirit. The Earth Wolf. The Sand King. The Stone Mother. It was dawn when Su Qing just brought back a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Zhao Xiaoning came over, surprised, and said, "Is this fried dough? Soy milk? Fried dough? This is called youtiao. Do you have it in the Song dynasty too?" Of course. During the Southern Song period, traitor Qin Hui falsely accused Yu Fei of crimes, leading to Yu Fei's death. The people were furious. They shaped Qin Hui into a dough figure and threw it into the oil pot. This became the famous fried dough, later called youtiao, and it has been passed down ever since. But after being besieged in Lingxiao City for so many years, Zhao Xiaoning hadn't eaten youtiao in a long time. Su Qing smiled and said, "You eat yours, I'll go buy another." Okay. Zhao Xiaoning didn't refuse. He soaked the youtiao in soy milk, ate while chatting with Su Qing. There are no issues with armor, helmets, tang swords, bows, and crossbows. The real problem is explosives, gasoline, and bullets. These are contraband and can't be traded casually. Zhao Xiaoning said, "I understand. You probably need money too, right? I'll gather everyone and organize a donation." "All right, I'll think of a way too. Things are too busy now. I need to quickly recruit soldiers because a big battle might be coming." "Recruit soldiers? Wait for me. I'll go to the printing shop and make some colorful posters." Headline: One person enlists, the whole family is proud. Large bold letters recruitment notice. For several years, the Tatars have been slaughtering our Song people and kidnapping women and children. This is truly a matter of divine anger and public resentment. Now, the gods have issued an order to recruit brave warriors from Lingxiao City to fight against the Tatars. Monthly pay is 2,000 coins, spring clothing made of silk, 2 pieces, fabric, 2 pieces, and supplies of pork, rice, and vegetables are provided. We hope all brave warriors will eagerly sign up. Together, we will defend our homeland and face this national crisis. Su Qing printed the notice on A2 paper and included a drawing showing Tatars killing and looting civilians. The sketch was simple but very brutal. Such images can easily stir the common people's feelings of unity and hatred against the enemy. But that's not all. Su Qing also printed some slogans, such as, "Defeat the Tatars, the traitors. Great Song territory is sacred and inviolable. May my blood nourish my land, and restore our mountains and rivers. Drive out the invaders, restore our rivers and mountains, and every citizen has a duty to protect the country. Anyone who harms Lingxiao will be punished, no matter how far away they are." One after another, line after line. Is it really okay to do this? Not just the people of Lingxiao City. Even Zhao Xiaoning was moved and excited. Zhao Xiaoning said passionately, "I will put up these slogans right now." Su Qing nodded and asked, "How are you training the soldiers?" "Just arranging formations and fighting in pairs." Our country has a special elite force, each one carefully selected through layers of training. I'll give you a copy of the Special Forces Selection Standards and the Special Forces Training Manual, along with some training videos. See if you can select some from the Longning Army. Special Forces? That sounds unfamiliar, but it seems very powerful. Zhao Xiaoning nodded repeatedly and immediately returned to Lingxiao City, ordering people to put up the recruitment notices and slogans all over the streets and alleys. Next to each recruitment notice, there were 2 tables guarded by 4 soldiers from Longning Army, with officials registering people on the spot. What is this? The common people had never seen such colorful slogans and recruitment notices before and gathered around eagerly. Those who could read the notices aloud. Those who couldn't read looked at the pictures and understood. Recruitment? Young men and women rushed forward to sign up. The officials told them not to worry and to discuss with their families before signing up. This was only the preliminary selection. Anyone who signs up will receive a number tag, such as 0001, 0002, and so on. These people with tags go to the training ground to participate in the reselection. Height, weight, strength, running, jumping, and eyesight are all tested. If someone is skilled in martial arts or archery, they can be directly promoted into the Chongning Army without going through the usual process, and they will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles. This scene was unexpected even for Zhao Xiaoning. The young men and women coming to sign up for the army kept pouring in from all directions. Initially, the number tags only went up to 9,999, but now there are over 20,000 people. Almost all the young men and women in Lingxiao City have come. And that's not all. Some elderly, weak, women, and children without tags also came, standing on the outskirts of the training ground, filling the entire area. All 40,000 residents of Lingxiao City came out, with no one hiding. This scene was truly magnificent. Zhao Xiaoning stood on the platform, holding a loudspeaker, and loudly declared, "The great wind and mighty tide. May our youth defend Lingxiao's prosperity. May our passion spread across the beautiful mountains and rivers. May our daring protect the peace and safety of the nation. May the mountains and rivers remain safe, drive out the invaders, and bring peace to our great country." Thud, thud. Everyone kneeled on the ground and together said, "Your Highness Princess, please allow us to join the army. Your Highness Princess, please allow us to join the army. Your Highness Princess, please allow us to join the army." Their voices echoed through Lingxiao's skies. Zhao Xiaoning was very excited and shouted loudly, "The second round of recruitment officially begins." Busy. Zhao Xiaoning was truly busy. Meanwhile, Su Qing was also busy. He called Lao Wei and asked him to get some special police training equipment, like climbing gear, rappelling, fire hoop jumping, rolling tires, obstacle crossing, archery, and so on, trying to get them delivered as soon as possible. What was he doing? Lao Wei had tolerated him many times, but finally couldn't hold back and asked, Boss Su, what exactly are you doing? Why do you need these things? I set up a holiday training camp to make some money. All right, I have those items here. I'll send them over right away. Get me 1,000 barrels of gasoline and 500 kilograms of explosives. The more bullets, the better. What? Lao Wei was startled. These things are really hard to get. Su Qing said, money is not a problem. I need them urgently. Okay, I'll find a way. The sooner, the better. Taking this opportunity, Su Qing gathered several copies of the Special Forces Selection Standards and the Special Forces Training Manual from the internet. He also collected videos on standing at attention, marching, formations, and more, all based on modern military training standards. There was no choice. The people from Lingxiao City were too few. One person couldn't handle 100, at least 1,000 were needed. Around 4 p.m., Lao Wei sent someone to bring over training equipment, ropes, logs, a 10-meter low obstacle net, a 2.4-meter high wall, 200-pound tires, and even some fitness equipment like Tai Chi wheels, walking machines, exercise bikes, treadmills, and resistance bands. Several trucks were loaded with gear. Ding ding ding. Su Qing rang a bell to call Zhao Xiaoning over, explaining step by step how to stand at attention, march, form ranks, and so on. He emphasized that selection and training must be strict. Quality over quantity in soldiers. Understood. Zhao Xiaoning went back to set up the equipment and prepare for the Special Forces selection. Su Qing finally sat down to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. A few people entered, looked around, and sighed. Su Qing, what have you done? The small shop is empty. There's nothing here at all. Who? The person entering the supermarket was an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Her face was full of wrinkles, but she looked energetic and alert. She looked around suspiciously with a smile, appearing quite kind. Following her was a tall, slender, middle-aged man with a scholarly air. He wore glasses and looked gentle and polite, but there was a strange, hard-to-explain feeling in his eyes. They were Grandma Su and her eldest brother, Su Dachin. This made Su Qing feel a bit uncomfortable. Although now the Su family dressed well and looked refined, they used to be nothing. All of this was thanks to Su Qing's father, Su Dasheng, and his mother, Lin Susu. They borrowed startup funds from the Lin family, started as contractors, and earned their first fortune. Within a few years, Su Dasheng founded Dasheng Real Estate and began developing properties, gradually accumulating over 10 million in assets. Now, everything was different. The previously distant Su family members had all come crawling back like leeches. Grandma Su said, "Did Su Dasheng even consider his mother? I don't want much, just to be a consultant." Su Dian also said that now Dasheng Real Estate Company is very busy. If this continues, won't it exhaust Su Dasheng? As the eldest son of the Su family, he should help his younger brother more. He might as well take on the role of general manager of the company. As for Su Dian's daughter, Su Fei, she should become the manager of the sales department. His son, Su Chong, should be the team leader of the security department. Refuse? Do you dare to refuse? That would mean ignoring family ties and showing no loyalty or filial piety. Grandma Su, Su Dian, Su Fei, Su Chong, and others went to the real estate company, crying all day, causing trouble so much that business couldn't go on. In Lin Susu's view, even if they are paid a salary every month, they shouldn't interfere in the company's affairs. But Su Dasheng was exhausted from their constant meddling, so he finally agreed. Su Dasheng and Lin Susu were still a bit worried, afraid something might go wrong with the company. However, the reactions of the Su family members surprised them. Su Dian, Su Fei, and Su Chong all behaved properly. No tardiness, no skipping work, no sneaking around. This was good. Gradually, Su Dasheng and Lin Susu relaxed their guard. Unbeknownst to them, Grandma Su and Su Dian's actions were partly to gain their trust and partly to strengthen their own position in the company. Less than half a year later, Su Dasheng and Lin Susu planned to go to the provincial capital to discuss a business deal, but they were involved in a car accident and died. At that time, Su Qing had just graduated from university and found a job in the provincial capital. When she heard the terrible news, she immediately rushed back. The Su family? Whose Su family is this? Su Qing couldn't even enter the main gate of the Su family, and she definitely couldn't get into dashing real estate. Everything had fallen into the hands of the Su family members. Now, the Su family members owned assets worth over 10 million, but Su Qing was just a lonely, powerless individual. How could she possibly be their match? It was unthinkable not to swallow her anger. Fortunately, Su Dashing and Lin Susu seemed to have a premonition of trouble and made a will early on, leaving the thriving small shop to Su Qing. Su Qing had been running the shop for more than half a year. The Su family hadn't contacted her once, nor had they visited. Their relationship had long since been severed. Now, what are they coming for? A fox giving New Year greetings to a chicken, surely with bad intentions. Su Qing sneered and asked, "What do you want?" "Kid, how can you talk like that?" Grandma Su didn't speak, nor did Su Dian. Grandma Tian Fengjiao, who was standing beside the two people, couldn't hold back and said with a smile, "We don't know how you've been doing lately. We all feel sorry for you, so we came to see you." This woman was in her 50s but dressed very extravagantly and wore heavy makeup, clearly the type who cared a lot about appearances. Su Qing shook her head. "No, I'm doing fine on my own. No need for you to trouble yourselves." "Doing well? Look at your small shop. It's empty, nothing inside. At night, you just eat instant noodles? That won't do." Tian Fengjiao shook her head repeatedly, looking very worried. "Come on, let's take you out for a big meal." Su Qing refused again. "No need. Instant noodles are fine. Some people can't even get that." "Enough." Old Mrs. Su paused, leaning on her cane, her face looking a bit upset. She sighed sadly. "Child, why are you so formal with your own family? Look at how you're living. How can we face your parents in the afterlife?" Everything changed. It was obvious that the Su family had come prepared. Su Fei and Su Chong also arrived, calling some movers to rush into Su Qing's bedroom. They threw away the bed sheets, blankets, and the bed itself. All the furniture, tables, chairs, everything, was discarded. So many people, Su Qing couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. In no time, the room was cleared out. Nothing remained. The double bed, bedside table, bed linens, even the curtains and kitchenware, all replaced with new ones. Su Fei even sprayed air freshener and said with a smile, "Su Qing, look at this. Doesn't the room feel much fresher now? Is this really the kindness of the Su family?" Su Qing couldn't believe it, and in her heart, she sneered coldly, saying, "Fine, thank you then." Sigh. Old Mrs. Su sighed and said, "Your parents are gone, and you've been wronged. Tomorrow is Grandma's 70th birthday. You must come." "Okay, I will definitely go. Then we won't bother you anymore. Rest early." Old Mrs. Su patted Su Qing's shoulder, and she, along with Su Daniu, Tian Fengjiao, Su Fei, and Su Chong, turned to leave. As they turned away, each of their faces showed a triumphant smile, almost eager to get home. In the Su family's private villa, Lu Zhan Kuei, He Guizhi, and Lu Yuan Yuan were already waiting there. They hurried over excitedly, asking, "Old Madam Su, did you bring everything back? Not a single thing is missing." Grandma Su smiled proudly and said, "Find everything. Search all the belongings." "Yes." Su Daxian, Tian Fengjiao, Su Fei, and Su Chong all became teary-eyed and rushed forward together. Drawers, wardrobes, cardboard boxes. They checked everything, even dismantled the mattress, but found nothing valuable. Everyone was stunned. Grandma Su's face looked very unhappy. She angrily said, "Lu Yuanyuan, didn't you say Su Qing has assets worth over $1 billion? Where's the money? Bank cards? Passbooks? Nothing at all." Lu Yuanyuan asked, "When you rushed in, didn't Su Qing have time to switch things?" "Of course not. He had no idea we were coming. But everything we said is true. You've been watching Beijiang Trading City all along. Su Qing really makes tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of goods every day." "Humph, that scoundrel." Grandma Su's face darkened. She said fiercely, "Lu Yuanyuan, at tomorrow's birthday banquet, I will publicly announce your marriage to Su Qing and make you get the marriage certificate immediately. No matter how much property Su Qing has, whoever can cause his death will get 60%. "Okay." The Su family members nodded repeatedly, their eyes shining. Over $1 billion in assets? 60% is at least 60 million. As for Su Qing, who cares whether he's alive or dead? No matter how the Su family causes trouble, In Su Qing's eyes, they are just a bunch of clowns. Dasheng Real Estate is owned by Su Dasheng and Lin Susu. But how did Grandma Su and Su Daxian handle it? They not only refused to return it to Su Qing, but also drove him out completely. As Hu Hansen would say, "Take what's mine and send it back to me. Eat what's mine and spit it out." After all this fuss, Su Qing's instant noodles had gone cold. Forget it. Su Qing focused on eating quickly and greedily. Watermelon, watermelon, sweet watermelon. No need to pay if it's not sweet. A shout came from the street. Huh. Since it's December in Lingxiao City, what would Zhao Xiaoning and Chongning army think if they saw watermelons? Su Qing happily stepped out and saw a car parked nearby, filled with big, round watermelons. There were also slices of cut watermelon, and a farmer was sealing them with plastic wrap, with a cardboard sign saying, 80 cents per gene. Su Qing smiled and asked, "Uncle, are these watermelons grown by you?" "Yes, try a piece." The uncle cut a slice and handed it to Su Qing. Su Qing took 2 bites of the watermelon, which was sweet and juicy, and asked, "How many gene do you think this truck can hold?" "Probably over 2,000 gene. I'm buying all of it. Can you send me a few more trucks?" "I want 10,000 gene." "What? 10,000 gene? Are you joking? Even if I went to the wholesale fruit market in the morning, I wouldn't buy 10,000 gene." The uncle smiled, thinking Su Qing was joking. Ding dong. Su Qing immediately scanned a payment of 2,000 yuan and said, "Let's forget about the weight of this truck. Just take it as 2,000 yuan. Do you know any watermelon farmers in the same village? See which of their trucks are in the city and have them bring all the watermelons here." No more words needed. The uncle quickly made a phone call, and soon several watermelon trucks arrived. Each truck was placed inside the small shop, with a large basket on each one. Everyone helped transfer the watermelons into the baskets. It was busy all day until around 8 p.m. before everything was finally moved inside. Click. Su Qing pulled down the rolling door and rang the bell. After waiting a while, Zhao Xiaoning finally came over, sweaty and tired, and asked, "Su Qing, you called me." Watermelon? This." Zhao Xiaoning touched this one and patted that one, so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. Su Qing handed her a piece of watermelon and said with a smile, "Here, try this." Zhao Xiaoning took a gentle bite. It was refreshing, sweet, and juicy. How many years had it been? In the Southern Song dynasty, only around Linen grew watermelons. As for Lingxiao City, not only had many people never eaten them, but they'd never even heard of them. Zhao Xiaoning was excited and said, "I was just thinking that when calling on the gentry and wealthy merchants for donations, we should give them something in return. Now, with these watermelons, we can surely gather a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures. That's great. Let's move forward now. I'll ask the watermelon farmers to send another batch." Okay. The two of them pushed each truck of watermelons into the wall. Su Qing immediately called the farmers to ask for another 50,000 gene. 50,000 gene? The farmers had just returned home and hadn't even eaten, so they quickly contacted other farmers and even gathered everyone in the village to go harvest watermelons together. What is this? When Chongning army pushed truck after truck of watermelons onto the training ground, everyone looked on curiously, not knowing what it was. Lu Haitan recognized it at once and exclaimed, "Is this watermelon?" Sanling asked Lu Duzhong, "What is a watermelon?" "This is something the royal family and nobles eat. I was lucky enough to taste a piece once, and I still can't forget it. All right, everyone, come over and eat some watermelon. Each person gets a piece." Snap! These people all drew their swords and cut the watermelon into small pieces. Every soldier and civilian received a piece. The goal was simple, to let everyone taste something fresh. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The watermelon was cool, thirst-quenching, juicy, and delicious. No one expected such a tasty treat in the world. Unfortunately, it was only a small piece, and before long, it was all gone. Zhao Xiaoning loudly asked, "How is it? Do you think the watermelon is tasty?" "Very tasty. Now, the rice, flour, pork, vegetables, and other daily supplies in Lingxiao City are provided by the gods. But gods also need money to buy things. If someone donates a piece of gold, silver jewelry, or an antique painting to honor the gods, they will receive half a watermelon or a whole one in return. Offering to the gods." That phrase was even more attractive than the watermelon. The local gentry and wealthy merchants all became excited and hurried home to get things. A 10-ounce gold ingot called chun erlang, 10 gold, exchanged for half a watermelon. A white jade lotus leaf cup, exchanged for half a watermelon. A white jade seal with Mo Yuan inscribed, exchanged for half a watermelon. As for items like a peony-patterned jade comb, a gold ring with turquoise, a rabbit-shaped white jade paperweight, a Chilean tiger-patterned jade ornament, or a blue-white glazed guanine statue. These all exchanged for a whole watermelon. Hee. The gentry and wealthy merchants were delighted, feeling they had gained a big bargain. Zhao Xiaoning was also very happy. With these items, Su Qing could better equip the Chongning army. They kept working until midnight. Ding ding ding. The bell rang. Zhao Xiaoning pushed a cart loaded with gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and antiques to the small shop and asked, Su Qing, do you think the items I collected are enough? Hiss. Su Qing took a deep breath, speechless. Zhao Xiaoning smiled and said, I'll tell you, we recruited 2,000 soldiers from the Forbidden Army, 3,000 from the Auxiliary Army, and 5,000 from the Rural Army. You need to help me quickly equip them with armor, helmets, swords, bows, and crossbows. Oh, and we now have war horses, but we also need a lot of feed. Hey, I'm talking to you. Huh. Su Qing was nudged by Zhao Xiaoning and finally came back to himself. He asked, what did you just say? I mean the equipment. No problem with the equipment. Leave all that to me. Gulu. Su Qing swallowed his saliva and asked, these jewelry, antiques, and paintings, did you trade them for watermelons? Zhao Xiaoning nonchalantly replied, yes, this cup is half a watermelon. This crystal pen holder is half a watermelon. And this is a Southern Song official kiln green glaze jar with a string pattern. I traded it for one watermelon. Are we taking advantage of them too much? Taking advantage? Back when Lingxiao City was short of water and food, these local gentry and merchants didn't contribute anything. This is already a favor to them. Since we still have so many watermelons here, why not give each of them one? No, we can't indulge their bad habits. These watermelons are for Chongning army to eat. No one else can have them. Zhao Xiaoning snorted and pushed a cart of watermelons into Lingxiao City. Soon, the large shop was left with only carts of jewelry, jade, and antiques and paintings. It's a success. This is truly a big achievement. It's more than just a small goal. Su Qing looked at this and that, loving each item. No, if all these items appeared on the market, they might cause serious trouble. Should we put them in a safe? Bury them underground? Su Qing thought none of these options were good. He decided to keep some and have the rest pushed back against the wall. When needed, Zhao Xiaoning could push them over again, absolutely safe. No matter what time it was. Su Qing immediately called Fong Daqian, Deputy Director Lin, Du Wei, and Old Han, excitedly saying, meet at our usual place at 1 o'clock. We have big goods this time. Big goods? This means you should prepare the money. Fong Daqian, Deputy Director Lin, Du Wei, and Old Han, as important figures, usually have 2 or 3 phone numbers, some public, some private, known only to their family. Su Qing isn't family, but he's their most valued client. Deputy Director Lin, Du Wei, and Fong Daqian are better off. They're from Beijiang City. But Old Han is different. His family is from the provincial capital. It's late at night, and the old man is already asleep. When he heard Su Qing's call, he immediately sat up and ordered someone to drive to Beijiang City. 1 hour. When Su Qing arrived at the antique shop, everyone else had already gathered, excitedly saying, Young Master Su. Su Qing gave a signal. Fong Siyuan immediately ran over and closed the shop door. Hee. Su Qing placed a large leather suitcase on the table and opened it. Hiss. Fong Daqian, Du Wei, and Old Han only took a quick glance and couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide with shock. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally, they were still deeply amazed. What is the Jiaoding sealed treasure with the 5 powers? What is the ochre butterfly painting? Last time, a few people almost fought over Zhang Jiji's complete Yanhua Jing, but it was given to Fong Daqian. When they got home, Vice Curator Lin, Old Han, and Du Wei felt distressed. It was a rare item, and they believed it was worth spending a lot to get it. But now, Fong Daqian's hands trembled as he reached out. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something and quickly put on gloves. Carefully, he took out a plate from the suitcase, excitedly saying, 6 petals sunflower-shaped, with smooth, rounded edges, subtle shallow grooves between the petals, elegant and neat. If I'm not mistaken, this is a black glazed partridge spot plate from the Northern Song dynasty. I remember it was sold for 17.5 million in Gangdu. Yes, I was there in person. Under the light, everyone looked at it again and again, unable to put it down. Wow. Suddenly, Old Han exclaimed from the crowd, "Look, this is a sitting statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Southern Song. The material is pure white and delicate, with a gentle, kind face, beautiful and soft, truly a rare and precious art piece." What about that? Look at this. It's a carved flower shallow bowl from the Northern Song dynasty. I have a paper-hammered bottle with a pink glaze from Longquan, Southern Song. Step aside, step aside. Vice Curator Lin was trembling with excitement, his voice trembling as he stammered. This is a calligraphy inscription by Emperor Song Renzong. Seal, Treasure of Imperial Calligraphy, Bingchen Year. Inscription, Tianxiang Song Rue, bestowed by Wen Tianxiang. Signature note, calligraphy by Emperor Song Renzong, from the 4th year of Bao Yu, Southern Song. Everyone was stunned. They all stared at this calligraphy, as if turned to stone, unable to move. There's a story behind this. In the 4th year of Bao Yu in the Southern Song, 21-year-old Wen Tianxiang took the imperial exam. Emperor Song Renzong saw his exam paper and praised, "This is a sign of heaven, a blessing of song." As a result, Wen Tianxiang became the top scholar and earned a special nickname, Song Rue, meaning great song's auspicious sign. Wen Tianxiang needs no introduction. Su Qing still recites Crossing Lingdingyang, and the line since ancient times, "Who has not died? Let my loyal heart shine through history," is widely known. Song Lizong, isn't he Zhao Xiaoning's father? Su Qing cleared his throat twice and asked, "Old Fong, Old Han, which of you knows more about Southern Song history? Have you heard of Zhao Xiaoning?" Zhao Xiaoning. Old Han's face also showed rare seriousness. Zhao Xiaoning was the only daughter of Emperor Lizong of Song, titled Princess Chongning. According to unofficial history, Zhao Xiaoning was born of a concubine, with a tragic fate from a young age, often mistreated by Empress Dowager Xia. When Linen fell, Zhao Xiaoning was escorted to Lingxiao City by loyal officials, and her title as Chongning Army was given because of her. Sadly, Lingxiao City resisted for 9 years, but was eventually destroyed, leaving no one alive. These few words tell the story of Zhao Xiaoning's life. Su Qing took a deep breath and asked, "How did Zhao Xiaoning die?" During the Mongol army's attack, Zhao Xiaoning was so badly wounded that her body was almost unrecognizable, like a bloodied person. She finally fainted from exhaustion. Commander Tuahuan ordered her to be executed by 5 horses, a tragic end for a heroic woman. 5 horses? Su Qing knew Zhao Xiaoning would die, but didn't expect it to be so brutal. He found it hard to accept. His fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his forehead twitched. Old Han asked, "Young Su, are you okay? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Look at these gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. How much do you think they are worth? These are too valuable. Let's carefully appraise them." He decided not to argue anymore. Just one person alone couldn't handle all this. Old Han, Fong Daqian, Deputy Director Lin, and Du Wei discussed for a while before coming over quietly. They said in a serious tone, "Young Su, how about 800 million? That's the highest price we can offer. Of course, if you take them to an auction, they could fetch even more." "Deal." Su Qing said, "I don't have that much free time. You can keep what you like, sell the rest to raise funds, and I will continue supplying goods." So, this wasn't even the biggest deal. Everyone gasped in surprise, and even Su Qing's eyes showed some respect. Du Wei solemnly said, "Young Su, we won't say more. If you need anything in Beijiang City, just say the word, and will do my best to help." "Me too. Me as well. You, little brother, I have made a deal with you. Whether it's the provincial capital or Beishir City, just say the word, and Han Yun will be there at any time." Deputy Director Lin, Fong Daqian, and Old Han all expressed their support. Su Qing smiled and said, "All right, thank you very much." Fong Siyuan had been seeing Su Qing off and said with a smile, "Young Master Su, I have good news. I just signed the deal for that piece of land in Linjiang. What should we do next?" "How much did Dashing Real Estate invest?" "Exactly 30 million. I invested 20 million, and the rest is your 100 million. Good, very good. Ding dong. Su Qing immediately transferred 30 million to Fong Siyuan. That was his principal and hard work money. As for the next step, it's very simple. Just do nothing and hold on to Dashing Real Estate. 100 million is nothing to Su Qing, but for Dashing Real Estate, that 30 million is like draining all their available funds. Delay for a day, a month, a year? Let's see who can hold out. Anyway, Su Qing is the biggest investor with 100% decision-making power. Fong Siyuan still looked a bit confused and asked, "Young Master Su, why do you have to do it this way?" "Because Dashing Real Estate belongs to our family, but it was taken away by Grandma Su." "This. Don't worry, leave this to me." Haha. Su Qing lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. "Tomorrow is Grandma Su's 70th birthday banquet. What surprises will there be?" It seems this matter is becoming more and more interesting. "For horses divided into 10 parts?" These 4 words felt like a heavy stone pressing down on Su Qing's chest. When Su Qing returned to his small shop, he immediately called the owner of the antique weapons shop. He ordered 10,000 sets of armor, helmets, tang swords, bows, and crossbows. More is better. 10,000 sets. Hiss. The owner gasped and quickly agreed. Ding-ling-ling. Su Qing tugged at the bell, summoning Zhao Xiaoning, who had just fallen asleep. Zhao Xiaoning opened her sleepy eyes and asked, "Su Qing, it's so late. Why did you call me over?" Su Qing looked at her closely, not blinking once. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoning felt uneasy under his gaze and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll go back to sleep." "No problem. I just want to see you." Clang. Zhao Xiaoning drew her sword from its sheath and pressed it against Su Qing's neck, coldly saying, "Do you think I enjoy teasing you?" Su Qing was not afraid and kept staring at her. "I'm telling the truth." What a crazy person. Zhao Xiaoning couldn't hold back anymore and turned around to return to Lingxiao City. Now, Su Qing felt relieved and lay on the bed, sleeping until noon. He casually wore a short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of breathable sneakers, then went out riding his electric bike. The Su family now was considered a prominent family, and the so-called 70th birthday celebration was just a cover. On one hand, it announced Su Qing's marriage to Lu Yuanyuan. On the other hand, it aimed to use this birthday to connect with some business elites and wealthy, powerful figures. It is said that the Su family even invited a big shot from Beijing City. Having such a person, there was definitely a sign of status and influence. When Su Qing arrived at Changlong Hotel, many luxury cars were already parked at the entrance. If a few more cheap-how-clad beauties appeared, it could turn into a luxury car show. This alone showed that the Su family was thriving and rising rapidly. Su Fei and her close friend Sun Yahweh stood at the door, warmly welcoming guests. Su Fei was quite pretty. She had styled her hair, wore a low-cut dress, and a delicate necklace around her neck, revealing her elegant collarbones and fair shoulders. She exuded a noble and graceful aura, attracting many men's attention. However, when Su Fei saw Su Qing riding in on his electric bike, her face immediately darkened, and she scolded coldly, "Su Qing, why did you come dressed like that? Do you know who all are here today? You've brought shame to our Su family." Su Qing sneered and said, "Then what should I wear? Do I have to dress like you, showing shoulders and hips, swinging my hips like that? You." Su Fei was so angry she couldn't speak. "If you don't like it, just give me some money. I'll buy a suit right now." Humph. Poor guy. As someone with assets worth over 100 million, would the small shop be empty, with nothing inside? Anyway, Su Fei and Su Chong would never believe it. They would have already bought a villa, driven a sports car, and sipped champagne if they had that much money, reaching the peak of life. Sun Yahweh looked at him with disdain and shouted, "Why should we give you money? Are we supposed to owe you, or what? Huh, so you guys don't have money either? What are you pretending to do here?" Su Qing rolled his eyes and walked inside. Oh my goodness. Su Fei and Sun Yahweh were furious. They couldn't believe someone so poor looked down on them. It was a huge shame. "Su Fei, you look so upset. What's wrong?" A strong young man approached. He had spiky hair, sharp eyes like a hawk, and a confident, slightly arrogant aura that made him seem charmingly rebellious. His name was Jiang Yuntian, the young master of the Jiang family martial arts school. He usually looked down on everyone. Young Master Jiang? Su Fei immediately clung to him like a bee to honey, angrily saying, I just got bullied. Who? Who dares to bully our Miss Fei Fei? Another young man in a white suit and glasses came over, smiling politely, looking very gentlemanly. Wow, Fong Siyuan? What's going on today? Usually, Fong Siyuan was very mysterious and rarely attended social events. I didn't expect him to come today. Sun Yahweh quickly ran over, flattering him with a smile. Young Master Fong, you're here too. Fong Siyuan smiled and asked, what happened? Don't mention it. When Su Fei thought about it, she got very angry and cursed. It's that useless second uncle's son, Su Qing. Today is my grandma's 70th birthday. He showed up wearing torn clothes, didn't bring any gifts, and even asked us for money. Really? Jiang Yuntian looked a bit annoyed. Yes, Jiang Xiao. Please help us vent our anger, Su Fei said, holding Jiang Yuntian's arm, shaking it, and pressing her chest against his arm, rubbing against him. Soft and bouncy, very elastic. When someone offers themselves like this, how could you refuse? Jiang Yuntian pinched Su Fei's chin and smirked. Miss Fei Fei, don't worry. Your problems are my problems. Fong Siyuan sneered inwardly and said, Jiang Xiao, shall we go inside? Yes, I'll go in with you. Sun Yahweh also decided not to stay with Su Fei anymore. She followed Fong Siyuan and Jiang Yuntian into the banquet hall. What about Su Qing? When the three entered, they didn't see Su Qing, but they were shocked by what they saw in front of them. In the center of the banquet hall, 10 display cabinets are arranged in a row. Each cabinet has a glass cover, inside which are pieces of gold, silver, jewelry, and jade artifacts. The trays inside slowly rotate, showcasing the items from all angles. Labels are attached to each display. 1. White Jade Lotus Leaf Cup. This is a piece of jade from the Southern Song Dynasty. It is made of white jade, with 2 lotus leaves carved on the front, one large for the cup body, one small for the handle. The top is decorated with carved veins, and the back has similar carvings with embossed lotus flowers and leaves, with the stem curling into the handle, making a lively shape. Starting bid, 1 million yuan. 2. Gold inlaid turquoise ring. From the Southern Song Dynasty, this ring is one of the 3 gold pieces given as betrothal gifts. The oval turquoise is set on the ring face, and the outside of the ring is decorated with tiny gold beads forming a floral pattern, crafted with great skill. Starting bid, 1 million yuan. 3. June Kiln Purple Spotted Bowl. This is a piece of official kiln porcelain from the Northern Song Dynasty. It has a bright blue glaze with rich purple spots, mottled and lively, with contrasting red and blue areas. The colors are shiny and vibrant, with uneven textures that are pleasing to the eye. June ware of this quality captures the timeless charm of abstract paintings. Starting bid, 1 million yuan. One piece after another, a total of 10 items. Everyone is stunned. Even Jiang Yuntian, Fong Siyuan, and Sun Yahweh gather around, their eyes unable to look away. And what about Su Qing? He hasn't even had breakfast. Sitting in a corner, he's grabbing pastries and eating eagerly. Now he's starting to look forward to the upcoming birthday banquet. Such a birthday banquet is truly an honor. Old Madame Su, dressed in luxurious clothes, sits high at the main table, watching the people below praise her, feeling very pleased. Beijiang Kong family sends 100-year-old wild ginseng, wishing Madame Su happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as the southern mountains. Beijiang Jiang family sends a crane-shaped jade ornament with peach blossoms, wishing Madame Su a good year every year. Beijiang Fong family sends a golden colt, one gift after another. Su Fei stands at the door, announcing the gifts continuously. Su Daxian and Tian Fengjiao stand beside old Madame Su, smiling happily. Did you see that? Truly the Su family. So many prominent families in Beijiang City came. Yes, even the Fong family from Beijiang is here. Old Fong is one of the top appraisal masters in the country. There are so many auction items today. Let's see if we can buy one later. The guests are whispering among themselves, making the Su family feel proud and very honored. Lu Zhankue, He Guizhi, and Lu Yuan stand nearby, their faces full of excitement. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from the doorway. The Du family from Beijiang presents a jade comb, with a southern song peony pattern. The Du family? Could it be Du Wei, the owner of Hongxin Auction House? He is a very important figure in Beijiang City, and even city officials show him respect. Everyone present walked over respectfully, calling out, "Boss Du, good, good." Du Wei nodded repeatedly. His natural commanding presence made everyone feel intimidated and hesitant to speak. At this moment, Du Wei stepped forward a few steps and said with a smile, "Old madam, am I not late? Did you see that? Did everyone see? Haha, what an honor." The famous Du Wei from Hongxin Auction House personally came to support her. Old Lady Su trembled with excitement and said trembling, "Boss Du, you're too kind. Not late at all. Boss Du, please come inside." Su Daniu and Tian Fengjiao also stepped forward to greet him, smiling flatteringly like loyal dogs. Du Wei didn't refuse and sat in a seat next to Old Lady Su. Now, the atmosphere in the room changed even more. Everyone became quieter, afraid to speak loudly. Then, Su Fei's voice came from the door. "Su Qing, you have no gifts at all. Who is Su Qing? What kind of person is he?" Seeing this, the crowd looked around and saw Su Fei walking over in high heels, mocking as she said, "Su Qing, are you a starving ghost? All you do is eat. Are you Su Qing?" Zhang Yuntian stepped forward and grabbed Su Qing by the collar, lifting him up roughly. Su Qing was startled and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" "Trying to do? I just don't like you and want to teach you a lesson," Zhang Yuntian said coldly. "Hey!" Fang Xiyuan came over and pulled Zhang Yuntian back, saying, "Young Jiang, today is Old Lady Su's birthday banquet. Let's not cause trouble." Zhang Yuntian snorted and threw Su Qing back onto a chair. How can this person be so crazy? Su Qing felt annoyed, but no one noticed the cold glint in Du Wei and Fang Xiyuan's eyes. Anyone who dares to hurt Su Qing is asking for trouble. How could the Su family have such a person? Everyone watching looked at Su Qing with disdain, like they were looking at a stray dog. At this moment, not only Old Lady Su, but even Lu Yuanyuan's mind was a bit foggy. Is Su Qing really someone with assets worth hundreds of millions? Suddenly, Lu Yuanyuan realized a very frightening question. Could this be Huang Wei getting tired of herself and just making up an excuse to dump her? And Su Qing was just pretending to cooperate with Huang Wei, while pulling goods forward and then pulling them back, creating a false impression that the business at Beijiang Trade City was booming. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this might be true. Lu Yuanyuan felt overwhelmed and thought, it doesn't matter if he has money or not. If I marry a man like this, my life will be ruined. Haha. Grandma Su clapped her hands and called Su Qing over, sighing, "Thanks to all our relatives and friends for coming to celebrate my birthday. As you may know, half a year ago, our second son died in a car accident, leaving only Su Qing, a lonely child. As a grandmother, I can't just ignore him, so I arranged a marriage for Su Qing." Lu Yuanyuan. Grandma Su looked at Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan swallowed hard, then walked over and stood beside Su Qing. This was a marriage agreement made when Su Qing's parents were alive. Grandma Su smiled and said, "Today, in front of all our friends and family, I am setting this marriage between Su Qing and Lu Yuanyuan. They will get married in 3 days." "I don't agree. I don't agree." Surprisingly, Su Qing and Lu Yuanyuan both refused in unison. Lu Yuanyuan even wondered if she had heard wrong, then suddenly got very angry. "Su Qing, you still don't agree? Yes, you don't deserve me." Haha. Now Lu Yuanyuan was no longer hiding her disdain. She sneered, "Don't think I don't know. What about the hundreds of millions in assets? That's all just a show with Huang Wei, right? I tell you, I've seen through you long ago." "What? Acting?" Just these simple words hit her like a thunderbolt. Everyone in the Su family was stunned and angry. "Su Qing, how dare you deceive us? Such a disgusting face." Su Qing sneered and said, "Go ahead, tell me, what exactly did I lie to you about? Get out. Leave immediately. Who cares? Wait." Grandma Su called Su Qing again, her eyes sweeping over everyone present. She paused heavily with her cane and said angrily, "Did you all see that? Our Su family has such an unfilial descendant. I am sorry for our second son and his wife, and I am sorry for our ancestors. Now, I want all the guests to witness that we are going to banish Su Qing from the Su family. From now on, we will have no relationship with each other." Old Lady Su brought out the family genealogy and, in front of everyone, marked Su Qing's name with a big red X, blood red and very striking. Get out. Leave immediately. The Su family members pointed at Su Qing as if they were chasing away a wild dog, showing great disgust. Yuan secretly felt relieved, glad she reacted at the right moment. Otherwise, she would have become a second-hand item and missed her chance to rise. Haha, no one can escape. Su Qing smiled instead of getting angry. Aren't you all here to auction things? I'm interested in a few items. I'll leave after the auction. Who is it? Things have gotten this serious, and you're still pretending? Old Lady Su, Su Fei, Yuan, and others all saw that Su Qing just wanted to get some food at the birthday banquet, using it as an excuse. Su Chang shouted, "Get out. Do you think a poor person like you can buy anything? That's not necessarily true." Du Wei smiled and asked, "Old Lady Su, shall we start the auction now? After it's over, we can have the feast." Good. No wasted effort. Du Wei was the auctioneer, holding the gavel and loudly announced, "The first item is a white jade lotus leaf cup, starting at 1 million. I bid 1 million. I bid 2 million. Bids came one after another, and the competition was fierce. Su Fei, Yuan, and Su Chang even glanced at Su Qing, who was sitting there eating fruit without lifting his head. You good for nothing. If it weren't for so many people watching, Su Chang would have beaten him up. One item after another. In the blink of an eye, they auctioned off the 9th item, a long-necked vase with carved peony pattern from the Northern Song dynasty, starting at 1 million. I bid 1 million. I bid 2 million. Then came the moment everyone was waiting for. Jiang Yuntian raised his hand and loudly said, "I bid 5 million. Wow. Everyone was stunned and looked over. Jiang Yuntian smiled and said, "I want to buy this porcelain piece for my dad, Jiang Song. Please kindly let me have it." Jiang Song, nicknamed Jiang Gate God. He is the head of the Jiang Martial Arts School, a ruthless and fierce person, and no one dares to provoke him. The prominent business people and wealthy elites present all liked this auction item, but no one dared to provoke Jiang Min Shin anymore, and they all fell silent. 500 million once. 500 million twice. Jiang Yuntian was very proud, thinking he had made a big gain. But just as Du Wei was about to hit the hammer, before it fell, and then again just before it did, a voice came from the crowd. "I bid 600 million. What?" Everyone looked over, and it turned out to be Su Qing. Is he crazy? Jiang Yuntian's eyes fixed on Su Qing, and he angrily said, "Are you trying to die? Come join the bidding." Su Qing sneered, "Do I not have the right to bid? If you don't have the money, don't bid." You. I bid 700 million. I bid 1 billion. You. Jiang Yuntian's face turned cold with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "I bid 1.2 billion. Su Qing didn't hesitate. "I bid 1.5 billion. Haha. Jiang Yuntian sneered wickedly. "Do you know what happens if you bid wildly and can't pay?" Su Qing asked, "What happens?" "Broken hands. Broken feet." "Oh, stop scaring me. Looks like you don't have the money to keep bidding, right?" Su Qing looked down on him and said, "I didn't expect you to be so broke." Everyone gasped in shock. To speak to Jiang Yuntian like that, it seemed he really didn't want to live anymore. Grandma Su and Lu Yuan felt both relieved and scared. Luckily, they had distanced themselves from Su Qing, or else Su Qing's reckless behavior might have caused them all trouble. Jiang Yuntian's face turned green. Having been humiliated in front of so many people, how could he still show his face in the future? What would others think of him? What about the women he used to play with? Probably the whole city's chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats would know he was humiliated by a poor guy. Jiang Yuntian clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "I bid 2 billion. If you dare, bid again. No more bids. You really have the money." Su Qing shrugged. Once, twice. 2 billion sold. Du Wei finally hit the hammer. But Jiang Yuntian's face showed no joy at all. He could have bought it for 500 million, but he spent 2 billion, all because of Su Qing. Su Qing acted like it was nothing, as if he had just done something very ordinary. The last auction item was a sitting statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva with Qingbai glaze from the Southern Song dynasty, starting at 10 million. Jiang Yuntian raised his hand directly and said, "I'll bid 10 million. I'll bid 11 million. Sure enough, Su Qing immediately followed. Haha. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yuntian's mouth. He looked around fiercely and said, no one else should raise the bid. I want to see how he pays. No money. The auction item would naturally go unsold, maybe even be auctioned again. Old Lady Su, Su Fei, Lu Yuan, and others all showed a look of schadenfreude. Bah, serves him right. All this was his own fault, no one to blame. Once, twice. It was sold for 11 million. Du Wei smiled and said, now, the friends who won the bid, please make your payment. One by one, they all paid. The scene was very quiet, very still. Everyone stretched their necks, waiting to see Su Qing's embarrassment. Ding dong. Some bank received 11 million yuan. A beautiful female voice announced. But it was like a bolt of lightning hitting the heads of old lady Su, Su Fei, Lu Yuan, Jiang Yuntian, and others. They were stunned. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Su Qing supposed to be a poor guy? How could he have so much money? Lu Yuan's face turned pale as paper, and she stammered, you. Su Qing, weren't you acting with Huang Wei? Are you lying to me? When did I say I was acting? But, enough, the auction is over. I need to leave. Su Qing looked at the sitting statue of Guanyin made of Qingbai porcelain from the Song dynasty, then casually placed it on the table. This broken thing is useless to me. Boss Du, I give it to you. Thank you. Du Wei smiled and naturally didn't mind. Did he just miss out on 100 million? Lu Yuan felt extremely regretful and almost cried. Old Lady Su was so jealous she almost lost her mind. She quickly said, Su Qing, today is Grandma's birthday banquet. How can you leave just like that? You should at least finish this meal. No, Grandma, you must not talk nonsense. You already marked a big X on my family tree. I've been expelled from the Su family. From now on, we have no relationship at all. Does that sound so familiar? Just now, Old Lady Su said the same thing to Su Qing, and now Su Qing was returning it exactly as before. Old Lady Su's face turned pale and white, choking on her words. Su Daxian, Su Fei, Lu Yuan, and others all felt the same, full of regret and anger. So rich. However, when he attended his grandmother's birthday banquet, he didn't spend any money and even gave away antiques worth 11 million yuan. It was truly heartless. What kind of wine? What kind of food? For the Su and Lu families, it was like chewing wax, boring and tasteless. Jiang Yuntian approached and sneered. Su Fei, do you know where Su Qing lives? I know. Good. I'll go talk to him tonight. I'll show you the way. Of course, Su Fei didn't want to miss this chance. As for Su Qing, he thought it was better to just crush him completely. Without some skill, how dare you challenge the big leagues? Su Qing dared to confront Jiang Yuntian face to face because he had his own confidence. What martial arts school? Even if Jiang Yuntian was very strong, could he be stronger than Zhao Xiaoning? Even Du Wei and Fang Xiyuan called to say they would send people to protect Su Qing, but he refused all help. There was no need. He had a woman backing him up. During the day, Jiang Yuntian wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But at night? Hee. When Su Qing returned to the small shop, he jingled the bell and told Zhao Xiaoning, my enemies are coming to settle scores. Where are they? I'll go kill him. Zhao Xiaoning's face hardened, and her eyes showed coldness. Our country doesn't allow random killing. Just teach him a lesson. Okay, but I can't get out of your house. No problem. I'll call him over. When I ring the bell, you come over. All right. Zhao Xiaoning nodded and asked, now, the local gentry and wealthy merchants in Lingxiao City are repairing Lingxiao Palace to create a statue of a deity, offering incense daily. They want a portrait of you. What should I do? Create a statue? Offer incense? Su Qing immediately laughed. I'm not a deity. In their eyes, you are a god. I'll just take a photo now, and you can give it to them later. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning returned to Lingxiao City. Su Qing wasn't idle either. He quickly went to a wedding photography studio and took a set of traditional costume photos. He stood on a stool, pointing forward, just posing casually. Is that enough? The staff smiled and edited the photo on the computer. The result was him standing on a mountain peak, dressed in white armor, with long hair flowing, holding a long sword, looking commanding and heroic, like he was ruling the world. Su Qing became more satisfied and bought more surveillance equipment. Then he returned home. At the street corner and the entrance, He installed 5 or 6 cameras around the small shop to prevent sneak attacks. Now he was just waiting. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. He kept waiting until around 10 o'clock when a van sped over and stopped at the shop's door. Jiang Yuntian, Su Fei, and 2 martial arts school members jumped out of the vehicle. They are here? Haha. Su Qing was very excited and ran over to ring the bell. It would be great if Zhao Xiaoning and Chongning army people could also come. It's crowded, and it would scare Jiang Yuntian for sure. Whoosh. Zhao Xiaoning quickly stepped forward and said coldly, "Are your enemies here?" Su Qing excitedly replied, "Yes, they are." "Good. Open the main door now. I will deal with them." "Not yet. Go hide in the bedroom now. I will lure them inside." "Okay." Zhao Xiaoning went into the bedroom. "Is Su Qing here?" Jiang Yuntian still found it hard to believe. Su Fei shouted, "Yes, right here. I've been here before. I'll go break the door." Click. The electric roller shutter door opened by itself. Su Qing sat confidently at the bedroom door, mocking, "Jiang Yuntian, Su Fei, you came so late. Is there something you want? You bad guy?" Jiang Yuntian rushed in fiercely and said, "Today at Chonglong Hotel, you dared to mock me? That's your own fault. I didn't bother you, but you grabbed my collar and tried to hit me? It's simple, because you bullied me." Su Fei leaned close to Jiang Yuntian, acting as if she was offering herself. Jiang Yuntian sneered, "I'll ask you one thing now. Do you want to die or live?" "What if I want to die?" "What if I want to live?" "If you want to die, we will end you now. If you want to live, then you must pay me 20 million yuan. "Really? Then I want to die." Su Qing stood up and gently pushed open the bedroom door. If there was any danger, he would hide immediately. Haha. Jiang Yuntian laughed loudly and walked towards Su Qing. Step by step, Su Qing quickly retreated into the bedroom and shouted confidently, "If you have the guts, come in. Come in if you dare. What can you do?" Bang! A flying kick from the side hit Jiang Yuntian square in the chest. With great force, Jiang Yuntian was hit as if bombarded by an explosion, flying backward at least 5 or 6 meters. What is this? Too fast. Too powerful. Jiang Yuntian fell to the ground in a mess, still confused about what just happened. Su Qing smiled and said, "Jiang Yuntian, I gave you a chance. You're useless, huh? Young Master Jiang." Su Fei and her 2 followers hurried over. "Get away." Jiang Yuntian pushed them aside angrily. "Su Qing, you're asking for trouble. Just because of you?" Zhao Xiaoning stepped out quickly. She wore black armor, a red tassel on her head, a long sword hanging at her waist, and combat boots. Her face was thin, her eyes cold and stern, looking at Jiang Yuntian as if he were already dead. Jiang Yuntian shivered from the cold, involuntarily took 2 steps back, and asked, Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Su Qing," she replied. "Friend? I tell you, my dad is Jiang Song, the head of the Jiang family martial arts school, known as Jiang Min Shun." "So what?" Zhao Xiaoning stared at him coldly. You'd better stay far away, or I smack." Zhao Xiaoning suddenly appeared close to Jiang Yuntian and slapped him with her hand. He clearly saw the slap coming. He clearly felt no strength behind it. But Jiang Yuntian couldn't dodge and was slapped into a flip in the air before crashing to the ground. How is this possible? Jiang Yuntian's eyes widened in horror. "Why you?" he stammered. Smack. Another slap. Jiang Yuntian was hit so hard he was thrown sideways, smashing into the wall. His cheeks swelled up badly, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked miserable. Su Fei and her 2 followers turned pale with fear, trembling all over. They had never seen such a fierce woman. She acted without hesitation and was incredibly strong, treating Jiang Yuntian like a pet. Silence. It was so quiet. The oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes fixed on Jiang Yuntian, coldly saying, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again." "You." Jiang Yuntian was so scared he crawled and ran away. Su Qing sneered, "Su Fei, you guys better leave too. Or do you want me to invite you to dinner?" Su Fei and her 2 followers finally snapped out of it, ran without looking back, and even fell twice. "Young Master Jiang, are you okay?" Su Fei asked, almost crying from fear. Jiang Yuntian spat out blood mixed with a few teeth, his eyes fierce as he said, "This matter can't just be ignored. I want Su Qing dead. I want that shameless woman to kneel under my control." "Good. The bigger the trouble, the better." Su Fei sneered inwardly. As long as Su Qing is dealt with, the Su family can seize Su Qing's billions in assets just like they did with Su Daxing's millions. Su Qing knew Zhao Xiaoning was very powerful, but he didn't expect her to be even more capable than he imagined. Haha. Su Qing was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, smiling broadly. Xiaoning, thank you so much. There's no need to be so formal. To Zhao Xiaoning, Su Qing had always helped her and the Chongning army and Lingxiao city. It was only right for her to help him a little. TCH. Several trucks sped over, loaded with bags of horse feed. About 10 workers carried the feed inside, stacking the bags onto flat carts. Old Wei came in smiling. Su Qing, I brought the horse feed to you. Thanks for the hard work. Old Wei looked nervously at Zhao Xiaoning and asked, what's your girlfriend's name? Can you introduce her to me? Girlfriend? Su Qing glanced at Zhao Xiaoning and said with a smile, you can ask her yourself. She's easy to talk to. Zhao Xiaoning's face turned slightly red, but her expression was cold and stern as she looked at Old Wei, as if she might draw her sword at any moment. Old Wei shrank back in fear, too scared to ask or say anything. Su Qing chuckled, pulled Old Wei aside, and whispered, how are things with the explosives and gasoline? Don't worry, I'm working on it. Not just working on it, it's a must. All right, wait for my call. It should be related to recent events. Soon, all the bags of horse feed were finally moved inside. Old Wei left. Su Qing and Zhao Xiaoning pushed all the feed into the wall. In the past, this was something Zhao Xiaoning wouldn't even dare to imagine. Now, Chongning army actually has cavalry. Soon, the bags of feed were moved into the stables. The horsemen looked worried, gathering around as the stalls were filled with corn, bran, bean cakes. Is this what the gods used to feed their horses? It's better than what they eat. These are all fine grains. With this feed, they could surely make the war horses strong and healthy. 1 day, 2 days. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and there are 10 days left until the new year of 1288. Currently, the 2,000 Imperial Guards, 3,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 village militias are all training. The Imperial Guards are the central army and the main force of the Song dynasty. The auxiliary troops are stationed soldiers from various prefectures controlled by local officials. The village militias are conscripts selected through official channels. For Lingxiao City, the Imperial Guards can be quickly integrated into the Chongning army, followed by the auxiliary troops, and then the village militias. Every day is filled with training, and no one dares to slack off. All facilities, ropes, logs, 10-meter low stakes, 2.4-meter high walls, 200-pound tires, have been set up, creating a large training ground. Through repeated selection, 87 soldiers were chosen from the 3,000 Chongning army, along with 8 from the Imperial Guards, auxiliary troops, and village militias, totaling 95 people. They formed a secret special forces unit called Wolf Fong. Every morning, they undergo extreme combat fitness training. All Wolf Fong members must complete over 20 exercises, such as crossing mud pits, water obstacles, carrying logs, jumping fire barriers, climbing high walls, and pulling ropes, in 25 minutes. The training is very intense. Each person's legs are tied with 2 5-pound sandbags. They carry sandbags while standing, running, swimming, and even sleep with sandbags as pillows. Doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and large arm swings is a given. They also practice camouflage, stealth, reconnaissance, and ambush tactics. Zhang Tingji doesn't fully understand all of this, but they follow the Special Forces training manual step by step. Meals are simple but sufficient. They have 3 meals a day, with 2 types of meat, 2 vegetables, and soup each time, plus fruit supplies. Honestly, it feels like they are being well cared for. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, and Song Yanqing watch as a well-proportioned young man, about 1.8 meters tall, appears. He excels in archery, crossbow skills, swordsmanship, riding, and even physical training. Is he so impressive? Zhao Xiaoning asks, Zhang Tingji, is that person one of our Chongning soldiers? I don't remember him. No, his name is Lu Yi. He was a deputy general at Diaoyu City. After the city's commander surrendered, he came to Lingxiao City. He joined the army during this recruitment, probably even better than me. Gather everyone, Zhao Xiaoning orders. Understood. Zhang Tingji blows a whistle, and all 95 members of Wolf Fang gathered together. Zhao Xiaoning looked at everyone and said in a serious voice, I tell you all, the gods have sent us equipment to make our wolf tooth special forces stronger. The equipment from the gods? Everyone became excited. This was arranged by Su Qing, with help from Lao Wei. They brought bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, combat boots, tactical backpacks filled with binoculars, compasses, walkie-talkies, ropes, emergency food, and medicine, all standard modern special forces gear. Unfortunately, there were no rifles or pistols. Sometimes, a folding crossbow is more convenient than a gun. All they had were tang swords and triangular military knives. Zhang Tingji loudly said, everyone gear up. Yes, everyone rushed to prepare. Lu Yi was the fastest, but a young man nearly 2 meters tall, like a black bear, charged at him and pushed him aside fiercely. Lu Yi shouted, Lin Juxiong, what are you doing? Hee hee. Lin Juxiong grinned and said, of course, I want the gear. What? Are you not satisfied? You. Today, with the princess here, I won't argue with you. What's wrong with me being here? Soldiers should have the spirit of soldiers. Zhao Xiaoning shouted, you two compete in a match. If anyone wins, I can ask the gods to agree to grant you one condition. The gods? Lu Yi and Lin Juxiong both became excited. First, a test of extreme training. See who is faster. Second, a martial arts contest. See who is stronger. Third, an archery contest. See who is more accurate. Ready. At Zhao Tingji's whistle, the two suddenly sprinted out, extremely fast. Other special forces soldiers cheered them on. They ran to the target and back. Lu Yi was a bit faster. As for martial arts, Lin Juxiong held a wooden sword and swung it at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't dodge or block. He just swung his wooden sword to defend. Bang! Lu Yi was slightly weaker in strength, and the wooden sword was knocked away. Lin Juxiong rushed forward with quick steps, swinging his sword fiercely at Lu Yi, sharp and aggressive. But Lu Yi also fought back, and after more than 30 rounds, neither won. It's a draw. Now the third test. In 1 minute, see who hits more arrows. Lu Yi drew his bow and shot an arrow straight into the center of the target. What about Lin Juxiong? He also pulled his bow, but when he shot, boom. The divine bow snapped in half. On the second and third shots, he made more mistakes as he got more anxious. It wasn't a broken bow, it was a broken string, and not a single arrow was shot. Zhang Tingji loudly announced, Lu Yi wins. Zhao Xiaoning asked, Lu Yi, tell me, what condition do you want the gods to promise you? Lu Yi knelt respectfully and said, Your Highness, my sister is sick. I want to ask the gods if there is any medicine that can cure her illness. What illness? Shrunken foot intestinal abscess. All right, I will tell the gods about this. I believe they will find a way. As for Lin Juxiong, I will also ask the gods if they can give you a special bow and arrow. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Juxiong also knelt down. Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, and Song Yanwei shook their heads secretly. Shrunken foot intestinal abscess is a hopeless disease. Even Dr. Song can't cure it, so the gods probably have no solution either. What is a shrunken foot intestinal abscess? Su Qing had never heard of it before, but he asked Baidu and quickly understood. Baidu said, an abscess in the intestine was an ancient term for appendicitis. The most vivid name is shrunken foot abscess, meaning the patient's lower limb on the side lifts up and contracts to reduce pain. Is this appendicitis? In modern society, it's just a minor surgery, but in ancient times, it was very deadly. Su Qing asked, what are the symptoms of that girl? Once it occurs, her lower abdomen sometimes feels like being pricked with a needle, sometimes like being hit hard with a hammer. She can't sleep peacefully. She can only press down her lower right abdomen. When the pain peaks, she also vomits violently. I can be sure this is definitely appendicitis. Appendicitis? Yes, the condition you call shrunken foot intestinal abscess. But how to treat it? Su Qing was suddenly at a loss. In modern times, there's nothing complicated. Just take a cab to the hospital and cut it out. But in ancient times, those options didn't exist. If appendicitis isn't treated promptly, it can lead to pus formation, perforation, and cause widespread peritonitis, leading to severe abdominal infection, which can be deadly. Zhao Xiaoning asked, so do you have any ideas? Well, Su Qing paced back and forth in the room, clenched his teeth, and said, I'm going all out. You wait here. I need to buy some medical equipment. What equipment? Anything that can treat that shrunken foot intestinal abscess. I'm downloading some videos on surgery now. You can talk to the doctors in Lingxiao City. Appendicitis surgery? Surgical suturing? Bone-setting surgery? For the doctors in Lingxiao City, this should be useful. Su Qing quickly downloaded everything and handed the tablet to Zhao Xiaoning. Zhao Xiaoning didn't dare to delay and took the tablet to Dr. Song. Su Qing was busy too. He immediately contacted Lao Wei, but the phone was turned off. What's going on? It's been over 10 days. Su Qing frowned and tried to contact Du Wei again. Joking, Boss Du, have you been making a lot of money lately? Oh, Su Xiao? Du Wei was surprised and happy. He didn't expect Su Qing to call him. Last time, he, Vice Director Lin, Old Han, and Fong Daqian divided up all the gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures, then held several auctions. He liked antiques, but he liked money even more. Su Qing was his big supporter. Du Wei smiled and said, Su Xiao, you're welcome to visit our Hongxin auction house. Let's sit down and have some tea. Sure, I wanted to meet Boss Du anyway. I also have a few items for you to look at. Haha, no need to ask for permission. It's my honor if you can come. All right, I'll be there soon. With so many gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures, Su Qing casually took a few pieces and rode his electric scooter to Hongxin auction house. Electric scooter? Du Wei and a few others stood at the door, watching Su Qing ride over, and couldn't help but smile silently. But someone like Su Qing, who has everything he wants, knows that the lower profile, the better. Du Wei personally went over, shook hands with Su Qing, and said, I'm very happy you came. Tianhu, come meet Xiao Su. Du Tianhu. He's Du Wei's adopted son, in his 30s, with a sturdy build, dark skin, and a fierce look in his eyes. Now, Du Wei has cleaned up his image. Du Tianhu handles the rougher work. Du Tianhu cupped his hands and said, Xiao Su. Su Qing smiled and followed Du Wei and Du Tianhu into Hongxin auction house. Tea was served. Water was poured. Du Wei didn't let others do it himself, showing special respect. Su Qing was not polite either, placing a few antiques on the table. A Southern Song carved ivory mirror box. A Southern Song double-sided carved dragon jade bai. A set of 4 Han Si Lang 1 Liang gold ingots. Perfect condition, no flaws. Wow. Even though he had seen them before, Du Wei still took a deep breath, touched this and that, and couldn't put them down, each one more loved than the last. Su Qing smiled and took out a box from his bag, handing it to Du Wei. He said with a smile, Boss Du, take a look at this. He opened the box, revealing a book titled The Record of Cold Cottage Bamboo and Rocks. This, Du Wei almost gasped, excitedly saying, Is this the collection of writings by the Northern Song politician Wang Angshi? Oh my goodness. Now, not only Du Wei, but even Du Tianhu standing nearby was stunned and wide-eyed. They remained silent for at least a few minutes. Du Wei took a few deep breaths to calm down, then asked, Su Xiao, are these all yours to sell? Yes, Su Qing nodded. Give me a price. I'm not very familiar with these items. I trust you, Boss Du, to set the price. Let me think. Another moment of silence. Du Wei extended 5 fingers. I can offer 50 million. The thing is, this record of cold cottage bamboo and rocks isn't easy to sell. Deal. It was so straightforward. Du Wei said nothing and transferred the money immediately. Su Qing asked, Boss Du, I need to ask for your help with something. Do you have any connections in the hospital field? Hospital? Du Wei asked, just tell me what you need. I want to buy some medical equipment, like blood pressure monitors, ECG machines, X-ray machines, ultrasound devices, ventilators, operating tables, and also surgical tools like forceps, scalpels, suturing devices, and some medicines. Just that? I thought it was something big. For Du Wei, this was just a simple task. Su Qing said, Yes, exactly. These are all the equipment and medicines a small clinic would need. It's a one-sentence job. When do you want it? I'll have someone deliver it to you. The sooner, the better. Su Qing handed over the address and contact number of Xinguang Happiness Road convenience store to Du Wei. Du Wei looked at it and decided to leave this matter to Du Tianhu. It must be done well. Du Tianhu nodded and turned to leave. Su Qing greeted Du Wei and returned to the convenience store. Now, it was clear how capable Du Tianhu was. In just 4 hours, all the medical equipment was delivered, including saline injections, antibiotics like cephalosporins and penicillins, and even gauze, sutures, and needles. Click, click. He closed the rolling door. Su Qing immediately rang the bell and called Zhao Xiaoning over, asking, "How is it? Are you ready on your side?" "Ready. We will definitely succeed. I am waiting for your good news." "Okay." The two of them pushed the equipment, generators, and diesel into the wall. Although they said so, Zhao Xiaoning was not very confident inside. As for Dr. Song, he was amazed by the many medical devices, almost unable to close his mouth. Is this really possible? How do you operate the ECG machine? What is the X-ray machine used for? And the ultrasound machine? Dr. Song and the other military doctors were all stunned. Thud. Lu Yi knelt on the ground. "Please, doctor, save my sister." Dr. Song didn't know what to say. "Dr. Song, the patient can't wait any longer. Just follow the video steps, one by one," Zhao Xiaoning said firmly. "Okay, I'll try." Now, it was a forced situation, but they had to do it. Zhao Xiaoning cleared out a large room and pushed all the equipment inside. They powered the generator and extended it with several power strips. An appendectomy with a laparoscope? That's impossible to think about now. They could only do a traditional appendectomy. Lu Yi's sister, Lu Xiaowan, was very thin and fragile. Her face was pale as paper, and she was almost curled up. Sweat beads the size of beans dripped from her forehead, showing how painful she was. But the girl clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Blood test? Skipped. Ultrasound check? This had to be done to locate the appendicitis. Dr. Song and the other military doctors put on white coats and masks. Zhao Xiaoning and Lu Yi also disinfected themselves and helped lift Lu Xiaowan onto the examination bed, applying coupling gel, moving the probe back and forth over her lower abdomen. And then, a miraculous scene appeared. On the screen, a clear image of her internal abdomen appeared. The appendix was moderately swollen, with an obvious dilation of the lumen, and there was pus inside, with flecks of light scattered around. Exactly. It matched the description in the video perfectly. This was suppurative appendicitis. As for the surgery, they followed the video step by step. Zhao Xiaoning and Lu Yi waited at the door, their hearts in their throats, more nervous than facing an army of thousands. Time passed second by second. Finally, after 2 hours, they pushed it out. But now, Lu Xiaowan was under anesthesia and still unconscious. Zhao Xiaoning and Lu Yi hurried forward and asked, "Dr. Song, how was the surgery?" "Very successful." Dr. Song now looked exhausted, as if he had just finished a marathon. He collapsed on the ground, beads of sweat on his forehead, gasping heavily. But he was smiling widely. "Amazing. No wonder this device is called a divine instrument. It's hard to believe." Thud. Lu Yi knelt down again, tears of joy in his eyes, thanking the princess and the divine. Zhao Xiaoning also secretly relaxed, knowing that with these devices, they could save more patients and injured people. She loudly said, "Dr. Song, from now on, this will be Lingxiao City Hospital. We will gradually improve it. You will be the director." "Hospital? Director? What are those for?" Dr. Song had never heard of these roles before, but he understood what Zhao Xiaoning meant. She was promoting him. Zhao Xiaoning's tablet had many files about modern life and buildings. Since it was a hospital, there should be wards, examination rooms, and also schools, shopping malls, and commercial streets. Sigh. He just didn't know if Lingxiao City could hold on until that day. Maybe all of this was just a dream. Right now, Xiaowan Lu was lying in a ward with an 4 drip attached. This was her first time doing such an operation. Dr. Song was so nervous, like a young man just entering his first marriage, excited and anxious. He tried several times before successfully inserting the needle. Zhao Xiaoning, Lu Yi, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanning, and others watched the drops of anti-inflammatory fluid fall, feeling amazed. With divine protection, there's nothing to fear from the enemy's attack. Suddenly, a voice crackled from the walkie-talkie. "Princess, there's a situation." "What's going on?" Zhao Xiaoning immediately left the ward and answered the call. No one noticed that Lu Yi's eyes flashed with a strange expression. Pang Chong's voice came through. "We've discovered enemy spies from the Tatars, approaching Lingxiao City. Wait for me." Now, Lingxiao City had built several watchtowers, with guards on duty 24 hours a day, using telescopes to watch. Even on the surrounding hills of Lingxiao Peak, There were hidden sentries keeping watch. Anyway, they had mineral water, compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and self-heating rice. No worries about supplies. If anything urgent happened, the guards would immediately contact Pang Chong via walkie-talkie. They're here. Finally, they've arrived. Initially, the 3,000 Chongning army defeated the vanguard of 30,000 Tatars. Zhao Xiaoning had already foreseen this day. She arrived at the watchtower on the city gate, holding binoculars. Following the direction pointed out by Pang Chong, she saw two hunters-like figures in the distance at the foot of the mountain, faintly visible among the trees. The other side is riding horses. There are 30 people in total. They dismounted a few miles from Lingxiao City, splitting into groups of 2 or 3, sneaking toward the city. Unaware, all of this is monitored by our hidden sentries. We can confirm they are Tatar spies. Princess, what should we do now? Pang Chong reported the situation to Zhao Xiaoning. Her eyes cold. Isn't this a perfect chance to train the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces? You mean, have the sentries watch their every move. I want them to come back with nothing. Zhao Xiaoning immediately used the radio to instruct Zhang Tingji to lead 20 Wolf-Tooth Special Soldiers, fully equipped, to sneak into the enemy camp. No matter how the spies try to gather information, they will definitely return to their camp, where we will catch them all in one net. Haha. Zhang Tingji had been waiting for this moment. He quickly called Lu Yi, Lin Juxiong, and 18 other wolf-tooth soldiers, and they stealthily arrived outside the city through a secret passage. They hadn't left the city in so many years, and everyone was very excited. The sentries used the radio to indicate the direction. Following the compass, they soon found the Tatar spies' camp. Their horses were tied nearby, and 5 or 6 Tatars were joking around. They showed no signs of suspicion or caution. Zhang Tingji made a hand signal, and everyone drew their folding crossbows from their waists, quietly lurking around. After waiting for a while to ensure no allies were nearby, Zhang Tingji shouted, "Attack!" Swish, swish. Arrows shot out swiftly, hitting and killing several Tatars instantly, leaving none alive. Clear the scene. Lu Yu and the other 4, stay here. The rest of you scatter and hide. No one act rashly. Understood. Lin Juxiong and the other soldiers climbed into nearby trees to hide. Zhang Tingji and Lu Yi, along with 4 others, changed into Tatar clothing and sat quietly, chatting as if nothing had happened. It was like waiting for rabbits at the tree stump. Now, they just waited for the spies to return to their camp. From dawn until dusk, they waited patiently. Finally, the message from the lookout came through on the walkie-talkie. The enemy spies were gradually retreating. They're coming. It's really happening. Lin Juxiong and the other special soldiers all held folding crossbows, hiding behind large trees. The enemy spies never expected that the few guards at the camp tower would fail, and that someone would sneak in. Soon, the first group of 3 men returned, joking and laughing. You guys have it easy, just sitting here. Zhang Tingji and Lu Yi stood up together, quickly drawing their blades and pressing them against the spies' necks. It was so sudden. The 3 spies didn't have time to react and were captured immediately. They were, their mouths gagged, and thrown into the trench. The second group, the third group. When the 4th group arrived, trouble happened. Zhang Tingji and Lu Yi had their blades at the necks of 3 spies, but one spy, fearless, shouted loudly. Without hesitation, Zhang Tingji swiftly cut his throat, blood splattering. Unfortunately, the other spies returning in turn heard the noise and became alert. They hid behind trees or behind large rocks, waiting until everyone gathered before quietly approaching. They knocked their bows and drew their arrows. Zhang Tingji had already received the message from the walkie-talkie and immediately dropped to the ground with a few others. Attack! The remaining spies, armed with curved knives, rushed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Juxiong and the hidden soldiers shot a volley of crossbow bolts, then leapt down from the trees. They looked like divine warriors. Some spies were shot down. Others, confused, were cut down by the blades. Zhang Tingji ran over quickly, whispering, "Check the number of prisoners." They captured 16 people. They killed 14, making a total of 30 enemies. This was the first mission for Wolf Fang Special Forces. Quick and clean, like cutting through melons and vegetables, they took out all 30 spies. Splash! Splash! All 16 spies were thrown to the ground, completing the mission successfully. Zhao Xiaoning was very pleased and asked, "Tell me, what was your mission in Lingxiao City?" Spit. The 16 spies, tough as they were, refused to say anything. "Get down on your knees. Everyone, kneel down." Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, and others went up together, forcing all 16 scouts to kneel on the ground. They also pressed their tang swords against their necks. Zhao Xiaoning approached the first scout and coldly demanded, "Speak." The scout was very brave and snorted coldly, "Kill." With a slash, blood splattered onto the ground. Zhao Xiaoning moved to the second scout and looked even more stern. "Speak." The second scout hesitated slightly. "Kill." Another slash, and he was killed. This was too harsh, killing like it was nothing. The other scouts, more than 10 in total, turned pale with fear and became very scared. They refused to speak. They said they would be killed slowly. After killing 5 people in a row, the rest broke down and tremblingly said, "Fine, we'll tell you everything." Zhao Xiaoning coldly ordered, "Pang Chong, take these people away and interrogate them separately. If anyone gives different answers, kill them with one strike." Yes, this method was even more ruthless. Soon, the interrogation results came out. No one dared to lie. It turned out that there were spies from the enemy army inside Lingxiao City, and they had revealed everything about the city, about the divine warriors, armor, tang swords, and thunder bombs. All the information was reported to Commander Tuahuan by the spies early on. After all, killing 3,000 soldiers and nearly eliminating 30,000 with almost no casualties was almost impossible. The enemy's spies had come in scattered groups to confuse Lingxiao City about their true intentions. In fact, they were there to obtain a second piece of intelligence from their spies. Boom. This news hit like a thunderbolt, shocking Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Shui Paifeng, Song Yanwei, and other soldiers. There were spies inside Lingxiao City? How could they do such a traitorous thing? The enemy was hateful, but it was even harder to accept that someone close to them had betrayed them. Pang Chong grabbed the scout by the collar and angrily asked, "Speak. Who is the spy?" I don't know. We're just here to gather information." "And the information?" "It's here." The scout dared not hide it and handed over the intelligence from his hair bundle. The paper was from Qingming Supermarket, often bought by ordinary people, very convenient. The pen was a simple brush pen, very common. From just looking at the paper and notes, it was almost impossible to tell who they were. But the content. Here are detailed plans of Lingxiao City's defenses, guard posts, 2,000 Forbidden Army soldiers, 3,000 army soldiers, 5,000 rural militia, and even telescopes, walkie-talkies, wolf-tooth special squad, and more, all clearly explained and very precise. Just from this, it's obvious that this person is definitely not an ordinary civilian, but comes from the Chongning army, possibly even a general. Who is this person? Luckily, they captured all these spies, or the consequences could have been disastrous. Pang Chong angrily said, "Your Highness, what should we do about this?" Zhao Xiaoning looked at Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Shui Paifeng, and other soldiers, people who have followed her for years, even over 10 years. If not for their loyal defense of Lingxiao City, it would have fallen to the enemy long ago. It's impossible for any of them to be the culprit. Who could it be? Pang Chong said angrily. That person must be someone recently recruited into the Forbidden Army, or rural militia. Zhao Xiaoning shook her head. That's impossible. These people don't have armor, helmets, war boots, or tang swords. They don't even know about thunder bombs. Then who could it be? No matter who that person is, starting today, the entire Lingxiao City will be sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, everyone left. But everyone could feel a tense and oppressive atmosphere. An enemy army is coming. The first wave is 30,000 soldiers. The second wave might be 30,000 soldiers led by Du Huan. Can Lingxiao City withstand it? Zhao Xiaoning felt heavy-hearted. She left her residence and saw many villagers gathering on the street, excitedly running and shouting, "We have the Lingxiao River again. We have the Lingxiao River again." Lingxiao River? Zhao Xiaoning, Shui Paifeng, and Song Yanwei went to the riverbank and saw that the water in Lingxiao River was already 1 meter deep, clear, and even some greenish plants were faintly visible on both sides of the river. The Chongming army, who had been guarding the riverbanks, had all retreated. The villagers knelt on the ground, some with mixed feelings of joy and sadness, They no longer need to worry about water. Some were kneeling by the riverbank, drinking water eagerly. Others jumped into the river to bathe happily. Women carried dirty clothes to wash. The scene was lively and bustling. Meanwhile, Louis was thinking about his sister, Lu Xiaowan, and quickly headed towards Lingxiao Hospital. Suddenly, a villager ahead bumped into him, and he found a paper ball in his hand. What is this? Lu Yi moved to a corner, unfolded a piece of paper, which only had one sentence. Commander Tuowan orders you to kill Zhao Xiaoning. Kill Zhao Xiaoning? Lu Yi was deeply shocked, his face changing color. Without Zhao Xiaoning, there would be no Chongning army, no Lingxiao city. How could he bring himself to do it? But Lu Yi struggled intensely. After a few quiet minutes, he staggered to Lingxiao Hospital. Lu Xiaowan had already woken up, though she was weak and needed to rest quietly. Xiaowan, you're awake? Lu Yi was both surprised and happy, rushing over a few steps. Brother, how do you feel now? I'm fine. My stomach doesn't hurt at all anymore. It's thanks to the princess saving my life. The princess? Lu Yi's expression grew more complicated. Lu Xiaowan asked, Brother, what's wrong? Lingxiao City is so good, and the princess cares for the people like her own family. Let's bring our family here too. Family? Lu Yi's heart hurt as if pierced by needles. He smiled and said, All right, just focus on resting and healing. I'll handle the rest. He looked in good spirits. Zhao Xiaoning entered, carrying apples, tangerines, grapes, and other fruits, along with boxed milk, collagen supplements, and bird's nest products. These were gifts from the gods, insisting that Zhao Xiaoning deliver them. She smiled and said, Xiaowan, don't think about anything now. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Yi knelt on the ground. There's no need to thank me. I see Xiaowan as if she were my own sister. Once she recovers, she can work at Qingning Supermarket. That, Qingning Supermarket? All the goods there belonged to the gods, and it was the busiest, most prosperous place in Lingxiao City. Anyone working there was admired and envied by others. What kind of family background did the Lu family have? Lu Xiaowan was both happy and excited, tears almost falling. Lu Yi felt even more heartbroken, grinding his teeth as he said, Your Highness, I have something to say. Can we talk outside? Sure. Zhao Xiaoning, Shui Paifeng, and Song Yining came out. Bang! Lu Yi knelt on the ground, holding out a piece of paper with both hands. Your Highness, I am a spy in Lingxiao City. I beg you to kill me. Commander Tuohuan orders you to kill Zhao Xiaoning? Clang! Clang! Shui Paifeng and Song Yining drew their swords and pointed them at Lu Yi's neck, angrily saying, So it was you who betrayed us, not only giving information to the enemy, but also trying to assassinate the princess? This is a crime punishable by death for the entire family. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes were cold as she stared at Lu Yi. Your Highness, you love your people as if they were your children. I see that clearly. I would never secretly kill you. If it weren't for you sending water and supplies through the gods, the people of Lingxiao City would have starved or thirsted to death long ago. If it weren't for you performing surgery on my sister, she might still be suffering terrible pain now. Even if I went to kill Du Huan, that old traitor, I would never harm you. But no matter what, Lu Yi had given information to the enemy, which is an undeniable fact. So he could only accept death to atone. Zhao Xiaoning coldly asked, Why did you do this? Lu Yi forced a smile and said, My sister and I are from the Bo-Hua tribe of the Boho Kingdom. Our father is the tribe's leader, Bo Lu. 3 months ago, Du Huan sent people to Mount Bo Wang, asking us to infiltrate Lingxiao City and cooperate with their plans. Otherwise, they would blockade Mount Bo Wang and slaughter all the tribe's people. Mount Bo Wang. It's a mountain peak downstream of the Tuo River, only about 20 miles from Lingxiao City. The Bo people are quite wild and unruly, often attacking merchant ships traveling along the Tuo River. When the Song army tried to pacify them, the Bo people would rebel immediately after the soldiers left, attacking again and again, which made the Song court very frustrated. Gradually, the Song had to send heavy troops to guard the ships, and there was no more contact between them. It was surprising that Lu Yi and Lu Xiaowan were Bo people, as they had been fully Hainized. Lu Yi explained, My sister and I have been studying and serving in Jiayu City. When Jiayu City fell, we returned to the Boho Kingdom. How many people are there in the Boho Kingdom? More than 30,000. but the enemy sent 10,000 troops to blockade Mount Bo. We are short on supplies now, and things are not much better than before in Lingxiao City. Are they spies? The enemy would have let the Bo kingdom go if they were. Not acting as spies. The enemy would have destroyed the Bo kingdom completely. What could Lu Yi do? He dared not refuse. However, Lu Shaoan was quite naive and unaware of everything. Zhao Xiaoning sneered coldly. Do you believe the enemy's words? Once Lingxiao City falls, your Bo kingdom won't be far behind. This. Lu Yi's face turned pale with fear, and cold sweat broke out. The Tatars are violent and bloodthirsty. Their iron cavalry trample every inch of land and crush all living creatures beneath their feet. Zhao Xiaoning said firmly, I have one question for you. Do you want to save the king of the Bo tribe? Yes. Good. Now I give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Rewrite the intelligence report immediately and give it to the Tatar's spies, so they can pass it to Tuowan. What? Your Highness. Lu Yi was surprised. The report must include the following. Tuowan is the commander. Currently, Lingxiao City is recruiting many new soldiers, 2,000 imperial guards, 3,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 villagers, training day and night. However, the city is running out of food and water, and the people's morale is low. Zhao Xiaoning plans to hold a ritual for blessing and ancestor worship on the first day of the Lunar New Year to win people's hearts. At that time, everyone in Lingxiao City will be immersed in great joy. Lu Yi and the traders will open the city gates and secret passages, allowing the Mongolian army to rush in and take the city in one go. This plan is clever. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing it? Lu Yi asked, but how will those 15 Tatar spies pass the intelligence to Tuowan? That's simple. You and I will join the Wolf-Fang Special Forces. Yes, the Wolf-Fang Special Forces are still training at the base in the back mountain. Zhao Xiaoning called Zhang Tingji and told him to find 20 sharpshooters immediately to carry out the mission. Zhang Tingji asked, what mission? You and your team will those 10 Tatar spies on horseback out of the city. When you're close to the Tatar camp, release them and shoot them one by one. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Understood. Zhang Tingji gathered Lin Juxiong, Lu Yi, and a dozen sharpshooters, then took the 10 Tatar spies out of the city. They rode on 2 horses, but the spies' hands were tied behind their backs, lying on the horses' backs. They couldn't escape. They also brought about 10 spare horses. Bang, bang, bang. They hurried toward the Tatar camp 20 miles away. When they were a few miles from the camp, Zhang Tingji used binoculars to look and unbound the spies, letting them ride away. Heaven has kindness. I give you a chance to live. Now get lost. Run quickly. The spies were confused but still kicked their horses into a gallop and fled quickly. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and bullets shot them down, spilling blood everywhere. However, one person managed to escape. Lu Yi held the divine arm bow tightly and shot an arrow that pierced him into the ground. Zhang Tingji approached and hid a piece of intelligence inside a Turk spy's hair bundle, shouting urgently, retreat, retreat. As for the Turk soldiers, they would surely come after hearing gunfire, and searching the spy would naturally reveal the intelligence. Everything seemed perfectly logical. The intelligence was secretly and quietly handed over to Tuowan. The New Year. It was the most important festival in the Song dynasty, similar to today. People cleaned their homes, replaced door gods, hung up door gods, put up spring couplets, worshipped ancestors, and celebrated with fireworks, dumplings, and special wine called tusu. Firecrackers mark the end of the year. Spring breeze brings warmth to tusu. Thousands of homes shine brightly, always replacing old charms with new ones. Wang Engshi of the Song dynasty once wrote a famous poem called New Year. At this time, everyone in Lingxiao City was filled with great joy. Zhao Xiaoning was busy praying and honoring ancestors to win people's hearts. If Lu Yi and the inside agent opened the city gates, the Turk army would rush in and destroy Lingxiao City in one go. But what if this was a trap within a trap? Now, with 7 days until the new year, large boxes finally arrived one after another. 10,000 sets of armor, bulletproof vests, helmets, field boots, tang swords, divine arm bows, 8-ox crossbows, folding crossbows, and more than 1 million arrows. Plenty to shoot, no worries about ammunition. These were meant to equip 2,000 forbidden troops, 3,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 village soldiers. The new recruits were all very excited, full of energy. Over the years, under Turk siege and attacks, they had trained tirelessly and were confident they wouldn't be scared on the battlefield. But what about 1,000 barrels of gasoline and explosives? Many craftsmen in the firearms workshop were from factories in Jiankong, Jiangling, Kaifeng, and other places skilled in making gunpowder. They worked day and night to produce thunderclaps, including small hand grenades, giant bombs, rockets, and gunpowder bows and arrows. Rockets, of course, needed no explanation. Gunpowder bows and arrows were based on rockets, with a small explosive pack the size of a fist attached in the middle of the arrow, connected to a fuse and arrowhead. Once the rocket ignited, it would set off the explosive. By the Southern Song period, these technologies were already very advanced. Even firearms like muskets, cannons, and iron landmines have been developed. However, at that time, iron smelting and steel-making techniques were not very advanced. The gunpowder extracted had low nitrate content and many impurities. If the explosion was too strong, it would damage the barrel. If too weak, it wouldn't have enough range or power. They were still more effective with bows and crossbows. But now, things are different. The craftsmen in the firearm workshop can freely use their imagination and make whatever they want. There are 300,000 soldiers in the enemy army. Without some powerful weapons, how could they be stopped? Zhao Xiaoning was anxious, and Su Qing was even more worried. But Old Wei seemed to have disappeared. He didn't answer calls or reply to messages, and there was no sign of him at all. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Old Wei calling. Su Qing quickly answered. "Help! Su Qing, save me!" Old Wei. Old Wei's voice, mixed with crying, sounded very distressed. Su Qing asked what happened. Old Wei sobbed and said, "Don't ask anything else. Come to the abandoned brick factory in the northern suburbs. I've been there. The other side is asking for 10 million yuan. If I don't pay, they'll do something terrible to me." "What?" "Send me the location. I'll be there right away." Okay. Please don't call the police." This situation was serious. Su Qing frowned. It seemed the other side was not simple. He was worried about going alone. What if he got into trouble? He immediately called Du Tianhu. "Brother Hu, I have some trouble. I might have to fight someone." "Fight. I'll bring people over right now." Soon, they met. A line of vans arrived. In just a moment, over 100 people gathered, all dressed in black, with bulging belts, ready to fight at any moment. Su Qing had never seen such a scene before. He felt nervous all over. Du Tianhu said fiercely, "Brother Su, who dares to bully you? I'll take care of him right now." Don't worry. I'll go in first to see what's happening. Wait for my news." "Got it." Su Qing wore a bulletproof vest, a hoodie over it, a baseball cap, with his hands in his pockets, holding a panic alarm inside. When he pressed the button, Du Tianhu would rush in with his men. It was sunset. Under the glow of the evening sun, the abandoned brick factory looked even more dilapidated. Broken wood and bricks were piled in the corners. A musty smell filled the air, mixed with strange odors, giving a gloomy and oppressive feeling. Su Qing entered the old, run-down office building and saw about a dozen people in the lobby, all looking fierce. Lao Wei was with his hands and hung from the ceiling beam, even stripped of his clothes except for his underwear. "Young Master Su, please save me." Lao Wei shouted loudly when he saw Su Qing. "What is going on here?" Su Qing took a deep breath and strode inside. A tall, muscular man approached. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and had a scar on his forehead, looking fierce and dangerous, not someone kind. The man sneered and said, "My name is Lao Scar. Are you Lao Wei's friend?" "Yes." "Good for nothing." Lao Scar punched Lao Wei in the stomach and cursed. "I told you, Lao Scar stole my goods and even tried to my wife. Do you think I should just let him go?" "Ugh." Su Qing frowned and said, "Lao Wei, did you really do such terrible things?" "I was confused. I'm not a good person. I know I was wrong. Knowing you're wrong doesn't help. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come here." Su Qing said coldly, "Brother Scar, this kind of person deserves to die. Do whatever you want with him. I won't interfere." "What?" This was different from what he expected. Lao Wei shouted, "Young Master Su, you have to save me. I still need to get gasoline and explosives for you." "You? Forget it." Su Qing didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Leave? Where to go? Lao Scar waved his hand, and a few more men stepped out, blocking Su Qing's way. Su Qing frowned and asked, Brother Scar, what are you doing? What am I doing? We agreed on 10 million. Not a penny less. This has nothing to do with me. If someone owes a debt, they should settle it with the person they owe. You should go find Lao Wei. Su Qing, you're so rich. Why not give us a little? Lao Wei broke free from the ropes and jumped to the ground, glaring fiercely. Today, you have to pay the 10 million, whether you want to or not. This was the worst thing Su Qing wanted to see. He didn't bring Du Tianhu along because he wanted to see if there was any trick behind this. But the more he didn't want to see something, the more it happened. Even if Lao Wei had some backbone and was really caught, Su Qing was willing to pay. But now? Haha. Su Qing was just testing the waters. Lao Wei immediately revealed his true nature. This was a trap. Is it just 10 million? Su Qing glanced at Old Scar and Old Wei, then asked, So, you two planned this together to trap me? Yes. Old Scar chuckled, seeing Su Qing as easy prey, like fish on a chopping board, ready to be caught. Su Qing sighed. Well, since you insist, I can give you the money. Haha, that would have been better earlier. No need to waste words. Old Scar and Old Wei looked at each other and both smiled. Su Qing took a coin from his pocket, tossed it on the ground, and it rolled to Old Scar's feet. Old Wei betrayed us. He's only worth this much. $1? Who are you kidding? Old Wei completely lost his temper and shouted, Su Qing, you have so much money. Why not give us some? Even if I have it, I won't. You're not worthy. If you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being rude. Old Scar waved his hand, and over a dozen of his men surrounded them. Su Qing angrily said, What are you doing? Relying on numbers to bully people? Haha, we have more people, but what can we do if we bully you? Old Scar laughed wildly. Su Qing pressed the alarm in his pocket and sneered, Old Wei, I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to me, and I'll pretend this never happened. What? Things have gotten this serious, and you're still acting tough? Old Wei snorted, Why should I apologize to you? How about you? If you honestly hand over the 10 million, I might let you go. Otherwise, you'll probably walk in and lie down outside. I didn't expect him to be such a person, completely unworthy of sympathy. Old Scar sneered cruelly, What are you all waiting for? Catch him. Yes. His men rushed forward. Who dares? Finally, Du Tianhu arrived, shouting loudly, Su Qing is my brother. Whoever hurts him will regret it. Is that Du Tianhu? Boom. Just those simple words hit like thunder. Old Scar and Old Wei's faces changed color, and they awkwardly laughed. Old Do this. This is a misunderstanding. Kneel. All of you kneel and apologize to my brother. Du Tianhu was straightforward, with a fierce look in his eyes. Everyone here is used to fighting, but this is a bit much. Old Scar clenched his teeth and said, Boss Du, we have already apologized to you. Please don't make things difficult for us. Make things difficult? They're just a bunch of ants. How can they say such things? Du Tianhu clapped his hands, and suddenly over 100 men in black entered from outside. Each held a steel pipe or a baseball bat, rushing toward Old Scar, Old Wei, and others. In just a moment, Old Scar and his dozen or so followers were all knocked to the ground, unable to get up. How did it come to this? Old Wei's face turned pale with fear. He knelt down with a thud and said nervously, Mr. Su, I was wrong. Considering the few business deals we've done, please forgive me. Business? Su Qing kicked Old Wei to the ground and shouted angrily, I ask you, where did you buy that oil and explosives? From Boss Du who? Du Tianhu. Old Wei felt frustrated. You know Du Tianhu so well, yet you still want me to get oil and explosives? 1,000 barrels of gasoline. 500 kilograms of explosives. Old Wei's ambitions grew so big that even Du Tianhu was afraid to handle it. He didn't know the details, and if something went wrong, what would happen? After so many days, Old Wei hadn't managed to get anything and just wanted to cheat Su Qing out of a big sum, which led to all this trouble. Haha. Now, Su Qing and Du Tianhu looked at each other and both burst out laughing. This mess. Du Tianhu said fiercely, If anyone dares to leak what happened today, I won't forgive them. Not daring. Will you come to trouble Su Qing? Not daring. Get out. Du Tianhu said firmly, Su Qing is my brother. If I find out anyone dares to bully him, I will wipe out their entire family. Old Scar, Old Wei, and others were so scared they nearly fainted, running away in a panic. No one noticed a trace of hatred and resentment flickering in Old Wei's eyes. Since you did the first part, don't blame me for doing the 15th. There's no one else now. Du Tianhu patted Su Qing's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Su, so you wanted gasoline and explosives? Yes, you see. What are we waiting for? Your business is my business. Just tell me how much you need. Whatever you have, I want it all. Hiss. Even Du Tianhu gasped in surprise. Are you joking? Getting gasoline is one thing, but explosives? Those are illegal items. Is Su Qing planning some destructive activity? Du Tianhu is a worldly person. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, Brother Su, to be honest, I have 4 gas stations and 2 mines under my control, so gasoline and explosives are not a problem. I trust you. Then 5,000 barrels of gasoline and 2,000 kilograms of explosives. Okay, tonight, please deliver them to Xinguang Convenience Store on Xinguang Road and invite more people to come. No problem. Honestly, this is something that most people wouldn't even consider. Money is a good thing. But Du Tianhu also knows he shouldn't risk his life just for money. After leaving the abandoned brick factory, Su Qing finally relaxed and rode his electric bike home. With this amount of gasoline and explosives, he was no longer afraid of the enemy army. On his way back, Su Qing saw a few people standing at the door of the convenience store, Jiang Yuntian, Su Fei, and some martial arts school members. Su Fei shouted, Su Qing, you're finally back? What are you here for? Had enough of fighting? Haha. Jiang Yuntian threw a challenge letter to Su Qing and said loudly, in 3 days, my father Jiang Song will be released from prison. He wants to fight you one-on-one. Who? Jiang Song. The famous Jiang Menshen? He's the head of the Jiang family martial arts school, and Su Qing is just a weakling. How can he fight? Jiang Song could easily defeat him with one finger. Su Qing shook his head and said, I won't fight. Don't bother me. Not fighting? You might not have a choice. What do you want? Then I'll come to bother you every day. I'll beat you every time I see you. Let's see how long you can endure. Jiang Yuntian and Su Fei both laughed mockingly. Su Qing coldly said, 3 days is enough. When the time comes, just come. Deal. It's settled. Just wait to die. Su Fei pointed at Su Qing, her mind filled with joy at the thought of billions in assets. Click, click. Su Qing closed the rolling shutter, a smile on his face. When the time comes, let Zhao Xiaoning take action. No matter if he's Jiang Menshen or Zheng Guanqi, they'll only end up with broken teeth on the ground. For gas stations? 2 mines. Even Su Qing had to admit that the Du family was really powerful. Around 2 a.m., heavy trucks finally arrived one after another. About 100 people jumped down from the trucks. No one spoke, only continuously loading gasoline and explosives into the convenience store. Du Tianhu smiled and said, How about it? Do you have everything yet? That's great. Can you get military searchlights and illumination flares? What do you want those for? My hometown in the countryside has a mountain villa, and wild boars often come to damage the crops. I thought I could use the searchlights to shine on them. Hee. Du Tianhu didn't ask further. He took responsibility for these items. By the way, Su Qing suddenly remembered that Zhao Xiaoning asked him for a bow that could be pulled repeatedly. What kind of bow was that? A bow? Du Tianhu was surprised and said in a serious tone, I previously went to the Greater Xing'an Mountains and got a giant bullhorn bow from an old hunter. It's so big that it's hard to pull. If you like it, I'll give it to you. What else could he say? Du Tianhu immediately called back to fetch it. The giant bullhorn bow was nearly 2 meters long, dark as ink, made from very rare rhinoceros bones, and capable of splitting stones with ease. However, most people couldn't pull it, not even Du Tianhu himself. As for Su Qing, he grabbed it and tried to pull, surprisingly able to move it a little. Du Tianhu looked at him as if he were seeing a monster and asked, You're pretty strong, huh? Got some real strength? Hee. Even Su Qing himself didn't know how he managed, but recently he'd been full of energy, as if he had endless strength. After working hard for a while, they finally moved all the dynamite and gasoline barrels. Click, click. Once Du Tianhu left, Su Qing immediately closed the rolling door and called Zhao Xiaoning over with a bell. So much gasoline and dynamite. Zhao Xiaoning was both surprised and happy. They pushed the carts of supplies into the wall, which was much easier and faster than the workers' efforts. Su Qing showed her the giant bullhorn bow and asked, "Do you think this is okay?" Wow. Zhao Xiaoning couldn't help but gasp and reached out to pull the bowstring. She could pull it, but it was a bit difficult. Lin Juxiong? That guy was like a black bear, and he believed this bow would be incredibly powerful in his hands. Su Qing had some marinated snacks and a few bottles of beer, smiling. "Come on, let's have a drink." "Just you?" Zhao Xiaoning smiled, eating and drinking while chatting about undercover agents, spies, and inside informants. A force of 300,000 troops. Whether Lingxiao City could hold out now depended on this moment. Su Qing asked, "There are 2,000 kilograms of dynamite here. Do you think that's enough? If not, I'll get more for you. No matter how much you make, it won't help. We have limited time to produce the thunder bombs, and there's just not enough time." Thunder bombs? Su Qing looked around, grabbed a soda can, and thought, if we fill these cans with explosives, connect a fuse, and light it, we can throw them like thunder bombs, but with less power. If possible, we could put the explosives into sealed jars, connect a fuse, and sprinkle some gasoline around. When the enemy troops rush in, firing rockets at them, just imagine what would happen. The rockets would ignite the gasoline, which would light the fuse, and then the fuse would set off the explosives. What if we had 10 or 100 jars? Would the enemy troops still be able to handle that? Is that really possible? Zhao Xiaoning asked, a bit surprised. Of course. Su Qing immediately played a video of landmine warfare on a tablet for Zhao Xiaoning to watch. It showed different types of traps, tripwires, chain reactions, mother and child mines, chain mines, stone-shattering mines, hair-thin wires, wine jar mines, and more. There were so many that Zhao Xiaoning's eyes widened, and she was amazed, unable to close her mouth. Excited, Zhao Xiaoning said, "Great. We don't have much else in Lingxiao City, but we have plenty of bottles and jars. When I go back, I'll trade rice for jars." Huh. Su Qing's mind moved, and he asked, "You mean, your city has lots of bottles and jars?" "Yes, everyone has them." "Are these antique ceramics?" "Well, tomorrow." "No, right now. I'll contact someone to send stainless steel basins, jars, and bowls for replacements, including some fine dishes and chopsticks. As for the wine jars, I'll buy large quantities." "All right." After discussing, both of them felt very confident. Suddenly, loud knocking and urgent voices came from outside. "Open the door, police. We're here for an investigation." "Police?" Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. He told Zhao Xiaoning to go back quickly and try making a landmine with a wine jar. Then he walked to open the door. A few police officers stood outside, including Lao Wei. Lao Wei pointed at the small shop, angrily accusing, "Comrades police, this shop is hiding thousands of barrels of gasoline and explosives. He's the owner." The police showed their search warrant and loudly said, "We received a tip-off. We need to search your place immediately." Officers, I am a good citizen." Whether he was a good citizen or not, the police cut him off. "Whether you're a good citizen or not, that's what you say. Step aside." Thousands of barrels of gasoline and explosives? This is in a residential area. An explosion would be unimaginable. The police received a report and immediately rushed over. But where are they? The small shop is empty. No gasoline, no explosives, not even shelves or goods. Search. It's all visible at a glance. Old Wei was completely stunned. He had been hiding in the dark, watching Du Tianhu carry in boxes of gasoline and explosives. How could they just disappear? Could it be a ghost? Su Qing sneered. "Officer, someone has filed a false report accusing me. What should I do?" The police searched around twice, but found nothing. They glared at Old Wei and snorted, "You'd better apologize quickly." "Su Qing, I'm sorry. I apologize to you." "Humph. Try to apologize less in the future." Yes, yes. Old Wei nodded repeatedly. But after the police left, he returned and forcefully slammed the rolling door. "What's going on now?" Su Qing opened the door. Old Wei suddenly rushed in, directly knocking him to the ground. He pulled out a throwing knife from his waist, sneering, "Su Qing, no one else this time. I'll have some fun with you. You, don't do anything reckless." Haha. Old Wei shut the rolling door and said wildly, "Give me 10 million, and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't live today, and I'll take you with me." Offending Old Scar and Du Tianhu. Old Wei's military supply store can't stay open anymore. All this trouble was caused by Su Qing. If Su Qing had simply paid him 10 million happily, none of this would have happened. Since you won't let me live, I'll make sure you die? The door was shut. In the large small shop, only Old Wei and Su Qing remained. Old Wei held a throwing knife, eyes like a beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Su Qing got up from the ground, angry, and said, Old Wei, don't do anything reckless. Let's talk nicely. Talk. I just want to ask one thing. Are you going to give me the money or not? All right, I'll go get the money. Su Qing agreed and turned toward the back wall, pulling the bell a few times. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, but there was no sign of Zhao Xiaoning. She had just obtained the explosives and gasoline, gone to the weapons workshop to find a craftsman, and was making a barrel bomb. She wasn't at the mansion at all. What's going on? Old Wei sensed something was wrong and shouted, Are you still trying to play tricks on me? You're asking for trouble. Don't come any closer. Humph. Old Wei suddenly charged at Su Qing. Fight. Can he win? Su Qing didn't hesitate and ran away quickly. Old Wei sneered and chased after him. But the small shop was very open and connected to the neighboring car wash, covering at least a few hundred square meters with no barriers. Su Qing ran very fast, circling repeatedly, while Old Wei was exhausted and couldn't catch up. Haha. Su Qing remained calm and fearless, which even surprised him. When did his stamina become so good? If he ran a marathon, he probably wouldn't have a problem. Come on, aren't you trying to kill me? Are you just going to give up? Su Qing mocked him coldly, which further provoked Old Wei. One chased, the other escaped. They resumed their game of cat and mouse. Finally, Old Wei couldn't run anymore and gasped, Su Qing, you can't run forever. I'll fight you to the end. I watch you every day. As soon as you buy gasoline or explosives again, I'll call the police immediately. Su Qing angrily replied, We don't have any real feud. Why are you doing this? Exactly. Whenever you give me money, that's when it's settled. This kind of evil creature must be punished. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind, like it was from the depths of, full of icy chill. Old Wei's body hair stood on end. He turned around and was instantly terrified. Is that Zhao Xiaoning? When did she come here? Old Wei's face turned pale, unable to speak. Zhao Xiaoning was dressed in armor, wearing a helmet, walking steadily toward them. Old Wei trembled and said, Su Qing, I won't dare anymore. Clang. Zhao Xiaoning drew her sword, a cold gleam flashing, and a surge of blood shot into the sky. Old Wei's head was cut off by her sword, rolling onto the ground. Thud. Old Wei collapsed into a pool of blood, dead beyond hope. Oh. Su Qing screamed in fright. You. Zhao Xiaoning, how can you kill someone so easily? Humph. Last time, you were drunk, and he tried to get me drunk and take advantage of me. I let it go then, giving you face. Now he dares to come after you again. If I don't kill him, when will I? That's what they said, but now someone has been killed. How do we deal with the body? If the police start investigating, Su Qing will be in big trouble. Zhao Xiaoning snorted, It's not a big deal. I can just throw the body into Lingxiao City. What? Lingxiao City? That's impossible. Why not? Zhao Xiaoning grabbed Lao Wei's head with one hand and his ankle with the other, dragging him like a dead dog, walking straight through walls. Is he gone? Really gone? Su Qing widened his eyes, stunned. Could he also walk through walls now? But now isn't the time to think about that. He quickly grabbed a mop and hose, rinsing the ground until it was spotless, leaving no trace. Zhao Xiaoning came over again and asked, How about now? Is everything okay? Do you think I can walk through walls too? You? Zhao Xiaoning also looked tempted. Try it. Previously, Su Qing had only managed to push his fist through. What about now? After all, Lao Wei was dragged away by Zhao Xiaoning. Su Qing took a few deep breaths, then slowly pushed his fist forward, inch by inch. Still not enough, but he managed to reach his elbow before hitting a barrier. Maybe, with more time, Su Qing could eventually pass through. But Lao Wei, how could he do it? Zhao Xiaoning shot him a sharp look. Or I could just kill you, and you'd still be dragged over. Don't. Now it's your turn. See if you can walk out of here. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning felt excited and hopeful too. She took a deep breath and slowly moved forward. She actually stepped outside the door, at least a few meters. Then, it was like an invisible wall blocked her way. But the first time, she couldn't even get past the front door and had to stop. Hee hee. Both looked at each other and smiled. Su Qing wanted to visit Lingxiao City to see the world of the Song dynasty, and Zhao Xiaoning also wanted to see the modern world. At least now, she was in a small shop, no longer feeling dizzy or exhausted. Zhao Xiaoning had many things to do. After saying goodbye to Su Qing, she returned to Lingxiao City. Su Qing smiled and said, "Wait a few days, and I'll give you a surprise." "What surprise?" "Just wait, and you'll find out." The Tatars probably launched a night attack. At that time, searchlights, flare bombs, these would light up the surroundings like daytime, exposing all the Tatars to Chongning Army's view. If the enemy is in the open and I am hidden, then I can fight however I want. Right now, Su Qing immediately called Huang Wei, asking him to send 10,000 sets of 304 stainless steel pots, bowls, and utensils, along with 10,000 sets of fine ceramic bowls, plates, transparent glasses, glass vases, wine jars, and more. The faster, the better, paid in cash. Huang Wei's phone is on 24 hours, always ready for Su Qing's call. Received. Huang Wei agreed, turned over, and immediately started working. By 10 a.m., all these stainless steel, ceramic, glassware, and wine jars had been delivered. Su Qing felt excited and quickly pushed everything into the wall. Now, he was just waiting for Jiang Menshun and Jiang Yuntian to come for a duel. Why wait until the day after tomorrow? Su Qing immediately called Jiang Yuntian, suggesting he come tonight at 8 p.m. He wanted to see who was stronger. But Su Qing also needed to tell Zhao Xiaoning. This time, no more killing. Jiang Yuntian. In Beijiang City, he's quite a well-known figure. But when he and Su Fei came to trouble Su Qing's girlfriend slapped him so hard he fell and crawled away. Now, Su Qing had even taken the initiative to call and arrange a fight in advance. It was a real insult. Since Su Qing was willing to die, wouldn't they be willing to bury him? Jiang Menshun, Jiang Yuntian, and Su Fei, along with more than 30 martial arts students, all came out in a mighty procession. They entered Xinguang convenience store and casually closed the rolling door behind them. Jiang Yuntian sneered. "Su Qing, we've come as promised. Are you coming over? You're pretty punctual, huh?" Su Qing had just cooked a bowl of noodles and placed it on the table. He asked, "How do you want to fight? One by one, or all together?" Jiang Yuntian cursed. "I can take you down alone." "Just you?" Zhao Xiaoning came out of the bedroom. She didn't want to be too flashy this time, just wearing a simple short-sleeved sports outfit, with her hair in a ponytail. She looked less imposing and cold, but more youthful and lively. Jiang Yuntian was so scared he took 2 steps back, pointing at Zhao Xiaoning and shouting, "Dad, she hit me." Jiang Menshun stared fiercely at Zhao Xiaoning and said confidently, "You scoundrel, tell me your name. You better speak politely." "Polite? Soon I will make you kneel under me and show respect." Haha. Jiang Yuntian, Su Fei, and the 30 disciples from the martial arts school all burst into loud laughter. Zhao Xiaoning raised her eyebrows and stepped forward toward the crowd, coldly saying, "A bunch of fools who don't know their place. Is she coming to us? Is she deliberately walking into our trap?" Jiang Yuntian and Su Fei were teasing and laughing, not taking Zhao Xiaoning seriously. Jiang Menshun. He practiced iron sand palm, which could stones with a single slap. There was no way he would lose to a weak girl. Jiang Menshun chuckled. "You scoundrel, are you already losing your nerve?" "I smack." Before he could finish, Zhao Xiaoning slapped him across the face. Jiang Menshun was knocked back like a kite with a broken string, flying 4 or 5 meters before crashing hard onto the ground. Jiang Yuntian and Su Fei stared with their mouths open, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? The mighty Jiang Menshun, who had never been defeated, was actually slapped away by a girl? Such a thing. No, not just witnessing it, but even hearing about it, was unheard of. For a moment, the entire room fell into complete silence. Su Qing was stunned. He knew Zhao Xiaoning was powerful, but he never imagined she was this strong. Spit. Jiang Menshun spat blood, his eyes bloodshot and furious. "You scoundrel, I will kill you." His hands floated in the air, turning purple-black, and the air around him seemed to fill with a bloody smell. Iron sand palm. Jiang Yuntian and the disciples cheered excitedly. Legend said that after Jiang Menshun mastered iron sand palm, His iron palms could kill a cow with a single strike. And Zhao Xiaoning? Su Fei shouted, Zhao Xiaoning, kneel now. Kneel. Jiang Yuntian and the others shouted loudly, their voices loud and commanding. Now, Su Qing also became nervous, forgetting to eat. One step, another step. Jiang Minshun's feet stomped on the ground with loud thuds, making everyone tremble with fear. But what about Zhao Xiaoning? She stood there calmly, her lips slightly curved in a small smile, completely ignoring Jiang Minshun. Jiang Minshun couldn't bear such humiliation. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and slapped Zhao Xiaoning the head. Zhao Xiaoning didn't dodge or even look at Jiang Minshun's attack. He slapped back again. Bang! Jiang Minshun was hit as if bombed, crying out in pain. He was pushed 10 meters away, crashing heavily into the wall and then falling to the ground. Cough! Jiang Minshun spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain. Everyone was stunned. All of them were shocked. The proud Jiang Minshun, in front of others, had no chance to struggle or fight back, like a helpless victim. Jiang Yuntian and Su Fei were even more frightened, their eyes nearly popping out. Get out of here, Zhao Xiaoning said coldly. If anyone dares to target Su Qing again, I will kill him. Everyone was so scared they didn't dare to speak. Jiang Minshun pulled out a long knife from his waist and shouted angrily, Everyone, attack together. Wreck him. Kill. More than 30 people rushed forward together. Su Qing was startled. He wasn't afraid they would kill Zhao Xiaoning, but he was worried Zhao Xiaoning might do to them what he did to Old Wei. Kill them all. Xiaoning, don't kill anyone. Humph. Zhao Xiaoning snorted coldly, then charged into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Within seconds, a series of piercing screams rang out. Is this really human? When Jiang Minshun reached Zhao Xiaoning, he saw the ground was covered with fallen bodies. Only he remained standing. His legs felt as if filled with lead, and he dared not step forward. He stammered. Zhao Xiaoning kicked him hard in the chest. Boom. Jiang Minshun fell to the ground again. There's no second or third chance, only one. Zhao Xiaoning stepped closer to Jiang Minshun, his eyes sharp and cold, like a blade, making people shiver. Jiang Minshun was terrified, trembling and begging, You, don't do this. This is a society of law. You. One more kick. Zhao Xiaoning kicked him hard in the lower leg. The bone broke, and the white bone tip pierced through the skin. Jiang Minshun screamed in pain, his pants soaked. Please, spare me. Jiang Minshun begged desperately. Spare you? Zhao Xiaoning's face seemed emotionless, coldly saying, This time I will teach you a lesson. If there is a next time, I will not forgive you. Won't dare anymore. Get out. With a loud shout, Jiang Minshun shivered. Jiang Yuntian, bravely, along with others, helped Jiang Minshun, limping away quickly, not daring to look back. As for Su Fei, she was also shocked by what she saw. She didn't expect Jiang Minshun and Jiang Yuntian to be so weak, unable to defeat a woman. Since fighting directly didn't work, they decided to use softer methods. They wouldn't let Su Qing go easily. Finally, everyone left. Su Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved that no one was hurt, and smiled, saying, Xiaoning, thank you. Thank what? They were just a bunch of useless people. Zhao Xiaoning snorted, Next time, find some experts to come. This isn't even enough to fill my teeth. Let's try not to cause trouble if we can. All right, I need to go back and exchange some junk for money. What kind of cup is this? It is clear and sparkling, like crystal, with intricate patterns embedded on it. It looks delicate and beautiful, making people feel drawn to it. And this plate? It is part of a fine set with bowls and basins. Some feature landscape ink paintings, others depict rural scenes, and some show fish playing happily. It looks high-end and classy, worth a lot. As for that stainless steel bowl and chopsticks labeled 304, there's no need to say more. Take a walk, look around, stop and stand, collect bowls, basins, bottles, exchange for stainless steel basins, or knives. Look at my stainless steel bowl, drop it on the ground, it won't break, won't get damaged, super sturdy. This was recorded by Su Qing and played repeatedly at the entrance of Qingning supermarket. There were about 20 people busy at the scene, showing off glass cups, 304 stainless steel pots and bowls, even knives, peelers, fruit knives, and more. Any bowl could be exchanged for 2 free ones, ceramic, glass, or stainless steel. Wow! Everyone in Lingxiao City was excited. Their old, ugly bottles and jars at home looked so worn out. But look at the ones used by the gods, beautiful and durable. Clang! Someone grabbed a 304 stainless steel plate and dropped it on the ground. It didn't break at all, not even a dent. It was like a magic tool. Some of the local gentry and wealthy merchants brought over carts, exchanging one cart after another, sometimes two or more at a time, which was a great bargain for them. But for Su Qing, every item was an antique, and he saw it all as a big opportunity. This was a lively junk for money campaign, and everyone enjoyed it. Zhao Xiaoning didn't think too much about it. She left the matter to others. She, along with Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, Xue Paifeng, Song Yining, and other fighters, gathered quietly at the door of the firearm workshop, waiting patiently. Finally, a craftsman carefully carried out a wine jar. Xue Paifeng excitedly shouted, "Is it ready?" "Yes. This is the first wine jar bomb. We don't have much experience yet, but the next one will be easier. Let's go test its power." "I'll do it." Peng Chong held the wine jar bomb with both hands and placed it in between two large stones. Everyone retreated dozens of meters away and hid. Now, it was time to see Lin Juxiong's turn. Lin Juxiong held a giant bullhorn bow, looking like an ancient warrior god, with a determined gaze, tall and strong. He lit a rocket, drew the full moon bow, and shot at the wine jar bomb. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound cut through the sky, hitting the wine jar bomb precisely. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as if the sky was falling. The wine jar bomb shattered instantly, with fragments flying everywhere, and the ground shook violently. Everyone hid behind cover. After the smoke cleared, they all looked up in shock and amazement. A deep crater appeared on the ground, smashing both large stones into pieces. The debris scattered everywhere, looking quite frightening. The power of the wine jar bomb was incredible. They remained silent for a few minutes before bursting into loud cheers and excitement. With these bombs, it was no wonder the enemy soldiers would be thrown into chaos. They had 1,000 empty wine jars, 2,000 kilograms of explosives, ready to be used. Over several days, they made hundreds of these bombs. Some were buried in open areas halfway up the mountain, from where enemy artillery could be targeted to bomb Lingxiao City. Others were hidden at the foot of the mountain or at the far end of a secret tunnel, in a spacious area convenient for gathering people. Du Tianhu finally sent over the searchlights, lighting guns, 2,000 kilograms of explosives, along with many street lamps, fireworks, firecrackers, spring festival couplets, colorful lanterns, god of wealth statues, and other festive decorations all at once. Searchlights? Su Qing tested one for Zhao Xiaoning. It was very bright, illuminating the entire small shop like daytime. It was definitely a powerful weapon. The people of Lingxiao City worked together and quickly set up all the street lamps in just one day. Every household put up spring festival couplets and fortune characters, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Finally, night fell. All the streetlights turned on, and the colorful lanterns flickered with bright lights, shining like stars in the sky, like many little eyes watching. People couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful it was. It's the new year, of course there should be a festive atmosphere. Su Qing also ordered 100,000 bags of frozen dumplings and rice balls, 2 bags for each family, with flavors like pork and scallions, pork and celery, pork and chives, beef and radish, and more. People sat together, eating hot dumplings and rice balls, feeling incredibly happy. That's what the new year is all about. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoning, Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, and others from the Chongning Army, Forbidden Army, Auxiliary Army, and Village Army all got busy. Peng Chong and 2,000 Chongning soldiers and 2,000 Forbidden soldiers guarded the city gates and walls of Lingxiao City. Lu Haida and another 1,000 Chongning soldiers, 1,000 Forbidden soldiers, and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers guarded the secret passages, city gates, and walls. They also prepared weapons like 8-ox crossbows, stone cannons, rockets, gunpowder arrows, gasoline, and more. Everyone was excited and motivated. 300,000 Tatars were attacking, a battle for life and death. If they won, they could go home and celebrate the new year with their families. As for Zhang Tingji, he and Lin Juxiong along with 95 wolf-tooth special forces, were hiding in a secret spot at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was fully equipped, not only with gunpowder arrows, but also with folding crossbows and bombs. Time passed second by second. Zhao Xiaoning looked at Lu Yi and said in a deep voice, "You can now contact the spies and eliminate them all." Understood. Lu Yi took a few men and went to a local gentry's house. He pushed open the door, and the gentry and dozens of household staff gathered around, asking, "Lu Yi, what's the situation outside?" Zhao Xiaoning, the Chongning army, and the people of Lingxiao City are all immersed in the festive mood. The city gates are relaxed, and we can attack anytime. Good, let's go now. Under Lu Yi's leadership, the local gentry and household servants easily reached the city gate without much effort. As expected, the defenses were lax. About a dozen soldiers from the Chongning army were inside the city tower, drinking, with occasional sounds of dice games. Haha. The gentry waved his hand, and some household servants went to open the city gate. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The gentry lit a torch and waved it back and forth. This was the signal. Lu Yi asked, "Can we just wait for Commander Tuahuan and his men to come?" "Yes." "All right, then you're useless now." Lu Yi suddenly stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. Meanwhile, other Chongning soldiers emerged from the darkness, quickly overpowering the household servants, cutting them down like chopping vegetables. Zhao Xiaoning held a telescope, an infrared one, and quietly watched every move at the foot of the mountain. Infrared telescope? Even at night, it could clearly see every action at the mountain's base. No wonder it's called a divine tool, so amazing and useful. Soldiers like Peng Chong, Zhang Tingji, and Xue Paifeng each had one, and they could vaguely see the enemy army, like ants, swarming forward. Lingxiao City? Tuahuan sat on his horse, staring at the city with a mix of anger and curiosity. Is there really a divine presence here? Although it was night, Lingxiao City was brightly lit, illuminating every corner like daytime. What is that light? It looks like dozens of suns. It's much brighter than oil lamps and torches. Look, the wind doesn't even shake it. Look at those colorful lights flickering constantly, so beautiful. The enemy soldiers standing beside Tuahuan kept whispering in amazement. Tuahuan smiled and said, "Once we take Lingxiao City, all of this will be ours." Under the glow of the lights, even from the foot of the mountain, one could see the city gate wide open, the walls empty, with not a single shadow in sight. Inside, cheers, shouts, firecrackers, and fireworks burst into the sky. The whole city was immersed in the joy of the new year. Such reckless fools. Tuahuan glanced at his black horse and Zhang Wenhu, who had narrowly escaped last time. Out of 30,000, only a few dozen remained. More like a complete defeat. Umarer, Zhang Wenhu, I give you another chance to make up for your mistakes. Each of you bring 3,000 men and attack through the secret passages at the city gates and mountain valley entrances. Yes. Do not light the torches, surprise them completely. Yes. Now, Umarer and Zhang Wenhu are both filled with anger, deeply resentful of the Chongning army guarding Lingxiao City. They want to kill every one of them. No one should be spared. Umarer leads 30,000 men, sneaking up the mountain path under the cover of night. Du Huan and the soldiers of the enemy army ignore them completely. The key point is, the Chongning army's defenses are too lax. It's a careless mistake. This battle is almost certain to be won. Getting closer, closer. Umarer and the 30,000 enemy soldiers have reached the foot of the city wall, just about to enter the city. Suddenly, 2 ambushes of 20 soldiers each are hidden on either side of the city gate. They quickly close the gates. 2 searchlights turn on, brighter and more dazzling than the sun. The sudden change shocks all the enemy soldiers, blinding them. On the city wall, over 1,000 Chongning soldiers emerge, each lighting fire arrows and shooting them at the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rain down like a storm, accompanied by loud explosions. All 30,000 enemy soldiers. They are gathered on the steep, narrow mountain path, flanked by cliffs on both sides, with nowhere to hide or escape. Some are blown to pieces. Some are blown into the air. Others fall into the abyss. They have no chance to resist or defend. They are slaughtered in chaos. Wails of pain echo through the sky, blood flowing like rivers. How is this possible? Du Huan's face turns pale. He never expected Lingxiao City to have such a trap prepared in advance. Could it be that Lu Yi and the traitors betrayed him? But now is not the time to think about that. Du Huan roars, "Bring the Hue cannon over." The Hue cannon. It is a large catapult that launches heavy stones weighing over 150 kilograms, with a range of nearly 400 meters. Originally, the walls of Xiangyang were thick and supported for 6 years, causing heavy losses to the enemy. But the Hue cannon, with one shot, directly destroyed the city wall, turning everything into dust. During the Battle of Cliff Mountain, it shattered the Song Navy's advantage, smashing their ships and sweeping across Eurasian countries. That was the nightmare of the Southern Song Army. That was the peak of cold weapon artillery. Soon, one after another, the Hui cannons were pushed forward, and huge stones roared as they crashed toward the city wall. Is this Hui cannon? The soldiers of Chongning Army looked frightened, their faces changing color. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions echoed loudly. The stones all struck the city wall, splashing into pieces. But what about the wall? It remained completely intact, as strong as before. Unfortunately, under the light of the searchlights, the Tatars were clearly visible in the open. Meanwhile, Lingxiao City was in the dark, and Du Huan and others didn't know how the bombing was going. They just kept firing and firing. What's there to fear? Zhao Xiaoning shouted, "Attack now." The fire arrows shot out even more fiercely. 30,000 troops. They suffered even more tragic losses than before. The mountain path was full of broken limbs and arms, like on Earth. Zhao Xiaoning looked through the telescope and could hardly see any moving people. He shouted loudly, "Stop, stop!" The soldiers of Chongning Army were peering out from behind the wall battlements. Under the military searchlights, they clearly saw the situation on the mountain path, feeling both excited and thrilled. As for the Hui cannons, they were nothing special. The stones hitting the wall did little damage. The explosions finally stopped. Du Huan also shouted to stop. Surely, Lingxiao City should have collapsed by now. But when they looked over, they were stunned by what they saw. Lingxiao City. It stood tall and mighty, like it was forged from steel, unshaken by the Hui cannons. This was impossible. Du Huan and the Tatar soldiers looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes full of fear. "Commander!" Yumar ran over, crawling and crying out. "The Chongning Army's rockets are too powerful. We can't break through." Pathetic. Du Huan swung his sword and knocked Yumar down, shouting angrily, "Everyone charge. No matter the cost today, we must take Lingxiao City." Siege carts, wooden screens, and scaling ladders appeared one after another. The Tatars kept firing rockets while rushing forward. Zhao Xiaoning watched their every move. The Tatars soldiers all gathered at the Hui cannon position. Even Du Huan was among them, fighting fiercely. "No rush, no rush," Zhao Xiaoning silently recited, waiting until everyone was close. Then he shouted, "Attack now." One by one, wine jars were thrown down from the city wall. Some catapults launched the wine jars far into the distance. These wine jars were filled with gasoline and suddenly fell onto the siege carts, cloth screens, or into the crowd. Zhao Xiaoning lit a firework and loudly shouted, "Launch the rockets." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One rocket after another shot through the air like rain, landing among the enemy soldiers and igniting fierce fires. In an instant, flames spread across the mountains and fields. What siege carts? What cloth screens? What ladders? All of them caught fire. The enemy soldiers, of course, suffered the most. They struggled and screamed in the flames, with nowhere to escape, their cries heartbreaking. Within just 15 minutes, the entire Lingxiao City was ablaze, glowing red in the sky like a volcano. The Chongning Army, the Imperial Guards, the auxiliary troops, and the local militia all stood on the city walls, stunned by what they saw. As for Tua Huan and the soldiers of the enemy army, they were even more furious and scared, trembling all over, completely stunned. First round of gunpowder arrow bombardment. Second round of raging fire. How many casualties did this cause? The mountains and fields were filled with scorched corpses, and the air was thick with a strong, choking smell. The flames kept burning. Zhao Xiaoning stood on the city wall and shouted sharply, "Tua Huan, your enemy soldiers are just SOSO. Come on over. Come on." All the soldiers of the Chongning Army, Imperial Guards, auxiliary troops, and militia shouted back defiantly. Wow! Tuahuan, the king of Jinan, was also the commander of 300,000 enemy soldiers, sweeping from the north with unstoppable force. But now, they were suffering heavy losses at a small city like Lingxiao, losing face terribly. Moreover, the 2 rounds of attack had caused heavy casualties among his troops. It was unbelievable. Tuahuan's eyes turned red with anger as he looked fiercely at Zhao Xiaoning on the city wall. She was dressed in black armor, tall and graceful, with a stunning face that could topple a city. But her eyes were fierce and ruthless, radiating a cold, killing intent that made people afraid. Tuahuan cursed bitterly. "Traitor! I will tear you to pieces." Zhao Xiaoning shouted. "Then bring all your soldiers here. Dare you?" "Tuahuan, you're just a coward." The entire Lingxiao city army shouted together. "Come on, everyone." Tuahuan summoned all his men and roared, "We vow to slaughter Lingxiao city, leaving no one alive, neither man nor beast. No one would be spared. No one would be spared." Their voices echoed loudly, shaking the heart. The people of Lingxiao city had all gathered together, standing on the city wall and watching the enemy army at the foot of the mountain. Their eyes showed no fear. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoning held the walkie-talkie and loudly called out, "Zhang Tingji, Zhang Tingji." Lin Juxiong and more than 90 Special Forces soldiers from Wolf Tooth were hiding on a nearby hill, already eager to act. Suddenly, they lit rockets and shot them out quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. These arrows were nothing to an army of over 200,000 enemies. But, on the ground, gasoline had been spilled and lightly covered with dirt. Now, with people, horses, and armored vehicles moving around, some of the gasoline was exposed. It was a dark, windy night. The enemy soldiers were all focused on Lingxiao city and didn't expect what was happening beneath their feet. Even if they saw scattered gasoline, they wouldn't understand what it was. Many rockets were blocked by the crowd, but some rockets still landed on the ground. 1, 2. Gradually, the ground caught fire. However, with over 20,000 people gathered, they couldn't disperse immediately. Duo Huan looked around, pointed at a small hill, and shouted angrily, "Charge over there." But as the flames burned, they finally ignited the fuse of the wine jar mines. Boom! A loud explosion. The surrounding enemy soldiers were blown apart. Boom! Boom! One after another, in an instant, all the underground wine jar mines exploded. The powerful shock waves spread out, destroying everything within hundreds of meters. They even lifted nearby grass, trees, and large stones into the air, with smoke and dust covering the sky. That was hundreds of kilograms of explosives. Such power was astonishing. The explosions lasted about 10 minutes before finally stopping. The scene was in chaos. It was impossible to know how many were killed or injured. The ground was turned upside down, littered with limbs and body parts, a terrible sight. The enemy soldiers lucky enough to escape were terrified and trembling. Kill! Zhao Xiaoning, along with 2,000 Chongning soldiers, 2,000 Imperial Guards, and 3,000 siege soldiers, charged out of Lingxiao city. 7,000 in total. And the enemy? They still had at least over 100,000 soldiers, but they had no fighting spirit and were completely frightened. Zhang Tingji shouted loudly, "Shoot arrows." One by one, they fired their gunpowder arrows into the enemy. After one round, all the members of the Wolf Tooth special team rode their horses down the hillside, each wielding a tang sword, fighting with great skill and strength. They were unstoppable. Oh, one by one, the enemy soldiers were knocked down. How can we continue fighting? Du Huan crawled out of the dirt, rolled onto his horse, and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Everyone, as if granted amnesty, started to run away. Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, and others from the Wolf Tooth special team were all bloodshot and fighting fiercely. They didn't care who the enemy was or how many there were. They just kept attacking and killing. By the time Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Lu Yi, and others ran down from Lingxiao city, these fighters had already disappeared. This can't be right. 90-something people chasing 10,000? That's impossible. If the enemy manages to hold their ground, the Wolf Tooth special team members won't survive. They are elite soldiers, each one precious to Zhao Xiaoning. Nothing can happen to them. At this moment, Pang Chong led 1,000 Chongning soldiers, 2,000 Imperial Guards, and 3,000 cavalry to clear the area. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoning, Lu Yi, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanqing, and other generals quickly pursued with 1,000 Chongning cavalry. Charge! 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 During this relentless pursuit, they often saw scattered enemy soldiers, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds, even thousands. But under the charge of the Chongning army, the enemy had no resistance at all. They were cut down like vegetables, and in a short time, their bodies lay in pools of blood. As they advanced, Zhao Xiaoning used a walkie-talkie to shout, "Zhang Tingji, stop attacking recklessly. Retreat now." After about 15 minutes, they finally caught up. Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, and others still looked eager and excited. "Your Highness, we should keep fighting all the way to their main camp." "What main camp? If they hold their ground, we'll be in danger." But they were still talking when suddenly arrows shot from all directions, falling like rain on the Chongning soldiers. Fortunately, everyone was wearing armor and bulletproof vests, so the arrows just fell off. However, some arrows hit horses or struck legs, causing the horses to stumble and fall. From the darkness, Du Huan's shout came loudly. "Whoever kills Zhao Xiaoning will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and made 1,000 household." Clatter, clatter. Countless horses' hooves surrounded them from all sides. The enemy has about 300,000 soldiers. After continuous bombing and fighting, at least tens of thousands of troops are organized hastily. What should we do? This is getting serious. Zhang Tingji begins to regret. "Your Highness, this is my fault for acting rashly. You all retreat quickly. We will hold them off." "Hold them off? If we do that, no one from the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade will survive. But if we retreat, the enemy will surely pursue us, and not only that, even Lingxiao City might be in danger." Zhao Xiaoning looks around and spots Duohuan's voice. He shouts, "Everyone listen up. Follow me and kill Duohuan. Kill." Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, Lin Juxiong, and other soldiers all roar in anger, their voices loud and powerful, and rush forward with Zhao Xiaoning. Zhao Xiaoning only leads 1,000 Chongning soldiers. Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, and the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade have just over 90 people. Altogether, there are fewer than 1,100 soldiers. And the enemy? They have at least tens of thousands. If we get surrounded, no one will survive. Zhao Xiaoning raises his Qingming sword high and charges at Duohuan. Charge! Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, Lin Juxiong, Xue Paifeng, Song Yanqing, and others follow closely, like a sharp sword stabbing deep into the enemy army. The enemy surrounds us from all sides. There are curved blades coming, long sword stabbing. Zhao Xiaoning easily cuts through with his sword. Snaps! Snaps! The blades break, and the swords snap. Even the enemy's armor is sliced open by his sword. Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others protect Zhao Xiaoning's sides. No one can stop them, like divine soldiers. How is this possible? Duohuan feels deep fear for the first time. He roars, "Hold them! Hold them back!" In that moment, Zhao Xiaoning rushes close and slashes down with his sword. Several guards block Duohuan's way, but are knocked down one after another by his sword. Duohuan roars in anger, swinging his curved blade at Zhao Xiaoning. Zhao Xiaoning blocks with his sword. Clang! The curved blade is cut in half. Zhao Xiaoning quickly counters with another sword, stabbing toward Duohuan's chest. Duohuan flips onto his horse, and Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others rush forward, cutting down his trusted followers like chopping vegetables. What can we do now? Duohuan, terrified, slaps his horse's belly and, still on the saddle, quickly flees into the distance. Escape is impossible, Duohuan. Don't even think about running away. Zhao Xiaoning chased after her, but a large group of enemy soldiers rushed forward and blocked her path. Chasing was definitely hopeless now. Zhao Xiaoning drew her bow and aimed an arrow at Duohuan, shooting it swiftly. Whoosh! The arrow flew faster and faster, quickly reaching behind Duohuan. Just then, a nearby soldier ran past and was struck directly in the chest by the arrow, dying instantly. Duohuan dared not stop and quickly urged her horse to run faster. What a shame! She couldn't delay any longer. If the enemy soldiers surrounded them, it would be very dangerous. Retreat! Zhao Xiaoning glared angrily at Duohuan, leading her troops to fight their way out, unstoppable like a mighty force. Everyone broke through the encirclement, But the enemy soldiers chased relentlessly, as if they had gone mad. Whooshing, arrows whistled past, hitting over a dozen of the Longning army's horses, causing soldiers to fall to the ground. Zhao Xiaoning shouted, "We must go back and save them. Princess, you don't need to worry about us. Run now. We'll fight the enemy to the end." Those dozen soldiers from Longning didn't hesitate and charged at the enemy soldiers with determination. Boom, boom, boom. They ignited the sky-burst bombs they carried, causing explosions. Suddenly, the pursuing enemies screamed and fell. The scene was very fierce. However, those soldiers from Longning also sacrificed themselves heroically. Their bodies couldn't even be found. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes turned red with anger as she shouted, "Skyburst bombs." Finally, both sides created some distance. Zhao Xiaoning, Lu Yi, Lin Juxiong, and others were skilled riders, flipping their bodies in the saddle as their horses galloped forward. Meanwhile, they ignited skyburst bombs and threw them at the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed repeatedly, and many enemies screamed as they fell. After one round of bombs, the distance between them increased further. Zhao Xiaoning drew her bow again and shouted, "Gunpowder arrows." Several arrows shot out again, flying farther and with greater power. Who would dare to chase now? The enemy soldiers were blown into disarray, unable to continue the pursuit. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The horses sped up, finally breaking through the heavy encirclement. Zhao Xiaoning, Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others showed no emotion on their faces as they headed towards Lingxiao City. From the mountain valley's secret passage, loud explosions could be heard. Are they also fighting there? Zhao Xiaoning ran to the valley entrance and saw that all the wine jars buried in the valley had exploded, igniting fierce flames. Since she was here, she decided not to leave. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes were cold, and she made a hand gesture. Everyone rushed into the valley and shot arrows at the enemy soldiers there. When the gunpowder arrows ran out, they used fire arrows. When the fire arrows were gone, they used regular arrows. There were 30,000 enemy soldiers. Each one was confused by the exploding wine jars, running around like headless flies. Some tried to escape, but those who tried to run were shot and killed by Zhao Xiaoning and others like Zhang Tingji. A dozen sharpshooters hid on nearby hills, pulling their triggers repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The power of shotguns was even greater than that of arrows. With each shot, a body would burst open with a blood hole, blood splattering everywhere, and the person would die instantly. In just a short time, the whole valley turned into a meat grinder, filled with smoke and the smell of blood. Wasn't anyone supposed to open the city gates? Wasn't there supposed to be an insider? Zhang Wenhu lost all fighting spirit and led the remaining forces to desperately escape. But arrows kept flying from ahead, as if they were rushing straight into gunfire. Zhao Xiaoning, kill! Charge forward and kill them all, Zhang Wenhu shouted. However, the enemy soldiers were already terrified and had no desire to fight. They could only ride their horses forward, trying to escape one after another. Arrows ran out. Bullets ran out. Zhao Xiaoning, Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, Lu Yi, and others lined up, each holding a large sword high, shouting, "Chongning army, attack! Kill!" Everyone charged at the enemy soldiers together. Could it be the princess? Under the spotlight and through telescopes, Pang Chong and Lu Haida, standing on the city wall, saw Zhao Xiaoning and Zhang Tingji and others. They immediately ran down from the wall, shouting, "Chongning army, all soldiers, charge out and fight." The city gates opened wide. Pang Chong and Lu Haida led the charge into the valley. One sword strike after another. The enemy soldiers couldn't resist at all. Zhao Xiaoning and Pang Chong quickly regrouped, but they didn't stop. Both sides kept rushing into the crowd, sweeping back and forth. Finally, some remaining enemy soldiers were killed, others knelt down and surrendered. Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "Zhang Wenhu?" Zhang Wenhu knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. "I, princess, please spare me." Snick! With a swing of his sword, he cut off Zhang Wenhu's ear, frightening Zhang Wenhu so much that he wet his pants. Zhao Xiaoning coldly said, "I won't kill you. Go back and tell Du Huan that if they dare to attack Lingxiao City again, we will make sure they never return." "Yes, yes. Get out of here." Zhang Wenhu and dozens of soldiers fled like lost dogs. In the valley, countless bodies lay scattered, blood staining the ground red. Did we win? Zhao Xiaoning, Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others looked very sad. There was no joy of victory. They paid a heavy price. More than 300 Chongning soldiers, 11 Wolf-Tooth special forces, and some auxiliary troops were lost. It was truly painful. Luckily, Du Huan didn't hear this, or he would have been furious. Only a few hundred people died, yet he was so upset. The enemy army lost over 100,000 men. How could he argue with that? But now, Du Huan wasn't thinking about that. His eyes were fixed on the equipment of the Chongning soldiers and the Wolf-Tooth special forces. He was completely shocked. What kind of sword is this? With one strike, it shattered the enemy's curved blade, cut through armor as if it were paper, like cutting through soft metal. What kind of armor is this? The curved blade couldn't cut it. Arrows couldn't pierce it. And the gear worn by the Chongning soldiers and Wolf-Tooth special forces? Du Huan had no idea what those were. Commander, Zhang Wenhu, covered in blood, staggered in and knelt on the ground. Du Huan frowned and asked, "How did the attack on the valley go? Only a few of us came back. The rest are gone. All right, it's not your fault. You can leave now." At this moment, Du Huan suddenly felt helpless. Even his 300,000-strong army had suffered heavy losses, more than half. As for Zhang Wenhu's 30,000 troops, it was even worse. It's a pity about the Black Horse. Thinking back, he had knocked it over, but now it seemed unfair. Nothing left? Zhang Wenhu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and cautiously said, "Commander," Zhao Xiaoning said. "She said if you dare to attack Lingxiao City again, you will never return." "All right, I understand." "Yes." Zhang Wenhu stepped out, feeling like he had been reborn. Du Huan paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how to break into Lingxiao City. He always felt helpless, as if there was no way forward. Haha. A barefoot middle-aged man entered. He was tall, with long hair flowing freely. On his forehead, he wore a jade pendant with a green gemstone, and around his neck, he had a necklace made of bones. His eyes were deep and wise, as if he could see through the world. This was the greatest madman of the great Yuan Empire, Tongtian Wuzhua, also the spiritual leader of the shaman religion. Wuzhua scoffed, "Du Huan, I heard you led an army of 300,000 troops and defeated the 3,000 soldiers of Lingxiao City, with over 10,000 casualties?" Du Huan snorted, "Come and see the weapons and equipment of the Chongning army. They are not as simple as they seem." "So what? The Great Khan sent me here to quickly take down Lingxiao City and have you fully support me. Do you have any plans?" "Of course," Wuzhua proudly said. "I can level Lingxiao City without losing a single soldier or unit." Du Huan sneered. "All right, then I want to see the true skill of Tongtian Wuzhua. Just leave it to me, whatever you arrange." The two whispered to each other. Zhao Xiaoning didn't know and didn't want to know about these tricks. She, along with Zhang Tingji, Pang Chong, and others, finally returned to Lingxiao City. The city gates were wide open. All the soldiers from Chongning, the Imperial Guards, the auxiliary troops, and the local militia gathered silently on both sides of the gate, watching Zhao Xiaoning, Zhang Tingji, and others covered in blood. Each of them was excited. Zhao Xiaoning looked over the crowd and raised her arm high. "The enemy has retreated. We have won. Victory." All the soldiers' faces and bodies were covered in blood, some already exhausted. But they gritted their teeth and held on. Until this moment, they raised their swords and bows, their arms trembling uncontrollably. They had won. The Chongning army had won. Lingxiao City was saved. 3,000 Chongning soldiers, 2,000 Imperial Guards, 3,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 militia not only stopped the attack of 300,000 enemies, but also fought them to a standstill. Many wept uncontrollably. This battle was too hard. These enemies were fierce and fearless, fighting to the death. Without divine protection, the Chongning army could never have held Lingxiao City. No matter what, it was finally over. Zhao Xiaoning loudly announced, "We successfully defended the city. Each person will be rewarded with 2 bags of rice, 1 bag of flour, pork, and vegetables. The families of fallen soldiers will receive 4 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, pork, and vegetables, along with a monthly pension of 2,000 coins. Now, everyone goes to clear the battlefield, taking off weapons, armor, and other gear. The war horses, alive ones are led back, dead ones are dragged back, so everyone can have some meat to eat. Enemy corpses are buried and burned on the spot. Our soldiers' bodies are all carried back to the hillside for a proper burial. Everyone loudly agrees, especially the local militia, who previously could only stand on the city wall and defend. Now, they finally have a chance to fight. Did we win? The people of Lingxiao City also gather around. Some carry hot water bottles, others hold steaming dumplings, so the soldiers can enjoy a warm meal. Everyone is so happy they cry tears of joy. Whether or not their own children are safe, at least they all came back alive. Su Qing also moves back and forth in his room, feeling very anxious. That's a force of 300,000 tatters. What's the situation? Did we lose or win? Why hasn't Zhao Xiaoning sent any news? She must be alive. You have to stay alive. Su Qing is very worried. According to history, Lingxiao City was captured by the Tatars in 1288. Lin, the deputy director of the city museum, and elders Han and Fong said Zhao Xiaoning was captured and suffered a terrible fate. Zhao Xiaoning quickly arranges everything and rides her horse back to her home. She doesn't even bother to take off her blood-stained armor before rushing into the wall. Unexpectedly, Su Qing is standing near the wall, almost bumped into her. Oh. Su Qing is startled and worried, asking, Xiaoning, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhao Xiaoning finally relaxes completely, tears of joy streaming down her face. Su Qing, we won. Our few thousand soldiers fought off the 30,000 Tatars, killing over 10,000 of them. We've achieved a great victory. Su Qing is even more excited. Really? We won? Yes, we won. Great. I already booked 200 tables of food and drinks at Changlong Hotel, with dishes like 4 happiness meatballs, soy sauce pork knuckles, pipa shrimp, braised pork with preserved vegetables, spring rolls, crispy meat, and many more. There are also over 1,000 boxes of beer, so everyone from Chongning Army and the common people can celebrate happily during the Spring Festival. Good. A big barrel, a big barrel. Su Qing and Zhao Xiaoning push everything into the wall. 2,000 bags of peanut snacks, 2,000 bags of 5-spice sunflower seeds, 2,000 bags of white rabbit milk candies. As for ugly oranges, apples, bananas, jelly oranges, and crown pears, each type has 2,000 boxes. They are all pushed into the wall. One reason is to help ordinary people celebrate a prosperous new year. The second is because they won a great victory and must celebrate properly. Zhao Xiaoning looked at Su Qing with her eyes and took a deep breath. Su Qing, today I have to celebrate the new year with the soldiers. Okay, but you're covered in blood. You should take it off and check if you're hurt. I have a bulletproof vest and armor, so I'm fine. No way. Su Qing was very firm. Go take a shower now, wash off the blood, and if you're injured, I'll call a doctor to come and treat your wounds. This man, Zhao Xiaoning, also wanted to take a hot bath, so she finally agreed. But after a few minutes, a scream came from the bathroom. Ah, Su Qing. What's wrong? The bathroom was filled with steam. Zhao Xiaoning pulled a towel to cover herself, but still revealed a lot of white skin and long, straight legs, looking very tempting. However, Zhao Xiaoning wasn't paying attention to that now. She pointed at the bathtub and screamed, Look, there's a cockroach inside. A cockroach? Su Qing thought it was something serious. Sure enough, there was a cockroach in the bathtub, crawling back and forth. Haha. The noble Princess Chongning of the Song dynasty, who kills like cutting grass, who would think she's afraid of a cockroach like other girls. Su Qing grabbed a slipper, nervously and bravely trying to scare it away, then used a tissue to catch it, and asked, Is that better now? Oh. Zhao Xiaoning was startled again and screamed, Get it out. Her skin was really white and pretty. Su Qing secretly looked at her. Huh. He suddenly saw faint bloodstains on Zhao Xiaoning's thigh, which startled him. He exclaimed, Zhao Xiaoning, are you hurt? No, not yet. You're bleeding. Su Qing pointed at her thigh. Indeed, blood was flowing down her thigh. Zhao Xiaoning was confused. Could she really be injured? She paused for a few seconds, then suddenly felt something and said shyly and angrily, You. Su Qing, do you have some ashes from plants? Quickly find some for me. I need it urgently. Ashes from plants? What do you need them for? Su Qing was confused. I am on my period and need to add ash from plants into my menstrual pad. Wait for me. There's no such thing. Su Qing turned and ran outside. When he came back, he was holding several packs of sanitary pads, some for daily use, some for night use, and extra long with wings, along with a flapboard, which he slid through the door. Su Qing said, "All the women here wear these for convenience and hygiene. You shouldn't use ash anymore. They are thin and soft." Zhao Xiaoning even looked at the video on the flatboard and finally understood how to use it. This idiot. How does he know so much? But these things are really useful. Wearing them almost feels like nothing. If they could sell these in Qingning supermarket, they'd probably be very popular. After waiting a while, Zhao Xiaoning gently brushed her damp hair and walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing a purple nightgown, very modest, with the hem reaching her ankles. Even so, walking in it felt like she wasn't wearing anything. Comfortable, but very awkward, like a cold breeze was blowing through her. Su Qing smiled and asked, "Xiaoning, how's the replacement of our stainless steel pots and utensils going?" "Many have been replaced now. I haven't had time to help you move them over." "That's fine, no rush." "Why not? We still need some equipment, explosives, gasoline, and the more the better." This time, Zhao Xiaoning truly saw how powerful explosives could be. Without the wine jar bombs, fire arrows, and searchlights, it would be nearly impossible for them to defeat the 300,000 enemy soldiers. That girl, she's short-sighted despite her long hair. Just a wine jar bomb, fire arrow, and searchlight are enough for her? If she saw automatic rifles, guns, tanks, airplanes, and cannons, she'd probably faint from shock. Unfortunately, Su Qing couldn't get those things either. Otherwise, they could set up a bunch of submachine guns or Maxim machine guns at the mountain pass. No matter how many enemies there are, a burst of gunfire could wipe them out like slaughtering chicks. Su Qing kept looking at Zhao Xiaoning, deep in thought. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoning shot him a sharp look and snorted. "Do you want to try how fast my sword is?" "Xiaoning, I want to tell you something." "What? What is it?" Zhao Xiaoning's heart unexpectedly fluttered with a strange sense of panic. Su Qing said firmly, "Our world has over 200 countries and regions. Our Chinese nation has become a strong country because of a complete industrial chain. I believe that for Lingxiao City to stand firm and develop, building a basic industrial foundation is the most important thing." Zhao Xiaoning asked, "What is basic industry?" Basic industry refers to sectors that produce raw materials, semi-finished products, and other essential goods, including mining, smelting, chemical industry, steel, and so on. Right now, your basic industry is almost non-existent. Once developed, it could unify all of China. Unify all of China? Wow. Zhao Xiaoning gasped in shock, completely stunned. This idea was incredibly bold. For Zhao Xiaoning, stopping Lingxiao City's advances and ensuring its people could eat well and stay warm was already a huge goal. But now, Su Qing's words felt like a sudden enlightenment, like seeing a dawn in darkness, and she became very excited. Zhao Xiaoning murmured, "Do you really think that's possible?" "More than possible. It's very likely. Extremely likely." "What about the general? What about the princess?" By that time, Zhao Xiaoning could become the greatest empress in history. Empress. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes lit up, then she shook her head. "I don't want to be an empress. Honestly, if I had to choose, I'd rather be a simple woman." "You? A simple woman? Girl, can we stop joking around?" Su Qing was truly clueless about romance and excitement, and he said eagerly, "Listen to me. Starting tomorrow, we'll set up a clothing factory in Lingxiao City. I'll provide fabric and sewing machines. The clothes you make can be used in Lingxiao City or sold to me. I'll help you sell them. They will produce and sell at the same time. Clothing factories, shoe factories, gradually built up, so everyone can earn money. Having money, people can buy all kinds of necessities at Qingning supermarket, which means more income for Su Qing. This creates a perfect cycle. Basically, Su Qing is the big boss, and the whole of Lingxiao City works for him. It's not that Su Qing is short of money, but that teaching people to fish is better than giving them fish. Letting them work and earn their own money makes them feel happier and more connected. Now, the hospital is taking shape, and schools, electricity, and even farms and feed factories will follow. As a result, Lingxiao City's economy will naturally stabilize. Su Qing drew up a grand plan. Zhao Xiaoning looked like a little fangirl, nodding repeatedly. Unknowingly, they studied late into the night. It was already past 11. Oh no. Zhao Xiaoning suddenly remembered. "No, I can't tell you anymore. I need to go celebrate the Spring Festival with the people of Lingxiao City." "Celebrate the Spring Festival?" Su Qing asked, How do you celebrate it? Eat dumplings, stay up late, set off firecrackers. Those are the same as your customs. We also watch the Spring Festival Gala on TV. So, you should arrange for all the people of Lingxiao City to gather in front of Qingning Supermarket. I'll show a movie for everyone. A movie? What's a movie? It's a long video, like what you see on your tablet. By the way, do you like martial arts, gunfights, or cultivation stories? They were confused. They didn't understand at all. Zhao Xiaoning said, well, anything is fine. Do you have movies from your country or city? Yes, go prepare now. Come back in half an hour. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning returned to Lingxiao City. Su Qing immediately called Du Tianhu, asking, Brother Hu, can you help me get a projector, a screen, and speakers? I need them urgently. Super urgent. Projector? Screen? Speakers? For Du Tianhu, these were very easy to get. Soon, he delivered a Xiaomi projector, a 120-inch screen, and a home theater system to Su Qing. Su Qing smiled and said, Thanks, Brother Hu. There's no need to be so polite. Brother Hu, I have one more favor. I want to start a clothing factory. Do you have connections for sales? A clothing factory? Are you joking? For someone like Su Qing, who easily has assets worth billions, spending money is no problem. If he wanted to start something, it would be in finance or a big group company. A clothing factory is too small. Su Qing cleared his throat and said, Brother Hu, I'm serious. I might also set up shoe factories, furniture factories, and so on. I need raw materials and sales channels. All right. Du Tianhu laughed and said, Are you just playing around? All the businesses in Beijiang City are under my control. I'll provide the raw materials, and you just need to do your part. Deal? Absolutely. Su Qing smiled and told Du Tianhu to go back and inform Du Wei that a batch of porcelain would be sold soon. The items, including pots, bowls, jars, and similar objects, were all from the Song dynasty. He asked Du Wei to pick out a few pieces first. Haha. Without saying more, Du Tianhu happily went back. Su Qing then grabbed the bell and called Zhao Xiaoning over, asking, How are things? Have all the people from Lingxiao City gathered? Yes, they have. Come and see this. Su Qing hung a projector screen on the wall, connected it to speakers, and the projector inserted a USB drive containing videos like 2024 Spring Festival Gala, Huang Fei Home, and a documentary called Great National Machinery. Hopefully, Lingxiao City will have an unforgettable Spring Festival. Wow. When the Spring Festival Gala started playing, Zhao Xiaoning was stunned. The colorful stage, beautiful lights, loud music, and star performers made her feel like she was in a dream. The visual impact was so strong that she couldn't look away. Su Qing chuckled and asked, How do you like this show? Yes. It's amazing. Zhao Xiaoning nodded excitedly. Su Qing smiled and showed her how to set it up again. Zhao Xiaoning couldn't wait and hurried back to Lingxiao City. What is the princess planning to do? The people of Lingxiao City, along with Chongning Army and Imperial Guard, all gathered around, confused about what Zhao Xiaoning was up to. Finally, Zhao Xiaoning arrived and hung the projector screen on the wall of Qingning Supermarket. She connected the generator, speakers, and projector. Everyone looked on eagerly, their eyes full of wonder and excitement. This is a divine object. Everyone, don't be afraid. No one will come out of it. Zhao Xiaoning held a loudspeaker and explained to everyone. Suddenly, they were curious about this new thing and didn't want to be scared anymore. Finally, Zhao Xiaoning pressed the power button. A beam of light shone on the big screen, and the 2024 Spring Festival Gala started playing immediately. Master Noodle Maker, trampoline athletes, police officers, retired workers, restaurant staff. What will our Spring Festival look like? Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of drums, the first program of the Spring Festival Gala, Drum and Dragon Rise, began. Red dragons soared into the sky, twisting and turning. Colorful fireworks burst into the air, blooming like beautiful roses in layers, competing to open in the dark night. At this moment, everyone, people from Lingxiao City, soldiers from Chongning, the Forbidden Army, the Auxiliary Army, villagers, and even generals like Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, and Zhang Tingji, opened their eyes wide. They were completely captivated by the stunning visuals, lively music, and dance. Everyone's heart was pounding, nervous, scared, and excited all at once. Their blood seemed to boil, and they felt overwhelmed with awe. Is this the world of gods. It was simply too beautiful, too grand, too wonderful. In everyone's eyes, there was envy and longing. Time passed second by second, and everyone forgot about everything else. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoning's phone rang. Not a call, but her alarm clock. It was 11:50. In 10 minutes, it would be the year 1288. Zhao Xiaoning pressed the pause button and loudly said, "In the past, our great song was under the oppression of the enemies, barely surviving. But now, things are different. In the new year, we will truly rise. The gods will protect us, and we won't have to bow to anyone anymore. Now, let's count down together to welcome the new year. 10, 9, 8. Everyone shouted the numbers together. 1. Bang. Bang bang. On the walls of Lingxiao City, fireworks shot up. Some looked like flowers, some like shooting stars, and others like huge flames, lighting up the night sky with dazzling colors. There was also a constant crackling sound of firecrackers, never stopping. The fireworks lit up Lingxiao City and Zhao Xiaoning's pretty face. Her eyes were a little moist. Lingxiao City finally held on. From today, it will get better and more prosperous. Finally, the fireworks and firecrackers ended. The Chongming Army, Forbidden Army, Auxiliary Army, and villagers all came forward. 2 people carried a huge stainless steel tub filled with delicious food. Pork ribs, for happiness meatballs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised carp, and more. There were steaming dumplings, sunflower seeds, roasted peanuts, jelly oranges, crown pears, white rabbit candies, and beer. All the food and drinks were handed out. Surrounding the area, bonfires burned brightly. The villagers sat on the ground, eating and watching the Spring Festival Gala. For hours passed. No one moved from their spot. Everyone watched intently. Finally, the Spring Festival Gala ended. The screen showed a movie about Huang Feihong, with him and the militia fighting on the beach, accompanied by the song Men Should Be Strong. The song's lyrics spoke of facing waves with pride, passion like the bright sun, courage as strong as iron, bones as steel, a broad heart, and a far-reaching vision. It encouraged striving to be a good man. This was adapted from an ancient tune from the Tang dynasty called General's Order. Everyone watched with excitement and passion. When Huang Feihong and Yin Zhendong faced off in battle, everyone clenched their fists, holding their breath as if they were right there, feeling the intensity. During the segment about great national devices, the viewers were deeply amazed by scenes of wide streets, overpasses, the Yangtze River Bridge, and the dazzling city lights at night. As all the scenes finished, the sky turned pale, and the sun slowly rose. Industrial foundations? A strong technological nation? Zhao Xiaoning took a deep breath, looking east with a determined expression. The future belongs to Lingxiao City. 304 stainless steel, along with new, beautiful porcelain and glassware, replaced old pots and bowls. For the people of Lingxiao City, this was a huge gain. Zhao Xiaoning also couldn't believe that these broken items could be worth anything. Trading one for another, even one for two, Su Qing would lose money. And there were also explosives, gasoline, rice, pork, vegetables, and more. Daily expenses added up to a large sum. Sigh. It could only be said that this divine being was truly amazing. The movie finally finished. The villagers of Lingxiao City and the Chongming Army spent the most unforgettable spring festival of their lives. They sat on the ground, still discussing the scenes from the film. So exciting, so thrilling, so shocking. What kind of life does this divine being live? The local gentry and wealthy merchants gathered in Lingxiao City, offering incense to the statue. The statue stood proudly, entirely gold, with sharp, handsome features. Its eyes were deep and wise, as if it could see through everything in the world, gazing down at all beings with awe and reverence. Thank the gods for providing us with food. Thank the gods for giving us water. Thank the gods for protecting us and keeping us safe. These people kneel on the ground, burning incense 3 times a day, very sincerely. In the courtyard of Lingxiao Palace, the old dry well's entrance has been completely excavated. It extends outward, forming a large gentle, even suitable for a vehicle to pass through, making it very convenient. Zhao Xiaoning pushed a whole cart of bowls, plates, jars, bottles, and other items into the wall. It was about 10 carts full, including some with gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade. She never thought about being the greatest empress of all time, but she hoped Su Qing could turn Lingxiao City into a modern industrial city. That would definitely require money, more feed, weapons, explosives, gasoline, and generators. She wasn't sure if these bottles and cans would be enough. Su Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. At first, he was worried about not having enough money. Now, he felt like he was sitting on a treasure that could attract trouble. If someone found out, what would happen? Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaoning couldn't walk freely in the city. If she had such a free bodyguard, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Now, just one electric bike wouldn't be enough. He went to Beijiang car market and bought a used 7-seat van. It looked a bit old and battered. He even removed the back seats. It was low-key and good for carrying goods. On the way back, Su Qing also bought some woven baskets, and then returned to the small shop. Is this a car? Zhao Xiaoning touched here and looked there, very surprised. Yes. Can I try it? Okay. Su Qing sat in the passenger seat, and Zhao Xiaoning took the driver's seat. How to start it: shift gears, steer, brake. One dared to guide, the other dared to drive. Fortunately, the small shop and car wash were connected, covering at least a few hundred square meters, open and empty. She could drive around freely. After a few laps, Zhao Xiaoning learned how to drive and didn't even need Su Qing's guidance anymore. She started running back and forth on her own. Su Qing, get me one too. I want to drive in Lingxiao City. One car isn't enough, he replied. He suddenly had a bold idea. What if he welded steel plates onto a forklift or bulldozer, adding sharp blades on both sides? And on the roof, there could be archers or gunmen. This would be a simple armored vehicle. In modern society, this wouldn't be a big deal. But in ancient times, it could cause a huge stir. Su Qing smiled and said, "Wait for me. I will definitely get you more cars." Okay. The two of them hurriedly packed all the bottles and jars into woven baskets. Su Qing stepped on the gas and drove to Hongxin auction house. Beep beep. He honked several times. Du Wei and Du Tianhu came out and asked, "Young Master Su, do you have the goods?" "Yes." Su Qing lifted the trunk lid and smiled. "Boss Du, feel free to choose." This. Du Wei and Du Tianhu only glanced and were immediately stunned. A blue-glazed carved flower bowl from Yaozhou Kiln of the Northern Song Dynasty, a blue-white glazed phoenix and flower pattern bowl from the Southern Song Dynasty, a official character inscribed flower mouth plate from Ding Kiln of the Song Dynasty, a powder blue porcelain bowl from the Southern Song Zayunisi official kiln. All the same, all the same. Du Wei was completely amazed and stammered, Young Master Su, these are all porcelains from Yaozhou Kiln, Xizhou Kiln, or even official kilns. You just put them into woven baskets like this?" "No choice. I really don't know how I brought them here." Oh my." Du Wei was so distressed he almost cried. "You're so rich. Can we get a luxury car? Your van is too old and broken. After such a bumpy ride, even a small dent would be a loss." "How many?" "Just a random bowl or plate can be worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and most are from folk kills, so they're not worth much, maybe a few thousand or tens of thousands." But Du Wei, being experienced, had sharp eyes. Out of 10 pieces of porcelain, he picked only those from the Northern Song Ding Kiln, like the large 8-rib bowl with carved flowers, 1.2 billion, the lotus-patterned bowl, 1 billion, the black-glazed partridge-spotted bowl, 10 million, and the carved lotus bowl, 10 million. That totals 5 billion. Du Wei still eyed some other porcelains and said with a grin, "Young Master Su, why don't you just give me everything? I don't care if they're folk kills, Yaozhou Kiln, Ding Kiln, or official kills. Altogether, it's 2.8 billion. I'll take it all at once." "Is that not too good?" Vice Director Lin, Old Han, and Old Fong would definitely complain if they found out. "What does it matter? Anyway, I'm not short of money." "All right then, take this whole truck, and I'll deliver another one to them." Puff. Du Wei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. No wonder they kept filling woven baskets. In his eyes, they were treasures. But in Su Qing's eyes, they looked like a pile of scrap metal. He has money. He is really, really rich. No matter what, I must maintain a good relationship with Su Qing. Ding dong. Du Wei paid the bill immediately and grinned, saying, "Young Master Su, if you have a few more loads, you can send them over. I'll take all of them. These are nothing. Next time, I'll get you something better." "Okay. By the way, Su Qing spoke to Du Tianhu and asked, Brother Hu, can you get me some more explosives? Du Tianhu smiled and said, Sure, tell me how much you need, and I can send it over any time. 5 tons. How much? Du Wei and Du Tianhu gasped in shock, almost falling backward. What is he planning to do? That much explosive could up all of Beijing City. 5 tons of explosives? Even Du Tianhu, who runs a mine, would have to think carefully. Du Wei took a deep breath and said, Tianhu, please help young Master Su with this. All right. Thank you, Boss Du. Thank you, Brother Hu. Su Qing was very happy and asked, Brother Hu, about the clothing factory I mentioned yesterday, how is it going? No problem. For Du Tianhu, this was a simple task. He asked, Young Master Su, how big do you want your clothing factory to be? It needs warehouses, partitioned rooms, cutting workshops, clothing workshops, finishing rooms, packaging rooms, and equipment like fabric inspection machines, rolling machines, stretching machines, inspection rollers, and spreading machines. This is just a small factory, not an easy project. Su Qing was stunned. He hadn't realized there were so many details involved in a clothing factory. For the people of Lingxiao City, this seemed impossible, at least. Not now. Su Qing smiled bitterly and said, Well, Brother Hu, maybe I should forget it. I only have basic foot-operated sewing machines. Haha. Du Tianhu laughed loudly and said, All right, whatever you say, I'll get you 500 sewing machines. For fabrics, I'll get you 100 yards each of cotton, synthetic, wool, and silk. How does that sound? Great. The sooner, the better. Send them to the small shop. Oh, can you also get me 2 bulldozers? I want to modify them into armored vehicles. Armored vehicles? Who is this mysterious young master from a hidden family, coming out to play? The workshop wasn't satisfied yet. They even wanted to build an armored vehicle. Du Tianhua smiled and said, No problem with a bulldozer, but if you want an armored vehicle, I actually have one based on a Dongfeng 6-wheel EQ 2100 off-road truck chassis, modified into a bulletproof vehicle. Do you want to see it? Su Qing's eyes lit up and asked, You have one? Of course I want to see it. No problem. Old Wei is really useless. Du Tianhua is a true military enthusiast. He owns a vehicle modification factory with at least 20 or 30 workers busy modifying sports cars and off-road vehicles. They kept walking into the warehouse. Inside, there was a Dongfeng 6-wheel EQ 2100 off-road truck, about 8 meters long and 2.5 meters high. The cargo area was 4.8 meters long, all painted in military green. It was handcrafted with a very solid shape. Every visible steel plate was bulletproof steel, giving a very heavy, powerful, and oppressive feel. Wow. Su Qing liked it more and more. He even climbed into the driver's seat and sat down. The view was very open, with bulletproof glass, so he felt safe inside the vehicle. However, the truck bed could be further modified. Su Qing asked, Brother Hu, how much is this truck? I want 10 of them. How much? Du Tianhua looked a bit amused and said, This off-road truck has explosion-proof tires, bulletproof glass, and bulletproof steel plates. Just welding took over a month. Money can't really measure this. 10 of them? That's almost like killing him. Su Qing chuckled and said, 5 million each. Young Master Su, it's not about the money. I tell you, 1 million each. Get some more workers, work overtime, and make it happen. I really like it. Well, okay, 1 million each. Just this one off-road truck costs about 200,000, but the real expense is for the modifications and materials. Plus, Su Qing wanted it rushed, faster than express delivery. But Su Qing also had some suggestions. He didn't need modifications elsewhere, but at the bottom of the truck bed, about 1.2 meters from the ground. He wanted to install retractable blades made of high-carbon steel, sharp enough to cut paper. Inside the cab, there would be buttons to control the blades. They would normally be retracted so they wouldn't hurt anyone. Above the blades, a steel plate would be installed, allowing a person to hide inside or store things. At the top of the train car, there is an exit similar to that of a tank, allowing people to stick their heads out easily for shooting arrows, firing guns, or throwing grenades. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Su Qing didn't notice Du Tianhu's expression. It was truly impressive. Du Tianhu always thought he was brave enough, but compared to Su Qing, he suddenly felt like a pure young boy. Su Qing excitedly said, Brother Hu, just do as I tell you. How many days do you think it will take to get 10 of these done? Gulp. Du Tianhu swallowed his saliva and smiled bitterly. Brother, honestly, I only made this off-road armored vehicle for fun. What about you? Don't tell me you're planning to go to the front lines? Of course not. I want to get to the Middle East and make a big profit. Why don't the wealthy Middle Eastern people just buy armored vehicles or tanks directly? Why do they have to buy these modified vehicles? Du Tianhu looked worried. 10 vehicles? Don't even think about it. I can only try to modify this one armored vehicle for you. 5 vehicles. Impossible. 2 vehicles, is that okay? I'll give you 50 million. All right. Fine. This is truly crazy. Du Tianhu felt his head was about to explode. He couldn't understand the wealthy world. Why are they so capricious? 50 million for 2 modified vehicles? But deep down, he also wanted to see what such a modified off-road armored vehicle would look like. He clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll take care of this. I promise I'll get it done for you. The sooner, the better. I'll hire another 100 workers, stop all other work, and focus solely on making these 2 armored vehicles. Is that okay? That's perfect. Su Qing left the modification factory and ran back to the small shop, then packed up a bunch of porcelain and went to the antique store. One quick sale. Old Han, Deputy Director Lin, and Fong Daqian were all shocked, and Du Wei was the same. Fong Daqian asked, Su Xiao, do you think you could lay out all these porcelains on the ground so we can estimate the value quickly? Sure, the faster, the better. This was so wasteful. You casually packed these Dingyao, Yaozhou, and official kiln porcelains into baskets. How can people live like this? Deputy Director Lin was almost crying from the pain. One by one, they carefully laid the porcelains on the ground, almost creating a small exhibition of the Song dynasty. Fong Daqian clenched his teeth and said, 25 billion. I'll take it all. Su Qing asked, Deputy Director Lin, Old Han, what do you all think? We can add a bit more money. I didn't mean that. I want to say, if you think it's okay, I can also bring over a cart of ceramics for you. Really? Yes. Although buying everything in one go costs dozens of billions, it's relatively cheaper. They kept the items they liked and sold off the rest, recovering their costs. One cart. One cart. One cart. Su Qing sold 9 carts in a row, finally clearing out all the ceramics, along with the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade items, all bundled together. In the end, he received a total of 25.1 billion. Now, he had truly become a wealthy man. Driving that old, battered van back home, he saw from afar that Grandma Su, Big Year Su, Tian Fengjiao, Su Fei, and Su Chong were waiting for him at the door. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Again and again, they kept giving him face. Su Qing jumped out of the car, sneering, Are you all crazy? Why are you coming to my house? Is this person really rich? Until now, everything was based on what Su Fei said. Grandma Su and Big Year Su hadn't seen anything themselves. Who would drive such a broken-down van if they were rich? They doubted Su Fei might have been mistaken. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Grandma Su proudly said, Su Qing, do you know? Our dashing real estate company found a wealthy big boss. They bought a large piece of land by the river, and once developed, they'll make a huge profit. Really? So, when will you start construction? This was the most worrying issue for the Su family. Over 20 days had passed, and the big boss invested 120 million yuan, but there had been no further news. The key point was, this was all arranged through Fong Siyuan, who had been the middleman. They hadn't even met the big boss face to face. Every time they asked, Fong Siyuan said it was almost ready, almost done. But now, there was no news at all. 1.2 billion yuan might not mean much to the big boss, but the Su family couldn't afford to wait. Their 30 million yuan investment had drained all the liquidity from dashing real estate, and they couldn't even pay for other projects. What should they do? If this continues, dashing real estate company is very likely to collapse. Su Fei screamed, Su Qing, stop talking nonsense. We came here to ask you for money. Ask for money? I owe you? It's not you who owe, but your dad, Su Dashing. Here. Grandma Su handed Su Qing a copy of an IOU. IOU. I, Su Dasheng, ID number XXXXXXXXXXX. Oh how Guihong 100 million yuan for business reasons, written as 100 million yuan. The repayment deadline is September 26, 2022. If not repaid by then, a daily penalty of 1% applies. How Goehong has the right to pursue repayment forever and can take legal action. Debtor, Su Dasheng. Date, September 26, 2020. Based on the repayment deadline, just the interest alone is 1 million yuan per day. Now it is October 14, 2024, more than 2 years later. How much interest has accumulated? Grandma Su sighed. Sigh, Su Qing, we are family. We won't charge you interest on top of interest anymore. Just pay me the daily penalty of 1 million yuan. 2 years and 8 days is 738 days. That's 738 million yuan. Let's settle at 800 million yuan, minus some small change. Tian Fengjiao was touched. Mom, you are so kind. You just waived 38 million yuan. Yes, Grandma. You're truly kind-hearted. Nowadays, there aren't many good people like Grandma. Su Fei and Su Chong kept flattering her. Grandma Su looked at Su Qing with concern and said, "What can I do? After all, Su Qing is my grandson. I only worry about him." Those words. Su Qing immediately saw that the IOU was fake. Su Dasheng could never owe that much money. It was clearly a trap for him, but the Su family acted so self-righteous, as if they were doing a great good deed, utterly shameless. Su Qing asked, "Did my dad really owe you this money?" "Of course. It's written clearly in black and white. How could we lie to you?" "Exactly. As elders, how could we bully you, the younger one? You have to believe us." Grandma Su, along with Su Daxian and Tian Fengjiao, started criticizing Su Qing. "Come on. It's only 800 million yuan. It's not that much money." Su Qing happily agreed, saying, "I can pay you right now, but can we go to the notary office to make it official?" Sigh. The Su family members opened their mouths in shock, gasping. They didn't expect Su Qing to agree so quickly without any resistance or bargaining. He just handed over the money so easily. It's over. If the amount was less, they would have written a debt of 1 billion yuan, calculating at 1% interest. Oh my, so many zeros, I can't even count them all. Everyone fell silent. Su Qing asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want the debt?" "Of course we do. Let's go to the notary office now," they replied. Okay, Su Qing agreed. The Su family members, still worried Su Qing might back out, made Su Fei and Su Chong sit in an old, shabby van. So broken, so dirty, but for the money, they endured it. Soon, they arrived at the Beijiang notary office in the city center. Under the supervision of the notary, they signed the agreement. Su Qing transferred 800 million yuan to Grandma Su on the spot. Grandma Su also handed over the original IOU to Su Qing. From then on, there were no more disputes. Is it all done? Grandma Su, Su Daxian, Tian Fengjiao, Su Fei, and Su Chong all felt like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe their eyes. At that moment, they only heard Su Fei say that Su Qing had assets worth over 1 billion. They never expected him to transfer 800 million yuan as easily as handing over 8 yuan, without even hesitating. How much money does he have? It doesn't matter anymore. Now, the Su family didn't care about anything else. They planned to spend the 800 million yuan first. Hee. Su Fei smiled and said, "Grandma, I want to buy a Lamborghini sports car, look. Buy it. Mom, I want to buy a luxury villa in Beijiang, see. Buy it. Grandma, I want to open an antique shop. The investment might be around 50 million. Go ahead. Spending other people's money really doesn't hurt." In just 3 days, the Su family moved into the top-tier Wangjiang villa in Beijiang Yiping, which had a beautiful garden and garage. From the balcony, they could enjoy the river view, luxurious and extravagant. What's a Lamborghini? Everyone bought two, sports cars, off-road vehicles, RVs. Not necessarily the best, but the most expensive. As for the antique shop, Grandma Su felt sorry for Su Chong and directly invested 100 million yuan to take over a shop, so they could start doing business immediately. They bought bottles of Wuliangya and Matai, bringing them home in boxes, and even hired several nannies to serve Grandma Su like a queen. This is the real life of someone at the top. Tian Fengjiao gently massaged Grandma Su's shoulders with both hands and smiled flatteringly, asking, "Mom, how much money do we have left now? Still 300 million? I think we should make another IOU and ask Su Qing for 10 billion. Yes. Su Dnian, Su Fei, and Su Chong all gathered around Grandma Su, their eyes excited. Hee hee. Grandma Su smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "We." Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Two police officers entered and asked, "May I ask, who is Hao Guihong?" Grandma Su asked, "I am Hao Guihong." "What's the matter?" One officer showed an arrest warrant and said coldly, "Someone reported to the police that you extorted 800 million. Please come with us." "A report? Extortion? How is that possible?" The Su family members immediately got angry and shouted, "Who did we extort?" "Officers, don't spread false words. Just come with us and you'll find out." "But 800 million isn't a small amount. Please cooperate." "How terrible. This must be Su Qing's doing. How could he do such a thing?" The Su family was upset and quickly drove their luxury cars to the Beishir City Police Station. Sure enough, when they entered the police hall, they immediately saw Su Qing. Su Fei was the first to rush forward and shouted, "Su Qing, how dare you slander us?" "How did I slander you? Do you deny that the IOU is fake?" "Of course not." Regarding this, Grandma Su, Su Nian, Tian Fengjiao, and others were 100% sure that the signature was Su Daxing's, and even handwriting experts couldn't find any issues. Su Qing asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." "All right, then look at this." Su Qing placed a paper inspection report in front of the Su family. He didn't check the handwriting, but the paper itself. Since it was paper from 2020, it should be 4 years old, but the paper looked brand new, as if just printed. How could that be? Moreover, the top of the paper had the words Huakai Printing Factory, which was established in 2021. It was impossible for this factory to produce 2020 paper. Just this point proved the IOU was fake. The Su family was completely stunned. They hadn't expected to overlook such a small detail. Su Fei shouted, "This IOU is real." As for Huakai Printing Factory, it's not the same printing company at all. Yes, it's not the same. Haha. Then what about the transfer records? Do you dare to go to the bank and show your bank card statements or transfer records? Well, it's been so many years. Why bother checking the records? They've long been gone, Grandma Su stammered. Actually, they are available. A police officer said, bank transfer records are usually kept for at least 5 years. We can check them at the bank now. Oh no. The Su family members were completely panicked. No wonder Su Qing didn't hesitate at all and handed over 800 million yuan. It turns out they set a trap and then called the police. Su Qing looked very wronged and said, "Officer, they forged an IOU and extorted 800 million yuan from me. I asked for your help to seek justice." Humph. The police officer glared at the Su family and said coldly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Article 274 of the criminal law states, for extortion involving a particularly large amount or other serious circumstances, the punishment is at least 10 years in prison and a fine. 10 years or more. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt hitting the Su family's heads. They were so scared their faces changed completely, and they became very anxious. Grandma Su trembled and said this. "Su Qing, this was a moment of foolishness. Please let us go." "Yes, we know we were wrong. Su Qing, we are family. Please forgive us." The Su family members all came to beg, looking very wronged. Su Qing snorted and said, "Fine. If you return the 800 million yuan now, I will forgive you." How terrible. Who does that? Not reporting earlier, not reporting later, but waiting until they spent 500 million, then Su Qing reports again. It's obvious they want to make it impossible to pay back. If they can't pay, the only way left is to go to jail. Thud. The Su family members all knelt on the ground, crying and pleading, "Su Qing, we kneel to you. Isn't that enough? Killing someone is just a small matter, but she's your own grandmother. You're so rich, giving us 800 million yuan isn't a big deal. Why do you have to be so petty?" The Su family members immediately resorted to moral pressure. Su Qing stood up, moved to the side, and sneered, "Officer, I only have one request. Please handle this matter fairly. Who came up with the idea? Who forged the IOU? Who spent this money? Nothing must be overlooked. Everything must be thoroughly investigated, and each person held criminally responsible." Oh. The Su family members all collapsed to the ground, their eyes showing tense, fearful expressions, mixed with some resentment. Is it just 800 million? Su Qing is so rich, yet he still counts every penny with them. So stingy. It's unbelievable. The two police officers immediately drew their handcuffs, frightening the Su family even more. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. The entire Su family was involved in the case of extorting Su Qing. If held accountable, no one can escape. 10 years, 8 years, 3 years. None of these punishments are acceptable to them. Su Nian and Su Fei, among others, cried loudly, even kowtowing repeatedly to Su Qing. But Su Qing knew in his heart they weren't truly sorry, just scared. They didn't deserve sympathy at all. Old Lady Su gritted her teeth and said, "Su Qing, if you let us go, I will tell you a shocking secret about your parents' life and death." "What? Come over here." Old Lady Su got up and moved to a corner with Su Qing, speaking in a low voice. "I tell you, your parents' car accident was caused by someone else. I can tell you who did it, but you must forgive us." "What?" Su Qing's heart filled with anger. "Who is that person?" Old Lady Su said, "You need to forgive us. As long as you return all the remaining money and all the property under the Su family's name to me, I will forgive you. Otherwise, you can expect to go to jail." "No way. If not, then forget it. I don't want to know anymore." Su Qing turned and walked away without hesitation. "No." Old Lady Su quickly called out to stop Su Qing, smiling bitterly. "Fine. I'll tell you everything. That person is Xue Zhanshan from the Xue family in Beijiang. Xue Zhanshan and Su Dasheng are childhood friends, closer than brothers. At some point, Su Dasheng developed a hobby of collecting antiques, owning many from the Song dynasty. Xue Zhanshan often visited Su's home, sharing collection tips, and gradually he became greedy, tampering with Su Dasheng's car. As a result, Su Dasheng and Lin Susu went to the provincial capital for business, and their car was involved in an accident, leaving them seriously injured. Old Lady Su heard about this and immediately came to the Su family. But unfortunately, she was too late. What antiques? Not a single one was left. All were taken by Xue Zhanshan. Sigh. Looking back now, Grandma Su felt a deep sense of regret. Why didn't she come earlier? She had missed out on a good deal with Xue Zhanshan. Su Qing's face was dark and serious. He asked, "Are what you said true?" "Every word is true. These are what your father told me before he died." "All right, I understand. Just return the money and all the assets of the Su family to me, and I will forgive you this time." "That? Do they dare not to return it? It's even more painful than cutting flesh." But Su Qing's mind was elsewhere, thinking about how to take revenge. Su Dasheng loved collecting antiques and had many from the Song dynasty at home. What does this mean? At this moment, Su Qing finally understood why Su Dasheng and Lin Susu carefully kept the small shop for him. Perhaps they had discovered that the back wall connected past and present. Xue Zhanshan. In Su Qing's eyes, there was a hint of ruthlessness. He immediately called Du Tianhu and asked, "Brother Hu, are the sewing machines and fabrics ready on your side?" "Yes, they are. I was thinking about the explosives, and I will bring them to you tonight." "Okay." Su Qing didn't go home, but drove the old van to the top luxury villa, Wangjiang Villa, in Beijiang Yiping. He had to admit, the Su family was very wealthy. They had 6 sports cars, 2 Land Rovers, and boxes of Wuliangye and Matai. But now, all of it belonged to Su Qing. The Su family had handed over all their assets to him, including Dasheng real estate, leaving them with nothing. It wasn't that Su Qing was heartless. These assets originally belonged to Su Dasheng. He was just reclaiming what was his. He flagged down 2 taxis on the street, paid each driver 100 yuan, and asked them to help bring the 2 Land Rovers to the small shop. Land Rovers? The drivers were very happy and quickly drove into the car wash. Ding ding ding. Su Qing immediately called Zhao Xiaoning over, smiling. "You said you wanted a car, right? I got you 2. Come and try them." "What kind of cars are these?" Not knowing much about cars, but it was obvious that the Land Rover was much better than that old minivan. Zhao Xiaoning couldn't wait to get in the car. Su Qing accompanied her for 2 laps, and she quickly became skilled at driving. Haha. Zhao Xiaoning excitedly said, "This car is mine now. Both of these cars belong to you. You should train more drivers who can drive well. Our Lingxiao city will soon be building a lot. Bulldozers, tractors, loaders, excavators, transport trucks, cargo trucks, and more, each one driven into the city." "Okay, but how do we push the cars over?" Su Qing was still thinking about this when Zhao Xiaoning suddenly sped straight at the wall. At that moment, a miracle happened. Zhao Xiaoning and her car disappeared into the wall instantly, without any damage. Su Qing was amazed, jealous, and a little frustrated. She could move back and forth easily, but why couldn't she? One car stopped. Zhao Xiaoning came back and drove away in another car. She must have learned from someone, because she even gave Su Qing a thumbs up and a cheer, then disappeared instantly. Your Highness, what is this? Shui Paifeng and Song Yining gathered around. Zhao Xiaoning smiled and said, This is a vehicle from the gods. It's even faster than our carriages. Really? That's amazing. Shui Paifeng asked in surprise. Come on, get in. I'll take you for a ride around the city. Okay. Without hesitation, the two of them climbed onto the roof of the car. But how do you sit on the roof? Zhao Xiaoning jumped down, showed them how to open the door, and once they were ready, she pressed the accelerator and sped off. Whoosh! The wind rushed past their ears, and trees and buildings sped past in the blink of an eye. It was so fast, like an arrow. Shui Paifeng couldn't help but scream excitedly. But Song Yining was very tense, her body stiff, her hands clutching the seat tightly, her heart full of fear and anxiety. Now, life in Lingxiao City was good. Shops were opening on every street. Bars, tea houses, clothing stores, bun shops, pawn shops, pharmacies, clinics, and even brothels. Women dressed in fine silk and bright clothes stood at the doors, greeting customers. This was normal in the Song dynasty. But now, Zhao Xiaoning drove a Land Rover through the city, shocking everyone. They all stood by the road, looking scared. What is that? Is that the princess? How is she inside that thing? People whispered and talked, but Zhao Xiaoning had already sped to the top of Lingxiao Peak. On the training ground, the Chongning army, the imperial guards, and local militia were all practicing. Hiss! Zhao Xiaoning pressed the accelerator and stopped the car. Pang Chong, Lu Hatan, and other soldiers gathered around, surprised and asked, Princess, what is this? This is a divine vehicle, very fast. Find some clever people and let them learn to drive. Princess, can I try? Shuepair Wind couldn't hold back anymore. However, Song Yining had already run to a corner and started vomiting violently. Anyway, the top of Lingxiao Peak was spacious enough. Zhao Xiaoning personally guided them. After a few rounds, Shuepair Wind understood how to operate it, and she began teaching others. Pang Chong was even more eager to try. Which man doesn't like cars? It might be an innate instinct, an irresistible temptation. After Zhao Xiaoning explained, the soldiers eagerly rushed to try. Pang Chong sat in the driver's seat, the first to go out. Turning, accelerating, climbing hills. It was like playing, so exciting and thrilling. The divine is truly amazing to invent such a magical device. Exactly, this is craftsmanship at its finest. How much more backward are we? Not just backward, it's hard to even compare. With these tools, defeating the enemies will be much easier. Everyone was talking excitedly. Hard to compare? That's true. Which is faster, a horse or a Land Rover? Zhao Xiaoning was getting impatient and went through the wall to find Su Qing, asking him to get more cars. Su Qing smiled and said, Don't worry, just wait for my news. What kind of cars? Su Qing immediately called Du Tianhu and asked, Brother Hu, do you know any car dealers? I want to buy bulldozers, tractors, shovels, excavators, transport trucks, freight trucks. 10 of each. Du Tianhu was stunned. What exactly does Su want to do? 500 sewing machines. And fabrics like cotton, synthetic, linen, wool, silk, and blended textiles. 100 yards of each. Maybe wealthy people have different tastes from ordinary folks? For Du Tianhu, this was an incredibly simple task. He quickly contacted the car dealers to deliver the vehicles. The car wash shop was filled with cars, parked one by one on the road. Once the dealers left, Su Qing called Zhao Xiaoning over, introduced each vehicle to her, explained how to use them, and even downloaded videos onto her tablet. To his own surprise, Zhao Xiaoning's understanding was very quick. After fiddling with it a few times, she managed to drive the bulldozer into the wall. One after another. Once all the bulldozers were used up, it was the turn of the loaders. Su Qing was also busy, moving the cars on the road toward the car wash. She then drove into the wall, which was incredibly convenient. No matter how hard life is, children should not suffer. No matter how poor, education must not be neglected. A row of loaders, bulldozers, excavators, and other heavy machinery was parked on the open space in front of Qingning supermarket. They looked like huge giants, lined up one after another. Almost everyone in Lingxiao City had gathered around, curious about these machines, but they didn't understand what they were for. Zhao Xiaoning loudly said, "The gods said we should build a Hope Primary School in Lingxiao City. The textbooks and courses will be provided by the gods. We need to learn the latest science and culture. What is a Hope Primary School? Doesn't Lingxiao City already have private schools?" An old scholar, leaning on a cane, stepped forward and loudly said, "We should learn the 3-character classic, 1,000-character essay, and 100 family surnames. These are all traditions passed down by our ancestors. We can't learn other messy things." This old scholar is named Lu Tingxiang, a top scholar appointed by Emperor Song Lizong Zhao Yanqing. He is highly respected in Lingxiao City, but immediately, many villagers opposed him. Isn't this harming the children? How can this be allowed? This time, there was no need for tablets. Su Qing had already downloaded the videos and stored them on a USB drive. Zhao Xiaoning plugged the USB into the projector, and the scene of the primary school appeared. Spacious playgrounds, basketball courts, football fields, sports grounds, teaching buildings, multimedia classrooms, and more. Everyone was stunned. It's absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. Wei Tingshang paused with his cane and angrily said, "Basketball and football? That's just kuju, ancient Chinese football. It's a waste of time. I absolutely won't allow this school to be built." Old Wei, look, the gods' teachers said they have math, Chinese, geography, biology, and many other subjects, including Chinese language classes. They teach the 3-character classic, 1,000-character essay, and 100 family surnames. We want children to develop fully. Don't you want your children to learn the gods' knowledge? Opposing this is opposing the gods. Look at the loaders, bulldozers, excavators, and other machines. Can ordinary people create such things? Wei Tingshang was left speechless by the questions. Zhao Xiaoning opened the Chinese language class materials. It wasn't just 3-character classic, 1,000-character text, and 100 family surnames, but also 300 Tang poems, 300 song lyrics, and book of songs. Song lyrics? Wei Tingshang asked, "What do you have here?" "Here are works by Su Shi, Xian Qiji, Li Qingzhao, Li Yong, and Lu Yu." Lu Yu? And his poetry? He's my teacher. Let me see. Breaking the formation, watching the empty flowers and dust of the world, Yujia Ao, sending Zhong Gao, Bu Swan Zi, on plum blossoms, singing of deep feelings, searching for Marquis Feng in those years. Searching for Marquis Feng in those years? That's my teacher's last work. Click. Play. The tablet read aloud. In those years, I sought to be a marquis across thousands of miles, riding alone to guard Liangzhou. Where did the dreams of rivers and mountains break? The dust darkens the old mink coat. The Hu people haven't been defeated, yet my hair turns prematurely gray. Tears flow in vain. Who would have thought? In this life, my heart remains in Tianshan, my body aging in Sangzhou. Sniff. Wei Tingxiang was moved to tears. I never thought I'd hear my teacher's last work in my lifetime. I have no regrets now. Zhao Xiaoning asked, "If we start a school, everyone could learn Lu Yu's poetry." Wei Tingxiang said, "I want to be the head of the school. The school of the divine is called a principal. Then I'll be the principal. You all build Hope Primary School as soon as possible." Okay. With that, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Xiaoning found a beautiful spot near the central square on Lingxiao Peak and decided to build Lingxiao City's first Hope Primary School there. Start construction. A command was given. Someone drove an excavator, rushing toward the houses. Boom. No matter if the walls were made of earth or blue stones, the excavator tore through them, destroying the buildings quickly, leaving only ruins. The remaining half walls were swept away by bulldozers, unstoppable like a mighty force. It was terrifying. The villagers watched from around, completely stunned. And what about the discarded bricks and mud? The loader pushed them into dump trucks, which rumbled away along tunnels, passing through the mountain into the valley, spreading the debris under the city wall. Gradually, it grew dark. Streetlights were raised into the sky, and each vehicle's lights turned on, shining brightly like the eyes of monsters, making people feel uneasy. The villagers didn't leave. They found it more exciting than watching a movie. Ding, ding, ding. Finally, the bell rang. A truckload of fabrics, sewing machines, explosives, and gasoline was delivered. Now, there was no need to move anything anymore. All the vehicles drove into the car wash, while some still parked on the street because they couldn't fit. Zhao Xiaoning drove her car into Lingxiao City, and the villagers started moving their belongings. Su Qing wanted to slap himself. Earlier, he had gone through the trouble of moving vegetables, rice, flour, and other supplies on a hand-pushed carts to push into Lingxiao City. Why didn't he think of this sooner? Now, just driving the vehicles over was simple and easy, no effort needed at all. Su Qing stepped out and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, you've worked hard." "There's no need to be so polite," replied Hu. "I'll also leave these transport vehicles here and pay you all at once." Over 30 million yuan. Now Lingxiao City had so many vehicles. Most of the construction trucks used diesel. "Can we get 10,000 barrels of diesel?" Du Tianhu coughed and said, 10,000 barrels? Are you going to use or drink it? Su Qing chuckled. "Of course, I'm going to use it. I also want to talk to you about something. You can't just stand here talking, right? Let me in for a drink of water." "All right." Du Tianhu followed Su Qing into the car wash, looking stunned, as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? He saw trucks driving into the car wash, along with 500 sewing machines and fabrics. They were all gone. Nothing remained. The entire car wash and small shop were empty, completely deserted. Could this be a ghost? Du Tianhu swallowed hard, feeling like his scalp was about to explode. Su Qing hadn't reacted yet. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and threw it to Du Tianhu, asking, "Brother Hu, do you know Shuizhanshan?" Let's go outside and talk," said Du Tianhu. "What's wrong?" Nothing. Du Tianhu's back was cold, and he felt something was very strange. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past. Zhao Xiaoning hurried over excitedly and asked, "Su Qing, is someone here? Then I'll go back." "That girl." She turned around and walked through the wall back to Lingxiao City. Hiss. Du Tianhu's pupils shrank instantly. Is this haunted? He was so scared his soul almost left his body, and he ran away in a panic. This is a mess. Su Qing shouted for Brother Hu and ran after him. Under the streetlights, the car headlights shone brightly. Du Tianhu finally stopped and said in shock, Mr. Su, did you see a female ghost just now?" "No, you're probably seeing things," Su Qing replied. "No, I really saw her." Impossible." Su Qing didn't want to argue about this, so he changed the subject and asked, "Brother Hu, tell me, do you know Shuizhanshan?" "Shuizhanshan. He's the richest man in Liaodong province. Before, no one knew where his money came from, and he suddenly rose to fame. He was involved in real estate, security companies, finance, electronics, and more. He even created the largest and most diverse antique market in the 3 northeastern provinces, Shui's Antique Market. It sells everything from ancient and modern treasures, ceramics, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and more. His assets are said to be worth over 100 billion. Although Du Wei, Old Han, Fong Daqian, and Deputy Director Lin are somewhat powerful, they are no match for Shuizhanshan. Du Tianhu asked, "Mr. Su, why are you suddenly asking about Shuizhanshan?" "No reason. I'm just curious about him. Can you help me gather some information about Shuizhanshan?" "Are you asking Old Han? He has many contacts in the provincial capital and probably knows a lot about Shuizhanshan." "Okay. Compared to Shuizhanshan, his own 100+ billion was nothing. How could he make more money? Plus, Su Qing had to support over 40,000 people. His daily expenses were huge, not to mention building schools, hospitals, and arming the Chongning army to defend against the Tatars. It's a heavy burden." Su Qing frowned, but knew he had to find ways to earn more money. He said seriously, "Brother Hu, are the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade I sold to Boss Du and Old Han last time good to sell now?" "Yes, they are hot items. But there are so many, it might take some time to sell them all." "All right." Now, Su Qing asked Du Tianhu to contact the brick factory and cement plant. He needed a large amount of bricks and cement. More, the better. Got it. Du Tianhu was used to Su Qing's strange requests. For him, it was just a matter of a moment. As for desks, blackboards, chairs, and the plastic track on the playground, those would arrive gradually too. Du Tianhu left. Su Qing first felt a serious sense of crisis and kept pulling the bell, calling Zhao Xiaoning over. Zhao Xiaoning was busy and sweating, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something you need? I've already sent the sewing machines and fabrics to you. You can consider setting up a clothing factory to produce large quantities of clothes, and I will handle the sales." What style of clothes? I'll show you. That's too many options. But since it's summer, mainly skirts, kipayos, short sleeves, shorts, and similar clothes are suitable, making sales easier. But showing legs and arms like that, is it okay? Zhao Xiaoning looked at her tablet and suddenly saw traditional Chinese clothing, asking, "Can we sew clothes like these?" Traditional Chinese clothing? It started during the time of Emperor Huang and was popular during the Yao and Shun eras. It's considered a style from the Han Dynasty, somewhat similar to Song Dynasty clothing, but also different. Song clothes tend to be simple, especially for women, favoring plain and elegant colors, without flashy decorations, but still noble. Han clothing, on the other hand, is more ornate and detailed, with a different cultural meaning and fashion style. But these are all ancient clothes. Haha, Su Qing happily said. Our Qingning clothing factory will produce Song-style clothes. By the way, generally, how long does it take to sew one Song-style outfit? Zhao Xiaoning replied. Hand sewing takes about half a month. That's for pure handwork, but now with sewing machines, efficiency is much higher. Loaning Army's monthly salary is 2,000 coins, plus pork, vegetables, rice, and flour. We give them 300 coins plus a bar of soap, or a pack of chips, instant noodles, or sausage. This is not a small amount. It sounds feasible, but Zhao Xiaoning was also a bit worried. Would this cause Su Qing to lose money? Losing money? 300 coins is just a small amount. Even with 2,000 coins, these common people buying things at Qingning supermarket would still be putting money back into Su Qing's pocket. As for chips, instant noodles, and sausage, those are almost negligible, just a few yuan. Zhao Xiaoning nodded repeatedly. Okay. Let's build the clothing factory as soon as possible. By the way, Su Qing asked, do the people of Lingxiao City like those bicycles? Yes, they love them. They're crazy about bikes. All right, I understand. I'll get some bicycles and tricycles, and let them exchange porcelain from Dingyao, Yaozhou, Xizhou, or official kills, or even calligraphy and paintings from the Song Dynasty. Bicycles? Three-wheeled vehicle? What are these? Let's wait until everything is delivered. I believe there is a market for them. Now, rare and special items are in high demand. Zhao Xiaoning returned to Lingxiao City and immediately started working on the first Hope Primary School. With excavators, bulldozers, and loaders, they easily cleared a large empty space. Batches of bricks, cement, steel bars, electrical wires, and other materials were quickly delivered, and Su Qing bought them along with the trucks. Now, there was no need to worry about expenses. The more money spent, the more profit gained. In just 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Hope Primary School was built layer by layer. The local villagers almost all came to help. As for Qingning Clothing Factory, it was temporarily set up in Peng Chong's house, a large courtyard with all the side rooms cleared out to place sewing machines. But how to operate the sewing machines? That task was given to Peng Chong's wife, Du Yue, a talented and kind-hearted young lady. Zhao Xiaoning handed her the sewing machines, tablets, needles, fabrics, and other supplies. She studied for just half a day and quickly mastered threading, adjusting oil, stepping on the pedal, and the entire process. She became very skilled. This was settled. At the schoolyard, food stalls, market, the drum tower area, and Mima Terrace, recruitment notices were posted everywhere. Requirements: responsible and diligent work, able to endure hardship, mainly sewing Song Dynasty-style clothing. Experienced female workers preferred, no experience needed, easy to learn. Wages negotiable, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., lunch provided, 2 days off each month. Address: Qingning Clothing Factory, North City District, Peng Residence. This news caused a huge sensation throughout Lingxiao City. Women all rushed to the clothing factory to apply. Zhao Xiaoning brought a projector and played the recruitment ads in the courtyard, guiding on-site. Master leads the way. Practice depends on individual effort. Whoever understands faster can start working immediately. For Du Yue, this should not be difficult. Suddenly, The walkie-talkie crackled with Pang Chong's voice. Princess, there are quite a few refugees at the foot of the mountain. Refugees? Yes, at least 100. Come and see for yourself. All right. Why are they still riding horses? Zhao Xiaoning drove a Land Rover and arrived at the city wall's guard post. Holding a telescope, she looked down and saw a group of ragged, pale, and thin refugees rushing over. There were men and women, old and young. All the soldiers from Chongning stood on the city wall, each ready with bow and arrow, waiting for Zhao Xiaoning's command. Refugees? Since the Battle of Yashan, the Southern Song government had been completely defeated. 9 years had passed. Under the siege and attack of the Tatars, only Lingxiao City was still resisting stubbornly. Why would so many refugees suddenly appear? These refugees looked pale and thin, dressed in torn clothes, and their bodies were stained with blood. Pang Chong hurriedly said, Princess, these refugees are almost at the city walls. We can't let them in. Yes, who knows if some Tatars have mixed in, or if there are spies among them. Right, Lingxiao City is united. We can't let these refugees ruin everything. Shui Paifeng, Song Yanwei, and others also strongly opposed. Born in chaotic times, what kindness? That's all nonsense. However, Zhao Xiaoning still wanted to see what was happening, and she said in a deep voice, let's wait and see. Finally, the refugees reached the foot of the city wall and knelt down, begging bitterly, save us. Let us into the city. Pang Chong asked, who are you? We are from the Bofa Kingdom. The Tatars broke through Bofa Wangshan, and we are fleeing here. What? The Bofa people? Uh-huh. That's the tribe of Lu Ying and Lu Xiaowan. Earlier, the Tatars blocked Bofu Wangshan and used the Bofu people as hostages, forcing Lu Ying to act as a spy. They took advantage of Lingxiao City celebrating the new year to open the gates and let the Tatars attack. But Lu Xiaowan had appendicitis, and Dr. Song helped perform surgery, saving her life. Lu Ying was very moved and guilty, so he told Zhao Xiaoning about the Tatars' plan. With this inside information, Zhao Xiaoning led a few thousand soldiers and defeated over 10,000 Tatars, achieving a great victory. Unexpectedly, the Tatars were furious and managed to break through Bofa Wangshan. In the end, it was Zhao Xiaoning who caused this trouble. Zhao Xiaoning felt a bit guilty and quickly contacted Zhang Tingji through the radio, asking Lu Ying to come immediately. Soon, Lu Ying arrived from the Special Forces training base in the back mountains and reached the city wall. When he saw the refugees below the gate, he was instantly excited. Lu Liang, is that really you? Huh, young master. Lu Liang was a thin, skinny young man. He and the other refugees became very excited, crying out, Young Lord, our Boho kingdom is finished. 15,000 Data soldiers launched an attack and destroyed our city. Only a few of us managed to escape. Destroyed the city? Lu Yi's eyes turned red as he asked, where is the king? The king was killed by the Datu soldiers, torn into pieces. Father, Lu Yi punched the city wall hard and cried loudly. At this moment, Pang Chong, Shui Paifeng, Song Yanwei, and others looked at each other and put down their bows and arrows. Luoyang and the other refugees knelt on the ground, begging, Young Lord, please save us. Let us into the city. Princess, Lu Yi turned and knelt down. Open the city gates. Even Zhao Xiaoning, who was very strict, couldn't bear to attack the unarmed refugees. Moreover, these refugees were mostly old, weak, women, and children. Only about 10 young men like Lu Liang. Even if they caused trouble in Lingxiao City, what could they do? They wouldn't cause any real trouble. Creak. The heavy city gates opened, and the Longning army soldiers, armed with swords and arrows, scattered on both sides. Lu Liang and the refugees rushed inside. Lu Yi ran down from the city wall, excitedly asking, Are there still people alive in our Boho kingdom? I don't know. The battle was too fierce. We couldn't resist the Datu army's attack. In just one day, they used Hui cannons to break through the city walls and entered the city. King and some Bo people fought them. I and some civilians ran into the forest. There were a few hundred people at the foot of the mountain. We paddled bamboo rafts down the Tuo River to Lingxiao City. But the Datu army chased us all the way, and now only a few of us remain. Luoyang explained the situation of the Boho kingdom, making everyone feel sad. Zhao Xiaoning said seriously, Pang Chong, Lu Yi, take care of these Bo people. Help them wash up, then go to the porridge shop and get something to eat. Yes, Pang Chong and Lu Yi arranged accommodations for the refugees. Is this Lingxiao City? The streets were wide, with shops on both sides, and business was good. As for excavators, bulldozers, loaders, and other construction vehicles, Luoyang and the refugees were deeply shocked. They felt like kneeling and worshipping. Luoyang exclaimed, "Young lord, what? What is this?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "This is called a car. Princess, you want to build a Hope Elementary School here. It's just a private school." Regarding the gods and those divine artifacts, Zhao Xiaoning issued a strict order to prevent anyone from telling Lu Liang and the refugees about them. Additionally, Zhao Xiaoning had Lu Yi lead 100-strong village army to watch the refugees closely, with a few special forces soldiers secretly keeping an eye on them. No mistakes were allowed. Currently, the porridge shop was still boiling porridge 24 hours a day. Compared to before, the rice porridge now included diced ham, vegetable leaves, pickled vegetables, and even a steamed bun. Taking a sip, it tasted slightly salty and very fragrant. The steamed bun was especially soft, smooth, and sweet, making it very tasty. Lu Liang and the refugees were already starving. He held a steamed bun in his left hand and a stainless steel bowl in his right, living almost like a fairy. A slurping sound came from the air, which was a bit sad to hear. Once upon a time, weren't the soldiers of Chongning and the people of Lingxiao City like this? Many had even reached the point of eating their own children or cutting flesh to feed others. Lu Yi didn't have much to say about this, but Pang Chong understood clearly and loudly said, "Come on, everyone, take 2 more steamed buns." Lu Yi was excited and said, "Thank you, General Pang. It's nothing. Once we settle these people, let's see if anyone can work. We can let them help build Lingxiao City." Yes, 3 bowls of porridge and 3 steamed buns. For these refugees, they still hadn't eaten enough, but at least they weren't starving anymore. If they wanted to eat, they could come to the porridge shop for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. If they wanted water, there were water pipes and faucets set up in markets, training grounds, the drum tower, or street corners. Just turn the tap, and water would flow out easily. Very convenient. Wow. Lu Liang and the refugees looked around like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything and asking, "Young master, how can water come out like this?" "This is called a faucet. We connected pipes that lead directly to Lingxiao River." "That's amazing. Can you take me to see it?" "Well," Lu Yi hesitated a bit. Pang Chong didn't mind and smiled. "It's okay. Lu Liang and your people are from the Bee tribe, so there's nothing to worry about." Finally, Lu Liang arrived at Lingxiao River, but both sides of the river were guarded by village soldiers. Some women squatted downstream, washing clothes, while children bathed in the water. The river was clear and already waist-deep. Lu Liang was very excited and suddenly fell into the river. He shouted, "Young master, save me." No one noticed that a lot of powder had dispersed from his clothes and mixed into the river water. Did he fall into the river? This is still the upper reaches of Lingxiao River. Nearby, some local soldiers holding long spears were also stunned. Lu Yi quickly grabbed a spear, bent down, and handed it to Lu Liang. Lu Liang splashed in the water a few times, finally grabbing the tip of the spear and climbing out. The wind blew, making his face turn pale from the cold, and he kept shivering. Lu Yi asked, "Lu Liang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's go back quickly and change clothes. Don't catch a cold again." The two returned to their place. Lu Yi specially fetched a military coat and wrapped it around Lu Liang. The room had a stove burning, warm and cozy. There was a kettle on the stove, and the cold didn't feel at all. Lu Liang was surprised and asked, "Young master, what is this?" "This is a stove. The water will boil soon." "How can there be such strange things in Lingxiao City? I've never seen anything like it." "Haha, you haven't seen much yet. In some time, you'll understand everything." Lu Yi turned and left. No one noticed that a complex emotion flickered in Lu Liang's eyes. Money. Why does it feel so scarce now? Su Qing deliberately went to the bicycle and tricycle market in Beijiang City. 500 bicycles. 500 pedal tricycles. Would these things have a market in Lingxiao City? Su Qing didn't care much and pushed everything into the wall. Even Zhao Xiaoning wasn't very confident about this. The next day, she lined up all the bicycles and tricycles at the entrance of Qingning Supermarket, loudly calling through a loudspeaker. bicycles, tricycles, any porcelain from Dingyao, Yaozhou, Xizhou, official kills, or calligraphy and paintings from the Song dynasty can be exchanged. What is this for? Soon, many people gathered around. Bicycles are hard to balance, but tricycles are different. People sit in the seat, pedal to move quickly, and the cart can carry goods, super convenient. For local gentry and wealthy merchants, it's like a treasure for going out. One after another, people brought porcelain to exchange. Regarding the bicycle, Sanlang fiddled with it a few times. The first person to ride it sped away quickly and easily, weaving through the streets and alleys, attracting many onlookers and making it very impressive. Wow! Crowds gathered around, one after another coming to exchange for the bicycle. In just one morning, the whole street was filled with people riding bicycles and tricycles, all smiling happily. It seems this deal is quite good. Lingxiao City has 40,000 residents, so there is definitely a market. Zhao Xiaoning smiled, thinking about delivering these porcelain items to Su Qing. Suddenly, Dr. Song hurried over, sweaty and anxious, saying, "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. There is a plague in Lingxiao City." "What? A plague?" Zhao Xiaoning's face changed dramatically. She asked, "How many people are sick now? What are their symptoms?" The first to fall ill were a dozen children. They had a high fever all night, fell into deep coma, and their bodies itched terribly. The more they scratched, the worse it got. Several of them died this morning. This wave of the plague is fierce and fast. I've never seen anything like it, and it's not recorded in the divine records. Princess, I have a bad feeling. If we can't control this, Lingxiao City will be doomed. So terrifying? Zhao Xiaoning knew a lot about epidemics. The Great Song had experienced over 20 outbreaks, with countless deaths. This was the most frightening thing. She asked, "Have you found the source?" "Not yet. Immediately disperse the people and tell everyone to stay at home. No one is allowed out. Anyone disobeying will be executed." Yes, all the soldiers of Chongning Army, the Imperial Guards, and local militia gathered and sealed off the city. Suddenly, the bustling Lingxiao City fell silent. Everyone was panicked, overwhelmed with fear. The plague is here? People are dying? This unknown fear was even more terrifying than hunger or thirst. Zhao Xiaoning said in a deep voice, "Dr. Song, I will go with you to check it out." Dr. Song shook his head and said, "Your Highness, you are noble and precious. Please don't go. I will go alone. But go find the divine and see if it has any solutions." Yes, Zhao Xiaoning suddenly remembered Su Qing. She immediately ordered Lu Yi and Pang Chong to each lead a team to search for the source of the plague, then hurried to find Su Qing. Su Qing was lying on the bed, still not awake. Zhao Xiaoning vigorously shook Su Qing and shouted, "Su Qing, get up quickly." "Huh? What's wrong?" Su Qing was so frightened he sat up suddenly, voice trembling. Could it be that Lingxiao City has fallen? Not exactly, but our Lingxiao City has a plague outbreak. A plague? Su Qing paused for a few seconds, then calmed down and asked, "Don't worry, tell me what happened." The key point was that Zhao Xiaoning hadn't seen anything herself. She only heard from Dr. Song. High fever that wouldn't go away, falling into a coma, itching all over the body, scratching more and more, and gradually the wounds oozed pus and rotted, leading to death. What kind of plague was this? Su Qing didn't know much about medicine, but he had survived SARS and COVID-19, so he quickly came up with a plan to handle the outbreak. First, except for city defense personnel, no gatherings were allowed. Second, all civilians had to stay at home and not go out. Third, self-checks were required. Anyone with a fever or symptoms had to be reported immediately for quarantine. As for masks, protective clothing, thermometers, infrared temperature guns, hand sanitizer, medicines, and so on, Su Qing would find ways to deliver them as soon as possible. Zhao Xiaoning said, "Then I'll go back now and wait for your news." Wait a moment. Su Qing rummaged through a box and finally found a few masks. He personally helped Zhao Xiaoning put one on. "Don't take off the mask, and be careful to protect yourself." "I understand." Zhao Xiaoning turned and returned to Lingxiao City. How could a healthy city suddenly have a plague outbreak? Su Qing hurriedly headed out while calling Du Tianhu, anxiously saying, "Brother Hu, I have a friend with a plague. Do you know any expert doctors in this field?" "A plague?" Du Tianhu found it unbelievable and laughed. "Su Xiao, don't joke around. How could we possibly have a plague here? Just tell your friend to go directly to the infectious disease department. She's out of town and can't go to the hospital. I need to send her medicine by mail. Is that so? Then come to the First People's Hospital in the city. I know the director here quite well. All right, I'll go right now. Su Qing didn't hesitate and sped off with the accelerator. After waiting a few minutes at the hospital entrance, Du Tianhu arrived, and they went together to the director's office. Sure enough, he had connections. The director personally brought them to the infectious disease department, gathered several expert doctors, and examined what kind of plague it was. What kind of plague was this? High fever, coma, itching all over the body, scratching more and more, and gradually rotting and oozing pus until death. The expert doctors were all stunned and asked, "Where's the patient?" He's not in the country. He's in Africa." Africa? The doctors' faces changed dramatically. Africa has poorer medical conditions and many diseases, like African swine fever, hemorrhagic fever, and other contagious illnesses. Based on your description of the symptoms, it might be Ebola virus. Ebola virus? Su Qing was also startled. He didn't know much about this virus, but from the movies he watched, patients infected with such deadly diseases often have high fever, muscle pain, weakness, vomiting, diarrhea, and then uncontrollable internal and external bleeding, failure, or even disintegration. The death rate can be over 90%, which is very frightening. But no matter what, we need blood or pus samples for testing. Just talking won't do any good. Su Qing said, "All right, I'll ask them to send over blood and pus samples as soon as possible." Not in Africa? Be very careful. I understand. Can you get some protective suits, masks, gloves, syringes, collection kits, disinfectant, thermometers, and infrared thermometers? I need to ship them immediately. No problem. They didn't even need to call. The hospital's warehouse already had these supplies. Su Qing paid in cash and drove a transport truck back to the small shop, immediately ringing the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, Zhao Xiaoning hurried over. Su Qing asked, "How is the situation in Lingxiao City?" Zhao Xiaoning looked very worried. The epidemic has already spread widely. Many people at home have high fevers and are unconscious. What? How is that possible? During the SARS and COVID-19 outbreaks, the country quickly controlled the virus by sealing off apartment units and doors. But now, the people in Lingxiao City are all at home, with no contact with the patients. So how are they getting sick? Some soldiers from Chongning have even fallen ill. It's too unbelievable. Su Qing paced back and forth, speaking seriously. Here's what you need to do. Drive this transport truck back to Lingxiao City immediately. Make sure everyone wears masks. Distribute thermometers and disinfectant to each household. You and the doctors must wear protective suits. I understand. And go to Qingning Hospital to collect blood and pus samples from the patients with syringes. I need to do tests as soon as possible. Okay, how do I put on the protective suits? How to measure body temperature? How to collect blood and pus samples? Su Qing quickly explained to Zhao Xiaoning. Zhao Xiaoning sped into the hospital entrance. Dr. Song and other doctors all wore protective suits, masks, and gloves. This should be enough to stay safe, right? Some soldiers from Chongning wore masks, risking infection, and went door to door delivering masks, hand sanitizer, and thermometers. Soon, Dr. Song used a syringe to draw blood and pus, sealed them in bags, and handed them to Zhao Xiaoning. Zhao Xiaoning followed into the ward and saw the patient with his own eyes for the first time. The patient was already confused from fever in a deep coma, but his hands were still desperately scratching his body, skin torn and exposing flesh, blood, and bones. The wounds oozed pus and smelled terrible. Yet, he seemed unresponsive and kept scratching. Seeing this scene, just one glance, and it's unforgettable, extremely terrifying. Zhao Xiaoning endured his sadness, took out his phone, and recorded everything before running back to give it to Su Qing. Su Qing looked at Zhao Xiaoning deeply, then drove the transport vehicle to the hospital, handing the syringes to a few expert doctors. So frightening. The experts saw the video and were very scared, but they stayed calm and immediately started testing with the syringes. After several hours, they hurried into the meeting room and placed a stack of test reports on the table, looking serious. We have the results. The pus contains a toxin from a plant called Tianxinko. This plant grows in very harsh environments. only in extremely cold and dark places, and only on decayed flesh. It's very rare to find it stored. What? Tying Cinco? Su Qing was surprised. Yes, Tying Cinco is not contagious, but eating it causes poisoning. There was a large poisoning outbreak during the Yuan dynasty because someone crushed and dried Tying Cinco and put it into well water. Oh, I understand now. It's not a plague. Someone added powdered Tying Cinco into Lingxiao River, which is the drinking water for Lingxiao City. Drinking the water causes poisoning. No wonder the people in Lingxiao City, even in quarantine at home, weren't safe. Not because of a severe plague, but because of the water. Several hours have passed, and now Lingxiao City. Su Qing dared to think further and said excitedly, "Where is the antidote? Once poisoned, is there any medicine to detoxify?" An expert chuckled, "That's simple. In the southern hilly areas, there's a bug called the red matchmaker bug, also known as the red matchmaker worm. This bug secretes venom, which can be used to counteract poison. It's the nemesis of the heavenly fragrant grass. Take internally to reduce fever and detoxify. Apply externally to stop itching and reduce inflammation. One dose is enough." The experts quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They were terrified earlier, not expecting it to be so simple. Su Qing asked, "Where can I find this red matchmaker bug?" "Our hospital's Chinese medicine pharmacy has some. I'll have someone prepare it for you immediately," the director said with a smile. "How much do you have?" "I want it all." Su Qing immediately transferred 10 million yuan, loudly saying, "You don't need to return this money. Any extra can be considered my donation to the hospital." What else was there to say? Originally, the director was reluctant, mainly out of respect for Du Tianhu, but now he personally went to the pharmacy, ground dried red matchmaker bugs into powder, and handed it to Su Qing. There were only about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms. Would that be enough? Would it work? Su Qing had no idea and immediately rushed back to the small shop, repeatedly ringing the bell. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Over and over, but Zhao Xiaoning showed no reaction. "It's over." "No way." Zhao Xiaoning also drank the water from Lingxiao City. She must be poisoned too? Su Qing felt anxious and worried, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and throwing it toward her. Unexpectedly, the bottle hit the wall and bounced back. Huh. It was more terrifying than being struck by lightning. Su Qing's head buzzed. Finally, the worst fear came true. Zhao Xiaoning was dead? How could Zhao Xiaoning have an accident? At this moment, Su Qing felt like the sky was falling. He had only known Zhao Xiaoning for about a month, yet they were tightly connected by a wall. She brought him a lot of copper coins, gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. He gave her rice, flour, vegetables, and even various weapons, explosives, gasoline, and diesel. He had never met anyone from Lingxiao City, but he had supported over 40,000 people from Lingxiao City and Chongning Army. Wasn't it supposed to unify China? Wasn't it supposed to make her the greatest empress forever? But now, it's all gone. Zhao Xiaoning lost her life, and the 40,000 people from Lingxiao City and Chongning Army probably wouldn't survive either. They would surely face the city's fall. The Tatars lost more than 10,000 soldiers. They definitely wouldn't give up easily. They slaughtered everyone from top to bottom, leaving no one alive. It's so frustrating. Facing hundreds of thousands of Tatars, we couldn't do anything. Lingxiao City was defeated by a tiny plant called Tianqing grass. What's the point of earning money now? How can I avenge Shuizhanshan? Everything feels like a soap bubble, bursting and gone. Su Qing looked at the over 200 jin of red ladybug powder he had finally bought, feeling both angry and sad. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have come back earlier, stayed in the hospital waiting for test results, instead of bringing Zhao Xiaoning here. At least then, the doctor could have helped save her. Su Qing threw the bag of red ladybug powder onto the ground, losing all his thoughts. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the wall. Su Qing looked over and saw Zhao Xiaoning, weak and struggling, crawling inch by inch. Her face was flushed red, lips pale, extremely weak, unable to speak. "Xiaoning?" Su Qing hurried over and pulled her into his arms. She had a high fever that wouldn't go down, was unconscious, and her whole body itched. She kept scratching her fingers. All these symptoms matched the poison from Tianqing grass. Su Qing didn't care about avoiding suspicion anymore. He bent down and carried Zhao Xiaoning onto the bed, tying her hands and feet with ropes to prevent her from scratching herself. He mixed the red ladybug powder with water and forced her to drink it. That wasn't enough. Su Qing then carefully took off Zhao Xiaoning's clothes. Her skin was very white, but covered with red spots, looking quite frightening. Taking a few deep breaths, he mixed the powder into a paste and slowly applied it to every inch of her skin. Once finished, he hurriedly put her clothes back on. He sat quietly beside her, feeling extremely nervous, afraid she might never wake up again. 1 hour. 2 hours. Zhao Xiaoning lay quietly on the bed, showing no response at all. Every 10 minutes or so, Su Qing checked her temperature with a thermometer. Luckily, her fever gradually decreased. Finally, Zhao Xiaoning let out a soft moan and opened her eyes. Su Qing immediately rushed over and asked, "Xiaoning, how do you feel?" Ugh. Zhao Xiaoning suddenly turned over and vomited a mixture that was both foul and sticky. After several more breaths, she fully woke up and asked, Su Qing, I want to drink water." Su Qing quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water, and she drank most of it in one go. Zhao Xiaoning sat up, feeling much better, and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "I'll tell you." Su Qing explained about the tianqing grass, hongyang insects, and others. "This is not a plague, but poisoning." "Poisoning?" Zhao Xiaoning frowned and said, "How is that possible? There are so many people in Lingxiao City. How could so many be poisoned?" Su Qing said seriously, "The other side put powdered tianqing grass into the Lingxiao River. Anyone who drinks the river water gets poisoned." "What? I'll tell you how to cure it. You should go back now. I'll go find the antidote." "Okay, time is life." While Su Qing went to the hospital for tests and waited, the plague in Lingxiao City spread even more widely. Who would have thought the problem was in the river water? Even Zhao Xiaoning herself was affected, so others must have been too. What if those enemies took this chance to attack Lingxiao City? Then the city would be defenseless, with no way to fight back. Su Qing drove out quickly, asking the hospital director to help contact others and see if they could get more tianqing grass powder. And Zhao Xiaoning? She rode a tricycle back to Lingxiao City with a bag of tianqing grass powder. Now, everyone in Lingxiao City was filled with fear and panic, as if waiting for death. Shui Paifeng and Song Yanqing ran over immediately, crying with joy. "Princess, you're okay?" "I'm fine." "That's wonderful." Shui Paifeng took a glass of water, about to drink. Smack! Zhao Xiaoning slapped the glass away and said coldly, "Someone poisoned the Lingxiao River. From now on, no one is allowed to drink tap water." "What?" "Tell the Longning army to block every faucet. No one can drink water until we deal with the poison." "Yes." Shui Paifeng drove a Land Rover and rushed out, broadcasting through a loudspeaker as he drove along the street. "No drinking water. The water is poisoned." Over and over, the warning echoed throughout Lingxiao City. Zhao Xiaoning also drove to Qingming Hospital, where the wards were full of patients, and even the hallways and corridors were crowded with people. They desperately scratched their bodies, some with flesh torn and bleeding, others exposing their bones, looking terribly tragic. Some people had already died from the poison. Dr. Song and the medical officers were all busy, too distracted to even drink water. Fortunately, they hadn't drunk water, or they might have also fallen ill from poisoning. Zhao Xiaoning shouted, "Dr. Song, this isn't a plague, it's poisoning. I have an antidote." "Poisoning?" Dr. Song was surprised. "Quickly, mix this powder into a soup and give it to everyone to drink. Remember, tie up their hands and feet so they can't scratch their bodies anymore." Yes, Dr. Song and the medical officers were close to breaking down. The virus was fierce, more aggressive than a tiger. The tap water was temporarily unusable, so they used mineral water instead. The soldiers from Chongning, the Imperial Guards, the auxiliary troops, and the village militia all came up, tying up the poisoned people one by one and giving them the antidote. If someone scratched severely, they would mash the powder into a paste and apply it to the wounds. Soon, the entire Lingxiao City was busy with the chaos. However, Zhao Xiaoning's face remained cold, and she said sharply, "Zhang Tingji, call the special wolf-tooth team and come with me to catch the person who poisoned everyone." Someone poisoned them. Boom. This news hit everyone like a thunderclap. Zhang Tingji immediately became furious and asked, "Your Highness, where did the person poison them?" "In Lingxiao River." "Ah, it must be those Bobo people." They came to Lingxiao City. Impossible. A special forces soldier said, Lingxiao River is guarded by the village militia. Those Bobo people wouldn't have a chance to get close. This, Bobo people? Lingxiao River? Lu Yi felt a cold shiver and finally understood who was behind this. Lu Liang. No wonder he went to Lingxiao River to look around. No wonder he fell into the water. His real goal was to poison the river water. How could he do such a thing? Splash. Lu Yi knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the people of Lingxiao City. This must have been done by Lu Liang. Lu Liang. Zhang Tingji stepped forward, grabbing Lu Yi by the collar. Yes, Lu Yi told everything about Lu Liang without hiding anything. If he hadn't taken Lu Liang to Lingxiao River, this wouldn't have happened. I'll kill you. Zhang Tingji drew his tang sword and pressed it against Lu Yi's neck. Zhao Xiaoning said coldly, this account is noted. Let's go find those Bobo people now. The group arrived at the Bobo people's residence and was immediately surrounded. Lu Liang asked, Your Highness, what's going on? How dare you ask? Lu Yi rushed forward, kicking Lu Liang to the ground and pressing his sword against his neck, angrily saying, Tell me, why did you poison Lingxiao City? Lu Liang felt confused. Poison? I don't know what you're talking about. Still deny it? Since you came to Lingxiao City, has it mistreated you? It gave you food, drink, and even let you stay in warm rooms. Yet, you repay kindness with betrayal. Our Bobo kingdom is not full of traitors like you. Young master. Lu Liang and the Bobo people all became panicked. They didn't expect the truth to come out so quickly. Thud, thud. Everyone knelt on the ground. Lu Liang gritted his teeth and said, Young master, I admit I poisoned in Lingxiao River, but if I didn't do it, our Bobo kingdom would be finished. This plan was devised by the spiritual leader of the shaman religion, Tantian Wukuku. He personally found the Bobo king and had him find a way to sneak into Lingxiao City and poison it. Poisoned? That was flexible. The Tatars would let the Bobo kingdom go. But if not, then the 150,000 Tatars besieging Mount Bobo would attack and destroy the kingdom entirely. Everyone understood the principle of mutual dependence. If one falls, the other suffers. But over the years, the Bobo kingdom and the Southern Song had fought many wars, both sides suffering heavy losses. Now, with this opportunity to strike at the enemy and save their own people, they naturally wouldn't miss it. The Bobo king hesitated slightly, and then ordered Lu Liang to lead people pretending to be refugees. However, what Lu Liang didn't expect was that Lu Yi was also inside Lingxiao City. They managed to sneak in easily without much effort. Lu Yi angrily said, So, does that mean the Bobo kingdom hasn't been defeated by the Tatars? No. Traitor, do you know what disaster you've brought to Lingxiao City? The Southern Song has already fallen. Anyway, Lingxiao City is doomed to be destroyed. I hiss. A sword swung across. Lu Yi cut Lu Liang's neck, and blood spurted out immediately. Lu Liang didn't even cry out, and collapsed into a pool of blood. Lu Yi's eyes turned red with anger. He shouted, All of you deserve to die. Young master, spare my life. Princess, please spare me. All these captives were just pretending to be brave. They didn't even know about the plans between the king of the captives and Lu Liang. When Lu Liang's dozen or so followers saw that the situation was hopeless, they immediately fled in all directions. Run? Where to run? Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, and those special soldiers of the Wolf-Tooth team were all elite fighters. Each one drew their bow and arrow, piercing through the captives' bodies instantly. The others held their tang knives and stared at the captives. If Zhao Xiaoning gave the order, they would kill all of them without leaving a single survivor. Silence. Very quiet. Even the air seemed filled with a heavy silence. Suddenly, Pang Chong's voice crackled from the walkie-talkie, shouting, Princess, something bad has happened. The Tatars are attacking. What? How many are there? Countless, like a sea of people. I'll go there right away. What could killing a few ordinary captives accomplish? Zhao Xiaoning ordered everyone to imprison them all. Once the Tatars were dealt with, they would come back for revenge. Everyone quickly gathered at the city wall and hid behind the battlements. It was broad daylight. No need for binoculars. They could see the Tatars rushing up the mountain in a sea of soldiers. Tantian Wukuku stood at the foot of the mountain, proud and commanding, saying, Commander Tuahuan, I've received the Eagle and Hawk messenger. Now, Lingxiao City is suffering from a large-scale plague. Look at the city walls. Only a few scattered soldiers were there, not enough to worry about. Humph. Tuahuan sneered. Lingxiao City's explosives and rockets are very powerful. You can attack once you take it. Just watch. Today, we won't even need to wait until nightfall. We will enter Lingxiao City. In just a short time, the Tatars had already reached the foot of the city wall, setting up ladders one after another. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoning shouted sharply, "Open fire!" A series of thunder bombs were thrown from the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another, causing the Tatars below to be thrown into chaos. But these Tatars were also brave and fearless. They launched fireballs from the foot of the mountain, hitting the walls or the city, igniting fierce fires. The local militia and civilians organized firefighting efforts. However, Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, and others fought desperately, finally repelling the first wave of the Tatars' attack. What about the second wave? And the third? They fought until nightfall. Even Zhao Xiaoning doesn't remember how many waves of enemy attacks they have defeated. The battlefield is covered in blood and flesh, with broken limbs flying everywhere, like a scene from. However, the enemy soldiers are still charging forward. Finally, the worst fears of Zhao Xiaoning came true. The sky-shaking bombs and fire arrows, even the rockets, are almost all used up. They only have bows, arrows, and tang swords left. Moreover, many soldiers from Chongning and the Imperial Guards have just recovered from serious illness, and some can't even draw their bows. What should they do? Zhao Xiaoning grits his teeth and says, "Everyone, throw oil jars down and set fires. The gods will send us more weapons." Right now, Lingxiao City has at least 5 tons of explosives. But the weapons workshop is working day and night, and they can't produce so many bombs and fire arrows all at once. What to do? Zhao Xiaoning's words about the gods sending weapons are just to boost morale. How can they defeat hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers with just a few weapons? That's impossible. Crash, crash. Jars of gasoline are thrown from the city walls and shatter on the ground. The Chongning soldiers light torches and throw them down into the city. Flames burst into the sky instantly. In an instant, the entire city wall of Lingxiao City is engulfed in fire. The enemy soldiers, along with siege ladders, siege carts, and wooden screens, are also burning fiercely, with screams echoing around. Everyone quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Pang Chong curses, "Princess, if they rush up, we'll set more fires. Let's see if they can handle it." That's easy to say. "Princess." Lu Haida's voice comes through the radio. He and some soldiers are guarding the secret tunnel entrance at the city gate. Now, countless enemy soldiers are pouring in from all sides, attacking the city gate wildly. The battle is very fierce. Zhao Xiaoning sternly says, "You must hold the city gate." Lu Haida hurriedly replies, "Please support us with bombs and fire arrows. If we keep fighting, we'll run out of weapons. We don't have any left either. I'll send someone with gasoline to set fires." Understood. How long can they hold on like this? Suddenly, a huge stone crashes into the wall. At some point, the enemy soldiers have built high platforms at the foot of the mountain, each with a ray cannon on top. Previously, the cannon fire was from the foot of the mountain upwards. But now, things are different. Both sides are almost on the same level, with longer-range shots and greater power. Zhao Xiaoning looked through the telescope and saw the enemy troops rushing in like a swarm of locusts, fiercely attacking Lingxiao City. The people of Lingxiao City are now poisoned. How much longer can they hold on? Tong Tianwu Kuoko gathered all 160,000 soldiers under Tuahuan and also drafted 80,000 more from other places, totaling 240,000 troops. They launched a fierce attack on Lingxiao City, determined to break through no matter the cost. It was a two-pronged attack. This time was different from before. Last time, they had many sky-breaking bombs and fire arrows, but now, there were very few, not to mention the Longning Army, Imperial Guards, flank troops, local militia, and even ordinary civilians who had been poisoned. Everyone had taken antidotes and recovered, but their bodies were too weak. Now Lingxiao City was in the most dangerous moment. It was over. All the soldiers felt that this time, Lingxiao City was truly doomed. 9 years. They had escaped death multiple times under the enemy's attack, always thinking they might survive, but now they truly felt the threat of death. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Both sides fought tirelessly for 3 days straight. The enemy troops were numerous and kept charging forward. But the defenders in Lingxiao City were injured, exhausted, some couldn't get up, and some had made the ultimate sacrifice. In the radio, Lu Haida's hoarse voice shouted, "Princess, we have no more wine jars or gasoline. The enemy might break through the city gates at any moment. We swear to fight to the death with the gates. No, you all retreat, but retreat. No, unless we die in battle." Lu Haida smashed the radio, drew his bow, and shot down to the ground, shouting, "Fire arrows for me." It was useless. It was completely useless. The enemy had siege carts and wooden screens. Arrows couldn't reach the soldiers. Sadly, they had no gasoline, no jars, no explosives. They could only watch helplessly. Bang, bang, bang. The city gates could be broken at any moment. And what about Lingxiao City's gates? Were they any different? Zhao Xiaoning surveyed Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others, and said in a deep voice, "I will guard the city gates. You all go quickly to gather the civilians and family members, and look for a chance to break out." Break out. Pang Chong forced a sad smile and said, "From the moment I came out, I told Du Yui that if Lingxiao City is attacked, they should all take their own lives." During the Battle of Yashanxi, 100,000 soldiers and civilians sacrificed themselves for the country. What are they afraid of now? We will fight the enemy to the end. At some point, all the people of Lingxiao City gathered together. The leader was an elderly man with a white beard, Wei Tingxiang, leaning on a cane. Beside him were local gentry and merchants, all looking angry and determined to fight alongside Lingxiao City. If the city falls, the invaders will slaughter everyone, leaving no one alive. Will anyone remember Lingxiao City in history? Zhao Xiaoning's eyes filled with tears as she shouted, "I can't accept this. We have divine protection, the best equipment, and powerful weapons like thunder bombs and fire arrows. We can build hospitals and schools. We should be able to live good lives." "Princess." Everyone knelt down, looking at Zhao Xiaoning with hope. "You're right. We have divine protection. Maybe the gods will help us," they said. "Lingxiao City will surely win." Pang Chong was excited. "Princess, go find the gods. We will definitely defend the city gates." "But, Princess, the gods will not abandon us." "All right, I will go now." Zhao Xiaoning hadn't slept for days. She jumped into a Land Rover and drove straight to the mansion. Behind her were Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and the Longning army, along with the villagers, all rushing to the city walls. They had no gasoline, so they used diesel instead. They poured it down in buckets. Boom. A giant boulder was thrown at them. Some hit the crowd, smashing people to pieces. Others hit buildings, destroying them instantly. But no one stopped. Even if it cost them their lives, they would protect Lingxiao City. Finally, Zhao Xiaoning crashed her car into the wall, nearly hitting Su Qing. Su Qing was frantic and rushed over, asking, "Xiaoning, what's going on? I've called you many times over the past days. Why didn't you come?" Zhao Xiaoning looked exhausted, her eyes red. "The invaders have at least 20,000 troops attacking us. We are running out of supplies." "What? I gave you 5 tons of explosives," Su Qing said. "It's useless. We don't have enough time to make thunder bombs. I'm afraid we can't hold on much longer." Zhao Xiaoning clenched her teeth and said, "I'm here to tell you that everyone in Lingxiao City is ready to sacrifice themselves for the country." This. Su Qing was excited and said, "No, we haven't reached that point yet. No, Su Qing, take good care of yourself. If there's a next life, I still want to be friends with you. Wait a moment, I have a super powerful weapon too." Su Qing immediately called Du Tianhu and asked, "Brother Hu, how is the armored vehicle I asked you to make last time?" Du Tianhu chuckled. "Over 100 workers worked overtime, and we've finally finished the first armored vehicle for you. We're working on the second one." "What second vehicle?" Su Qing shouted immediately. "Right now? Bring that armored vehicle over here." "Armored vehicle? What is an armored vehicle?" Su Qing let Zhao Xiaoning lie down on the bed to rest. She fell asleep with her head on the pillow. In just about 20 minutes, Du Tianhu personally drove over in that armored vehicle. The vehicle was based on a Dongfeng 6-wheel EQ 2100 off-road chassis, with all sides covered in thick bulletproof steel plates. It was about 8 meters long and 2.5 meters high, with a 4.8-meter-long cargo area, painted military green. At the bottom of the cargo bed, about 1.2 meters above the ground, there was a retractable blade made of high-carbon steel, sharp enough to cut paper. Inside the cab, there were buttons to control the blades, which are normally retracted to avoid hurting anyone. Above the blades, a steel plate was installed, allowing a person to hide inside or conceal items. On top of the vehicle, there was an exit similar to a tank hatch, allowing someone to pop out their head for shooting, archery, or throwing grenades. Unfortunately, there are no grenades now, but a few gunmen could hide and shoot with double-barreled hunting rifles, with incredible firepower. Du Tianhu smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this armored vehicle? I made an even more powerful upgrade for you, without the blades. No need to say more, I am very satisfied. You can go back now. Let me tell you something. Later, there's no time to listen to you talk. Every minute you delay here, Lingxiao City faces more danger." Su Qing pushed Du Tianhu out and quickly closed the rolling door. He couldn't bear to do it. But Su Qing still gently shook Zhao Xiaoning and said, "Xiaoning." "Ah." Zhao Xiaoning reacted instinctively, sitting up quickly and asking, "Su Qing, how long have I been asleep?" Su Qing gently replied, "Only 15 minutes. How could I sleep for so long? No, I must return to Lingxiao City. Drive this armored vehicle back." Su Qing and Zhao Xiaoning came out of the bedroom and handed her the armored vehicle. It couldn't compare to a real tank, but it was still quite good, impervious to swords and even bullets. What would this be like on an ancient battlefield? Su Qing briefly explained the situation to Zhao Xiaoning, who immediately jumped in, stepped on the accelerator, and crashed through the wall. It was like a giant beast. Boom. The armored vehicle reached the city gate, startling the soldiers of Chongning Army and the townspeople of Lingxiao City. Some drew bows and aimed arrows. Others gripped their tang swords, ready to attack at any moment. Lin Juxiong even pulled back his bow in a full moon draw, shooting an arrow. Ding! The arrow hit the bulletproof glass and shattered without any trouble. Why was it like this? Everyone was filled with great fear. Zhao Xiaoning opened the door and shouted, This is a divine weapon given to us by the gods. Princess?" The crowd cheered excitedly. "Zhang Tingji, call some sharpshooters now, bring enough ammunition, and let's break out." "Yes." Zhao Xiaoning opened the door, letting them get on through the front, climbing into the truck bed, which was lined with steel plates and had stairs leading to an exit on top. Standing on the stairs, she aimed her double-barreled shotgun, enough for 4 people to stand there. Inside the truck bed were boxes of mineral water, bread, and bullets. For people could hide here. They fired their guns and swapped out bullets quickly, making it faster and easier. Everyone watched with great excitement and energy. Zhao Xiaoning asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready. Let's go." Zhao Xiaoning drove the armored vehicle, with Xue Paifeng sitting in the passenger seat, helping to watch the surroundings. They sped down into the secret tunnel. The headlights were bright, like the eyes of a monster, making people feel terrified. Soon, the armored vehicle reached the tunnel entrance. Lu Haida and the city defenders were already prepared to sacrifice themselves for the city, fighting fiercely against the enemies. Zhao Xiaoning used the loudspeaker to shout, "Lu Haida, open the city gates." "Is this the princess?" Lu Haida doubted whether he had seen or heard incorrectly. All the soldiers guarding the city were stunned. "Open the city gates." "Yes." Lu Haida ran down from the city wall. He was nearly 2 meters tall, but in front of the armored vehicle, he looked tiny, like an ant. There were 2 large gates. 10 men on each side went to open the gates. Bang! Just then, the attacking siege vehicle of the enemy crashed into the gate, smashing it open instantly. "Open! The gates are open?" The enemy soldiers cheered loudly and surged forward like a flood. But Zhao Xiaoning had been waiting for this moment. He immediately pressed the accelerator and sped forward. Who cares about siege engines? Who cares about wooden barriers? Who cares about enemy soldiers and horses? In one swift move, he completely blocked the gate. Those pesky enemies. Zhao Xiaoning pressed a button, and from under the steel plate of the armored vehicle, instead of blades, a chainsaw extended out. Even in front of the vehicle's head, there was a chainsaw. This idea came from Du Tianhu and the workers when installing the blades. "Are blades powerful?" Is a chainsaw more powerful? Du Tianhu wanted to show off to Su Qing, but Su Qing didn't give him a chance. He just pushed the vehicle forward. Sizzle. The chainsaw had 3 layers, top, middle, and bottom, and swept back and forth from left to right, then right to left. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Blood splattered all around. On both sides of the truck bed, 3 chainsaws extended out, slicing from front to back and back to front, sweeping back and forth. Meanwhile, all the enemy soldiers were trapped around the armored vehicle. In just a moment, they were cut into 2 parts and fell into pools of blood, terrifying beyond words. Zhao Xiaoning and Xue Paifeng were both frightened. Zhang Tingji and Lin Juxiong, who stood at the top of the truck bed, along with Lu Yi and a special forces soldier with a wolf fang emblem, were also stunned. In less than 2 minutes, blood and flesh splattered all over the windows, blocking the view completely. Is this a deadly weapon? This is more than just a deadly weapon. Only gods could create such a divine weapon. It stayed like this for several minutes. Zhao Xiaoning didn't need to move. The enemy soldiers kept rushing forward, like moths to a flame. No matter how many came, they all died. Lu Haida and the soldiers stared blankly, petrified, their eyes wide with shock. Thud! A soldier from Chongming army knelt on the ground, showing deep respect and awe, even a bit of fear. He shouted loudly, "Long live the divine! Long live the divine! Long live the divine!" Lu Haitan and other city guards also knelt down. Gulp! Xue Paifeng swallowed saliva and asked, "Princess, we can't see anything now. What should we do?" "It's okay." Splat! The windshield wipers moved back and forth, finally clearing the bulletproof glass. Zhao Xiaoning pressed the accelerator to the floor. The armored vehicle roared like a wild beast, crushing over bodies and rushing out of the city gate. This time, Du Huan and Kuo Kuo were determined to take Lingxiao City. They led an army of 150,000 to attack Lingxiao City. And what about Zhang Wenhu? He brought 80,000 soldiers to attack the secret passage's city gate. No matter the cost, he wanted to break through. This was a deadly order. Now, after suffering heavy losses, they finally broke the gate. But from inside, a giant monster charged out, rampaging wildly among the crowd. The monster was tall and strange-looking, incredibly strong, and very fast. It was army green all over, covered in thick steel plates. In front, on the sides, and behind its body, 3 sharp weapons extended out, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. No matter what armor or siege equipment was in its way, it was like they were nothing, completely unstoppable. The armored vehicle charged wildly through the valley, crushing everything in its path, over and over again. Invincible. Oh! Screams echoed continuously. Swish, swish. The windshield wipers moved back and forth. Zhang Wenhu finally saw it. Was that Zhao Xiaoning inside the monster? At that moment, Zhang Wenhu understood. Zhao Xiaoning was controlling that monster. He shouted angrily, "Everyone, launch rockets and shoot it down." Whoosh, whoosh. Rockets rained down like rain on the armored vehicle. But they were useless. The rockets kept falling. Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, Lu Yi, and a special forces soldier with wolf teeth finally realized what was happening and shouted, "Open fire." Bang! Bang bang! Bullets crazily shot into the crowd. Of course, they couldn't compare to Zhao Xiaoning, but killing more was better, and it could still have a deterrent effect. How could they fight this? Arrows couldn't pierce. Swords couldn't break. Zhao Xiaoning hid inside the armored vehicle, which made her almost impossible to defeat. There were 80,000 people. During the attack on the secret city gate, the enemy soldiers suffered heavy losses under the bombardment of thunder bombs and fire arrows. Now, blood was flowing everywhere, and they couldn't stop the attack. Nothing could stop it. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet shot through the air and hit Zhang Wenhu's shoulder. He immediately bled heavily, losing his grip on his sword, which fell to the ground. How could they continue fighting? Zhang Wenhu lost all his fighting spirit and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The enemy soldiers scattered and ran away. Where to run? Where could they go? Zhao Xiaoning drove the armored vehicle and sped out through the valley. Are people faster? Are horses faster? Or are cars faster? There's no real comparison. Some of the enemy soldiers were either knocked over by the armored vehicle, sawed apart by electric saws, or shot by rifles. As they swept through, There were corpses everywhere, and many wounded, both seriously and lightly. But Zhao Xiaoning didn't care anymore, not even about Zhang Wenhu. After rushing out of the valley, she immediately turned the steering wheel and headed toward the camp of Tu Huan and Kuokua. High platforms suddenly rose from the ground. On each platform, a Hui cannon was mounted, firing wildly at Lingxiao City. Now, the city's walls were engulfed in flames, with occasional scenes of soldiers and civilians pouring gasoline and diesel down and setting fire to it. Whoosh! Bright red flames shot up, blocking the enemy soldiers. But this only slowed them down. Once the fire died down a little, the enemy soldiers would attack again with even more fury. From a distance, they shot arrows at the city walls. The Liaoning army and the guards were somewhat safer because they wore armor, so the arrows didn't hurt them much. But the civilians weren't so lucky. Many fell, pierced by arrows and bleeding in the streets. Kuokua smiled and said, "Commander Tu Huan, with this situation, we probably won't need to wait until tonight to break through Lingxiao City." Tu Huan replied, "Tianwu Li is really powerful." Haha, that's true. They were joking and chatting. Suddenly, they heard a strange green creature rushing toward them from afar, moving very fast. What is that? Kuokua and Tu Huan had never seen such a creature before and were both stunned. In an instant, the armored vehicle charged into the crowd, ruthlessly creating a bloody path as it collided with each elevated platform. Boom! A wooden platform was destroyed, its pillars shattered. The cannons, large stones, and some soldiers on the platform all fell from the air. One after another. The armored vehicle swept through, knocking over about 10 platforms. The large stones rolled everywhere, injuring and killing many soldiers. What is happening? Kuokua shouted angrily, "Stop that monster!" Stop? How do we stop it? Suddenly, over 10,000 soldiers on horseback charged at the armored vehicle, trying to fight a giant with a tiny arm, reckless. Zhao Xiaoning pressed the accelerator to the limit, rushing toward the crowd. Bang! Bang! She cleared a bloody path through the people, then turned around and charged back again. How can this be happening? Kuokua and Tu Huan were completely shocked, standing there frozen. Chaos everywhere. Flesh and blood flying. 15,000 soldiers. During the attack on Lingxiao City earlier, about 50 or 60,000 soldiers had been lost. Now, at least 50,000 remained on Lingxiao Peak and along the mountain paths. Under the armored vehicle's repeated charges, the soldiers at the foot of the mountain quickly broke apart, blood flowing everywhere. Tu Huan, Kuokua, I, Zhao Xiaoning, am here. Today, I will make sure you have no place to hide. Zhao Xiaoning shouted through a loudspeaker, her voice echoing across the mountain foot. Zhao Xiaoning. Is Zhao Xiaoning inside the monster? Such a thought was almost too terrible to imagine, let alone see with her own eyes. Kuokua shouted, "Bomb it! It up!" A pair of cavalry rushed forward, holding explosive devices called thunder bombs, igniting and throwing them at the armored vehicle. During the first attack on Lingxiao City by 30,000 troops, the thunder bombs caused chaos, killing over half the soldiers. Tu Huan and the enemy soldiers saw firsthand how terrifying the thunder bombs and fire arrows could be. From the wounded soldiers, they recovered some unexploded bombs and studied them. Finally, they made their own thunder bombs. But Lingxiao City's thunder bombs used explosives, while the enemies used gunpowder, so their power and damage were quite different. Still, the enemy had many bombs, and each fireball hit the armored vehicle, causing fierce explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The armored vehicle was suddenly engulfed in a sea of flames, consumed by the blazing fire. Is it over? All the Tatar soldiers stopped and looked at the burning armored vehicle. On Lingxiao City, Pang Chong also saw this scene through a telescope. Did the princess die? In that moment, Pang Chong felt like his heart was being torn out. He couldn't believe it was real. Zhao Xiaoning was the spiritual pillar of Lingxiao City and the only contact with the divine. Without her, Lingxiao City might only hold on for a few more months before running out of water and supplies again. As for the 40,000 civilians and Chongning army, none would be spared. They would all face the Tatar slaughter. But Pang Chong couldn't speak. He was afraid that if he did, the soldiers' morale would collapse. His eyes were fixed tightly, and even his hands holding the telescope trembled. Suddenly, the armored vehicle burst out of the fire, still burning fiercely, charging straight at Kuo and Tuowan. What? How is this possible? To the Tatars, it looked like a huge fireball rushing toward them. Some soldiers in front were knocked over by the vehicle, others were cut down by chainsaws. Getting closer and closer. The ground seemed to tremble violently. Kuo and Tuowan turned pale with fear. They didn't care about their dignity anymore. They even abandoned their horses, tumbling to the ground. Snick! The chainsaw instantly tore apart the two horses, blood splattering so wildly it blocked the windshield. They couldn't see anything. But Zhao Xiaoning was like a madwoman, turning the steering wheel sharply, and the vehicle charged again toward Tuowan. Tuowan collapsed on the ground, too scared to move his legs. The wheels almost brushed past his head, then re-entered the ranks, unleashing another round of slaughter. There was no way to fight anymore. Tuowan rolled and crawled to his feet, only to see Kuo standing nearby. Who was joking now? Both seemed to see the fear in each other's eyes, and almost simultaneously, they shouted loudly, "Retreat! Sound the horn!" Woo! The horn blared instantly across Lingxiao City. The Tatars, who had long been unable to break through, had already lost their fighting spirit. Now, hearing the command, they scattered and fled. One soldier ran, then another, then a third. In an instant, all the Tatars ran down from the hillside. Retreat? The Tatars are retreating? Pang Chong and the soldiers froze for a moment, then shouted angrily, "Chase them!" The city gate opened. The Chongning army, the Imperial Guards, the flank troops, and the village soldiers all rushed out, each holding divine arm bows, firing arrows wildly at the enemy soldiers. No fire needed. No explosives needed. They didn't even need to get close, just long-range shooting. If any emergency occurred, everyone would immediately retreat into the city. But now, the enemy soldiers were already in chaos, desperately fleeing down the mountain. On the mountain trail, at the narrowest point just over a foot wide, with cliffs on both sides. How could they escape? All the enemy soldiers gathered here, making it impossible to run across all at once. This was perfect. Pang Chong and the others from Chongning stood on high ground, just shooting arrows at the crowd. Some used shields to block, some hid behind trees, others behind rocks. But many still got hit, falling to the ground or tumbling off the cliff. At the foot of the mountain, wipers scrubbed the windshield repeatedly. Zhao Xiaoning resumed her deadly attack mode, rushing toward crowded areas without hesitation. No one could resist her. Run. Quickly escape. The enemy soldiers kept fleeing in all directions, finally escaping completely and no longer daring to approach the armored vehicles. But weren't there still people on the mountain? Zhao Xiaoning blocked at the mountain's base, ready to chase anyone who tried to escape down the mountain. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't match the speed of the vehicles, especially with Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, and Lu Yi firing their double-barreled shotguns at the crowd. The bullets ran out. They threw the shotguns into the vehicle, and some had already loaded new bullets into another shotgun, handing it to them. All these scenes were seen by Kuo and Tuowan. Standing on a distant rock, watching the armored vehicle and the shotguns, they felt confused and scared. What exactly was this? If it continued like this, no matter how many people they brought, they couldn't stop the armored vehicle's attack. How many would die? It seemed they needed to think of other ways. Tuowan smiled bitterly. Kuo, we must break through Lingxiao City, or we'll have no face to meet the Khan. Humph. It's just that strange beast, right? I have a way to deal with it. What's the plan? We'll do this, and that. Okay. A look of hatred and resentment flashed in her eyes as she clenched her teeth and said, I will gather people and set up a blockade to trap Lingxiao City completely. Kill, kill, kill. This continued for several hours until the battle finally stopped. Zhao Xiaoning, Xue Paifeng, Zhang Tingji, Lu Yi, and others crawled out of the vehicles. Pang Chong, the soldiers, and civilians looked at the ground full of bodies, as if in a dream. Did we win? Did we really win? The enemy army had 240,000 soldiers. Most people in Lingxiao City were poisoned. Without thunder bombs and fire arrows, they still managed to win. It was because of their strong willpower, and because of this armored vehicle. Without it, Lingxiao City would definitely have fallen. Zhao Xiaoning took a deep breath and spoke loudly into the radio. Everyone, clear the scene immediately. Collect all weapons, armor, and equipment. Our blacksmith shop can make tools and weapons. As for the horses, no matter if they live or die, bring them all back to Lingxiao City. Pang Chong, gather the transport drivers. Come out through the secret passage. Load the supplies and bring them back. Burial of enemy bodies on the spot. Bring back our own fallen soldiers for a proper burial. One after another. Sentence after sentence. After giving these orders, Zhao Xiaoning collapsed to the ground. She was too exhausted. For several days and nights, Zhao Xiaoning had only taken short naps at Su Qing's place and hadn't slept properly since. Zhang Tingji, Lin Juxiong, Lu Yi, and others were all frightened and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, is the princess in danger? We must return to Lingxiao City immediately and have Dr. Song examine her." Fortunately, Xue Paifeng could drive. She drove the armored vehicle through the valley, through the secret passage, back into Lingxiao City. Dr. Song quickly examined Zhao Xiaoning and found she was just exhausted from overwork, nothing serious. Actually, it wasn't just Zhao Xiaoning. The Longning Army, the Imperial Guards, the auxiliary troops, the villagers of Lingxiao City, all of them hadn't slept well. Now, the gods must be very worried, right? Unfortunately, Xue Paifeng couldn't send messages through teleportation and could only wait for Zhao Xiaoning to wake up. This battle was truly fierce. It lasted 3 days and nights, and Lingxiao City finally defeated the attack of the enemy army. The enemy had 240,000 soldiers. Lingxiao City had fewer than 10,000. Including the villagers, it was only about 40,000. How did they fight? There are no more thunder bombs or gunpowder arrows. At that time, everyone in Lingxiao City thought they couldn't hold on anymore, and many soldiers from Chongning Army were already prepared to face death together with the city. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Zhao Xiaoning appeared driving an armored vehicle. This is a divine weapon. It crushed forward, then back, then forward again. How many people did it kill? No one probably knows the exact number, but out of the 240,000 troops, only a few thousand managed to escape. Zhao Xiaoning fell asleep on the bed. Many soldiers from Chongning Army and civilians also collapsed on the ground and fell asleep. They were too exhausted. After sleeping for a whole day and night, Zhao Xiaoning finally woke up and suddenly sat up. Song Yinying was lying by the bed, excitedly saying, "Princess, you're awake? How is Lingxiao City now? Those enemies have all retreated, but they've gathered more troops and are building walls around us." Building walls. This made Zhao Xiaoning pause for a moment. She turned and jumped to the ground. "Let's go and see." As they left the hospital, they saw that the wards and corridors were full of injured people. Most of them were civilians, with at least over 100 casualties, quite a tragic scene. Sitting in the car, Zhao Xiaoning slowly moved forward. The pedestrians on the street were busy, and many shops had already opened. Life was returning to normal. Whether it was fighting or living, they had been used to it for 9 years. Compared to the previous shortages of food and water, things were much better now. However, Lingxiao River was poisoned by Lu Liang, and Pang Chong personally ordered the water downstream to be diverted into the fields. Spring was coming soon, and they planned to plow and plant rice by March, using the diverted water to irrigate the land. The water pump was running non-stop from the underground river, and now the water being released was safe to drink. After this incident, the local militia guarded both sides of Lingxiao River all night, preventing anyone from approaching. Even activities like bathing or washing clothes could only be done with tap water to avoid another poisoning incident. If that happened again, Lingxiao City might be in serious trouble. "Princess, princess." Everyone along the street knew about Zhao Xiaoning's Land Rover, and they all knelt down in worship. Zhao Xiaoning greeted them and finally arrived at the city gate. Standing on the wall, she looked through a telescope to observe the surroundings. Now, the bodies on the hillside and at the foot of the mountain have been cleared away. However, the mountain path is bare, with nothing left after the fire. At the foot of the mountain, over 10,000 Tatars have gathered, driving a large number of Song soldiers who are moving huge stones to build the city walls. Song Yinying asked, "What are those Tatars doing? What else could they be doing?" Pang Chong snorted, "They want to trap us." "It might not be that simple." Zhao Xiaoning frowned and said in a serious tone, "You all keep watch here and see what the Tatars are planning." "Understood." Pang Chong agreed. Zhao Xiaoning then circled around again and saw Xue Paifeng and some Chongning soldiers cleaning armored vehicles, which had made great contributions. Shui Perewind excitedly said, "Your Highness, can you ask the gods to send a few more vehicles here?" "I'll try." Zhao Xiaoning was also eager and finally drove her vehicle to the mansion, stepping through the wall. Now, several transport trucks were parked in the small shop, loaded with Tang swords, 500,000 arrows, divine arm bows, and armor. Su Qing hurried over, excitedly asking, "Xiaoning, how is the battle on your side? Thanks to the armored vehicle you gave us, we finally pushed back the Tatars' attack." "Haha, that's good." Su Qing was very excited. Fortunately, he had already asked Du Tianhu to have armored vehicles made there. Otherwise, Lingxiao City might have already fallen to the Tatars. What if there were a second or third armored vehicle? Su Qing smiled and said, "I'll try to make a few more for you." Zhao Xiaoning nodded repeatedly and told Su Qing about the Tatars building the city walls, asking, "Do you know why the Tatars are doing this? I feel it's not that simple." "I'll check." Su Qing immediately looked it up online. If the enemy's city can't be taken after a long siege, the Mongol army will station outside, turning the city into a trap, fighting a prolonged war. When the enemy runs out of supplies and becomes exhausted, the Mongols will attack the city. If they fail, they will continue to besiege until the city becomes a dead zone. That's the general idea, but it seems a bit off. Lingxiao City isn't afraid of being besieged. It has large fields that can sustain itself. Zhao Xiaoning frowned and said, "It's a pity. The enemy has walls blocking our view. This is simple. Wait for me a moment." Su Qing drove the old van out and returned shortly afterward, carrying several cardboard boxes from the vehicle. "What is this?" Zhao Xiaoning looked at it with curiosity. "Open the boxes." Suddenly, there was a drone inside. Su Qing held a remote control, and the drone instantly took off, flying out through the roller door and soaring into the air. On the screen, they could clearly see the surrounding scene. Tall buildings, cars, pedestrians, all in full view. This is amazing." Zhao Xiaoning was stunned, unable to take her eyes away. Su Qing smiled and said, "This is called a drone. It can fly up to hundreds of meters high, so you don't need to worry about the enemy discovering it. But you can see everything they do. This is even more powerful than a magical eye." Zhao Xiaoning excitedly said, "Let me try. Up, down, turn left, turn right, move forward, backward, shift left, shift right. Automatic return." With a gentle press of a button, the drone floated back onto the table easily. It's simple to operate and very convenient. The more she watched, the more she liked it. Zhao Xiaoning fiddled with it, murmuring, "Too bad this drone is so small. If it could carry heavy objects, we could have it deliver bombs to attack the enemy." "Haha, your idea is good. This drone has many functions: patrol, reconnaissance, bombing, and more. Our country's best reconnaissance drone can fly up to an astonishing 40,000 meters at speeds over 7,000 kilometers per hour. Some can even carry 6 tons of nuclear bombs." 40,000 meters? Zhao Xiaoning was so shocked her mouth almost couldn't close. She asked, "What is a nuclear bomb?" "A nuclear bomb? One blast could level not just Lingxiao City, but the entire Lingxiao Peak, destroying all buildings and people, leaving only ruins. So powerful. One nuclear bomb could wipe out the entire Lingxiao Peak." Zhao Xiaoning was completely stunned, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Is there really such a powerful weapon?" Su Qing smiled and showed her a video of an atomic bomb explosion. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, reaching into the heavens, as a huge shockwave swept outward, destroying everything in its path as if it were the end of the world. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes stared fixedly at the scene, unable to react for a long time. Is this the power of an atomic bomb? It's truly terrifying. Zhao Xiaoning came to find Su Qing. She still wanted weapons, gasoline, diesel, wine jars, and explosives to make more sky-shattering bombs and fire arrows. In her eyes, and in the eyes of the Chongning army and the people of Lingxiao City, these were almost like superpowers. She even thought about asking Su Qing for bricks, cement, and steel bars to strengthen and raise the city walls, and to build a Hope primary school. But now, she suddenly felt a sense of frustration and helplessness. No matter how high, thick, or strong the city walls are, what does it matter? If someone drops an atomic bomb, everything will be gone. Su Qing smiled and said, "Enough, don't think so much. The enemies you face now are the barbarians. They don't have such modern weapons. Zhao Xiaoning nodded and said, "That's true. All right, now take these weapons back. I'll get you some drones. Drones that can carry sky-shattering bombs. Can they really carry sky-shattering bombs?" "Of course." "Okay," Zhao Xiaoning asked. "By the way, soon Lingxiao City will start spring farming. Do you have rice, wheat seeds, or vegetables? We can't always rely on you to send grain, pork, and vegetables." Su Qing thought of a question and asked, "How is the land in Lingxiao City divided?" Before, it was the equal field system and the two-tax law. But after Wang Engxi's reforms, it became the Qingmiao law and the equal transport law, which adjusted land taxes and commercial taxes to lighten the burden on farmers and merchants. "What about your place?" "Our country practices collective land ownership." "Private ownership?" This was almost unbelievable to Zhao Xiaoning. She asked, "And your emperor?" Su Qing smiled and said, "We don't have an emperor. The people are the masters, and everyone is equal. But we do have the military and police." One spoke, the other listened. This system and way of thinking completely overturned Zhao Xiaoning's worldview, leaving her utterly shocked. The country is the people, and the people are the country. Zhao Xiaoning sat there, muttering to herself, unsure if she was accepting or not. Su Qing said, "Don't think so much. Your Lingxiao City is still in the early stages of rebuilding. Take it slow. I want to build Lingxiao City into a country like yours. Do you think that's possible?" "Of course. But your first step should be to declare yourself emperor, take back all the land, and distribute it to every citizen. The land belongs to the common people, so they can plant whatever they want. Only then can their enthusiasm be truly motivated. However, doing this might upset the local gentry and wealthy merchants, and there is a risk of riots or rebellions in Lingxiao City. Should we send the Chongning army to suppress them? Lingxiao City has only about 40,000 people. Killing a few won't make much difference. Still, some actions must be taken." Su Qing said firmly, "Let's take it slow. Think about how to proceed, and I will think too." "I don't want to. You come up with the plan," Zhao Xiaoning replied. She took a few deep breaths, then drove several vehicles back to Lingxiao City. All weapons were unloaded. Gradually, materials like cement, steel bars, bricks, and other building supplies arrived. More is better, as they will be needed everywhere. The elementary school project was temporarily halted. All craftsmen came to reinforce the city walls. Last time, the enemy set up high platforms and launched stones into the city, causing significant damage. Will they do that again? Building the walls higher, layer by layer, will show who is more ruthless. Zhao Xiaoning stood on the city wall and called over Pang Chong, Zhang Tingji, Lu Haida, and other soldiers, then loudly said, "Look, the divine has given us a miraculous weapon again. Princess, what is this? Just watch." Zhao Xiaoning operated a drone, which immediately flew into the air. Some used binoculars to watch, others stared at the control screens, and many kept their eyes fixed on it. The drone soared higher and farther until it was out of sight with the eye. But through binoculars and screens, everything was clearly visible. Finally, the drone reached above the enemy's head, moving back and forth along the built city wall. At the valley entrance, there was also a wall, where at least a few thousand Song soldiers were working to build it. Some enemy soldiers guarded the area, and anyone who moved even slightly was whipped immediately. These enemies didn't treat the Song soldiers as people. In just one day and night, the foundation of the wall was dug out, and the wall itself was 1/2 meter high, extending along both sides to the mountain peaks of the valley. Once the area is sealed off, the attackers won't be the enemy army anymore. They will be Lingxiao City itself. What about armored vehicles, bulldozers, or excavators? All these have become useless decorations. They can't break out. Pang Chong pointed at a screen and shouted, "Princess, look quickly. What is this?" Everyone from the Song people was busy working, and no one noticed that more than 10 people were laying weeds on the ground. The drone lowered and lowered. Finally, they saw clearly that beneath the weeds was a large trap, dug overnight by the Tatars' army. Their only goal was to wait for Zhao Xiaoning and the Chongning army to attack them secretly. Once the armored vehicle came again, it would fall into the trap and be unable to escape. Zhao Xiaoning looked again and saw some Song people, shirtless, carrying baskets on their shoulders, crawling out from under the city wall like dogs. What are they doing? Watching this repeatedly, Zhao Xiaoning, Pang Chong, Xue Paifeng, and others finally understood. The Tatars' army really plans to build a city wall here to block Lingxiao City, and they also want to dig a secret tunnel under the wall that leads directly to Lingxiao City's secret passage. 1 month. 2 months? Anyway, those treacherous Tatars treat the Song people like slaves, making them dig day and night. It won't be long before they finish digging through. When that happens, the Tatars' army will pretend to attack the city gate, while most of their troops emerge from the secret tunnel. The soldiers guarding the tunnel and city gate will be caught in a pincer attack. No one will survive. This move is incredibly sneaky. Pang Chong asked, "Your Highness, what should we do?" Zhao Xiaoning smiled and said, "This is good for us. During this time, we can strengthen Lingxiao City into a fortress." However, Lu Yi looked worried, glancing at Zhao Xiaoning, hesitant to speak or remain silent. Building a wall? Digging a tunnel? This isn't something that can be done in a day or two. For Lingxiao City, it's definitely good news. Zhao Xiaoning's tense heart finally relaxed a little. She smiled and said, "Pang Chong, what do you think of this drone?" Pang Chong admired it and said, "It's like a magic tool. You find 50 clever people and teach them to operate the drone immediately. We will form a drone team. First, to monitor the Tatars' movements all night. Second, when we fight the Tatars again, these drones can carry thunder bombs to bomb the enemy." So powerful. Pang Chong immediately stood straight and promised loudly. The drones sold on the market are ordinary ones, good for reconnaissance, but definitely not capable of carrying thunder bombs. Su Qing found Du Tianhu again and asked, "Brother Hu, I need a drone that can plant seeds, spray medicine, or fertilize. Can you help me get one?" "I know, that's a heavy-duty drone. It can carry about 50 kilograms of weight each time." 50 kilograms? That's good. I want 100 of them. You can do that. Once again, Du Tianhu was used to this and asked, "Brother Su, last time you asked me about the richest man in Liaodong, Xue Zhanshan. Can you tell me if you have any business dealings with him, or what's going on?" He didn't expect Du Tianhu to say such things. Is he trustworthy? Su Qing hesitated, unsure of what to say. Du Tianhu smiled bitterly and said, "Let me tell you, Xue Zhanshan sent people to find us at Hongxin Auction House." "What? Why did he come to you?" "It's like this. Recently, Hongxin Auction House bought a batch of Su Qing's gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. Du Wei, being a businessman, couldn't keep it all himself, so he held several auctions to sell as much as possible. One reason was to make money. The other was to quickly get back funds to buy more antiques. Xue Zhanshan has the largest and most complete collection market in the Northeast, called Xue Family Garden Antique Market, located in the provincial capital. Du Wei contacted Xue Zhanshan to see if they could hold an auction there. When Xue saw the jewelry and jade, he immediately became interested and wanted to buy everything outright. However, Du Wei told Xue where the items came from and how many he wanted to sell. Du Wei wasn't naive and sensed something was off, so he told Xue they were collected from the countryside, and Xue didn't ask further. All of this was watched by Du Tianhu from the side, and he suddenly remembered what Su Qing had told him. One was the richest man in Liaodong. The other ran a small shop. How could these two people have any connection? Since returning from the provincial capital, Du Tianhu had told Du Wei about this. Du Wei's heart skipped a beat. If these two had no connection, that would be strange. Du Tianhu said seriously, "Su Qing, between brothers, there's no need to hide. Do you have some grudge with Xue Zhanshan?" Actually, even an experienced person like Du Tianhu could see what was going on. Su Qing also decided to go all out. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother Hu, last time we talked, you said you didn't know how Xue Zhanshan made his fortune. Well, I'll tell you, he caused my parents' death and stole our family's gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures, which is how he quickly rose to power." Even though he was mentally prepared, Du Tianhu still gasped in shock. No wonder. He is the richest man in Liaodong. Now it makes sense how much gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures the Su family had. With so many antiques appearing on the market again, Xue Zhanshan will eventually target Su Qing. Du Tianhu said seriously, "Su Qing, as Boss Du said, your matters are also my matters. But you are weak and alone, and you're no match for Xue Zhanshan. I suggest you don't act rashly for now." Su Qing replied, "I understand." Do you want me to send some bodyguards to you? No need. I'm fine. All right, be careful. Call me if anything happens. I'll get the drone you mentioned sent over as soon as possible. Thanks, Brother Hu. I have a batch of porcelain from Dingyao, Yaozhou, Xizhou, and official kills, along with calligraphy and paintings from the Song dynasty. When the time comes, Old Fong, Boss Du, Old Han, and Deputy Director Lin will all gather. That's no problem. Isn't it just a fierce dragon crossing the river? This is in Beishir City, not a big deal. There's a saying, a strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. The provincial capital isn't something to fear. As long as we're in Beishir City, Du Wei and Du Tianhu can ensure Su Qing's safety. Su Qing repeatedly thanked him and then drove his old van home. He didn't expect to clash with Shui Zhanshan so soon. He won't let Su Qing go, and Su Qing won't let him go either. But right now, Su Qing was too weak. Facing the Liaodong tycoon alone was like trying to break a mountain with a bamboo stick. Futile. Ding ding ding. As soon as Su Qing arrived home, the doorbell rang. Zhao Xiaoning happily came over, smiling. I brought you a batch of porcelain and calligraphy. Move aside. Okay. Su Qing stepped aside. Zhao Xiaoning drove a transport truck straight through the wall. These were all porcelain from Dingyao, Yaozhou, Xizhou, and official kills, along with some calligraphy and paintings from the Song dynasty, each valuable. Some were exchanged for stainless steel pots and pans, some for exquisite porcelain, some for bicycles and tricycles. A whole truckload. The local gentry and wealthy merchants of Lingxiao City all felt they had made a huge profit. Zhao Xiaoning asked, how about these? Do you think they are worth anything? Definitely. I now need a steady supply of bricks, cement, steel bars, steel pipes, and more construction vehicles. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning then said, by the way, I have something to tell you. Currently, those enemies are building the Great Wall, planning to trap Lingxiao City inside. They are also digging deep tunnels beneath the city walls, trying to connect to the secret passages inside Lingxiao City. As for this, Zhao Xiaoning knew she couldn't do much. But what about Su Qing? Su Qing asked, how did you monitor things in ancient times? We placed a special thin jar in a deep well at the foot of the city wall. The jar's opening was covered with a thin layer of cowhide, so a person with good hearing could listen to enemy movements by lying on top of it. We don't need to be that complicated. Our country has a sound detection device that can clearly pick up underground sounds. Really? If you have time, help me buy a few. I need to keep an eye on those enemies. Sure. Su Qing glanced outside the door and smiled. The sun is setting. Why don't you come shopping with me? Shopping? What a joke. Zhao Xiaoning simply couldn't go out, but that was before. Now, shopping. If she could, Zhao Xiaoning would love to go shopping too. Su Qing was even more excited. I definitely can't go through the walls, but maybe you can? Don't forget, you can now drive your car back and forth freely. Zhao Xiaoning also felt a bit tempted and slowly took a step forward. It's okay. It's okay. She stepped out of the small shop and onto the street, and surprisingly, nothing happened. Wow. Zhao Xiaoning was both excited and thrilled. She suddenly turned around and hugged Su Qing tightly. I can walk freely now. I can walk freely. Haha. Su Qing was even happier. He spun around with her in his arms and said excitedly, this is great. Let's go shopping now. I'll buy you clothes, jewelry, shoes. Okay. Zhao Xiaoning had been looking forward to modern life for a long time. Anyway, those enemies wouldn't attack Lingxiao City anytime soon, so she didn't have to worry. The two of them suddenly realized that, caught up in their happiness, they were still tightly hugging each other. It felt so natural. It seemed as if they had already embraced each other many times. Su Qing didn't feel anything special, but Zhao Xiaoning was so shy she pushed him away hard and said, how dare you take advantage of me? Cough, cough, my princess. That was you hugging me, you know. Don't say that. All right, I won't say it. Let's go out now. Okay. Click. The rolling door closed. Su Qing drove the old van, and Zhao Xiaoning sat in the passenger seat. The window was rolled down. Streetlights lit up on both sides, and the shop signs emitted neon glow, creating a lively and colorful scene. The whole street looked very busy and bright. Tall buildings, wide straight roads, and many cars. Zhao Xiaoning's eyes couldn't keep up. The view was even more beautiful and spectacular than in the videos, almost unreal. Finally, the car stopped by the roadside. Su Qing smiled, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you shopping for clothes." "Good. Everyone likes to look nice." Zhao Xiaoning hesitated a little, but then got out of the car with Su Qing and entered a clothing store. As soon as they entered, she saw two mannequins dressed fashionably at the door, which startled her and made her reach her hand to her waist. Luckily, Su Qing told her to leave her sword at home, or she might have drawn it immediately. Su Qing whispered, "Those are mannequins, just for showing clothes." Mannequins? Zhao Xiaoning reached out and touched them. They looked so real, almost alive. There were long skirts, short skirts, t-shirts, batwing tops, shorts. The store was huge, with different sections on 2 floors. People looked at Zhao Xiaoning as if she were a monster. In this hot summer, why was she still wearing a down jacket and leather boots? But Su Qing didn't care. He asked the clerk to bring out long skirts, t-shirts, and other clothes for Zhao Xiaoning to try on. What about short skirts and shorts? Don't even think about it. Those would only make Zhao Xiaoning draw her sword faster. When Zhao Xiaoning came out of the fitting room, everyone around was stunned. She was tall, her hair, wearing a white long dress. Her delicate, slightly aloof face, smooth skin, and elegant, noble aura made her seem like a goddess descending from the heavens, leaving everyone breathless. Is there really such a beautiful woman? Feeling the gazes of so many people, Zhao Xiaoning's face blushed. She asked, "Su Qing, what do you think?" "Huh." Su Qing finally snapped out of his daze and replied quickly, "You look good, really good. I always feel a bit empty inside. Should I try on another one?" "Sure." Zhao Xiaoning turned and went into the changing room. After a while, she came out again. She was wearing a loose, short-sleeved shirt with embroidered letters on the front, paired with slim-fitting cropped pants. This outfit still highlighted her perfect figure, full, round chest, and long, straight legs. But her feet were in combat boots, which surprisingly didn't look out of place. They seemed to add a wild, untamed vibe that made people feel a bit intimidated. Zhao Xiaoning asked, "Is this too tight? I feel like I'm not wearing anything at all." "Keep it all. All of it." Anyway, she wasn't short of money. Su Qing wasn't polite anymore. He asked the sales clerk to pack all these clothes. The clerk was surprised and asked, "Sir, are you sure? To pack everything?" "Pack everything?" A girl dressed in heavy makeup approached. She wore a tight-fitting bodycon dress, revealing her beautiful legs openly. She was wearing very high heels, probably around 10 centimeters, looking very alluring. Next to her was a young man in a white suit, smoking a cigarette. His face looked a bit pale, as if drained by alcohol and vice. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Xiaoning, like a wolf eyeing prey, almost popping out of his head. Clang, clang. The girl stepped in front of Su Qing and sneered, "Su Qing, do you have money? Still thinking about packing all these clothes? It's at least over 100,000 yuan. Are you?" Xiaoing. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Old classmate. It's been a while since we saw each other." They were high school classmates. They didn't expect to meet here. Everyone knows everyone, right? Xiaoing looked at Su Qing with disdain and teased, "Miss, do you know what Su Qing does? He just runs a small shop, a poor guy. This is between me and Su Qing. It has nothing to do with you." Zhao Xiaoning's face turned cold. "Of course it's none of your business, but our young master Shui really likes you. If you sleep with him for one night, forget about clothes, jewelry, sports cars, villas. All of it is easy." "Who is young Master Shui?" "I am." The young man in the white suit stepped forward confidently and said, "My name is Shui Pan. My father is Shui Zhanhai. Our family owns several major jewelry stores in Beijiang City." Hiss. As soon as he said this, everyone around gasped in surprise. Who doesn't know Daxiang Jewelry? Who doesn't know the Shui family? Shui Zhanhai's cousin is Shui Zhanshan, the richest man in Liaodong, worth over 100 billion. Crazy. Su Qing sneered and immediately swiped his card. What does this mean? What is he trying to say? Shui Pan stared at Su Qing and cursed, "You good for nothing. Do I need to give you face? Do you want to compete with me over money? I already have more money than you." "Haha, then dare you to compare with me?" "Sure." Su Qing sneered coldly. "There's an auction house not far from Hongxin. Let's go there and see who can break antiques better. Do you have the guts? Breaking antiques? Can it really be played like that?" Shui Pan hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at Zhao Xiaoning, he suddenly became confident.